Han Xiao, a seasoned and elite player in Starry Sea, is unexpectedly thrust into a time-altering adventure by a mysterious force from the east. He finds himself transformed from a player into an NPC, returning to the period before the official launch of Starry Sea, and bravely opts for the most challenging mechanical class. Battleships align across the vast expanse of the cosmos, while starry mechs soar like dragons, equipped with annihilating energy cannons, alongside an endless army of machines quietly residing in his personal storage. One man embodies a legion. Had it not been for the presence of players, this narrative would have adhered to a serious and traditional theme of otherworldly travel. As an NPC, he possesses all the functionalities typical to players' task issuance, affinity adjustments, skill importation. Wait a moment, I recognize all these players. Alas, the real world has reverted to a decade ago. Experiment sample number 24 has been infused with Valkyrie solution, surviving for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, with expiration occurring at 4:22 a.m. Is there anyone else here? Who is speaking? Han Xiao abruptly opens his eyes to blinding white lights. The familiar gaming pod is nowhere to be seen. Its place is a pure white ceiling, surrounded by cold metallic walls, evoking a sense of science fiction. The room resembles an intensive care unit, with him lying on a metallic table, his bare torso connected to several instruments, the cold metal pressing against his skin. Several individuals clad in lab coats surround him, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Didn't I just accept a client's order for a new account? I chose a standard start. Where am I? Han Xiao's head throbs painfully, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, as if an overwhelming amount of information has been forcefully injected into his mind. His last memory is of having just taken on a boosting task, creating a character in Starry Sea, followed by the acrid scent reminiscent of burnt protein. Quickly notify Ms. Hella the test subject has revived. Summon security, we need to control the test subject immediately. The lab-coated figures shout in urgency. Although Han Xiao cannot comprehend their language, he understands the gravity of words like test subject, survival time, and security, all of which forebode trouble. Rapid footsteps echo from outside as someone approaches swiftly. Should he remain still or make a break for it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Xiao decisively chooses the latter. Waiting idly is not in his nature. He rolls over, tearing off all the attached wires, and stumbles toward the laboratory door. The white coat figures hastily retreat, offering no resistance. With a loud crash, he bursts through the door, revealing a long white corridor flanked by several guards in black combat uniforms wielding electric batons. He recognizes the half-sapling emblem emblazoned on their uniforms and inhales sharply. The Sprout organization from version 1.0 of Sea Blue Star? Wasn't it already eradicated? One guard swings an electric baton down with force. Instinctively, Han Xiao raises his hands to block it, the electric shock surging through him, causing a violent jolt, as if his bones might shatter, leaving half of his body numb. Is this pain perception set to 100%? Han Xiao gasps, knowing that in Starry Sea, the maximum pain tolerance is capped at 40%. Exceeding this threshold would inflict harm on the player's nerves, and the gaming pod is designed to monitor player vitals, automatically disconnecting in such malfunctions. What is happening? The gaming pod I just replaced a week ago is malfunctioning? Damn it, the technician charged me 300 yuan, adamantly promising no issues for 6 months. What a farce. He'll be calling customer service for a refund. A dozen robust guards rush at him, and Han Xiao experiences being overwhelmed as he is forcibly taken to a small dark room, where the guards lock the door behind them and leave. The surroundings are pitch black, leaving him alone in the room. Han Xiao winces in pain, rubbing his wrist to regain his composure. His head begins to ache once more, a torrent of fragmented information flooding back. After some time, Han Xiao finally pieces together the situation. I have crossed over into Starry Sea. His eyes widen in astonishment. Starry Sea is an immersive holographic game with servers worldwide, boasting a peak concurrent player count nearing 60 million. Set against a cosmic backdrop, the game's maps and scenes evolve automatically from parameters inputted by advanced quantum computers, allowing over 100 million players to participate simultaneously without strain. Countless guilds and factions engage in gold farming and dungeon raids, with exceptional equipment fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. As a wildly popular game, its balance is paramount, ensuring that wealthy players enjoy an advantage without making it unfair for casual gamers. The primary method of maintaining this balance is by enhancing the game's competitiveness and technicality, as Starry Sea also birthed professional players and leagues. Although Han Xiao earns his living through gaming, The term professional player does not apply to him. He is a reviled booster, a lone wolf without a studio. As a veteran booster in Starry Sea, Han Xiao has navigated through all versions, gaining minor fame, consistently ranking within the top 100 in the expert list of the Xiao region. He recalls his latest ranking as 47th logically. With his skills, he could easily compete professionally, yet he remains a booster purely out of interest. The Sprout Organization, the events of version 1.0 of Starry Sea, the novice spawn planet, Sea Blue Star, Han Xiao muses. Before his crossing, Starry Sea had been operational for over a decade, with event from version 1.0 long relegated to history. Has he truly returned to the past? His expression turns grave, implying that the 300 yuan is now irretrievable. Slap! Han Xiao smacks his own face. What am I thinking about refunds after crossing over? Am I a fool? Fragments of memory seem to be missing. He is unaware of the original owner's experiences, not even recalling his name. Yet, he retains some basic knowledge about this world specifically, the timeline. He exists in the year 687 of the Starry Sea calendar, with the official launch slated for 688. In the era of version 1.0, the Radiant Federation, Crimson Empire, and Ethereal Sect are three colossal cosmic factions enjoying thousands of years of peace since the end of their exploratory era. The Silver Revolutionary Army has yet to form, the source of the psycho disaster still languishing on some desolate planet. The Shining World has not yet emerged, and the World Tree Civilization has not yet commenced its grand invasion of the unexplored universe. The Broken Star Ring, where Sea Blue Star resides, remains a mere observer at the edge of the visible cosmos. To sustain the game's allure, Starry Sea has drawn inspiration from an earlier game named Shangu Shan, with each update introducing disasters and major events. Over the years, Gul'dan Yanzhu has caused chaos, only to be defeated by an egg weight. Why add another again? And the Burning Legion's invasions continue unabated. Who knows how many more times they will return? In this regard, Starry Sea has learned from Shangu Shan, making gameplay exhilarating, but if one truly crosses over. Dear friend, is there a return ticket available? Compared to the catastrophic interstellar wars of later versions, the Sprout Organization's ambitions seem trivial. Yet, for Han Xiao, it represents a dire predicament. Sea Blue Star's modeling closely resembles Earth. The Sprout Organization is a faction attempting to subvert major state powers. If memory serves, subjects of the Valkyrie experiment undergo brainwashing, ultimately becoming cannon fodder. The origins of this body, a resource for the Sprout Organization's human experimentation, leave him with fragmented memories, images of captivity and experimentation, alongside scattered remnants of knowledge. Around the age of 20, his appearance bore a faint resemblance to his former self, though his health remained uncertain. He recalled the words of the doctor in the white coat. He had been injected with the Valkyrie solution. This substance was one of the genetic agents of the budding organization, intended to enhance the brain, with a mortality rate soaring to 70%, yet it had induced an anomaly within him. Suddenly, a line of ethereal blue text materialized before him. You have been injected with the Valkyrie solution. Stamina Potential 1, Acquired Specialty Heightened Focus, Acquired Specialty Basic Mental Resilience. Status Panel. Han Xiao's heart leaped with joy. Before his eyes unfolded a translucent blue screen, imbued with an air of science fiction, without obstructing his vision. Name, Han Xiao. Race, carbon-based human yellow. Template, NPC 1.0 version public test countdown. 358 days, 11 hours, 3 minutes. Total level, 1. Experience, 0. Secondary occupation, civilian LV 1050. Primary occupation, none. Personal attributes, strength 2, agility 2, stamina 3, intelligence 3, mystique 1, charm 2, luck 1. Free attribute points, 0. Vitality, 0, LV 0. Energy level, 12. Rank, F mortal. With a combat power of 5, a mere passerby NPC could effortlessly overpower you. Health points, 2,330 sprained. Stamina points, 3636. Specialties, heightened focus increases learning and crafting speed by 10. Basic mental resilience gains, 3 willpower checks. Skills, none. Potential points, 0. Occupational knowledge tree, unopened. Influence, none. Legendary status, 0. Equipment, none. The game panel of Starry Sea. Thank heavens, it still exists, truly a blessing for handsome men. However, Han Xiao soon discerned anomalies. NPC template? Was he not a player? Countdown to the public test? Furrowing his brow, he recognized several pivotal factors. Firstly, although he could not comprehend why the attribute panel had traversed with him, this was a tangible world where every life was vibrant upon his death. He would not respawn as in a game. Secondly, having transformed into an NPC yet possessing a player's system panel was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune, allowing him to level up and evolve like a player. Thirdly, the countdown to the public test made him realize that the real world had likely reverted to the time before the release of Starry Sea. He had indeed returned to the past. Did this imply that those former players would reemerge? Lastly, and most crucially, his current predicament was perilous. Han Xiao felt a pang of frustration looking at others' journeys through time. They commenced with the typical setup 500 gold and 10 populace, with resources and allies, perhaps even an ex-girlfriend. Even without those, at least the environment was relatively safe. Should an enemy harbor malicious intent, they would likely strike stealthily from shadows. Yet he, at the onset of a campaign, a solitary hero ensnared in enemy territory, heedlessly awaiting divine retribution, assuming such a thing existed. Han Xiao possessed no player resurrection ability. Life was singular, and squandering it here would be a travesty. Indeed, he thought of tragic loss, a subtle divergence from the typical human resolve of "I must survive." As for sentiments like "my fate is mine to command," "heaven cannot extinguish my spirit," or "a golden elixir swallowed, transcending life and death," those were merely the musings of a stereotypical, delusional youth. What the hell? Am I the only one trapped in Sword Art Online? Han Xiao scoffed. Despite his senses mirroring reality, a profound curiosity gnawed at him. What was the essence of his existence, true life? Or merely a set of data, a soul's traversal, or something else entirely? Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I can only take one step at a time. Han Xiao mused, acknowledging that regardless of his nature, survival was imperative. With a year remaining before the public test, he had a precious window of preparation before the players arrived. This was the sole piece of uplifting news amidst the turmoil. He grasped the destructive potential of players, akin to a locust plague, synonymous with chaos and madness. Clang! At that moment, the door to the small dark room swung open, and several individuals entered. Due to the backlighting, Han Xiao could barely discern their features, but he caught a glimpse of the leading figure's alluring silhouette, a woman of striking form. "How is the test subject's condition?" The woman inquired of her subordinates, her voice carrying a slight rasp, akin to a rich cup of coffee, languid yet imbued with sensuality. "It appears to have exited the frenzy phase." The lead researcher, Lin Weixian, scrutinized Han Xiao with a burning gaze, as if regarding his own possession. Han Xiao rasped, "Who are you?" "Ah, it seems there is a discrepancy in memory." The woman raised an eyebrow. "The Valkyrie stimulates the brain. Memory loss is a normal reaction." Lin Weixian narrowed his eyes. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the light, Han Xiao beheld the woman's visage and was instantly captivated. Her long, winded curls obscured half her face, clad in a form-fitting black combat uniform that evoked primal instincts. Her features possessed both Western sharpness and Eastern softness, resembling a stunning mixed heritage beauty. With dark eye makeup accentuating her allure, she radiated a mature, languorous charm reminiscent of Siren. If Daji bore such beauty, then King Zhou's fate was indeed just. Han Xiao mused. "Hella, the supervisor here." The red-haired beauty gazed intently at Han Xiao, waving her hand. "Taken for blood testing. I want the report immediately." Two stoic elite guards stepped forward, gripping Han Xiao's arms, escorting him outside. Han Xiao glanced at the guards' powerful physiques beneath their uniforms and the firearms at their waists, swiftly abandoning any thoughts of resistance. He recognized Crimson Serpent Hela, one of the challenge scenarios on Aquamarine Valkyrie Laboratory, a subordinate base of the budding organization. During the 1.0 version, Hela had mercilessly tormented countless novice players born on Aquamarine, earning the nickname Discouragement Sister on forums, and later became an interstellar powerhouse in the Colton Star Cluster, her strength surpassing Calamity-level foes, earning her the title Goddess of Death, renowned throughout the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao silently chuckled. Wryly, his situation was akin to a frigid winter, utterly chilling. Before the story unfolds, allow me to briefly introduce our protagonist. Han Xiao, a quintessential man, bears a name of ambiguous connotation. The reason is straightforward. His mother's surname is Han, and his father's surname is Xiao, direct and uncomplicated. At 30, he sustains himself, his appearance reminiscent of a neighbor's elementary school student bribing 200 yuan to feign familial relations at a parent-teacher conference, often affectionately dubbed Big Brother by the 30-something classmates seated beside him. Though somewhat disheveled in looks within the Starry Sea community, he was a well-connected figure of minor renown. His main account ID Old Man Flirting, youthful madness renowned, a presence in the player's city that elicited admiration and envy from casual gamers. On the official forum, his critiques of top players in the Xiao region were noted for their succinctness. Combat style is unpredictable, with professional-level situational responses, adept in all 5 elements, especially proficient in machinery. In contrast to the lengthy analyses of other experts spanning 2 to 3 pages, Han Xiao's critique was a mere sentence long. Rumored to be averse to the limelight, frequently declining interviews from gaming journalists, resulting in minimal exposure. The stark reality is that whenever a journalist conducts an interview, he hopes the interviewer will commence with a promotional statement. Are you still troubled by persistent defeats in the arena? Are you frustrated by being ambushed in outdoor PvP? Starry Sea offers premium leveling services. We accept gold farming, power leveling, revenge quests, and rank climbing services. Prices are negotiable. You can't lose or be deceived. We operate with integrity. Scammers stay away. Contact ID. It has been proven that even in the parallel universe of 2060, such trivial advertisements evoke fear, rendering Han Xiao's establishment rather desolate. Alas, one must eat. Life compels us. Han Xiao was taken back to the laboratory for a blood test. The environment and terrain of the base were unknown, as was the number of armed personnel. Given his novice attributes that lacked any combat prowess, a reckless rebellion would be akin to digging one's own grave. The guards patrolling the corridor were likely seasoned operatives of levels 5 to 8, formidable among ordinary individuals. If memory serves, at this juncture, Hela held a position as an executive officer within the budding organization, classified as an A-level superhuman with a power level exceeding 500 units, conservatively estimated to possess the capability to defeat 1,000 of him. In the year 23333 of the exploration era, a genius elucidated a method for cultivating chi, establishing a universal theoretical foundation for all training systems across the cosmos, thereby ushering in a new epoch where superhumans began to shine brilliantly. Starry Sea is the grand stage for these superhumans. The superhuman system comprises 5 primary categories: the ability system, martial arts system, mechanical system, magical system, and telekinesis system. These serve as the main professions within Starry Sea, permitting individuals to embark on their careers through the study of professional knowledge texts. Professions are divided into primary and secondary categories. There are only 5 primary superhuman systems, while secondary professions abound without the necessity of professional knowledge texts. Upon entering Starry Sea, every novice faces the initial challenge of locating a professional knowledge text to transition into a primary profession. New characters may select from 2 starting options: the conventional start, wherein the system bestows a set of non-depleting novice gear to prevent being left bare and a fixed sum of money, followed by choosing from several designated initial locations on a novice planet usually situated within different factions. This method is stable. The alternative is a random start, where new characters become embroiled in unique events, facing potential dangers or fortuitous opportunities. Han Xiao currently finds himself in a situation strikingly akin to a random start. Though the game has manifested into reality, it remains anchored in familiar contexts, providing him with ample experience to rely upon, allowing Han Xiao to maintain his composure. Not long after, the blood report was released. Hela received the documents from Lin Weixian, her brow furrowing. No abnormalities in the blood test? Lin Weixian replied. The Valkyrie solution primarily stimulates the brain. Perhaps we should consider opening his skull to examine brain activity. Will I still be alive after that? Han Xiao mused inwardly. Hela waved her hand in dismissal. He is the first surviving test subject of the Valkyrie experiment. Unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from employing destructive methods. Han Xiao's mind raced. Perhaps this identity could be advantageous. Lin Weixian, unimpressed by Hela's caution, lamented the loss of a valuable subject that could yield significant research insights. Then we shall observe for a period to ascertain what abilities the Valkyrie solution has enhanced. Hela narrowed her cold gaze. First, we must brainwash him. Brainwash? A heaviness settled in Han Xiao's heart. Brainwashing is a common method for controlling subordinates, and those successfully brainwashed automatically align with the faction. However, his life is real, and the worst outcome would be a genuine alteration of his thoughts and consciousness. This is absolutely intolerable. The silver lining is that the 1.0 version of the Aquamarine Star has yet to unveil technology capable of directly altering memories. The budding organization employs a rather primitive brainwashing technique, tormenting individuals with images and sounds to calibrate and reset their thoughts. If one's intelligence exceeds 10 points, they're exempt from brainwashing. The Valkyrie solution has granted him an increase of 1 point in stamina potential, a latent attribute that influences growth. Across the vast expanse of the Starry Sea universe, humanity's potential is considered average, with the highest innate intelligence. Though his health is quite frail, this single point in stamina potential proves invaluable to Han Xiao. Heightened focus accelerates learning and crafting speed by 10, enhancing efficiency. Low-level mental resilience provides an additional 3 points of mental resistance, equating to a supplementary 3 points of intelligence. He now requires 3 more points of intelligence to exempt himself from brainwashing. The civilian profession upgrade randomly adds 1 attribute point and 1 free attribute point, but the probability of adding it to intelligence is exceedingly low. Han Xiao is well aware of his circumstances. In his previous gaming endeavors, he often wondered if a distant relative lay resting beneath African soil, for if any divine being were to protect him, it would undoubtedly be the goddess of calamity. In contrast, acquiring a new profession is undoubtedly the more prudent choice. At this moment, Han Xiao finds himself unable to act freely, yet a random start cannot lead to immediate despair. It must afford players opportunities. Suddenly, he froze. Speaking of which, he is now an NPC. He may not have the system's divine protection. Could it be that he has been led astray? Take him for brainwashing, Hela commanded with a wave, exiting the room. The same 2 stern-armed guards flanked him, one on the left, exuding an air of entitlement as if everyone owed him 30,000, and the one on the right, resembling someone constipated for 10 days, bore the expression of a landlord perpetually pressing for overdue rent. The group arrived at another room, filled with an array of intricately designed mechanical apparatuses. Lin Weixian began to calibrate the machines while 30,000 and constipated guy pinned Han Xiao to a chair. 10 meters away, a wall displayed a row of glass bookshelves. Han Xiao turned his gaze towards the shelves, where titles gleamed before his eyes. Tom's Fundamentals of Mechanical Theory, on the genetics of humans and lizards, the hypothesis of Reed. These appeared to be the research materials of the scientists. Wait, there are professional knowledge texts among them. Heavens do not forsake the desperate, Han Xiao rejoiced. The 2 guards loomed behind him, their vigilant eyes suggesting that any movement on his part would provoke a swift response. Yet Han Xiao felt no hesitation. He rose resolutely and strode towards the bookshelf. This action startled the others. 30,000 and constipated guy instinctively drew their weapons, aiming in a swift 0.6 seconds. With the cold barrels of their guns pressed against his back, Han Xiao remained unfazed, continuing forward while silently lamenting, "Please don't shoot with my current health. A single bullet would end me." In the next moment, Lin Weixian's voice rang out from behind. "Wait, let's see what he intends to do." 30,000 and constipated guy hesitated, releasing their finger from the triggers. Han Xiao exhaled in relief. He had gambled correctly. As long as he displayed no aggressive tendencies, his identity as the first successful test subject would serve as a shield, and any audacious behavior would merely be interpreted as a manifestation of experimental effects. Tom's Fundamentals of Mechanical Theory, the foundational text for mechanical systems. This was his objective. He retrieved the book from a shelf and began to peruse its contents. The text was replete with mechanical theories, dense passages, and intricate diagrams that proved challenging to comprehend. Han Xiao patiently scrutinized the material for several seconds before a notification finally appeared on his panel. You have completed a self-study of basic mechanical knowledge. Given your intelligence, the learning progress for basic assembly is at 2.0. Heightened focus grants an additional 0.2. Indeed, it works, Han Xiao exclaimed with joy. Although he struggled to grasp the material, the system would automatically evaluate and assist him in mastering the knowledge contained within. Meanwhile, Lin Weixian observed with a perplexed expression. The subject's behavior appeared akin to studying. Could it be that the experiment enhances learning capabilities? Out of a desire for observation, Lin Weixian did not intervene in Han Xiao's actions. Silence enveloped the room, leaving only the soft rustle of turning pages. Basic Assembly Learning Progress 15 1.5 29 2.9 48 4.8. The speed of page turning quickened, and though Han Xiao maintained an impassive expression, a sense of urgency simmered within him. Every passing second represented not just time, but his freedom slipping away. With a loud bang, the door swung open once more, and Hela strode in, her brow furrowing at the sight before her. What's going on? It's like this, Lin Weixian explained, recounting the hypothesis regarding the Valkyrie experiment. You mean to say his learning capabilities have been enhanced? Lin Weixian replied, this is a preliminary observation. If you would permit me to perform a surgical examination on his brain, I could provide a more precise conclusion. Han Xiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What is it with this old man's obsession with dissecting brains? Does he have a particular fondness for brain cuisine? Hella waved away Lin Weixian's request. If the test subject's brain had been augmented, it might prove more crucial for the organization than cultivating a mere expendable agent. Immediate brainwashing was necessary to instill loyalty to the organization. Turning to Lin Weixian, she inquired, is the brainwashing device ready? It has been fully calibrated. Lin Weixian gestured towards the apparatus in the room. Han Xiao's ears perked up, so this was the site of brainwashing. He realized he needed to act swiftly. At that moment, a new notification chimed on the panel. Basic assembly progress, 9010, you have acquired foundational knowledge in mechanics. Unlocking the mechanical knowledge tree. You have obtained a new profession, mechanical novice, strength 10, intelligence 1, stamina 1, 2 free attribute points, 1 potential point. You have comprehended new skills, basic mechanical affinity, simple repair, basic enhancement modification. A surge of warmth coursed through him, clearing his mind. Unlike merely acquiring skills in a game, the previously incomprehensible mechanical knowledge now crystallized into understanding, embedding itself deeply in his consciousness as tangible knowledge. This transformation nearly shattered Han Xiao's stoic facade, almost causing him to hurl the book away in shock. Could it be that the elements of the game could truly be learned? What ist? After over a decade of operating Starry Sea, how had the Earth Federation not yet roared across the galaxy as the sovereign of the stars? There must be something peculiar at play. Han Xiao was astounded. The personal panel underwent a transformation. Name, Han Xiao. Race, carbon-based human yellow. Template, NPC 1.0 version open beta countdown. 358 days, 10 hours, 11 minutes. Total level 2. Experience, 0. Secondary profession, civilian LV 1050. Primary profession, mechanical novice LV 10200. Health points, 4,350 sprained. Stamina points, 80. Personal attributes, strength 3, agility 3, stamina 5, intelligence 4, mystery 1, charm 2, luck 1. Free attribute points, 2. Chi energy, 1,010 LV1. LV1, 10 strength 1, agility 1, stamina 1, maximum stamina 20. Energy level, 34. Rank, F mortal. You're just 1 point away from being a combat novice. Specialties. High concentration increases learning and crafting speed by 10. Low-level mental resilience grants 3 willpower on checks. Skills. Basic mechanical affinity LV101000 enhances understanding of machinery. Simple repair LV10400 enables basic repairs on machinery. Basic enhancement modification LV10600 allows for basic enhancements on machinery. Potential points 1. Professional knowledge tree. Armament. Basic assembly LV1, 19 unlearned items. Energy, 20 unlearned items. Manipulation, 20 unlearned items. Influence, 0. Legendary status, 0. Equipment, none. Strength governs melee attack power and effects carrying capacity, allowing the use of certain heavy equipment. Agility determines movement speed, attack speed, and evasion ability, additionally enhancing range attack power. Stamina increases health and stamina. Each point of stamina provides 10 base health and 12 base stamina. Certain specialties and skills can influence this coefficient. Moreover, stamina enhances the natural recovery rate of health and stamina. All actions consume stamina, including attacking, blocking, running, walking, swimming, crafting, etc. Stamina also dictates physical defense, not cumulative with equipment defense. Defense is calculated through various damage reduction formulas. For instance, being struck by a bullet while wearing metal armor differs in damage reduction compared to being hit directly, even with the same defense value, as it depends on the attack method: melee, ranged, bullet, energy, power, personal attributes, and equipment material. This series of calculations is processed by the AI, and no explicit algorithms are provided on the official website. For players, it suffices to know that higher defense is always preferable. Intelligence reflects cognitive development, determining insight and willpower. A higher intelligence results in faster skill proficiency, greater experience gain, and increased learning and crafting speed. This attribute is paramount for the mechanical profession, influencing the quality of the final products. Mystery denotes perception of the spiritual realm, determining the power of psychic and magical attacks, akin to the significance of strength and agility in martial arts. Charm affects the initial favorability of certain characters and factions and can yield discounts in transactions with NPCs. Luck influences specific judgments and item drop rates. Free attribute points can be allocated to enhance strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, mystery, charm, or luck. Chi energy is the core attribute of Starry Sea, the foundation for all superpowered individuals, obtainable solely through leveling up and skill acquisition. The game describes it as biological energy extracted from cells through special training methods. Possessing Chi energy signifies entry into the realm of superpowers. Even those with awakened genetic abilities require Chi energy to sustain their powers. Throughout history, countless individuals have perished from exhausting their own abilities. Each standard level of Chi energy grants attribute enhancements. For instance, 10 points signify Chi energy LV1, 50 points for LV2, and 100 points for LV3. The attribute increases per level are not fixed and vary with primary profession transitions. The higher the tier of the profession, the more substantial the attribute enhancements. Utilizing superpower skills typically consumes Chi energy. Should Chi energy fall below a certain threshold, the corresponding attribute bonuses will be forfeited. For example, the standard for Chi energy LV1 is 10 points. If Chi energy drops below this level, the bonuses will be lost. This concept equates to a decline in combat capability following skill usage, significantly heightening the importance of combat details. Chi energy can recover slowly on its own or be replenished rapidly at the cost of stamina. If Chi energy is entirely depleted and one continues to use energy-consuming skills, stamina will be disproportionately drained. Once stamina is exhausted, health will begin to diminish. This is how many superpowered individuals have met their demise. The energy level serves as an assessment of a character's combat prowess, determining the tier of a superhuman. Dr. Stuart Auna of the Radiant Federation pioneered the theory of energy levels, unifying all intricate energy algorithms into a singular unit known as Auna. The calculation method is not merely additive or subtractive, but rather follows a complex functional pattern, with an overall trend of gradual ascent. The tiers of superhumans are denoted as E, D, C, B, A, and so forth. An A-level superhuman has a standard energy level of 100 Auna, with characters like Hela being notably strong within this category. The attire represents a critical threshold, often referred to as the catastrophe level, capable of unleashing devastating calamities upon planetary surfaces. Higher tiers exist beyond A, yet they remain distant aspirations for him at present. Having attained a first-tier position in the mechanical field and acquired 2 free attribute points, Xiao found himself able to elevate his intelligence to a mere 6 points, still lacking a crucial point to escape brainwashing, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Aside from leveling up, he had no other recourse. The pressing question became how to gain experience. Defeating monsters was evidently not an option, and the likelihood of triggering quests seemed slim. Despair threatened to engulf him. Was there truly no way forward? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Xiao. Perhaps there was still a path he could pursue. He cast aside his book, pivoted abruptly, and fixed his gaze intently upon the pistol at 300,000's waist, his expression vacant and contemplative, akin to daydreaming. Hela furrowed her brow, suppressing a command that was on the verge of escaping her lips, and, along with the others, regarded Xiao with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. Xiao tensed his muscles, deliberately making his movements appear stiff as he approached 300,000, extending his hand at a deliberate pace, ensuring everyone could clearly observe his actions as he reached for the pistol at the man's waist. 300,000 instinctively shielded the firearm, yet upon realizing that Xiao bore no intentions of seizing it, he stubbornly clung to it, resembling a child unwilling to part with a coveted toy. It was only due to Xiao's intentional slowness that 300,000 refrained from drawing his weapon and firing. Unload the bullets. Hela expressed her intrigue, eager to discern Xiao's ulterior motives. 300,000 complied, extracting the magazine and allowing Xiao to take the pistol. In that fleeting moment of possession, Xiao accessed the item's information. Type 73 Hornet pistol, quality gray, small caliber portable firearm, attack power 2835, rate of fire 1.1 shots sec. Output energy level 13. Structure includes recoil spring, bolt, firing pin, magazine missing. The skill basic assembly endowed him with substantial mechanical knowledge, and the structure of the 73 Hornet pistol vividly materialized in his mind. In an instant, he comprehended how to assemble it. While the game's crafting was simplified through a system, he now had to engage in hands-on work. This experience proved far more immersive than the game itself, affirming his realization that he had traversed into some form of reality, rather than merely a game. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Han Xiao clumsily disassembled the pistol into a myriad of components, yet he soon set about reassembling it. The skill bar for simple repair shimmered slightly. In 40 seconds, the pistol was reformed. This speed might not be remarkable for an agent, and could even be considered somewhat slow. However, Hela and the others recalled that Han Xiao had undergone no formal training, having merely perused a book for 10 minutes. Expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Was this the outcome of the Valkyrie experiment? Lin Weixian's countenance radiated excitement. Such formidable learning capacity. If only I could study his brain, perhaps I could replicate. Goodness, how obsessed are you with the brain? Han Xiao continued to repetitively dismantle and reassemble the components. You have completed a mechanical assembly basic, perfection rate 69, awarded 28 experience. You have completed a mechanical assembly basic, perfection rate 73, awarded 32 experience. In the Starry Sea world, experience can be garnered through various avenues beyond combat and quests. Technical and manufacturing experiences are crucial sources for the mechanical field, which tends to exhibit weaker combat capabilities in the early stages, leaning towards logistical manufacturing. As his proficiency increased, the speed at which he disassembled and reassembled the pistol accelerated, eventually condensing to a mere 20 seconds for completion. Finally, Hela regained her composure and declared earnestly, "Prepare to brainwash him immediately." At that moment, Han Xiao completed his final assembly, and his experience points finally reached 200. Invest all into Mechanical Novice. A surge of warmth enveloped him, and a melodious notification echoed in his mind. Mechanical Novice upgraded to Level 2, Strength 10, Intelligence 1, Endurance 1, awarded 2 free attribute points, awarded 1 potential point. That was close, Han Xiao thought, feeling a sense of relief as he allowed the guards to reclaim the pistol. Life is but a play, entirely reliant on performance. Cold shackles bind the limbs, an iron frame secures the head, extending into 2 devices designed to hold the eyelids open, preventing any flutter of the eyes. Before Han Xiao lies a pitch-black screen, flanked by speakers. He is immobilized in the chair, staring intently at the dark expanse before him. How long will the brainwashing take? 12 hours. You will remain here, Hela states before departing with her associates. Lin Weixian activates the switch, illuminating the screen, which displays bizarre images, triangles, circles, ripples, constantly shifting shapes, and rapidly changing colors, delivering a jarring visual assault upon Han Xiao, inducing a profound discomfort. The speakers emit music that oscillates between frenetic and soothing, creating a stark contradiction that instinctively unsettles Han Xiao, who yearns to close his eyes, yet is thwarted by the devices prying them open, his eyeballs gradually becoming engorged with blood, a sensation of soreness enveloping him. How utterly distressing. This represents a rather primitive method of brainwashing. The brain, akin to a finely tuned instrument, is subjected to a persistent conflict of visual and auditory stimuli, resulting in cognitive disarray. Once recalibrated, ideologies are imprinted like a steel stamp. Although this technique may be somewhat rudimentary, it possesses the advantage of not inflicting severe damage upon the brain structure. To Lin Weixian, Han Xiao's mind holds exceptional value, a veritable work of art. The avarice reflected in Lin Weixian's gaze ignites Han Xiao's ire, reminiscent of a butcher eyeing a pig, contemplating which cut of meat is most desirable. He possesses 4 points of freedom attributes. After some deliberation, he allocates 2 points to elevate his intelligence to 7, reserving the remaining 2 for future use. You are currently undergoing brainwashing, low level, initiating mental assessment. Intelligence, 7 points, low level mental resilience 3. Assessment successful. You are exempt from this instance of brainwashing. The nauseous sensation gradually recedes, providing Han Xiao with some relief. Lin Weixian silently grumbles about Hela delegating the troublesome task of brainwashing to him, unaware that beneath his very nose, Han Xiao has already developed immunity to the process. As the final assessment concludes, Han Xiao endures the grueling 12 hours, emerging with a sore back and dry eyes. Lin Weixian meticulously times the closure of the brainwashing apparatus, and Han Xiao instantly feels a surge of newfound vitality. Hela approaches once more, as the leader has instructed her to personally oversee Han Zhao's brainwashing, leaving no room for error. The restraints binding him are released, revealing bruises where blood circulation had been impeded. Despite the pain, Han Xiao refrains from glancing down, determined to portray the demeanor of one who has undergone brainwashing, eyes vacant, devoid of focus, staring ahead. Suddenly, Hela leans in closely, her face merely 10 centimeters from his. Warm breath brushing against his lips. Han Xiao harbors no illicit thoughts. In such a perilous moment, he cannot afford to entertain any distractions. The scent of her perfume wafts into his nostrils, tickling them just enough to stifle a sneeze. Hela adopts a gentle tone, almost hypnotic, as she inquires, "Who are you?" After brainwashing, it is customary to instill a predetermined identity, and in response to uncertain queries, silence is often the wisest choice. Han Xiao manipulates his facial muscles to exhibit a vacant expression, deliberately ignoring Hela's question. He may not excel in various performances, but feigning a blank expression is certainly within his capabilities. Hela whispers, her murmurs mingling with warm breath, while her wine-red curls graze his neck, provoking a slight itch. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of Hela's uniform, which is unbuttoned to reveal smooth, pale skin, nearly blinding him with its sheen. Yet, Han Xiao remains unfazed, as steadfast as a mountain, unperturbed as a sage. From this day forth, your name shall be Zero. The budding organization is your home, your nation, the sanctuary to which you willingly dedicate everything. Your loyalty to the organization must be absolute. Every thought you harbor must align with its interests. You must conceal nothing and refrain from any actions that could harm its welfare. The essence of your existence lies in executing the organization's commands, ever prepared to lay down your life for its cause. Lin Weixian adds with a sneer, you live as a member of the organization, and in death, you shall be its specter. Even if you are rendered a specimen, you will comply? Hela repeats, who are you? This time, the question differs. It is a litmus test for the success of the brainwashing. A flicker of thought crosses Han Zhao's mind, and he refrains from an immediate response. Hela's brow furrows as she glances at Lin Weixian, her gaze icy. Lin Weixian mumbles, I have adhered to the protocol for brainwashing. There should be no errors. At that moment, Han Xiao finally speaks, deliberately elongating his tone to feign sluggishness. I am Zero. Lin Weixian's eyes brighten with realization, connecting the dots. The Valkyrie solution has enhanced Zero's learning capabilities, though a potential side effect may be a diminishment in emotional responsiveness. Hela recalls Zero's previous engrossment in books. Indeed, he seems oblivious to external changes, leading her to accept this explanation, acknowledging the experiment's imperfections. Lin Weixian scoffs, declaring, you are mistaken. This is the perfect outcome. What emotions does a disposable pawn require? Take him to rest. I shall consult the leader. At last, Han Xiao breathes a sigh of relief. During the brainwashing process, he had resolved to shape himself into the guise of someone slow to react, a strategy to lower enemy vigilance. Although the circumstances of his arrival were less than ideal, the timing could have been worse. The Valkyrie experiment he underwent is merely a precursor to the future super soldier program, which has yet to develop the micro-explosive chips to ensure the loyalty of its subjects. Had he been transported to that era, he would have deemed it preferable to sever his own life prematurely to avoid prolonged suffering. Fortune has finally smiled upon me. Hela connects to a secure line. Leader, Zero's condition is stable. A gravelly male voice emanates from the phone. Has the brainwashing been completed? I personally oversaw it. There will be no issues. What are your plans for Zero? The goal of the Valkyrie experiment is to cultivate warriors and train him. Hela remains non-committal, as it is the leader's directive, and she harbors no objections. How is my sister? Our agreement does not encompass that. The male voice carries a hint of mockery. I have granted you permission to visit once every 2 months. Do not overstep. Hela's fair hand tenses, veins protruding, her expression shifting from stormy to serene. The male voice erupts into a gravelly laugh, abrasive as sandpaper, before abruptly disconnecting. The Valkyrie laboratory is predominantly white, situated underground. The air thick with an oppressive ambience, while the guards passing by possess gaze as sharp as blades. After a night of rest, Han Xiao is escorted to a secluded training ground, where Hela awaits him. Uncertain of the budding organization's intentions, he speculates they will not forfeit his learning capabilities, and anticipates numerous opportunities to acquire mechanical expertise. In the short term, escape from this heavily fortified base appears unlikely, prompting Han Xiao to brace himself for a prolonged confinement. Zero, from this day forth, you shall engage in daily combat and shooting training. Hela tosses a set of protective gear to Han Xiao, instructing him to don it. Given the current atmosphere, it is evident that a confrontation is imminent, and Han Xiao hastily adorns the protective equipment. Hela pivots sharply, her combat boots generating a piercing screech against the floor as she unleashes immense kinetic energy, crossing the 5-meter distance to Han Xiao in the blink of an eye. Her long legs, encased in a black bodysuit, slice through the air with a whip-like precision as she strikes. Bang! The speed is astonishing. Han Xiao's vision blurred as he was struck, and despite wearing protective gear, his sternum creaked painfully. His complexion turned pale as he staggered back several steps, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Truly, the abilities of a superhuman. Even without exerting full force, their speed was several times that of an ordinary person. Hela stated coolly, "You have 30 seconds to rest. Continue." The combat training was brutally simplistic, devoid of any communication, consisting solely of relentless strikes. After 2 exhausting hours, Han Xiao was utterly spent, every part of his body ached, and he suspected this woman harbored sadistic tendencies. Did all women with a queenly demeanor relish such brutality? Hela, LV30, is imparting basic combat to you, current progress. 5. Upon the completion of the training, Hela uttered not a word and turned to leave. A burly man entered, dragging the nearly incapacitated Han Xiao to the adjacent shooting range. "I am your firearms instructor and the deputy supervisor of the base, Baroda." The imposing man introduced himself, his appearance fierce, with a jagged scar across his forehead and menacing triangular eyes. He thrust a Type 73 Hornet pistol into Han Xiao's hands, stating, "There are 10 training rounds in here. Hit the target's head." Han Xiao was taken aback. The humanoid target was 30 meters away, moving erratically. This was an exceedingly challenging task from the outset. With no shooting skills to adjust his aim, he felt akin to an inexperienced novice with firearms. Merely not missing would be a stroke of good fortune, let alone hitting the head. Only an Olympic shooting champion could accomplish that. Reluctantly, Han Xiao raised the pistol with his sore arm and pulled the trigger. The recoil sent a jolt of pain through his wrist. After firing all 10 rounds, he glanced at the electronic scoreboard beside him. His score was, unsurprisingly, insufficient. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as if a blade had grazed his back. Startled, he inhaled sharply, managing to suppress a cry with immense effort. Turning to look, he saw Baroda toying with a dark tactical dagger, licking the blood from its blade with a twisted sense of excitement, and coldly chuckling. "Continue. If you do not meet my requirements, I'll give you a cut and see how much blood you shed today." "Madman," Han Xiao seethed, reaching to touch his back, finding it slick with blood. One wall of the shooting range was a one-way mirror, behind which Hela and Lin Weixian observed the scene. Lin Weixian shook his head, such a valuable specimen. And Baroda fails to appreciate him. I might as well dissect him for research. A flicker of disgust crossed Hela's eyes before it vanished. She cast a fleeting glance at Lin Weixian. "The organization will not grant your request." Lin Weixian sneered. "Once the organization has drained his utility, they will inevitably place him on my operating table. I created him. He is my property." Hela understood that Lin Weixian spoke the truth. This was indeed the organization's modus operandi, and she chose to remain silent. In the eyes of the organization, Han Xiao was merely a tool, scarcely regarded as human. Baroda, LV15, is imparting basic shooting to you, current progress. 5. Agent, profession, unlock progress. 1. Another cut marred his arm. Each was shallow, yet he bore a collection of wounds, his clothing soaked in blood. Baroda watched Han Xiao, whose pallor spoke volumes, relishing the moment. He savored the sensation of the blade slicing through flesh, the scent of blood blooming like a flower, the vivid red being the most exquisite sight in his eyes. "Why do you not scream?" Baroda mused, intoxicated by the moment. "A toy that does not cry is hardly adequate. Perverse fiend." Han Xiao inhaled deeply, wanting nothing more than to smash his fist into Baroda's sickly grin. Yet he knew such reckless action would yield dire consequences, much like facing an overwhelming opponent in a game, where rashness only leads to a more severe defeat. The prudent approach was to call for assistance, dragging others into the fray, resulting in animated disputes and laughter before the inevitable game over, sparing the lives squandered in a single match. Had he been guided by his youthful temper, he would have retaliated with a flurry of insults, but he now understood that unlike a game, there was no resurrection. What else could he do but forgive? Like a father? "Let you revel in your laughter for now. There will come a time for you to weep." Han Xiao gritted his teeth, not from anger, but from pain. In the realm of 600,000 experience points, the novice planet, steeped in magical lore, offers restorative potions, life-replenishing elixirs, and mana-augmenting drafts, akin to the healing agents found in the nutrient tanks of the aquatic world of Aquamarine. After an infuriating shooting training, Han Xiao was escorted by researchers to soak in a nutrient tank filled with healing agents for 2 hours. The wounds on his body had scabbed over, allowing him to move without hindrance, though any activity would tug at the injuries, eliciting waves of nerve pain. Within the base, there existed a vacant mechanical modification room, where Han Xiao was assigned due to his evident aptitude for machinery. He had unrestricted access to the lathes, materials, and tools within. A monitor in the corner of the room served as a reminder that the researchers were likely observing him at all times. The shelves were brimming with books on fundamental mechanical knowledge. The year was 687 of the Starry Sea era, and Aquamarine was one of the novice birth planets, having only recently made contact with interstellar civilizations. It was transitioning from an era of ancient civilizations to a new one, with its cultural level still confined to the planet's surface and its technology resembling that of Earth, primarily comprising advanced mechanical knowledge. The mechanical knowledge tree branched into 3 categories: armament, energy, and control, each consisting of 20 different skills categorized into 5 tiers: basic, advanced, high-end, cutting-edge, and ultimate. Professional knowledge constituted the player's growth tree, forming the core system of the primary profession. The first professional knowledge was acquired to obtain the main profession, while subsequent knowledge required the expenditure of potential points for learning, with knowledge levels also augmented through these points. Potential points could be obtained through 3 avenues: leveling up, rewards from certain advanced missions, and maxing out a skill. With 2 potential points at his disposal, Han Xiao opted not to pursue new professional knowledge at that moment, recognizing that it was prudent to conserve potential points for other purposes. Many players squandered their potential points early on, only to find themselves bewildered when they later encountered demands for them. As characters progressed, potential points became increasingly scarce, rendering each point invaluable. Outside of training, Han Xiao had ample free time, dedicating himself entirely to mechanical studies, striving to accumulate enough experience to escape the confines of this oppressive enemy camp. Time sped by. Han Xiao acquired experience through the techniques of assembling and enhancing machinery, and as his finesse improved, the perfection rate of his basic mechanical assemblies consistently remained above 90, yielding significant experience each time. However, excessive repetition of a single mechanical assembly would diminish the experience gained until it ceased entirely. Fortunately, the base housed a dedicated weapons cache, abundant with various firearms, providing him with ample materials to refine his assembly skills. The Emergence organization harbored little suspicion regarding Han Xiao, viewing him merely as an experimental subject stripped of his past memories and subjected to brainwashing. They deemed it unlikely for him to exhibit any rebellious tendencies. Maintaining a silent and unassuming demeanor, he lowered the guard's wariness towards him. The organization had high hopes for Han Xiao, yet he was acutely aware that standing out could lead to perilous consequences. As a result, he chose to accumulate experience without advancing his level. Soon, the researchers grew disillusioned with him, as his mechanical assembly skills were on par with trained logistics personnel, falling short of their expectations for the Valkyrie experiment. After a month of observation, they ceased the round-the-clock surveillance, collectively concluding that the Zero experiment subject was a failure, redirecting their efforts towards refining the Valkyrie agents. Freed from constant observation, Han Xiao felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Due to dwindling returns on their investment, the Emergence organization's patience with him diminished. Save for Lin Weixian and Baroda, who remained attentive to his progress. Lin Weixian, intrigued by Han Xiao's mutations, repeatedly suggested to the organization the dissection of Han Xiao for further experimental data, but each proposal was met with the response of wait a little longer. Han Xiao understood well that, in line with the Emergence organization's modus operandi, he would eventually fall into Lin Weixian's hands, which brought him considerable stress. Baroda, unabashedly enthusiastic about inflicting torment, justified his actions as a means to motivate experimental subjects to complete their training. Unable to torment his colleagues, he found Han Xiao, with his emotional dullness, to be the sole target. The presence of healing agents prevented any intervention, as researchers believed that appropriate torment could stimulate changes in the subjects. Gradually, Han Xiao grew numb to the pain, memorizing each drop of blood that spilled from his wounds as he awaited his opportunity. In a den of foes, devoid of any companionship, he channeled more energy into his mechanical pursuits, transforming the cold, unfeeling metal into various shapes on the lathe, assembling them into useful tools, a process that imbued him with a sense of fulfillment. As armed guards removed substantial supplies from the mechanical modification room, Han Xiao observed in silence. The organization is disappointed in you. From today onward, your resource allocation will be reduced by 80%. A man with a buzz cut stood before Han Xiao, a smirk of triumph and disdain etched upon his face, regarding Han Xiao with a condescending gaze befitting a victor. I've heard you were the previous test subject. The organization invested heavily in you, yet you squander it on these scraps. You are a failure, and the organization's decision to replace you with me was entirely justified. The first subject's tone dripped with contempt. He was a completely brainwashed experimental subject, viewing the organization as his faith and harboring an inexplicable animosity towards Han Xiao. Han Xiao refrained from engaging in futile exchanges, knowing that conflict would only expose his vulnerabilities. If investments yield no returns, the emergence organization would decisively shift their targets. Following the emergence of the first subject, the organization withdrew the majority of resources allocated to Han Xiao. Han Xiao had anticipated this shift. The first subject exemplified the desired outcomes of the Valkyrie experiment, demonstrating exceptional combat aptitude and robust physicality, capable of rapid development into a combatant. Lacking logistical personnel for mechanical maintenance in the laboratory, Han Xiao retained the mechanical modification room to oversee the upkeep and repair of firearms. However, the monthly allocation of free mechanical parts and materials dwindled significantly, relegating him to the status of a failed experimental subject. As several guards passed by, they openly ridiculed the scene. Look at these two pitiful wretches. Taken for experimentation, turned into expendable fodder, thoroughly brainwashed. Becoming like them is worse than death. What does it matter? They're already brainwashed. Each pair of eyes held a cold indifference, regarding him as one would a mere pet. To the emergence organization, experimental subjects were nothing more than tools, expendable pawns. As the murmurs faded into the distance, Han Xiao lowered his gaze, concealing the brilliance within his eyes. Half a year swiftly elapsed. During this time, Han Xiao had meticulously discerned the layout of the Valkyrie laboratory and the deployment of personnel. Hidden underground. The Valkyrie laboratory comprised 3 levels and was relatively small, nestled within a forest in the wilderness, relying on aerial drops for supplies. 60 armed guards were stationed there, with Hela as the laboratory supervisor and Lin Weixian as the lead researcher. Periodically, the organization dispatched batches of individuals stripped of their memories for experimentation. This base served as the central laboratory for the Valkyrie project, yielding a total of 78 successful experimental subjects, including Han Xiao and the first subject. In addition to this facility, the emergence organization operated numerous other laboratories, dedicated to the large-scale replication of expendable subjects. Among the 78 successful experimental subjects, the majority were transferred to various locations via helicopter. Only Subject 1, along with 9 of the most gifted subjects, formed an elite reserve team to undergo training here. Since the organization has diminished its attention towards Han Xiao, his life has become monotonous. Each day is spent either training or in the mechanical workshop, meticulously repairing and assembling firearms, which has essentially become his personal sanctuary. The guards have grown accustomed to overlooking Han Xiao's presence, their gazes skimming over him without a moment's pause, as if he were merely a part of the wall, a mere backdrop to their duties. This lack of scrutiny has afforded Han Xiao considerable convenience, allowing him to accumulate vast experience through his relentless mechanical work, akin to mistletoe drawing sustenance quietly from its host, all while memorizing the fundamental structures of various firearms. These ubiquitous technological weapons, once assembled repeatedly, enable mastery of their construction methods, transcending the skills recorded on the schematics. The experience gained from assembly and enhancement is distinct. When Han Xiao could no longer garner experience from assembly, he began to acquire a new round of experience through enhancement modifications. He was exceedingly cautious, ensuring that each firearm returned to its original state post-modification, concealing its enhanced abilities. Through training with Hela and Belota, he mastered the skills of basic combat and basic shooting, inadvertently unlocking a talent specialty, trained, which grants an additional 100 points to his base health, thereby providing greater assurance for his survival. He also unlocked the secondary profession of agent, raising his overall level to 4. After persistent practice, his skills in simple repair and simple enhancement ascended to level 4, while basic combat and basic shooting reached level 2. The mechanical discipline requires substantial financial backing for growth, a limitation of the field. Fortunately, the budding organization provides materials free of charge. By the time he had assembled 90% of the types of firearms in the armory, the experience he could gain at the base had finally reached its limit. 600,000 experience points. This accumulation over 6 months is significant, considering that in his previous life, the ratio of reality to game time was 6-to-1. Thus, half a year equates to 1 month of real-world time, without completing missions or battling monsters. Such an amount is quite remarkable in the early stages, and only the mechanical discipline could yield such substantial experience under limited conditions. Approve Lin Weixian's request to dissect Subject 0. He has asked many times, said the leader over the phone. Hela frowned. You have also refused many times. The organization has invested resources in him. A return is necessary, the leader replied indifferently. The only remaining value of scrap is to be dismantled for resource recovery. Subject 0 is merely scrap. Hela bit her lip and replied, understood. The issue of Subject 0 was not the focus of this conversation, as the leader shifted the topic. How are the training results of Subject 1's team? Very promising, with immense potential. Excellent. Send them to the Night Owl base for training. I have dispatched the Night Owl team to retrieve them. They will arrive in 2 to 3 days. That coincides with my visit to my sister. Hela's tone darkened. Your presence is not required during the Night Owl team's mission. That is good. 005 light arm power. Hyla exhaled sharply, her delicate fist bursting forth with formidable strength, striking like a bullet against Han Xiao's chest, producing a crackling sound. Han Xiao braced himself against the blow, stifling the sensation of suffocation in his chest, and with a firm grip, seized the collar of Hyla's combat uniform, twisting at the waist to throw her over his shoulder. Unfazed, Hyla planted her palm on the ground, gracefully flipping over to effortlessly dissolve the throw. Observing this, Han Xiao chose not to pursue, standing still and rubbing his chest. Is that all the progress you've made? Hyla expressed her dissatisfaction. Han Xiao remained silent. He deliberately concealed his abilities. By all rights, the organization should have abandoned him based on his performance. Yet for the past 6 months, Hyla had continued to train him in combat, and today she was particularly vigorous. Hyla had no expectations of Han Xiao speaking. She understood that Zero was taciturn, resembling an emotionless automaton. Although she held a supervisory position, she found herself rather idle, with training Han Xiao being one of her few activities. Upon learning that the leader intended to hand Han Xiao over to Lin Weixian, Hyla felt a complex swirl of emotions. Despite their minimal communication, after half a year together, a unique bond had formed. Even common items became objects of concern, let alone a person. Perhaps it was a hint of attachment. Hyla could not bear the thought of Han Xiao being dismembered on the experimental table of that scoundrel Lin Weixian. Countless familiar faces had vanished on ordinary days, never to return. The organization's cold demeanor had cost her many friends. And then there was her sister, Hyla thought wistfully. If Zero could demonstrate a talent for combat at the critical moment, perhaps the leader would reconsider, which was why she was training Han Xiao so fervently today. Unfortunately, miraculous occurrences were not easily summoned. The leader has agreed to let Lin Weixian dissect you, Hyla sighed. Strictly speaking, this was the first statement she had made to Zero that was unrelated to training. Hyla failed to notice the sharp glint that momentarily flashed in Han Xiao's eyes before vanishing. So, this day had indeed arrived. Han Xiao had long anticipated that his performance would eventually lead to such a conclusion. To the emergence organization, the useless were merely expendable assets, to be swiftly discarded to recover their investments. Yet, he felt no regret. The degree of importance attached to him was intrinsically linked to the level of surveillance he endured. If he showcased extraordinary abilities, he would only invite more brutal exploitation. His identity could never penetrate the core of the emergence organization. He would always be viewed as a tool, valued only for his utility. Otherwise, Han Xiao would not mind working for emergence at all. Suddenly, he caught sight of a photograph on the ground, likely dropped from Hyla's pocket during the throw. He bent down to pick it up. The photograph depicted a group shot against a backdrop of azure skies and a setting sun, casting a warm glow. 2 small girls stood side by side as the focal point of the image. One was a youthful Hyla, radiant and lively, while the other resembled Hyla but had snow-white hair, exuding a gentle demeanor. Hyla's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly snatched the photograph from his grasp. Upon confirming it was unharmed, she exhaled in relief, carefully stowing it away close to her heart. She cast a deep glance at Han Xiao before turning to leave the training ground. A notification suddenly popped up before him. You have triggered a D-class mission, Night Owl plan. Accept abandon? Han Xiao's gaze flickered. This was the first mission he had triggered in half a year. There was no hesitation. He chose to accept. Mission hint. The dark and bloody rise of the emergence organization has long been a closely guarded mystery among the 6 nations of the Azure Sea Star. Hyla harbors an unknown past. Is she truly loyal to the emergence organization? You have grasped a thread of a clue. Pursuing it may yield unexpected rewards, but it may also lead to unforeseen dangers. Of course, you could provide this clue to certain interested parties for a reward, or you could keep it to yourself. Ultimately, the choice is yours. The mission was evidently triggered by the photograph, and coincidentally, Han Xiao recognized the white-haired girl as Hyla's sister, Aurora. Aurora possessed extraordinary abilities as well, but her powers were the polar opposite of Hyla's. while Hyla was intensely aggressive. Aurora's abilities were centered around potent healing and even life extension. Having been seized by the Emergence organization, Aurora was exploited for her powers, and Hyla was coerced into committing numerous heinous acts on behalf of Emergence. The only thing Hyla truly cared about was her sister. At the end of version 1.0, the war between the Six Nations and Emergence reached a fever pitch, and in the midst of escalating conflict, Emergence dismembered Aurora, using her flesh to concoct countless healing potions that rivaled the effects of a second life, achieving victories on the battlefield. Hyla, stationed at the front lines, only learned of this tragedy months later. Devastated, Hyla's despair was anticipated by Emergence, leading them to swiftly capture and imprison her. In the prison, she endured inhumane torment, and the deep-seated hatred instilled in her granted her terrifying resilience. She endured all forms of suffering until she finally found the opportunity to escape. From that moment on, Hyla transformed into a cold and ruthless figure, sacrificing countless lives to enhance her abilities, employing any means necessary to grow stronger, ultimately descending into the realm of evil and earning the moniker of the Death Goddess, feared by all. Though the current Hyla was cold, she was a far cry from the future deity who viewed all living beings as mere dust, obliterating civilizations one after another. If given the chance, Xiao would very much like to assist her in altering her tragic fate, not out of pity, but to avert future troubles. In his past life, Hyla had been a lunatic, indiscriminately slaughtering anyone in her path, and Xiao had encountered her on numerous occasions, each time resulting in catastrophic losses. To change Hyla's future, the key lay with Aurora. However, as of now, Xiao lacked the capability. Escaping was his paramount concern. Every 2 months, Hyla would routinely leave the laboratory, and in 2 days, it would be time for her departure once more. His experience reserves were sufficient. The opportunity had finally arrived. Returning to his mechanical modification room, Xiao summoned the interface. He now possessed 3 professions: civilian, agent, and mechanical novice. The civilian profession could be disregarded. The other 2 were his means of escaping the laboratory. Among the 5 major occupational systems, the mechanical pathway was relatively weaker in the early stages. Yet he bore no regrets, as it was the profession he excelled in. Initially, the mechanical pathway leaned towards logistical and life support roles, but with the introduction of high-level knowledge trees in version 3.0, its combat potential skyrocketed, becoming increasingly popular and rivaling the martial arts pathway, which had the most players. In the late game, a high-tier mechanic was akin to an interstellar legion, known for its vast array of skills. Each invention blueprint equated to a unique skill, and with thousands of mechanical blueprints available, the potential for development in the later stages was immense, allowing for countless combat combinations such as trap strategies, positional tactics, heavy artillery formations, sniper tactics, legion tactics, and mech tactics, among others. However, the drawbacks were also apparent. Cultivating a mechanical expert required experience that far exceeded that of other professions. After some contemplation, Xiao decided to invest his experience into the mechanical novice profession, leveling up at an extraordinary pace. Mechanical novice leveled up to LV3, gaining 10 strength, 1 intelligence, 1 endurance, earning 2 free attribute points, and 1 potential point. Mechanical novice leveled up to LV10, max, gaining 30 strength, 1 intelligence, 1 endurance, earning 2 free attribute points, and 1 potential point. Most professions have a maximum level of 10, and one can only continue to level up after changing jobs. A total of 130,000 experience points were spent to elevate the mechanical novice from level 2 to its maximum level of 10, which grants an additional 8 points in stamina, 8 points in intelligence, 100 points in energy, 16 free attribute points, and 8 potential points, bringing the total level to 12. The primary profession is typically prioritized for enhancement, as it yields energy at the best cost-effectiveness. After reaching the level cap of 10, Xiao was unable to meet the requirements for a job change, a situation he had anticipated and thus set aside for the time being. He then advanced the agent to level 9, expending 80,000 experience points. The agent profession provided him with a total of 12 strength, 9 agility, 3 charisma, 9 potential points, and 9 free attribute points, raising his total level to 20. A character can possess an unlimited number of professions, but every 20 levels presents a bottleneck that necessitates the completion of advancement tasks to continue leveling up. The total level cap is unlocked with version updates. In version 1.0, the cap is 60 levels. In Starry Sea, there are hundreds of professions, allowing players countless combinations. As the game progresses, individuality becomes paramount, with no fixed growth strategies. Each character possesses unique traits, which maintains ongoing allure. However, Han Xiao discovered that his panel did not indicate a total level cap, suggesting he could wield power beyond the player version. In both version 1.0 and 2.0, the player's activity zones are primarily novice planets, while in the depths of the universe, large interstellar factions persist, inaccessible to players. Therefore, the version serves as a limitation for players, whereas as an NPC, he is naturally unbound by such constraints. Level 20 Advancement Task: Learn an advanced mechanical knowledge. The prerequisite for advanced knowledge is to master 5 fundamental concepts from a branch, yet the armed branch knowledge within the base is incomplete, leaving him at an impasse. He then expended 150,000 experience points to elevate Simple Repair and Simple Enhancement Modification to the maximum level of 10, acquiring 2 potential points, which are crucial for his future plans. He spent another 10,000 experience points to elevate Basic Mechanical Affinity to level 3, drawing on his familiarity with Starry Sea. Han Xiao invested 60,000 experience points to raise Basic Combat and Basic Shooting to level 6, successfully acquiring 2 new skills, Grapple and Precision Shooting. With 17,000 experience points remaining, this was Han Xiao's reserve for gambling on blueprints. The invention of blueprints is the most vital capability within the mechanical profession. Upon upgrading mechanical profession knowledge, one automatically receives blueprints, which is the first method of acquiring them. The second method involves obtaining them from tasks or special NPCs, which are typically rare. The third method entails dismantling machinery to reverse engineer blueprints, though this requires stringent conditions and vast amounts of experience. The fourth and primary method is knowledge fusion, which combines 2 or more professional knowledge areas. If the combination is correct, new blueprints can be developed, with each fusion consuming experience points. With 60 types of knowledge, there are countless combinations, each concealing numerous blueprints. However, each fusion will only yield one of those blueprints, and some may have hidden prerequisites, making it challenging to ascertain how many blueprints a combination can truly develop. Experience from the same combination of fusions accumulates continuously. Even if no new blueprints are developed, the experience is not refunded, thus it is referred to as gambling for blueprints. This characteristic of the mechanical profession creates a versatile combat style and is the source of its power in the later stages, also serving as an insatiable pit for experience. Before his traversal, players had identified thousands of combination pairings. After over a decade of experience, Han Xiao retained impressions of 90% of them, providing a significant advantage in choosing the mechanical path, thereby mitigating the early weaknesses of the mechanical class. There are several rare blueprints that are akin to artifacts for the mechanical profession in its early stages. Of course, there exists a seldom used function, free creation, allowing players to invent machinery based on their concepts. However, there is a 99% chance that the result will be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The success rate hinges on the rationality of the concept, the quality of materials, the level of professional knowledge, expertise, tools, and various other factors. Up until the version before Han Xiao's traversal, no player had fully developed the self-creation function, even when contrived machinery was occasionally produced. Its efficacy paled in comparison to that of blueprint-derived machines, rendering this function largely considered a novelty with little practical application. Professional upgrades afforded him 19 potential points, and the 2 skills at maximum level granted an additional 2 points, culminating in a total of 21 potential points. Han Xiao retrieved the professional knowledge book he had meticulously prepared from the shelf, took a deep breath, and invested his potential points. Would you like to expend 1 potential point to learn the armed branch, Basic Mechanical Engineering? Would you like to expend 1 potential point to learn the armed branch, Basic Bionics? Confirmed. A wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, causing Han Xiao to feel as though his head might burst from the overload, the pain causing his skin to twitch. It took a full 10 minutes for the sensation to subside. One by one, previously unknown mechanical concepts were deeply etched into his consciousness. Han Xiao then spent 2 potential points to elevate Basic Mechanical Engineering and Basic Bionics, each to level 2, enhancing his mastery of these foundational concepts. This combination of 2 secondary foundational mechanical knowledge areas can yield 6 types of blueprints. Each fusion of the same combination doubles the experience value. The initial fusion of the foundational combination costs 10,000 experience points, and with 170,000 experience points at his disposal, he could afford to fuse 4 times. He absolutely must derive that item. Han Xiao's heart raced, his palms slick with sweat, as he dragged Basic Mechanical Engineering LV2 and Basic Bionics LV2 together on the panel. Would you like to proceed with the knowledge fusion, Basic Mechanical Engineering Basic Bionics? This fusion will consume 10,000 000 experience points. Yes, his brain spun for a moment, and a brand new invention blueprint materialized out of thin air. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the Cloud Swallow Glider. Not this. Xiao clenched his fist, pressing on. This fusion will consume 20,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the bionic prosthetic. What the heck? The most useless blueprint has emerged. Still not it. Once more. This fusion will consume 40,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the lightweight power arm. Finally, Xiao excitedly slammed his hand on the table, knocking a screw loose. The lightweight power arm. This is precisely what I wanted. 6 months of accumulation. Nearly squandered in an instant. Name, Xiao race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, 1, 0 public test countdown, 182 days, 8 hours, and 23 minutes, total level, 20, advancement incomplete, experience points, 100, 000 secondary profession, civilian LV1, agent LV9, 025, 000, primary profession, mechanical novice LV10, max, advancement quest incomplete, health points, 320 stamina points, 434 attributes, strength 21, agility 17, endurance 22, intelligence 15, mystery 1, charisma 5, luck 1 free attribute points, 27 energy, 120 LV3, LV1, 10, strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1, maximum stamina 20, LV2 50, strength 3, agility 2, endurance 3, maximum stamina 50, LV3, 100, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, maximum stamina 100 power level, 4855 rank, F, mortal, in comparison to the weakest superhuman. You are but a giant ant. Specialties, highly focused, low-level mental resilience well-trained. Grants an additional 100 base health point skills. Mechanical, basic mechanical affinity, LV3. Simple repair, LV10, max. Basic enhancement modification, LV10, max. Blueprint, Cloud Swallow Glider LV1, 05000. Blueprint, Bionic Prosthesis LV1, 02000. Blueprint, Lightweight Power Arm LV1, 010,000. Agent, Basic Hand-to-Hand Combat LV6, 016,000. Increases unarmed attack power by 6 basic shooting LV6, 016,000. Increases shooting accuracy by 6 grappling LV1, 03000. Increases counterattack rate by 3, unarmed attack power by 2 precision shooting LV1, 03000. Increases shooting accuracy by 3. Ranged critical hit rate by 2 potential points. 17 professional knowledge tree. Armament. Basic assembly LV1, 01. Basic mechanical engineering LV2, 01. Basic bionics LV2, 01. 17 unlearned projects. Energy. 20 unlearned projects. Manipulation. 20 unlearned projects. Influence. 0 legend points. 0 equipment. None after half a year of accumulation. I have soared to level 20, drastically enhancing my combat prowess. With a total of 27 free attribute points. Xiao has invested 5 points to elevate his intelligence to 20, meeting the manufacturing requirements for the lightweight power arm blueprint, while reserving the remaining points for emergencies. The final step remains, to arm myself. Gazing at the scattered mechanical parts, Xiao chuckles to himself. I shall impart to you the meaning of nurturing a tiger. Cherish the attribute panel, for it shall not appear for a considerable time. 006 Commence action. The Valkyrie laboratory is camouflaged within an abandoned farm. A desolate expanse of neglected fields and dilapidated structures. An electrified wire fence encircles the farm, with only a single grand entrance. Surrounded by an endless forest dotted with crumbling remnants of buildings. Nearby lies a small town from the ancient civilization of Ocean Blue Star, now long forsaken. Decades ago, Ocean Blue Star integrated with interstellar forces, acquiring a plethora of universal knowledge, ushering in a new era of civilization. This societal upheaval led to the desolation of many cities, enveloping the region in a post-apocalyptic melancholy. A Black Hawk helicopter descended onto the derelict farm, and 6 fully armed operatives clad in black emerged, their faces obscured by sleek, dark goggles, exuding an aura of cold detachment. This was Team Night Owl. I am their leader, codenamed Silverblade, tasked with the transfer of the Valkyrie experimental squad. Silverblade's voice was as unyielding as stone. Hela, brushing her wind-tossed hair, remarked nonchalantly. Whatever the case, there are off-road vehicles in the garage. I have commandeered the helicopter. Do not waste my time. Number 1, accompanied by 9 experimental squad members, approached Silverblade, standing tall and declaring, Experiment 1 reporting, sir. Silverblade's expression remained impassive. Follow me. Yes. Number 1's face flushed with excitement, viewing the training at headquarters as a supreme honor. The Night Owl team and the experimental squad made their way to the garage, unveiling several powerful, armored off-road vehicles beneath a camouflage tarp. Both teams departed through the solitary entrance, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Hela boarded the helicopter and ascended into the sky. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over her, as if she had overlooked something significant. Strange, it feels like I've forgotten something, Hela frowned. Today was the day the leader had approved for her to visit her sister. But she dismissed the thought. In the mechanical modification room, Xiao set down his wrench after affixing the final hinge, wiping the sweat from his brow. Before him lay a hollow exoskeletal mechanical arm, resembling a large silver alloy gauntlet. The exterior armor was forged from manganese steel alloy, known for its durability and hardness, ideal for crafting weaponry and protective gear. To reduce weight and enhance shock resistance, the inner framework of the power arm was constructed from lightweight metals. All components were meticulously machined in the modification room, equipped with advanced tools, ensuring a flawless fit. The materials were readily available. Even though the base had reduced his allocation for the mechanical modification room, finding quality metals was not overly challenging. Using the left arm as a reference, he ensured that his left hand could seamlessly maneuver within the mechanical arm for precise control. A mere flick of his fingers could activate the hinge switch. With power derived from a compact engine and air pump concealed within the core of the power arm, heavily shielded by armor to deliver formidable strength. The blueprints encompassed every detail of the fabrication process, and with Xiao's extensive experience, from polishing to assembly, the endeavor proceeded smoothly. From Xiao's avant-garde perspective, the control and power systems of this lightweight power arm were relatively outdated, utilizing commonplace materials. Yet, at present, this was the finest weapon he could forge. A commendable piece of equipment for the early stages, potentially enhancing his escape success rate by at least 20%. Moreover, he discovered that crafting it himself, though significantly more challenging than in-game, allowed for greater creative freedom, far outweighing any drawbacks. Lightweight power arm, left, quality, white, basic parameters, attack power 35 to 58, defense power 13 to 17, power level 38, durability 270, equipment requirement, strength 25, attribute bonus, speed -3, length 51 centimeters, elbow forearm hand, weight 14, 7 pounds, additional effect, increases strength by 10. Equipment quality is classified from low to high, gray, ubiquitous, white, common, green, good, blue, superior, purple, exceptional, pink, rare, orange, legendary. The panel indicated that he had completed his first creation, earning 3,000 experience points, with the rewards for creative technical work being substantially greater than for mere assembly or enhancement. With his current strength at 21 points, he allocated 4 free attribute points to strength, meeting the equipment requirements. During idle moments at the lathe, Xiao utilized simple enhancement modification to upgrade a Type 73 Wasp pistol, boosting its attack power to 38 to 47, surpassing the ordinary version. This was his first fully enhanced weapon, a treasure he intended to keep for himself. Provided he could acquire ammunition, this firearm would unleash its potential. Additionally, he fashioned a tactical dagger from scrap materials used for the power arm, the blade infused with tungsten steel, rendering it exceptionally sharp. Boasting 10 points of close-range attack power, waste not, want not. Due to Xiao's prolonged discretion, he was no longer under constant surveillance. The base had only him as the mechanical logistics personnel, and to exercise caution, he crafted each component before welding them together. The guards occasionally glancing at the surveillance footage remained oblivious to his true activities, assuming he was merely maintaining firearms, thus ensuring a smooth, undetected process. Xiao concealed the lightweight power arm and the enhanced Wasp pistol, as his inventory bore real weight rather than existing in a separate dimension. The conspicuous nature of the equipment prevented him from carrying it openly. With the dagger hidden at his waist, Xiao exited the room and made his way to the cafeteria on the subterranean level. During leisure hours, most operatives gathered there to play cards, and much of his intelligence stemmed from their casual conversations, with no one hesitating to speak freely in his presence, presenting him opportunities to glean information. Feigning ignorance proved to be a wise strategy. I envy Hela for being able to leave the laboratory. Being stuck in this wretched place is suffocating. She's an executive officer of the organization, far above our rank. Hella's looks and figure. If only I could spend a night with her. I'd willingly sacrifice 3 years of my life. The new kid, huh? The last one who dared provoke Hella didn't leave a single hair behind. Do you think she became an executive officer by chance? Are you implying she's a superhuman? Of course. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. Avoiding direct confrontation with Hella was indeed fortunate, as he had no confidence in defeating her. He stood and departed the cafeteria, drawing no attention. Each corridor was monitored, and to escape, he first needed to neutralize the surveillance room. The surveillance room was situated 3 levels below ground. Han Xiao feigned aimless wandering, approaching the surveillance room while the armed guards ignored him. 2 guards stood at the entrance of the surveillance room, with another 2 on duty inside. This meant he had to swiftly and silently eliminate 4 guards, an arduous task, but one he had mentally rehearsed countless times without a trace of anxiety. As he neared the corner of the surveillance room hallway, Han Xiao spotted a camera. Noticing no one around, he took a piece of leftover soft bread from breakfast, moistened it with saliva, and tossed it to adhere to the camera lens, obstructing the view. Lacking advanced hacking equipment, this old trick would have to suffice. After 3 seconds of waiting and seeing no one emerge from the surveillance room, Han Xiao felt assured. He had previously overheard on-duty guards lamenting their mundane tasks, revealing that the base had never encountered any real danger, leading to a lax attitude among the guards, who were likely slacking off. Steeling himself, Han Xiao approached the surveillance room door, where the 2 armed guards barred his passage. No entry for outsiders. This is Zero. It's pointless to converse with him. Just chase him off. The guard on the left nodded and reached out to push against Han Xiao's shoulder. Just as the 2 were completely unguarded, Han Xiao sprang into action. He swiftly seized the left guard's wrist while his other hand, like lightning, drew a tactical dagger from his waist, plunging it into the right guard's jaw, piercing through to the brain. The dull sensation of the blade burying into flesh transmitted clearly to his wrist. The expression on the right guard's face froze, and he emitted not a sound before succumbing to death in an instant. Han Xiao released the dagger and swiftly wrapped his arm around the left guard's neck, locking him in a crosshold. As a trained security personnel, the guard understood the lethal nature of this position all too well and frantically attempted to pry Han Xiao's arm away. In the next moment, Han Xiao twisted with force, and a sharp crack echoed as the struggle ceased. In less than a second, 2 lives were extinguished. You struck a fatal blow. A standard attack transforms into a lethal one. Above their heads, pale blue damage values of -162 and -171 appeared, signifying the fatal damage dealt, equal to the target's maximum life points. You have killed an armed guard of the budding organization, gaining 360 experience points, x2. Holding onto the bodies to ensure their silent descent, Han Xiao drew a deep breath. The swift and precise execution had already been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The act of killing did not unsettle him. Rather, it left him with a quiet shock, pondering whether his recent oppressive life had warped his psyche. In his previous life, the largest creatures he had slain were the timid rodents of his rural home, yet now, taking human life felt no different, leading him to a pressing need for psychological therapy. The panel indicated the acquisition of information on the 2 guards, level 7 agents, strength 10, stamina 15, with approximately 150 life points. This was the standard for most armed guards in the laboratory, with slight variations due to individual constitution. You have acquired 4 pistol magazines. Han Xiao retrieved 4 Wasp pistol magazines from the bodies, reversing his grip on the dagger, and quietly pushed open the door to the monitoring room. The dim blue glow of dozens of monitors illuminated the space, revealing a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. He observed the on-duty guard, San Juan, and Constipation brother locked in an intimate embrace, their lips nearly touching. Upon hearing the door open, they turned in panic, freezing the 3 of them in a moment of awkward tension. Han Xiao stood there, gaping in shock, a surge of blood rising in his throat, caught in a state of disbelief. What an eye-watering sight! In a moment of astonishment, 007 found himself ensnared in an awkward predicament. Should he nonchalantly exit the scene while uttering a casual remark to halt their performance? Regarding this peculiar sentiment, Han Xiao neither supported nor condemned it. He perceived not merely 2 men, but 2 lonely hearts intertwined. The relentless pressure of their demanding jobs had left them yearning for an outlet, giving rise to such special feelings amidst daily interactions among colleagues. It was not their fault. It was the world's, or rather, the fault of the times. Despite his mind wandering to inappropriate thoughts, Han Xiao's reflexes remained sharp. He reversed his grip on the dagger, adopting a posture reminiscent of a charging cheetah as he lunged towards the man known as 300,000. The latter, jolted from his stupor, hastily drew his weapon. Yet Han Xiao seized the moment to strike. Had it not been for Constipation Brothers' swift intervention, kicking 300,000 aside, Han Xiao's blade would have severed the wrist that clutched the gun. The surprise attack evaded, Han Xiao remained undeterred. With a flick of his finger, he spun the dagger, transforming his grip from reverse to traditional, and thrust it forcefully into the abdomen of the unsuspecting Constipation Brother. With a clenched fist, he struck the latter's neck, executing the maneuver with fluidity that rendered Constipation Brother unconscious on the ground. His strength surpassed that of these guards by a factor of 2, enabling him to inflict overwhelming damage and induce a state of dizziness upon his adversaries. Excellent. One threat neutralized, Han Xiao thought, resolute in his purpose. 300,000. Having regained his composure, executed a backward roll to distance himself for a shot. If a gunshot echoed in the facility, it would alert the entire base. Quick as a flash, Han Xiao dove, toppling 300,000, and they grappled on the ground. He swiftly locked his finger on the trigger, using his strength to force 300,000's wrist against the floor, eliciting a cry of pain as the handgun slipped from his grasp. Unyielding, Han Xiao collided his forehead with 300,000's nose, a powerful strike, given that the forehead is one of the human body's hardest points, augmented by his considerable strength. The impact resulted in a muted groan as 300,000's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth, plunging him into a daze. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiao maneuvered behind 300,000, locking his legs around the man's waist and encircling his neck with his arms, applying tremendous pressure. 300,000's visage turned purple, breath becoming a struggle, his legs flailing in a futile attempt to escape, reminiscent of a drowning man's desperate thrashing. With a technique known as the rear naked choke, Han Xiao maintained his grip with ease, his strength proving far superior to that of his opponent. After several tense seconds, 300,000's resistance waned, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure around his neck. Panting lightly, Han Xiao rose, reflecting on the exertion he had endured. Had he pursued a martial arts path, the effort would have been less taxing. The martial arts profession in Starry Sea was the most coveted, not merely for its prowess but for its undeniable charm. The names of the moves were Dazzling Flame King-S Earthquake Wave, Demon S Radiant Kill Cannon, Starfall Fist, while their effectiveness remained uncertain. They undoubtedly ignited the youthful spirit of the players. Most players found such theatrics embarrassing, yet Han Xiao, having dabbled in martial arts through a secondary character, understood the allure once one embraced the concept. The combat style was straightforward, brutal, yet fulfilling. Compared to the mechanically intricate paths, it was as different as Angry Birds was from Dark Souls, the latter being notoriously challenging. With a foundation in combat and grappling skills, bolstered by his previous experiences, Han Xiao's fighting ability was commendable, particularly against ordinary adversaries. He swiftly dispatched the 2 unconscious men, and a flicker of mercy felt like cruelty towards himself. He retrieved 4 firearm magazines from the bodies of 300,000 and Constipation Brother. With no time to spare, he dragged the 2 corpses inside, shedding one's combat uniform to wipe away the blood staining the corridor. He smashed all surveillance monitors with the butt of a gun and, ensuring everything was in order, locked the door behind him, his demeanor as calm as a summer breeze. No one would suspect he had just taken 4 lives, marking his first act of killing. Indeed, maintaining a stoic expression served him well. No one could discern his thoughts. Clearing the surveillance room felt like lifting a heavy burden from his shoulders, liberating him from the need for stealth. Upon returning to the 2nd floor, a guard unexpectedly intercepted him. "Mr. Lin Weixian wishes to see you." Han Xiao paused briefly, his gaze flickering. It seemed Lin Weixian could no longer contain himself. Han Xiao had anticipated this day, yet the timing took him by surprise. Upon reflection, this could work to his advantage. Lin Weixian was a significant figure, the lead researcher, among the few with access to the facility's security cards. Han Xiao had intended to eliminate him, and now the opportunity presented itself. Following the guard, he arrived at Lin Weixian's private laboratory, dimly lit and filled with transparent containers suspended in formaldehyde, each housing a human organ, an unsettling sight reminiscent of a deranged collector's domain. Lin Weixian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he scrutinized Han Xiao. "The organization has finally entrusted you to me," he proclaimed eagerly. "Once I dissect you, I shall uncover the reasons for your uniqueness among the test subjects. Once I extract your value, your remains will serve as my first specimen, a truly momentous occasion." Han Xiao remained as silent as a stone, his expression obscured in the shadows. "Guard, restrain him. Do not allow him to disrupt my experiment," Lin Weixian commanded, turning his back to them as he retrieved an array of oddly shaped surgical instruments from his toolbox, tools that had undoubtedly sliced through countless bodies, emanating an unsettling glint. Suddenly, Lin Weixian heard a dull thud behind him, a sound that aroused his curiosity. He turned to find Han Xiao unexpectedly looming over him, casting a shadow that consumed his vision. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced his chest. He glanced down to see a dagger embedded deep within his heart. Strength dissipated rapidly, and the surgical instruments clattered to the ground. Lin Weixian's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he met Han Xiao's gaze. Those eyes, which once appeared perpetually dull, now glinted with a razor-like sharpness, plunging him into an icy abyss. His gaze drifted past Han Xiao's form, landing on the guard sprawled on the floor, his neck grotesquely twisted, the remnants of life convulsing in a reflexive spasm. Lin Weixian's mind raced, grappling with disbelief. He had witnessed Zero's transformation from inception to indoctrination. Where had the plan unraveled? The surveillance cameras. With a flicker of hope, he glanced toward the corner where the cameras were positioned. Give up hope, Han Xiao said coolly. The people in the surveillance room are all dead. Such a tone could not belong to the dull-witted Zero. Lin Weixian trembled, his face pale as death, summoning his last reserves of strength to croak, You were pretending all this time? Han Xiao nodded. That's impossible. Everyone was deceived by you. Lin Weixian gasped, incredulous. In this world, nothing is impossible. Han Xiao twisted the dagger with force. Lin Weixian, filled with resentment and shock, collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, forever unable to close them. I am, however, your creator. He could hardly believe, even in death, that he would fall into the hands of Han Xiao. 008 Society, my brother Xiao, ruthless and eloquent. Han Xiao donned the guard's uniform and departed from Lin Weixian's laboratory. Many within the base were aware of his removal by Lin Weixian. Thus he could not reveal his true identity for the time being. 4 individuals had left a profound impression on him. Hyla, number 1, Lin Weixian, and Baroda. The first 2 were not present in the base, and he had eliminated Lin Weixian as well. As long as he did not encounter Baroda, he would remain relatively safe. The entrance to the underground laboratory was an imposing 80-centimeter thick door made of special alloy, impervious to any explosives from the armory. The sole means of access was through an electronic entry system, to which only 3 identity cards were granted access, one belonging to Lin Weixian himself. A pristine white card now lay quietly in the pocket of Han Xiao's jacket. However, a sentry stood guard beside the entry, and the dormitory for the guards was located on the lower level. Each individual there was familiar with the 3 cardholders, making it impossible for him to pass unnoticed. Adjacent to the sentry was an emergency closing mechanism. Pulling the lever would manually shut down the entry system, sealing the door completely. Should Han Xiao brazenly approach with the white card, he would find himself trapped, surrounded within 10 seconds. At that point, he would be akin to a fish in a barrel, a single bullet capable of inflicting considerable damage, and if he were to be targeted, he might last a mere 0.8 seconds. A rather heroic demise, indeed. I shall keep this version as a potential option. Han Xiao's plan was to sever communications, granting himself a few hours of precious time. This was the most prudent course of action. Initially, the strategy had been to disrupt the energy supply. However, the entry system was powered, and cutting off the energy would cease operations. The communication signal transmitter was hidden within the walls of the 3rd underground level, necessitating the use of a mechanical arm to breach the wall. The mechanical modification room was situated on the 2nd underground level, requiring Han Xiao to return to retrieve his equipment. Yet, plans are often disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. When he was merely 50 meters from the mechanical modification room, a large hand suddenly reached out, pressing against his chest. Han Xiao's gaze sharpened. His assailant was none other than Baroda. What a stroke of bad luck. In such a vast base, how could he encounter Baroda, the very person he wished to avoid most? Whom could he blame for this misfortune? Was Murphy truly the embodiment of fate? Which team are you from? I've never seen you before, Baroda inquired, bewildered. Han Xiao lowered his head, adjusting his hat to obscure his features. I'm new, part of Team B. Baroda's expression turned skeptical. When did we get a new recruit? I don't recall hearing about it. I feel like I've heard your voice somewhere before. Lift your head. Let me see your face. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Xiao noticed Baroda's hand moving towards the gun at his waist, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The 3 guards nearby, sensing something amiss, also began to approach. What to do? If discovered, Baroda would undoubtedly inform Lin Weixian, and upon finding Lin Weixian's corpse, his actions would be exposed. Should he have dismembered the body before leaving? No. For the sake of his appetite in the coming days, such actions were best avoided. To perish here? He must banish such thoughts. Confidence was essential in any endeavor. There was no need to contemplate failure before even attempting success. Troublesome. I had hoped to avoid utilizing Plan B. What are you saying? Baroda did not catch that. Suddenly, Han Xiao lifted his head, revealing a dangerous smile. I've been meaning to tell you, you donkey's rear. It's time you saw a psychologist. 0. Seizing the moment of Baroda's shock, Han Xiao struck first, driving his dagger forcefully into Baroda's chest. Baroda's pupils constricted as he instinctively leaned back, the blade grazing his jaw and slicing through flesh, drawing forth a stream of blood. Fire! The 3 guards hastily drew their weapons, but they had drawn too close, within less than 3 meters of Han Xiao. This proximity was ill-suited for gunplay. Han Xiao lunged forward, crossing the 3-meter distance, his fist crashing into the face of the foremost guard with tremendous force. Had there been a slow-motion replay, the impact would have sent ripples across the struck face. -48. The sheer power of the blow left the guard dazed, stumbling into his companions. And the 3 fell to the ground. Han Xiao decisively turned and sprinted towards the mechanical modification room with the speed of a 50-meter dash. Gunfire erupting behind him as bullets whizzed past, sparking against the walls. Baroda, clutching his bleeding jaw, wore a grim expression as he raised his weapon, shooting furiously at Han Xiao, who was now fleeing. All agents, respond immediately. Reinforce the second-level mechanical modification room. Target 0. The test subject has gone rogue. Baroda shouted into his miniature intercom at the collar. The patrolling guards across the levels exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what they had just heard. 0 has gone rogue. That can't be right. Wasn't that test subject brainwashed? Is this a drill? You fool, I heard gunfire. The bullets whistled past him, and a sense of crisis prickled at Han Xiao's back. Suddenly, he entered an exceptionally calm state, his focus sharpening. His mind was as cold as ice, his rationale detached. Countless pieces of information converged in his mind, transforming the world around him into an intricate web, reminiscent of a spider's silk, where everything was interconnected. In 2 seconds, he could reach the mechanical modification room, while Baroda would take 7 seconds to catch up. The 3 guards posed no threat within 2 seconds, and reinforcements would arrive between 25 to 35 seconds. Han Xiao had experienced countless battles, and his extensive combat knowledge enabled him to maintain this state. He zigzagged, fully concentrating on evading the gunfire. Baroda relentlessly pursued him, unconcerned with the reasons behind Zero's rebellion. He understood his duty was to capture Han Xiao, even allowing for lethal force if necessary. Act first, explain later. Interesting, the little toy wishes to resist, Baroda sneered, licking the blood from his chin. This is the death you chose. Despite Han Xiao's surprise attack, Baroda remained confidently assured. A seasoned operative with 2 decades of experience, he believed Zero, despite his remarkable learning ability, had only undergone 6 months of training. How could he withstand Baroda's onslaught? Moreover, it appeared that Zero was now panicking. Han Xiao burst into the mechanical modification room and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Choosing to hide in a room. A dead end. You're too naive. Baroda's wicked smile spread as he rushed to the door, preparing to kick it down and swiftly reload his weapon, ready to unleash a barrage upon entry. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The door exploded into a myriad of fragments. A metallic fist, gleaming in a silvery hue, crashed through, the sound of engines roaring. The steel fist struck Baroda's chest with tremendous force. -95. The dull crack of bones echoed. Baroda was sent flying like a rag doll, colliding violently with the wall, fracturing several ribs. His gun was sent flying from his grasp, and he spat blood, staring in horror at the transformed Han Xiao. At that moment, Han Xiao wielded a lightweight exoskeleton arm, resembling a colossal gauntlet, encasing his arm, with gears and joints whirring, emitting a mechanical whine. The exposed pipes belched forth clouds of engine smoke, swirling around his arm like dark clouds. What in the world is that? Baroda gasped, eyes wide with terror. Not far away, 3 guards aimed their weapons, but Han Xiao was quicker, raising his enhanced version of the 73-style Wasp, firing 2 rounds. His agility enhanced his accuracy, and the skill provided precision correction. Han Xiao's marksmanship was astonishing, as the bullets struck 2 guards in their eye sockets and throats, hitting vital areas and triggering fatal damage, resulting in their immediate deaths. The 3rd guard fired, the bullet whistling through the air as Han Xiao quickly raised his mechanical arm. With a resounding clang, the projectile ricocheted off the outer armor of the arm. Lightweight power arm, left, lost 8 durability points. Han Xiao retaliated with a shot, sending the 3rd assailant to his demise. In his final moments, the guard's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the silent and unassuming subject Zero could exhibit such ferocity. Was it not said that test subjects had been brainwashed? Such deception. The corridor fell silent, leaving only Han Xiao and Baroda. The nearest reinforcements would take approximately 30 seconds to arrive. Han Xiao maneuvered his mechanical arm and stated calmly, I have a strong desire to personally snap your neck. As a gesture of gratitude for the 420 wounds you have inflicted upon me over the past 6 months. Boloda's gaze was fierce as he spat out a mouthful of blood, drawing a dagger from his military boot, crouching low, poised to pounce at any moment. He sneered. That punch from earlier had some power, but if you think you can defeat me with this broken machinery, you are sorely mistaken. Prove it to me. 30 seconds is ample time for me to kill you 10 times over. With a roar, Boloda lunged forward with his dagger, akin to a leopard on the hunt. Han Xiao positioned his mechanical arm in front of him, bracing for the brutal collision. Sparks flew as the dagger scraped against the armor. And in the instant they passed each other, Boloda twisted his body, unleashing a kick aimed at Han Xiao's knee, reminiscent of a scorpion's sting. The technique was lethal, and having undergone rigorous training under Hela, Han Xiao anticipated Boloda's move. Reacting swiftly, he struck backward with his mechanical arm, connecting solidly with Boloda's calf, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a bone fracturing. -87. The power level of the mechanical arm stood at 38, combined with Han Xiao's own energy level, nearly reaching the standard of an E-class superhuman. The lightweight power arm doubled Han Xiao's offensive capability, even without overwhelming force. Each strike dealt approximately 90 points of damage, a substantial amount. Boloda's health was slightly above 300, bolstered by his trained expertise, yet after the earlier punch that had broken through the door, his vitality had dipped below half. The data mirrored reality as Boloda began to weaken. With a muffled groan, Boloda pressed on through the pain, thrusting his dagger towards Han Xiao's eyes, though his movements had slowed, ultimately being grasped firmly by the mechanical arm. Impossible! How can I lose to you? Boloda roared with indignation, desperate to retaliate. Just as his words fell, darkness enveloped him as Han Xiao's mechanical hand pressed against his head, forcefully slamming it into the wall. The sheer brutality of the force suppressed his roar into a strangled gasp. With a thunderous crash, debris scattered, and flesh flew. Han Xiao's eyes gleamed coldly as he yanked Boloda's head against the wall, carving a deep crimson gash. The skin and flesh of Boloda's face, grinding against the wall, became a grotesque blur. Releasing his grip, Boloda crumpled to the ground like a lifeless heap, devoid of any breath, stripped of the bravado he had displayed moments before. I apologize, I did not snap your neck. Would you like to rise so I may kill you once more? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Boloda offered no response, nor would he have the chance to do so. You have slain Boloda, the deputy supervisor of the Valkyrie laboratory, and gained 1,500 experience points. With both Lin Weixian and Boloda, the two individuals he despised most, having fallen by his hand, Han Xiao felt as though he had indulged in a refreshing ice cream on a sweltering summer day, enveloped in a sense of comfort and exhilaration. The fierce battle unfolded as groups A and B of the guards arrived on the second floor, gazing in horror at the disfigured body of Boloda. The deputy commander had been murdered. What transpired here? Where did the enemy go? Why was there no response from the surveillance room? They needed to report to Dr. Lin Weixian immediately. Group C discovered the lifeless form of Dr. Lin Weixian. My heavens, all the guards gasped, their faces etched with shock. Was this destruction wrought by the seemingly powerless Subject Zero? The entire base was in disarray, with significant leaders either gone or deceased. And the guards were bewildered to find that no orders had been issued. Wasn't that test subject brainwashed? Could it be that he had harbored hostility all along, waiting for the right moment to strike? Realizing the possibility, the guards were suddenly struck with fear as they recognized that Han Xiao, who had been masquerading in the shadows, was like a dagger poised above them, capable of taking their lives at any moment, akin to a hidden assassin, while they had remained blissfully unaware, neglecting his presence. Each guard was instantly gripped by dread, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Remain calm. There is but one enemy. Conduct a thorough search, and free fire is authorized. Group A, head to the armory. Group B, assess the situation in the surveillance room. Group C, secure the experimental data in the laboratory. Group D, guard the main entrance. Regardless of what Subject Zero intends to do, if he seeks to escape, he will undoubtedly head for the main door. Move. In this critical moment, the captain of Group A seized command, his mind clear as he issued orders with authority. The instructions were explicit, and the guards immediately sprang into action. The base's 60 armed personnel were divided into 4 groups: A, B, C, and D, each stationed in various positions, ready to assemble swiftly in the event of an emergency. However, Han Xiao had meticulously prepared multiple contingency plans for various scenarios. Suddenly, a muffled explosion reverberated from below, sending tremors through the ground. The captain of Group A exclaimed in alarm. What just happened? The intercom crackled with the sounds of intense gunfire, mingled with urgent shouts. Group C has encountered the enemy in the laboratory. Repeat, Group C has encountered the enemy. Damn it, Subject 0 has detonated a grenade. And the laboratory is ablaze. Where did he acquire a grenade? The captain of Group A seethed with rage. He and his team were stationed outside the armory, and no one had come to assist. Reinforcements, we need reinforcements immediately. Which group is closest? We're in Group B, currently on the 3rd underground level. The surveillance room is compromised, and we are en route to the firefight. In the underground 3rd level, Xiao concealed himself around the corner. Observing the laboratory 10 meters away, now engulfed in thick black smoke and fierce flames, he had detonated 3 grenades tied together, incinerating Valkyrie's experimental data. Meanwhile, over a dozen guards from Group C were firing at the corner where he hid. After killing Belota, Xiao did not rush towards the main entrance, but instead retreated in the opposite direction to the 3rd underground level. He understood the guards would undoubtedly have laid a trap, commencing a thorough search from the upper levels, and charging recklessly would only lead to ambush. Since his stealthy escape plan had failed, Xiao was compelled to alter his strategy. The laboratory, situated on the 3rd underground level, housed all experimental data and was the core area of the base. Destroying it would significantly disrupt the enemy's operations. What, you may ask, where did his grenades come from? He had meticulously examined all the equipment in the armory, pilfering a bit of gunpowder and steel balls during his research process to secretly craft new grenades. It was not a daunting task at all. With a total of 77 pistol bullets and 5 homemade grenades, Xiao checked his gear. His firepower was limited. He quickly peered around the corner, only to retract immediately as bullets whizzed past. Had he hesitated for even half a second, he would have been hit by 2 or 3 rounds. 12 guards were armed with 3 light N9 submachine guns and 9 Type 73 Hornet pistols. Their firepower surpassed his. As he glanced around, a minute had passed since the attack on the laboratory, and Group B would arrive within 3 minutes, leaving him with little time. Logically, he shouldn't have been aware of this, but Xiao had picked up a walkie-talkie from a fallen guard, thus learning of the enemy's deployment. The sudden turn of events caught the guards off guard, and they had yet to realize the walkie-talkie had betrayed their movements. Xiao activated a grenade and hurled it away. The explosion erupted, prompting Group C's guards to scramble for cover, momentarily halting their gunfire. This was the opportunity he sought. With a resolute countenance, Xiao's mechanical arm shielded him as he charged forward, swiftly closing the distance between them. As the smoke lingered, Xiao burst through it. Reaching a guard before him, his mechanical fist struck the guard's abdomen, causing the latter to expel a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The punch sapping over half the target's life force and shattering their combat capability. Fire! Shoot! The gunfire erupted as Xiao pressed against the guard's body for cover. The other guards, unyielding, opened fire without hesitation, blood spurting from the guard's back as he was transformed into a mangled mass. Using the human shield, Xiao successfully closed the distance, rampaging through the guards like a tiger among sheep, his mechanical arm roaring as he felled 3 foes with brutal strikes. Group C's guards hastily dispersed, creating distance. Xiao rolled and used his mechanical arm to deflect bullets that ricocheted off metal, his endurance rapidly depleting. He drew his pistol and retaliated, emptying an entire magazine and killing 3 guards on the spot. At that moment, pain suddenly shot through his arm and thigh. You were hit in the right arm by a Type 73 Hornet pistol. You sustained 17 points of damage. You were hit in the left leg by a light N9 submachine gun. You sustained 21 points of damage. You were shot. You are in a state of slight bleeding, losing 1 life point per second for 15 seconds. Please bandage your wounds promptly. X2 gunshot wounds have a high likelihood of causing bleeding effects, which can be quite troublesome in the early stages. Xiao's gaze sharpened. He had anticipated this, and he felt a twinge of gratitude for Belota's torment, which had accustomed him to pain. Injury did not hinder his actions. With no time to find cover and waste time shooting back, he gritted his teeth and tossed another grenade. The agents quickly dropped to the ground, and the gunfire ceased once more. Boom! The explosion sound pierced Xiao's eardrums painfully, and he let out a growl, charging out again. 1 minute later, all guards from Group C lay dead beneath his lightweight mechanical arm, the cost being 5 gunshot wounds. After the battle concluded, he hastily bandaged his wounds, having lost a total of 110 life points, more than a third of his health. Once out of combat, his life points would recover at an exceptionally slow rate. Engaging directly had proven costly, if only he had active skills instead of merely basic combat and shooting, which only provided passive bonuses. Shaking his head, Xiao retrieved the walkie-talkie. Group C, please respond. What is the situation? Xiao feigned a hoarse voice. Cough, cough. Group C has suffered heavy casualties. We have cornered the target in the laboratory, and the target has been shot. Hurry and provide reinforcements. He then picked up a fallen submachine gun and fired indiscriminately, creating the illusion of fierce gunfire. Okay, hold on. Group B is en route. The enemy suspected nothing. Han Zhao's carefully crafted image of being taciturn had deeply ingrained itself in their minds, and they never anticipated he would resort to such tactics. Han Xiao tied the remaining 3 grenades together and affixed them to the laboratory door, connecting a thin line to the pin. Creating a simple booby trap, an explosion would trigger upon opening the door. Subsequently, a table was positioned horizontally as a makeshift barricade. Swiftly, a multitude of magazines was scavenged from the surrounding corpses, allowing for the reloading of 3 submachine guns, which were placed conveniently nearby. Armed with a pistol, he fired sporadically to fabricate the illusion of a firefight, crouching behind the cover and awaiting the enemy's forced entry. The cacophony of footsteps grew louder, culminating in a resounding crash as the door was kicked open. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames surged forth, and shockwaves scattered shards of glass, bullet casings, and debris across the floor, mingled with several anguished cries. Without hesitation, Han Xiao seized a submachine gun in each hand, utilizing the veil of dust to dash towards the doorway. With the barrels protruding into the corridor, he unleashed a barrage of fire against the walls on either side. The acrid smoke obscured visibility as the dull thuds of bullets striking flesh reverberated, continuing until the magazines were emptied and silence enveloped the surroundings. The standard method for breaching a door typically involves one individual kicking it in while others take cover beside it. Although Team B had been fortunate enough to evade the initial volley of grenades, they could not escape the ensuing gunfire. The kill notifications on the screen cascaded like a waterfall, revealing that Team B had nearly been annihilated, leaving only 3 guards gasping for breath in a pool of blood. Upon seeing Han Xiao emerge from the haze, their eyes widened in disbelief and horror. Could this be the same nondescript and taciturn specimen Zero? Han Xiao dispatched the 3 remaining guards with 3 precise shots, sending them back to their origins. What on earth is happening? What's the situation? Demanded the captain of Team A. Han Xiao casually picked up several firearms and discharged them haphazardly, feigning panic as he exclaimed, Team B is under ambush. Engaged in combat with the enemy in the laboratory. Requesting reinforcements. Team A promptly mobilized for support. The captain of Team A was taken aback, leading his team down to the 3rd floor laboratory, his mind plagued with unease, sensing that he had overlooked a crucial detail. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to urgently declare, everyone, be on high alert. Zero may have infiltrated our communication network. From now on, all actions must adhere to my directives. The team members' expressions shifted dramatically as they considered the possibility that Zero had acquired a radio. It was precisely due to Han Zhao's previous reticence that this vulnerability had been overlooked. If Zero had indeed secured a radio, then the distress signal from Team B might have been a ruse. Throughout the ordeal, the remaining members of Team B had remained silent. An astonishing hypothesis dawned on the captain of Team A. Could it be that both Teams B and C had been completely eradicated by Zero? A shiver ran down his spine. If that were the case, it would mean that Zero single-handedly decimated half of the base's defensive force. He was reluctant to entertain such a notion. Nevertheless, every clue pointed to an undeniable truth, no matter how implausible it seemed. He was nearly certain that the members of Team B were merely impersonated by Zero, with the intent of luring Team A into a trap. Or perhaps Zero aimed solely to divert Team A. Seeking an escape through the front door? The captain of Team A quickly inquired, D-Team, report. Is there any unusual activity at the front door? None for the moment. The captain of Team A exhaled in relief. They could not allow Zero to manipulate their actions. With half the guards fallen, the situation was spiraling out of control. It was unrealistic to hope for the remaining personnel to eliminate Zero. Immediate communication with Ms. Hella was imperative. Team A, fall back to the front door immediately. Having made his decision, the captain resolved to gather all available personnel to secure the door, awaiting reinforcements from the organization. This was the most prudent course of action, a strategy devoid of risk. Regardless of Zero's intentions, as long as he could not escape, it would result in an inescapable demise. The Night Owl Team A retraced their steps, arriving at the main gate to converge with Team D. It appeared that Team B and C had likely perished, compelling me to call for reinforcements and hold steadfast at the exit. The leader of Team A glanced over the 31 guards present, each weapon aimed at the corridor. Should Subject Zero make an appearance, they could unleash a metallic tempest, rendering the target into mere fragments in an instant. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over the leader of Team A. Wait, weren't we supposed to be 30? Beep. The access control lit up with a green glow, and the gate abruptly swung open. Everyone turned in confusion to see a black-clad agent with a tactical backpack standing beside the door, brandishing a white card. With a casual flick of the finger beneath the brim of their cap, the agent turned and whistled cheerfully to the crowd. Goodbye. In a swift motion, the individual yanked the locking mechanism, rolled away, and evaded the closing door just before it locked. All the guards stood frozen, bewildered, as if turned to stone. The leader of Team A felt a vein throb on his forehead. The locked door seemed to mock him silently. When did Subject Zero manage to infiltrate? The imposing 80-centimeter thick alloy door thunderously slammed shut. Finally free. The long-awaited sunlight bathed him warmly, dissipating the pent-up tension within. As he surveyed the sky, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The radiant sun hung high, casting light upon the canvas of white clouds and blue sky, where the silhouettes of several planets could be discerned, some near, some far. The closest even revealed craters, all of which were sources of the sea blue planet's moonlight, refracting the starlight during the night. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air invigorated his senses, and the scent of freedom filled Han Xiao with elation. Throughout the ordeal, Han Xiao never intended to confront the guards directly. Despite the base being at its most vulnerable, the capacity to win was secondary. Should the guards suffer significant losses and lose all hope, the Sentinels would undoubtedly activate the locking mechanism without hesitation. Even if he transformed into Rambo and eliminated all the guards, once the door was locked, his escape plan would be rendered futile, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Disguising himself as a member of Team B to lure Team A away, he had stripped a relatively clean uniform from the corpses strewn about, stowed his lightweight powered arm in his tactical backpack, and concealed himself in a blind spot between the second and third floors. A place difficult to spot unless one actively searched for it. The guards, having grown complacent in their secure environment, exhibited low alertness, something Han Xiao was well aware of. With Team A preoccupied with support, he quietly trailed behind them, keeping a low profile with his cap pulled down. The guards of Team A clearly did not anticipate Han Xiao's audacity. Who would count their comrades in such circumstances? At that moment, no one noticed the additional figure trailing at the rear. Thus, Han Xiao followed Team A to the main gate, and when the guards' attention wavered, he stealthily approached the door, enacting a clever ruse that would lock the guards inside the base. This was a perilous gamble. Any misstep could result in being riddled with bullets from dozens of guns at close range. If given a choice, he would have preferred not to take such risks. Yet, the original plan had been thwarted by Belota, forcing him into a corner where he deemed a 50% success rate worth the attempt. Surrounded by abandoned farmlands, Han Xiao discovered tire tracks leading away from an off-road vehicle. Following the tracks, he located a garage containing several sleek, black, armored SUVs. Their keys conveniently hanging by the door, ready for use, an opportune moment for him. With reinforcements potentially on the horizon, lingering was not an option. Escaping the laboratory was merely the first step. A relentless pursuit would inevitably follow. He tossed the bag containing the mechanical arm into the passenger seat, grabbed the keys, and ignited the engine, his hands gliding over the leather steering wheel. With a firm press on the accelerator, the powerful engine roared to life. The SUV bolting like a wild dog, crashing through the farm's fence and barreling down the dirt road into the woods. Han Xiao was unfamiliar with the terrain, relying solely on instinct to choose a direction. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk helicopter was in the air. Hella's phone rang, and she frowned as she answered. Who is it? Hella supervisor. There's a crisis at the base. Subject Zero has gone rogue, killing over 30 guards, Belota and Dr. Lin Weixian, and destroying the experimental data. The leader of Team A spoke with a tone of despair. They were undeniably responsible for this debacle. If they failed to inform the supervisor, not only would their future be jeopardized, but their very lives would be at stake. Not to mention, their comrades remained trapped in the base, locked in with no one to open the door. Would they merely wait in a standoff until the end of time? Hella's expression turned to shock. Are you joking? I personally brainwashed Subject Zero. Was it all just an act? The conditioning of other test subjects had shown no issues. Had she been deceived from the beginning? Hella hurriedly contacted the leader, relaying Team A's message. The leader's breathing grew heavy over the line, suppressing his fury. Turn around immediately and pursue. Hella was reluctant. But my sister silence. You have no right to negotiate with me. Gritting her teeth, Hella reluctantly barked at the pilot. Turn around. Back to the base. Hella executive. The aircraft needs to land for refueling first. Hurry. The Night Owl team received the leader's orders midway, several SUVs retracing their path, reopening the base's gates, while the agents locked inside emerged, disheveled and confused. Upon witnessing the devastation within the base, Agent 1's face contorted with rage. disbelief mingling in his expression as he pointed an accusing finger at the leader of Team A. You couldn't stop a single person with all of you? Is there a traitor among us? He found it inconceivable that he could not succeed, nor could he believe Han Xiao capable of such feats. The guards' expressions shifted dramatically. None could bear the weight of betrayal against the organization. Enough. The leader has commanded us to pursue. Silver Dagger interjected coldly, ushering the Night Owl members into the vehicles. Wait. Our test subject team is coming too, Agent 1 declared loudly, climbing into 2 other vehicles with his team. He had always considered himself the flawless subject, looking down upon Han Xiao, the preceding code name. However, Han Xiao's achievements forced him into self-doubt, leaving him agitated. Agent 1 believed that only by defeating Han Xiao could he prove his worth to the organization. Throughout the entire ordeal, the Night Owl team paid no heed to the surviving guards, their indifferent attitude clearly suggesting they regarded the guards as inept, incapable of halting Han Xiao, merely a bunch of useless individuals. The guards bristled with indignation. Once they encountered Subject Zero, they would understand the true nature of the threat they faced. In fact, some guards silently hoped for Subject Zero's successful escape, should even the Night Owl team fail. Their own errors would seem justifiable by comparison. As night fell, glimpses of several small asteroids glimmered with a faint blue light through the gaps in the trees, their various shapes embodying a delicate mystique. The starry sky was resplendent, a breathtaking sight. Each celestial body possessed a unique environmental style, and in past lives, there were leisure enthusiasts who adored interstellar travel, capturing the beauty of different planets in photographs and compiling them into albums that sold out on official forums. At this moment, the moonlight struggled to penetrate the trees, rendering visibility poor. Han Xiao drove cautiously, fearful of colliding with the trees. The darkness worked against him, the engine noise betraying his location, preventing him from increasing his speed. Driving at night posed significant challenges. Perhaps walking would be a better option. Han Xiao resolved to abandon his vehicle, turning off the engine and removing the keys. In the absence of the engine's roar, the forest's silence enveloped him, with the shadows of trees under the moonlight resembling elusive specters, creating an atmosphere of mystery. You have acquired military rations X5, bottled water X3. The trunk of the car contains several bottles of water and military rations, all of which Han Xiao hastily stowed in his bag before venturing into the woods alone. The vehicle had left tracks on the forest path, and with no means to erase the evidence, he could only change direction and flee on foot. Without the car, the night became his cloak of concealment. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and his stamina was nearly depleted, yet Han Xiao dared not rest. He had not yet completely escaped danger. After a considerable distance, the distant roar of engines reached his ears, prompting him to swiftly hide behind a tree, cautiously peering out. He discerned 6 beams of headlights flickering among the trees, diverging into 3 distinct paths. 3 enemy vehicles. Han Xiao pressed his lips together, realizing that by abandoning his car, he had deprived the adversaries of a lead, forcing them to split up in their pursuit. He stealthily maneuvered towards another direction. Suddenly, the stillness of the night was shattered by the crack of a gunshot. An alarm surged through Han Xiao's mind as he dropped to the ground, feeling a searing pain in his shoulder. A glance revealed a bloody scratch on his right shoulder, with a tree trunk over 10 meters away having been pierced by a bullet. A vehicle had halted more than 300 meters away, and the entire Night Owl squad disembarked, sporting sleek black visors. The shooter was none other than their captain, Silverblade, brandishing a sniper rifle. 6 laser sights. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback by their garb, quickly realizing they were equipped with night vision goggles. Cursing his misfortune, he hurriedly concealed himself behind the tree. You have been grazed by the SWP sniper rifle on your right shoulder. You have sustained 18 points of damage. Goodness. Merely being grazed by the sniper rifle inflicted damage comparable to that of a handgun. You have entered combat mode. Based on your level, you have gained detailed information about the enemy. Night Owl Agent, total level, 15 profession, Agent, LV10, Elite Agent, LV5 attributes, Strength 18, Agility 15, Endurance 25, Intelligence 10, Mystery 3, Charisma 8, Luck 1 Energy, 0 Energy Capacity, 40 Health Points, 350 Special Traits, Well Trained, increases base health by 100 points. Pain Insensitivity, combat effectiveness is not diminished by injury, skills, Basic Combat LV4, Basic Shooting LV5, Precision Shooting LV2, Sniping LV1, Captain's Configuration, Equipment, SWP Sniper Rifle, Captain's Configuration Quality, Gray, Large Caliber Sniper Rifle, Attack Power 70 to 88, Rate of Fire 0, 5 rounds S, Magazine Capacity 5 rounds. Output energy capacity 30, usage requirement, mastery of sniping, LV1. Thermal imaging night vision goggles, quality gray, essential for night operations. Type 73 Wasp handgun, quality gray. Small caliber portable firearm, attack power 28 to 35, rate of fire 1 rounds S, magazine capacity 10 rounds. Output energy capacity 13, G-type fragmentation grenade. X3 inflicts 50 to 80 points of explosive damage in a 20-meter radius, with a chance of causing multiple injuries. Output energy capacity 45, Jason submachine gun, quality gray, attack power 36 to 42, single fire rate 5 rounds S, burst fire rate 4 rounds S. Theoretical maximum rate of fire 10 rounds S, overheating after 3 seconds. Magazine capacity 30 rounds. Output energy capacity 33. Kyra light body armor, quality gray, range defense 10 to 12. Durability 50. Alloy dagger, quality gray, attack power 8 to 12, length 0, 28 meters. These 6 Night Owl agents were elite foes. Although their total level was lower than his, they possessed advanced second-tier combat specialties, boasting high attribute panels and being fully armed. This was troublesome. Han Zhao's expression turned grave. In a world where emotions linger, the fragile essence of life hangs on a mere 130 durability points of a lightweight power arm, an enhanced version of the 73 style Hornet handgun, a light N9 submachine gun, and 15 magazines. This constitutes Han Zhao's entire fortune. In stark contrast to the well-equipped Night Owl squad, his possessions seem woefully inadequate, evoking a sense of melancholy within him. With a sharp crack, a sniper rifle fires once more, a searing bullet whizzing through the trees that conceal him. Narrowly missing its mark, Han Xiao silently laments his situation. The enemy possesses night vision goggles, whereas he can only ascertain their position by the fleeting glow of his gun's muzzle. The sniper's firepower is formidable, and given his health, he fears that 3 shots would spell his demise. With 18 free attribute points remaining, he resolutely allocates 14 to stamina and 4 to strength, prioritizing survival while ensuring that his strikes against the Night Owl agents are devastating. He recognizes that exchanging fire with the enemy plays to their strengths. Thus, engaging in close combat, though perilous, presents a viable opportunity. In such dire circumstances, attempting to flee would only expose him to danger. The enemy's night vision grants them a significant advantage, leaving him with no escape unless he annihilates them all. With his strength reaching 29 points, coupled with the mechanical arm's 10 effect, he achieves a forceful advantage, boosting his stamina to 36 and his health to 460. The enhancements significantly increase his vitality, equating to an immediate gain of 140 health points, an essential boon. Previously, he had recuperated some health during his escape, bringing his vitality close to 400 points, a state that remains relatively stable. Observing the Night Owl squad's formation, he notes their strategy to prevent his escape, forming a fan-shaped encirclement without tightly coordinated support. The sparse enemy formation, the wooded environment, and the cover of darkness yield a mere 5 to 8 seconds of support intervals. Thus, he is afforded only a fleeting moment for close combat. Should he fail to eliminate his chosen target swiftly, he will undoubtedly find himself trapped. Having dispatched numerous enemies within the base and with his prior experience reserves, he now possesses a total of 116,000 experience points. With life hanging in the balance, he has no time for hesitation and invests all his experience into combat skills. Grabbing skill upgraded to LV5, increasing 7 counterattack rate and 10 unarmed attack power. Basic combat upgraded to LV8, increasing 8 unarmed attack power. With basic combat reaching level 8 and grabbing surpassing level 3, please select one of the following advanced skills: Special Combat, Jujitsu, or Iron Fist. The Special Combat skill leans towards explosive bursts, assassinations, and weapon utilization. Jujitsu focuses on grappling and submission. Iron Fist enhances striking power and resilience. At this moment, Han Xiao most desperately requires explosive power. Acquired advanced skill, Special Combat LV1, increases 6 close combat critical hit rate and 4 unarmed attack power. With his experience exhausted, his close combat prowess surges by nearly 15. Han Xiao feels an instinctive mastery over various combat techniques, his movements fluid and refined. Alas, he lacks combat-type active skills that harness his energy. Han Xiao silently regrets this, understanding that early mechanical skills are scarce and do not effectively utilize energy. The true utility of energy lies in active skill deployment. Exerting physical stamina allows for rapid energy recovery, aligning with the concept of energy being extracted from cells. The timing of skill usage, energy restoration, and the avoidance of waste are critical nuances that can sway the outcome of a battle, demanding the finesse of a seasoned expert. Equipped with the lightweight power arm, he resembles a crouched leopard, taking deep breaths to fill his lungs with air. Oxygen permeates through the alveoli into his bloodstream, enhancing his physical state to its zenith. In the next heartbeat, Han Xiao propels himself forward with the explosive force of a cheetah. Dashing towards his predetermined target, the Night Owl agent stationed at the far left of their formation, the one closest to him. As he leaps forth, gunfire erupts. 6 Jason submachine guns converge their fire upon him, the bullets churning up the earth around him. The forest serves as a natural shield. Han Xiao raises his mechanical arm defensively, weaving around the trees to evade a barrage of shots, while his other hand brandishes the submachine gun, suppressing the Night Owl squad's firepower, the acrid scent of burnt gunpowder filling his nostrils. In 3 seconds, he closes the distance to his target. With a flick of his wrist, he hurls the submachine gun, diverting the Night Owl agent's aim, and his mechanical arm delivers a crushing blow against the agent's hastily raised arms, resulting in a sickening crack as bone meets metal. The Night Owl agent, gritting through the pain, draws his handgun to fire at Han Xiao's head. However, Han Xiao's agility is no mere facade. He reacts with lightning speed. Seizing the gun's muzzle with his iron hand, the bullet crushed within his grip. With his right hand, he ensnares the agent's arm under his armpit and yanks fiercely, disrupting the enemy's balance. The agent stumbles into his embrace, and Han Xiao seizes the moment to deliver a powerful knee strike to the enemy's lower region. Feeling the unmistakable deformation beneath his knee, you've struck the enemy's critical point, inflicting double critical damage. The enemy is immobilized for 2 seconds. Though he cannot discern the expression behind the Night Owl agent's goggles, the scream that escapes them confirms the efficacy of his strike. In this life-or-death moment, Han Xiao pays no heed to the brutality of his methods. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashes a relentless barrage of knee strikes to the agent's vulnerable area. Thud, thud, thud. -78. -81. -84. The poor fellow writhes in agony. My apologies, brother, but I can sense your distress. It's not my design that body armor fails to protect such fragile parts. The enemy's health plummets like a dam bursting, and with one final elbow strike, he shatters the agent's fragile throat. The Night Owl agent collapses, a nauseating stench wafting up, suggesting a foul mixture within his trousers. Just as Han Xiao begins to revel in his success, a searing pain erupts in his back, prompting him to drop and hide behind a nearby tree with the corpse. You have been struck in the back by an SWP sniper rifle, taking 68 points of damage. You have suffered a gunshot wound, entering a state of moderate bleeding, losing 3 health points per second for 15 seconds. Please apply a bandage promptly. With formidable foes closing in, there is no time for bandaging. Han Xiao's face pales from the pain. This bullet has significantly depleted his health. Damn it! The remaining 5 Night Owl agents, clearly enraged by the brutal slaying of their comrade, swiftly close in, their weapons blazing, sending splinters flying as Han Xiao struggles to expose himself. He quickly scavenges the fallen Night Owl agent's gear, donning a bulletproof vest that should afford him protection from a shot or two. His most valuable acquisition is 3 G-type fragmentation grenades, an excellent asset. He tosses one without hesitation. Boom. The explosion resonates, forcing the enemy to scramble for cover, and the suffocating gunfire abruptly ceases. Take that. Han Xiao seethes with resentment, hurling another grenade, causing the 5 agents to duck for cover once more. He throws a third dark object, and the agents instinctively drop, only to realize after a 2-second pause that it is merely a rock, not a grenade. The realization dawns upon them too late, and Han Xiao seizes the opportunity to charge forth, wielding his submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire without concern for overheating the barrel, emptying a magazine in an instant. One of the agents, concealed in the grass, is mercilessly turned into a sieve. Discarding the submachine gun, he swiftly pivots to hurl another grenade, causing the remaining 4 agents to halt their counterattack. With a fierce lunge, he topples another Night Owl agent, though not without consequence. Amidst the chaos, a silver blade finds its mark, and the submachine gun's bullets strike his calf, inflicting yet another injury. Han Xiao gritted his teeth, his injured calf hampering his mobility. He struggled to drag the fallen Night Owl agent behind a tree, swiftly dispatching the operative. With his upgraded combat skills, these Night Owl agents were no match for him in close quarters. Only 3 enemies remained. His health was reduced to half. Faced with such a dire situation, Han Xiao remained increasingly composed, rapidly conjuring and discarding various tactics in his mind. As a seasoned veteran, he understood both himself and his foes. In any circumstance, panic was futile. If he was not mistaken, the enemy would. Han Xiao's gaze narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Silver Blade's face turned ashen. He had initially underestimated a mere test subject, never anticipating the loss of half his personnel. He set aside his disdain and lost patience, bellowing, "Blow him to bits." The remaining 3 swiftly deployed grenades, arcing gracefully through the air to land behind the tree where Han Xiao had taken refuge. Boom! The expanding flames, the thunderous explosion, and the swirling dust culminated in a deafening silence. Had he perished? Uncertain, Silverblade shook his head, signaling for a tactical advance. The trio crouched low and cautiously approached the explosion zone. Upon reaching the tree, they discovered a charred corpse lying on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. From the tattered uniform, they recognized it as Zero. Finally, they had succeeded in eliminating one. A sigh of relief escaped one agent. But wait. Silverblade's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily recoiled, shouting, "Get down immediately." The identity of the original self was revealed when the 2 companions of Silverblade failed to react in time. From the nearby thicket, a rotating bullet shot forth, striking precisely at the 3 grenades concealed beneath the corpse's hand. The explosion at such close range inflicted multiple grenade injuries on the 2 Night Owl agents, and the blinding fire engulfed them in an instant. You dealt 60 points of explosive damage to the enemy. X8, you have slain a Night Owl agent. Gained 1,500 experience points. X2 rustling in the grass, Han Xiao rose to his feet, looking quite disheveled, half his body charred, with barely over 50 health points remaining. Still bleeding and on the verge of exhaustion. His life flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The world around him darkened, fatigue crashing over his senses like a tide. He forced himself to remain conscious, resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. Using the corpse of the Night Owl agent he had slain as a makeshift shield, he managed to survive the grenade's onslaught. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he draped his clothing over the body, setting up a deceptive grenade trap with the 3 newly acquired grenades. He then hurriedly concealed himself in the nearby thicket, holding his breath like a hunter awaiting his prey. Only Silverblade sensed something amiss and narrowly escaped disaster. Blood blurred his vision, and Han Xiao found himself in a dire state, his limbs trembling uncontrollably from weakness. Yet, the last enemy remained unscathed, and he realized he could not afford to give the enemy a chance to create distance. Just as Silverblade climbed to his feet, a bloody shadow lunged before him. "You seek your own demise." Silverblade roared in fury, drawing a dagger and thrusting it fiercely. The searchlight from a helicopter illuminated the forest as a Black Hawk descended, lowering a soft ladder. Hela descended to the ground, where bullet holes and scorch marks were scattered all around, stark evidence of a fierce battle. The earliest arriving experimental team surveyed the bloodstains strewn about the area. Subject 1's face turned ashen as he clenched his fists, speechless. Hela's gaze fell upon the 6 bodies lined up before her, her shock evident. The 3rd squad of Night Owls had been completely annihilated. Subject 0 had vanished without a trace. The outcome was almost beyond belief. Hela lost herself in thought for several minutes. The corpses could tell a story. She crouched down to observe. 2 had been blown apart, 1 shot dead, and 3 had perished in close combat. Silverblade's goggles had been shattered, shards embedded in his eye, a gruesome sight. She reached out to touch Silverblade's body, feeling the softness of the flesh, noting that most of the bones were shattered, particularly the pelvis and lower body, reduced to fragments. Such injuries were clearly inflicted by a master of hand-to-hand combat, and it was evident that Subject 0 could not have been responsible. She knew all too well Han Zhao's level of close combat skills. He was merely slightly better than an average person. No, he might not even surpass an ordinary individual. Mastery in combat could not be acquired overnight. These agents were all seasoned warriors trained for over a decade. The Night Owl squad was elite, even if Han Xiao had been concealing his abilities. He had only trained for half a year at best. If not for the evidence before her, Hela would never have believed it. Could it be that he, like me, has awakened extraordinary powers? Hela felt a twinge of regret. If only she had paid more attention to Han Xiao in the past. Perhaps she would have detected the signs earlier. When Subject 0 escaped, she was not present at the base, which frustrated her immensely. Had she been there, she was confident she could have captured Subject 0 without fail. Was it mere luck, or did Subject 0 deliberately seize the opportunity? The equipment of the Night Owl squad was nowhere to be found, yet we discovered this item. An agent approached, carrying a lightweight powered arm, now smeared with blood, with a dagger lodged between the gears, having pierced the engine and rendered it inoperative. Take it back. A day later, a large contingent of personnel from the budding organization arrived at the base, gathering the unscathed surveillance footage and collecting clues. The leader personally came to the scene, clad in a black trench coat, mask, and gloves, shrouded in darkness. He resembled a figure straight out of a detective novel. Even within the organization, fewer than 5 individuals knew the leader's true identity. What about Subject Zero? The leader inquired succinctly. We lost track of him, Subject One gritted out. If only I had a little more time. The leader abruptly raised his hand, a gesture brimming with impatience and anger, leaving Subject One no choice but to fall silent. The leader was furious. Just days prior, Subject Zero had been regarded as a worthless pawn, yet soon after, this pawn had wrought tremendous losses upon him and managed to escape, catching him off guard. A failed experiment that killed 30 armed guards, destroyed experimental data, annihilated an elite Night Owl squad, and caused me to lose Lin Weixian, all while successfully escaping. Am I to believe I am living in a fairy tale? The crowd exchanged glances. The leader's voice was cold. I want to know when Subject Zero began exhibiting signs of resistance. How did he acquire such combat prowess? Researchers quickly replied, we have been analyzing the surveillance footage we preserved over the last 6 months and have come to some hypotheses. Speak. There is a significant shift in Subject Zero's behavioral patterns before and after the experiment. According to reports from the team responsible for capturing human specimens, Subject Zero was originally named Xiao, the third son of the second-in-command of the Overmella family. Gasps filled the room. The Overmella family, a notorious warlord clan, partners with the country of Tilius. The specimens used in the organization's experiments were primarily prisoners and wanderers from the wasteland. How could they have captured someone of such notable lineage? The leader raised an eyebrow. The second son of the Overmella family? What is the story here? Our investigation revealed that Xiao Han was the most unremarkable son of the second-in-command of the Overmella family. He had not awakened any extraordinary abilities and lacked exceptional leadership qualities, exhibiting a notably weak character. The researchers continued, we discovered the barely living Xiao Han among the corpses on a battlefield. According to our findings, he had been escorting a shipment of supplies with his elder brother, Xiao Hai, when they were ambushed. Go on. At that time, Xiao Hai was the commander of the team. The attackers were not after the supplies, but aimed to eliminate Xiao Hai. As a rising star within the Overmella family, he was expected to inherit the position of second-in-command. Our informants believe this ambush was the result of internal strife, initiated by those wishing to eradicate the heir to the second-in-command. Xiao Hai forced Xiao Han to wear his clothes as bait, and they separated to escape. Ultimately, Xiao Han was struck by a shell, while Xiao Hai managed to escape safely. The leader furrowed his brow. Our informants knew all of this in such detail? Xiao Hai did not conceal the information, including his coercion of Xiao Han. He acted with impunity. Xiao Han's death did not incite dissatisfaction among his family. The second-in-command of the Overmella family's exact words were, as long as Xiao Hai is safe, that's enough. You know, the Overmella family values strength. Xiao Han's position within the family was negligible. His siblings seemed entirely indifferent to his demise. Afterward, we inadvertently discovered that Xiao Han was still alive. The fate of the original self was as inconsequential as a ripple in the water. Hardly anyone cared. To the Overmella family, sacrificing an inept son to ensure the survival of an exceptional heir was an acceptable price. The benefit outweighed the sentiment. Han Xiao retained none of these memories. When he traversed into this body, the original self's recollections had been brutally purged by the budding organization. The leader smirked coldly. Weakness is the original sin. The incompetent are undeserving of pity. I want to know what he is up to now. The researchers remarked. We infer that the Valkyrie experiment has induced mutations in Subject Zero, effects which may surpass our expectations. He has acquired not merely mechanical aptitude, but perhaps even an extraordinary intellect. Within the 6 months following the experiment, Subject Zero exhibited harmlessness, with a 90% likelihood of it being a facade. He had begun orchestrating his escape 6 months prior. Hela interjected, are you suggesting that brainwashing had no effect on him? I fear that may be the case. The researcher replied, a hint of frustration evident in Hela's expression. The researcher continued, one must ask, why would a subject from whom we have erased past memories suddenly display resistance and a desire to flee? There exists only one plausible explanation. The experiment has aided him in regaining his memories. However, investigations reveal that Subject Zero did not initially possess exceptional abilities. His cunning and shrewdness suggest that he has not only recovered his memories, but has also awakened certain peculiar aspects of his personality. This is the most rational explanation. Can you guarantee this? The leader's tone was icy. I cannot. The researcher admitted, his mouth dry. Who knows the true condition of Subject Zero? This is merely the most reasonable conjecture. Subject One could not contain himself. Could it be a matter of luck? The leader stared at him incredulously. If you could replicate Subject Zero's achievements through luck, then this position of leadership is yours to claim. By the way, The guards have retrieved the exoskeletal mechanical arm used by Subject Zero. The researcher unveiled a report, exclaiming, though technically it appears rather crude, it is undeniably innovative. It is likely that Subject Zero's combat prowess derives largely from this apparatus. The weapon development department is eager to imitate and improve upon it. Though this will require substantial funding, the weapons department demands financial allocation. At last, a piece of good news emerged, slightly lifting the leader's spirits. Money was not an issue, provided they could deliver a viable product. The researcher nodded and returned to the previous topic, stating that regardless of the reason, Subject Zero had meticulously endured for 6 months. Combined with the mechanical talents and combat capabilities he displayed, he undoubtedly represented a calculating and exceedingly dangerous individual. A chill swept through the assembly. Subject Zero was a unique experimental case with significant research value. Acquiring his body, even in death, would allow for the further refinement of experimental data. While reviewing past surveillance footage, the 6 months of Subject Zero's subterfuge and his remarkable patience instilled a sense of dread in all researchers, who felt an intrinsic fear. Yet simultaneously, each researcher was consumed by an ardent desire to study Han Xiao. Subject 1, sensing the yearning in the researcher's eyes, felt a cloud of gloom envelop him. His greatest intolerance was the notion of being outdone by Subject Zero. From the very beginning, Subject 1 had known he was the second experimental subject, following another individual. Thus, he had always regarded Han Xiao as a hypothetical adversary. Just when he believed he had finally overshadowed Han Xiao, reality delivered a harsh blow. The leader recalled an important matter. Before we identify the hazards associated with the Valkyrie serum, suspend all experiments and conduct another round of brainwashing on all existing subjects. I do not wish to see another Subject Zero emerge. Rage filled Subject 1's eyes. Feeling his loyalty had been insulted, he declared loudly, I am willing to lead the team to hunt down Subject Zero. The leader regarded him with a glimmer of hope for the experimental team and slowly replied, Can you truly accomplish this? I will ensure the task is completed. Subject 1, sensing the leader's confidence in him, felt invigorated and resolutely vowed. Very well. Bring me Subject Zero, dead or alive. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, as a hand parted the underbrush to reveal a weary visage. After 7 days of evading capture, Han Xiao had endured the perils of the jungle, depleting his military rations and fresh water. His backpack now contained only an assortment of equipment seized from the Night Owl squad. He had sabotaged the dagger of Silver Blade at the expense of his lightweight powered arm, and the ensuing events were inevitable, even in his weakened state. He could easily defeat Silver Blade, a foe ill-equipped for close combat. How could he possibly lose? After all, he possessed blueprints and materials to forge new equipment, and he felt no remorse. It was commonplace for a mechanic to engage in combat, often leading to the damage of their gear. The medical conditions in the jungle were dire, yet his high endurance attribute alleviated concerns regarding infection. He endured the pain to extract the bullet, allowing the wound to gradually heal. However, the injury inflicted by the sniper's bullet was troublesome, lodged in the gap of his scapula. It took him half an hour to steady himself from the excruciating pain, reminiscent of the torturous methods depicted in the ancient texts Spring and Autumn. Han Xiao found little resemblance to his own plight. Fortune favored him along the way. He had not encountered any ferocious beasts, and the few long-eared rabbits he came across had succumbed to his hunger. The wildlife of Ocean Blue Star was notoriously savage, with some creatures exhibiting intelligence, having historically besieged cities. Among these formidable beasts were the whale elephants, colossal creatures measuring several dozen meters in length, width, and height, impervious to bullets, capable of razing an entire city single-handedly. Although Han Xiao was familiar with the map of Ocean Blue Star, his sense of direction was lost, compelling him to run towards the rising sun like the mythic figure Kwa Fu. By night, he sought refuge in the trees, disturbed frequently by insects, coming to the stark realization that mosquitoes were indeed the most bothersome creatures in existence. When would he finally escape this forest? Han Xiao gasped for breath. Suddenly, a camp materialized in the distance, a bizarre barricade of wood, concrete, and scrap metal forming rudimentary defenses. The campsite housed several tents with wisps of smoke rising. Clearly a settlement for the wanderers of Ocean Blue Star. A surge of hope washed over Han Xiao. He was in desperate need of supplies. However, as he approached, his expression shifted dramatically, and he retreated hastily. The ground before him stirred, and a coarse net made of thick ropes suddenly sprang up, its mesh adorned with thin metal plates, a perilous blade net trap. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him from acquiring a multitude of wounds. Remarkably agile, a young man with long hair emerged from behind a tree, clad in a patchwork of animal skins. his gaze filled with malice as he aimed a crude shotgun at Han Xiao's head. Stop! Don't move. The youth was evidently a resident of the settlement. And Han Xiao, wishing to avoid conflict, raised his hands and declared, I am merely a passerby. A passerby? The long-haired youth's eyes gleamed with greed upon noticing Han Xiao's bulging bag. What do you have in there? Hand it over. Realizing he was likely facing a robbery, Han Xiao sighed inwardly. It was no wonder the blade net trap was sized appropriately for a human, designed for capturing prey. In these chaotic times, life was as cheap as grass. Most wanderers were remnants of fallen nations, shaped by the harsh wilderness into cunning, predatory beings, all too willing to kill for resources. Are you deaf? Hand over your belongings. The long-haired youth cursed as he approached, the crude shotgun pressed firmly against Han Xiao's forehead. With his backpack filled with firearms and ammunition, all belonging to the budding organization, he remained unfazed. Do you not understand my words? Believe me, I can easily dispose of you. The youth cocked the gun, a fierce glint in his eyes. At that moment, Han Xiao sprang into action, elbowing the long-haired youth fiercely in the chest. The youth emitted a pained cry as he was sent sprawling backward. Han Xiao swiftly seized the shotgun from his grasp. Cursed luck, I've encountered a tough opponent. The long-haired youth clutched his chest, panic-stricken, scrambling backward in a desperate bid to distance himself from this formidable adversary. Han Xiao dismantled the blade net trap and, using a thick rope, bound the whimpering youth to a tree, picking up the crude shotgun to examine it. The weapon was poorly crafted, the barrel crooked, and a single shot would likely result in a catastrophic malfunction. It was absurd for someone to attempt robbery with such a device, indicating this youth had likely never taken a life, merely relying on intimidation. Seeing Han Xiao pick up the gun, the long-haired youth panicked, pleading, "Be brother, I failed to recognize your might. Please, spare me." In response, Han Xiao slapped him on the head, demanding, "Only now do you realize your mistake?" The youth, lacking any backbone, hastily replied, "I was wrong. I was wrong." "Where exactly did you err?" After a moment's hesitation, the long-haired youth cautiously asked, "Should I have brought another gun?" Han Xiao was taken aback, exasperated yet amused. "You are quite the character. Please, have mercy and let me go." The youth lamented, his face a picture of despair. "Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense." Han Xiao raised the shotgun and struck the youth, rendering him unconscious. Sighing, he recognized the youth as a resident of the settlement, and to procure food and water, he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. "Consider yourself fortunate," Han Xiao muttered. After trudging for half an hour, Han Xiao finally entered the wanderer settlement. The inhabitants regarded him with wary eyes. The wilderness was perilous, and the nomadic wanderers were known to be exclusionary. Outsiders were a rarity, but not unheard of. Thus, Han Xiao was not subjected to the scrutiny of curious onlookers. The lifestyle of the wild wanderers resembled that of gypsies, perpetually on the move. Beside each tent, small pickup trucks covered in dust cloths were parked, most of which were modified, rusty, and some even lacking outer shells, exposing their frames to the elements. Each pickup represented a family, and although the settlement was modest, comprising only a few dozen families, it was well equipped. Han Xiao successfully located the marketplace, where a bearded white man conducted business atop a truck bed. An outsider? The bearded merchant cast a dispassionate glance at Han Xiao. "Do you know the rules here?" "What rules?" "We only trade goods." "How fortunate. I have not a single coin to my name. I require a map, 3 barrels of water, and 5 kilograms of food. Jerky or bread will suffice." Han Xiao rummaged through his bag, producing a pile of bullets. "I intend to use these as payment." "Bullets?" The merchant's eyes gleamed with interest as he instinctively glanced at Han Xiao's bulging backpack, a look of avarice crossing his face. Ammunition was a valuable commodity in the wild. Every wanderer had a demand for bullets. The craftsmanship of bullets surpassed that of crude firearms, and even though small-scale wanderers could manufacture ammunition, their output was alarmingly limited. A single shot meant one less bullet in their possession. 150 bullets, the merchant stated. Han Xiao's countenance darkened. "You are extorting me." The items he sought were merely everyday supplies, and at market value, they would not exceed 100. Even considering the scarcity of resources in the wilderness, the markup should not surpass 500%. As for the ammunition, the lowest quality bullets were at least $3 each. Each of Han Xiao's brass bullets was high quality, mass-produced, shining, and pristine. $10 was hardly excessive. 150 bullets would thus be valued at a minimum of $1,500. With only 300 bullets in his possession, this demand would deplete half of his supply, clearly an attempt to swindle him. "If you possess the capability, then refrain from making any purchases." The bearded man leisurely gazes down, idly polishing his fingernails, exuding an air of confidence as if to say, "I have you right where I want you." Recently, I rewatched Prison on Fire 2, and the character Leopard Head is undeniably formidable, effortlessly overpowering you in a single encounter. In the twilight of an era, as supplies were of paramount importance to him, Han Xiao sighed, counting out 150 bullets, ready to make his payment. The burly merchant shook his finger, raising the price to 180 bullets. Han Xiao's eyes flared with anger, cursing the unscrupulous trader for his unprincipled tactics. The merchant, noticing Han Xiao's fury, exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, what a terrifying glare. Do you intend to kill me? Come, everyone witness this. Someone's contemplating murder." At this proclamation, a throng of wandering souls gathered around, some brandishing crowbars and iron rods, their eyes glinting with menace. "This is our territory. Do you dare cause trouble?" Han Xiao, infuriated and unwilling to escalate the situation, spat the words through clenched teeth and tossed the bullets onto the ground. The merchant, reveling in his triumph, ordered his men to bring the supplies to Han Xiao. After confirming that the map and supplies were in order, Han Xiao raised his middle finger in defiance at the merchant, eager to depart without a moment's delay. Just then, the burly merchant spoke again. "Hey, do you believe you can simply walk out of this forest? Is there a problem?" Han Xiao halted, responding curtly, "I have an old pickup truck. Would you like it?" The merchant, nonchalantly, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never occurred, replied, "I cannot afford your price." "You can afford it," the merchant insisted, pointing at Han Xiao's backpack. "With that many bullets, you must have a plethora of firearms. You can use those as payment." High-quality firearms were highly sought after by wanderers, as they primarily relied on hunting for sustenance. Each good gun meant an additional hunter. Han Xiao's backpack was filled with the Night Owl Squad's equipment, including sniper rifles and bulletproof vests, all of exceptional quality, more than ample for an old pickup. Yet, he shook his head, refusing the merchant's proposal. Driving in the forest would leave conspicuous traces, effectively signaling to pursuers, "Look, I traveled this way." If he wished to avoid a race with helicopters, walking was the wiser choice. Furthermore, he had another consideration. These firearms were standard-issue weapons from the budding organization. Should a team from the organization arrive in this settlement and discover such weapons, it would spell disaster for the community. Selling these firearms would equate to indirect murder and would leave traces of his passage, making it impossible to shake off his pursuers. Although Han Xiao had just been swindled by the merchant, he was not so morally bankrupt as to engage in such treachery. The merchant, still undeterred, attempted to peddle his wares further when suddenly a booming voice interrupted. "Kailuo, you are exploiting outsiders again." A burly man clad in animal pelts strode over, parting the crowd effortlessly, clearly a figure of considerable respect in the settlement. "Kailuo," the merchant, grimaced, "Hu Hongjun, I finally secured a deal. Don't meddle in my affairs." Hu Hongjun snatched the bullets from Kailuo's hands and presented them to Han Xiao with grandiosity. "The items you seek are hardly worth anything. Consider them a gift. Here are your bullets." Han Xiao was taken aback, scrutinizing Hu Hongjun. This man, of Asian descent, was robust, with graying hair at the temples and piercing eyes, exuding an air of generosity that instantly endeared him to Han Xiao. "What about me?" Kailuo protested. Hu Hongjun, without turning, replied dismissively, "It's merely a bit of food. I shall repay you tomorrow." Kailuo, in a fit of frustration, lamented, "After finally making a sale, you turn it into a fair exchange. Do you know what business is?" Hu Hongjun, ever hospitable, remarked, "A guest is a guest. You appear weary from the forest's trials. Come, stay at my home for the night," and set out anew in the morning. Han Xiao hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement, eager for a proper rest. His first impression of Hu Hongjun was that of a straightforward and generous man, unlike a villain. Of course, even if the man harbored ulterior motives, Han Xiao would not be intimidated. The two departed together, the onlookers dispersing, leaving Kailuo to seethe in silence, unable to voice his anger. Hu Hongjun was one of the hunters of the settlement, and everyone relied on him for food. His generous nature had garnered him much goodwill, making Kailuo hesitant to confront him. Upon returning to his tent, Hu Hongjun lifted the flap and called out, "I have a guest. Prepare more food for tonight." "Understood," came a woman's reply. As Han Xiao entered the tent, he encountered a woman of ordinary appearance, dressed in a simple cloth skirt. He noted her blank gaze. She was evidently blind. "This is my wife," Hu Hongjun said with a smile. "Hello," and greeted, her voice warm as she smiled in Han Xiao's direction, feeling her way to retrieve pots, bowls, and dried meat and vegetables to cook over the makeshift stone stove at the center of the tent. With such warmth, Han Xiao felt at ease, seating himself on the ground and engaging in conversation with Hu Hongjun. After a while, he discerned that Hu Hongjun had no ulterior motives. He was simply a generous host, And Han Xiao relaxed his guard slightly. I noticed that most of the inhabitants of this settlement are Caucasian. How did you come to ally with them? Han Xiao inquired. The sentient species on Ocean Blue Star is humanity, comprising 4 races: black, white, yellow, and Shanu, all products of natural selection. Darwin once stated that in the struggle for existence, the harshest environments yield the strongest life forms. The Shanu are even more robust than the blacks. There was no particular reason. Amidst the chaos of war, I fortuitously encountered this group of wanderers. At that time, and was ill and required care. So I chose to stay. Though our homelands and races differ, we are all remnants of the old era, exiles from our nations. Why should we allow such divisions? It is merely a shared misfortune, a need for warmth and solidarity. Hu Hongjun reflected with a hint of melancholy. Ocean Blue Star once boasted hundreds of nations. Upon encountering interstellar influences, it became clear that the existence of so many nations on a single planet was a waste of limited resources. Disunity led to endless internal strife. If it continued, civilization would find itself trapped on a resource-depleted planet, losing the opportunity to reach for the cosmos. Thus, propelled by the ambitions of a few, the social environment underwent a drastic transformation over the decades, through war, negotiation, and economic pressure, peaceful or otherwise, resulting in a consolidation to a mere 6 nations. Those who lost their homelands made choices. Some joined the 6 nations, others aligned with the budding organizations, while the remainder became wanderers. The world of Ocean Blue Star was in the throes of a painful transition from the old era to the new, as the peoples of the annexed, destroyed, and disbanded nations languished in grief and disillusionment. Everyone yearned for the preservation of their homeland, yet when the wheel of history deemed it time to forge ahead, certain seemingly indispensable elements were left to the mercy of time, destined to become mere footnotes in history. Consider the examples of the early 1990s when countless stable jobs were shattered, or the fall of a dynastic system that had persisted for thousands of years, culminating in the Republic of China. Before that, the existence of emperors was universally accepted as a given, or the dark ages of religion in medieval Europe. The progress of civilization is relentless, a torrent that cannot be halted. Every individual, every event, even nations, are but sediment swept along in the current, carried away by fate. Individuals with limited power can only vent their sorrows through the digital realm or protests, or they may find themselves mired in melancholic nostalgia for their nation's former glory. The more radical among them reject the invitations from the 6 nations, choosing instead to become wanderers in the wilderness, forming communities in the wild. These wanderers constitute a staggering 30% of the global population. Meanwhile, those warriors who once sacrificed their blood and sweat for the nation resort to more extreme measures to oppose the 6 nations. The emergent organization is a colossal entity birthed from such a societal environment, advocating for the overthrow of the 6 nations, united in their enmity. Reigning as the undisputed leader of the underground world. Maintaining the status quo is simple, yet reform is invariably accompanied by suffering. Even universally acknowledged knowledge faces resistance from obstinate individuals, as some invariably prioritize personal gain over societal advancement. The notion of after me, the deluge, resonates with these individuals, who often serve as impediments on the path of evolution. After all, self-interest can yield tangible benefits, while noble ideals remain elusive and insubstantial. Those who embody selflessness are indeed rare creatures. Otherwise, selflessness would not be regarded as a virtue. Hu Hongjun remarked that since the Battle of Andia, history has been divided into 2 halves. The past millennia are referred to as the Old Era, while the current period is deemed the New Era. Sometimes, one ponders, what was so wrong with the past? It was a time of peace and stability, yet war has erupted due to the so-called theory of internal strife, with consequences that may prove far more severe than the internal conflict itself. Moreover, even if conflict is destined to arise, it will likely do so centuries hence, leaving future generations to grapple with the aftermath. What concern is it of ours? Han Xiao sighed deeply. Who knows? Perhaps in the eyes of most, internal strife resembles a frog slowly boiled in water. Enduring long pain may be worse than brief suffering. Han Xiao shrugged. The Andia campaign marked the final battle of a protracted war, establishing the geopolitical landscape of the 6 nations. Andia, once a land of several nations, became the main battleground as war erupted, with countries from other continents tacitly agreeing to confine the conflict there, striving to prevent the annihilation of the planet's ecology. Countless missiles, tanks, and aircraft rained down, claiming the lives of over 100 million on the Andia land. After the war, the landscape lay barren, desolate, with the stench of decay wafting from rivers and lakes, while lush fields and mountains were shrouded in a dim, yellowish haze, transforming into a wasteland. The Six Nations then retreated, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath, heartlessly abandoning Andia, much like a callous lover. Now, the survivors on Andia were few and filled with profound hatred towards the Six Nations. Han Xiao noticed the calluses on Hu Hongjuan's palms. Were you a soldier? Yes. I served in the military for over a decade. I thought soldiers from fallen nations would join the budding organizations. Hu Hongjun shook his head, saying, my homeland was annexed by Xinglong through military negotiations, and the leaders capitulated. Why should I harbor such hatred? Though I dislike the Six Nations, I cherish the hard-won peace. After so many years of war, it seemed to be coming to an end, yet the emergence of the budding organization, calling for the overthrow of the Six Nations, lured countless disgruntled soldiers into its ranks, eager to reignite conflict. Alas, I am but a simple man. I cannot grasp the ideologies of the Six Nations and the budding organization. I wish to remain uninvolved in war. And interjected, indeed, war is cruel. I lost my sight due to a sudden explosion of a flashbang. Old Hu helped me move around, and we finally settled down. Life as a wanderer is a bit harsh, but it's far better than before. As they spoke, the pot began to emit a fragrant aroma. Han Xiao greedily inhaled and curiously asked, how do you cook without being able to see? And replied, do not underestimate me, though I am blind. I possess a keen sense of smell, hearing, and touch. I am hardly helpless. Hu Hongjun chuckled wryly. Her stubbornness prevents me from caring for her. I cannot be a burden. And his tone was filled with tenderness. Hu Hongjun scratched his head awkwardly, seemingly unaccustomed to jesting with his wife in front of others, hastily changing the subject. By the way, let me show you my treasure. Han Zhao's expression shifted slightly, recalling some unsavory thoughts, and discreetly moved back. Fortunately, Hu Hongjun did not pull out anything inappropriate. Instead, he opened a nearby box and revealed an old rifle wrapped in cloth strips. See if you can recognize its worth. Military knife rifle, old. Quality, gray-white. Basic attributes, attack power 38, 40, rate of fire 0, 9 rounds S, magazine capacity 20 rounds, effective range 200 meters, output energy level 25, durability 5, 300, attribute bonus, agility 1, length 0, 77 meters, weight 7, 1 pounds, additional effect, precision, stable trajectory, minimal wind influence. Note, this weapon has participated in numerous battles alongside its owner. Good gun. Han, the skilled technician, exclaimed in admiration, though it has seen many years. The grip remains smooth, the barrel long and straight, with sufficient acceleration distance for the ammunition. The force of the discharge is undeniably powerful, and its exterior is polished, exuding an aura of lethality. Truly, it is a formidable weapon. Why does the atmosphere suddenly feel tense? Is it just my imagination? This has been my old companion for nearly a decade. Hu Hongjun laughed heartily. Do not be deceived by its pristine appearance. I maintain it well with oil. The internal components, however, have aged, and I have not used this rifle for hunting in quite some time. The two engaged in lively conversation, unaware that night had fallen, and prepared a meal, a pot of fragrant meat stew, the broth rich and creamy, with tender meat cooked to perfection. Floating atop the oily surface were pieces of wild vegetables, adding splashes of green that tantalized the appetite. The enticing aroma of the meat captivated Han Zhao's attention, and he swallowed hard, his stomach grumbling after 7 days of rationed food, his affection for Hu Hongjun increasing incrementally. After devouring dinner hungrily, Hu Hongjun invited Han Xiao to stay the night. Unable to refuse such hospitality, and considering the perilous journey at night, Han Xiao acquiesced. A partition was set up in the tent, and Hu Hongjun and prepared a bed for him. Your backpack is too large. I will place it outside, and suggested. With limited space in the tent, the partition was cramped, only accommodating a single bed, making it impossible to fit a backpack filled with various firearms. He contemplated for a moment, requesting a piece of animal hide from Hu Hongjun, sorted through his backpack for excess firearms, unloaded all the ammunition, disassembled the triggers, and securely wrapped them in the hide, placing it in a corner. He was cautious, tucking a leaf within the hide. If the package were disturbed, he would know the next day. The backpack, containing all the ammunition, fit snugly at the foot of the bed. Han Xiao loaded a Type 73 Wasp pistol with bullets and placed it under his pillow. Although he appreciated Hu Hongjuan's warm hospitality, he knew he must remain vigilant. However, the moment Han Zhao's head touched the pillow, the fatigue of 7 days burst forth, and he fell into the deepest slumber in the blink of an eye. Hu Hongjun heard the faint sound of snoring and chuckled, shaking his head. He seems quite tired. Let us not disturb him, he whispered to him. She nodded, moderating her movements as she gathered the dishes, stepping outside to wash them. Uncle, Uncle, I'm hungry. Hu Fei barged in, covered in dirt. A large bump on his forehead from a hard object. If Han Xiao had been awake, he would have recognized this was the long-haired youth who had robbed him earlier that day, and also Hu Hongjun's nephew. Hu Hongjun frowned. Where have you been today? I haven't seen you all day. I went hunting, Hu Fei stammered, having lived with Hu Hongjun since his father's sacrifice. And he was afraid of his stern uncle. Recognizing his nephew's cowardice, Hu Hongjun immediately knew he was lying. He grasped Hu Fei's ear, quietly but sternly reprimanding him. Have you been fooling around again? I warned you, if I catch you scaring passers-by with that broken gun again, I swear I'll break your legs. With his ear twisted, Hu Fei winced, tears welling up from the pain. You don't understand, uncle. I got into trouble today. I was beaten up and tied to a tree for half the day. I'm starving. He protested. Can you show a little reason? Please, just spare one leg. Hu Fei pleaded, wearing a sorrowful expression. Which leg do you want to keep, the left or the right? The one in the middle. Forget it. That one is definitely getting broken. Hu Hongjun raised his hand, but suddenly remembered not to disturb Han Xiao's sleep, releasing Hu Fei with a grunt of frustration. We'll settle this tomorrow. Noticing an extra person in the tent, Hu Fei curiously peeked in, and upon seeing the guest, his face turned pale. Isn't that the fierce man from earlier? Ouch, my head hurts even more now. What are you staring at? Get out and sleep outside. Hu Hongjun, with a hint of irritation, was taken aback by Hu Fei's unexpected silence. Hu Fei, with an expression akin to having seen a ghost, scurried out of the tent in a hurried and clumsy manner, leaving Hu Hongjun utterly perplexed. He touched his own face, pondering whether he truly appeared so unappealing. In a state of panic, Hu Fei fled the tent, only realizing the absurdity of his actions once the night breeze hit him. What was I thinking? This is my home. That villain fortuitously stumbled into my path. Could I possibly let him off so easily? Just as he contemplated turning back, a vivid memory of Han Xiao sending him flying flashed through his mind, causing him to freeze in his tracks, lacking the courage to confront Han Xiao. Despite his fear, it would be disingenuous to claim that Hu Fei harbored no resentment towards Han Xiao. He was too intimidated to seek retribution. Yet he felt reluctant to let the matter rest. Hu Fei, oh Hu Fei, summon some of that masculine resolve. Repay your foes and settle your grievances. Resolute, he devised a plan for vengeance. His curiosity was piqued by the bulging backpack belonging to Han Xiao, which he had noticed earlier in the tent. He distinctly remembered that such an item was not present in his own home. Thus it must belong to that nefarious individual. In the dead of night, as silence enveloped the settlement and everyone slumbered, Hu Fei finally set his plan into motion. He crept stealthily into the tent, akin to a thief, carefully reaching for the animal skin-wrapped bag. What treasures do you conceal within? As he peeled back the layers of animal hide, his eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to stumble backward. Firearms. A collection of exquisite weapons lay before him. Hu Fei's expression transformed into one of unbridled joy, his gaze greedy. Indeed, these are splendid items. He yearned to seize every firearm, but the memory of Han Xiao's ferocity caused his courage to falter. If that brute were to discover his belongings had vanished, he would surely meet a grim fate. It was unwise to take them all. Reluctantly, Hu Fei clenched his teeth and picked up two 73-style Wasp pistols, lacking the audacity to take more. After all, my uncle did entertain you. Taking just 2 pistols is not unreasonable, he reassured himself. After restoring the animal skin package to its original state, Hu Fei quietly slipped away. Surely, the absence of 2 small handguns would go unnoticed by that villain. The following morning, Han Xiao woke feeling remarkably invigorated. The fatigue of his recent escape dissipated entirely. Brother Han, you are awake. Hu Hongjun greeted him with a smile as he stretched at the doorway. This family had shown him such warmth, providing him with food and shelter. Though reluctant to depart, Han Xiao felt compelled to express his intention to leave. I am grateful for your hospitality, but regrettably, I cannot stay for long. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness. And approached him, carrying a small bundle. I made some pancakes. Please take them to eat on your journey. Han Xiao felt a warmth in his heart as he accepted the package, the comforting heat of the pancakes radiating through his palms. He smiled, then realized and could not see him, so he sincerely added, I slept very well last night. I truly appreciate your hospitality, and covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Oh, there's no need for such formality. All our brothers and sisters under the sky, Hu Hongjun boasted. As Han Xiao gathered his belongings and slung on his backpack and the leather bundle, he suddenly noticed that the leaves of the leather package were missing. His expression darkened. Someone has tampered with my belongings. Hu Hongjun was taken aback. No way. And then I haven't touched anything. Wait, Hu Fei, come out here. Hu Fei, who had been eavesdropping behind the tent, trembled and emerged in a fluster. Han Xiao's gaze flickered, a smirk playing on his lips. It is you again. Hu Fei shrank back, unable to meet Han Zhao's eyes, while Hu Hongjun kicked him playfully but reproachfully. Did you steal something from him? Hand it over. Hu Fei bit his lip, reluctantly producing a 73-style Wasp pistol and handing it to Han Xiao. Brother Han, feel free to punish him. This rascal deserves it. Hu Hongjun mused, contemplating the best way to chastise his nephew. No need for that. Retrieving the item is sufficient. Keeping this weapon poses a danger to you. Han Xiao responded, relieved to have the pistol back. He was not particularly attached to his gear, but worried that leaving a weapon behind might bring trouble to their dwelling. Hu Hongjun had been so gracious to him, and he could not leave behind a potential source of conflict. Hu Fei pouted, unimpressed, thinking Han Xiao stingy for not keeping any of his numerous firearms. The world is vast, and who knows when we may meet again. Farewell, Han Xiao bid them formally. Hu Hongjun nodded, cautioning him to be careful on the road. Han Xiao hoisted his bag and turned to leave. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Should the opportunity arise, Han Xiao would repay the kindness of that faithful knight. Finally, that terrifying man has departed. Hu Fei wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, then felt a surge of delight. Thank goodness he didn't discover that I swiped 2 guns. Escaping Hu Hongjuan's scolding, he returned to the rear of the tent, retrieving another 73-style Wasp from a box. Relishing the weapon in his hands, resolving that even if Han Xiao returned to seek retribution, he would adamantly deny any wrongdoing and refuse to return it. But why does this gun lack a trigger? The map sketched by the wanderers resembled a child's scribble. Nonetheless, it indicated his current position, which sufficed for Han Xiao. He recalled the complete map of the ocean blue star. He was within the borders of the Star Dragon Kingdom, and according to the map, after 3 days of walking, he could exit the forest and find the railway, from which he could hitch a ride to the city. By noon, Han Xiao found a suitable spot to replenish his energy. However, he noticed that the leather package had several new gashes made by thorns and branches. As he began to unpack the leather bundle to carefully stow away his firearms, he suddenly paused, exclaiming in surprise, "It seems I am missing a pistol." After recounting the items, it was clear this was no mere illusion. A sense of dread gripped Han Xiao. If he had left a firearm behind in the dwelling, it could spell disaster. Without a moment to spare for food, he hurriedly organized his belongings and strode back the way he had come. 2 black armored vehicles arrived at the Wanderer settlement, with Unit 1 leading a fully armed squad of experimental subjects, coercively gathering all Wanderers in the square to squat with their hands on their heads. The sight of the budding organization's emblem sent waves of panic through the crowd. Has anyone seen this man? Unit 1 queried, tapping on a handheld terminal that projected Han Zhao's image into the air. Never seen him, the crowd collectively denied, voices overlapping in their anxiety. The budding organization was notorious. As long as one could distance themselves from any association, they would not harm Wanderers. The 6 nations and the budding organization stood in opposition, while the Wanderers remained a precarious balance, typically neutral but capable of siding with either faction. Thus, both the 6 nations and the budding organization had protocols against attacking Wanderers. Only Hu Fei trembled, his guilt almost palpable on his face. Unit 1, frustrated and furious, reflected on the fact that he had tracked Han Xiao for 7 days only to find a settlement where everyone claimed ignorance of his whereabouts, indicating he had pursued the wrong lead. Let us go. Unit 1 grunted angrily, preparing to depart. However, as he turned, he noticed Hu Fei's expression. Suspicion flickered in Unit 1's mind, and he ordered, "Bring that boy out." Hu Fei's face blanched as he was seized by the experimental soldiers, trembling like a frightened quail. Unit 1 squinted. "Do you recognize the man in the photo?" Hu Fei hastily shook his head, denying any knowledge. Unit 1 caught sight of something bulging at Hu Fei's waist. "Search him." Hu Fei was forced to the ground, helplessly watching as the 73-style Wasp was extracted from his person. "This is our gun." Unit 1's expression turned icy as he aimed his weapon at the crowd, fuming. "Zero clearly came here, and you have the audacity to conceal it? Do you all wish to die? Speak. Where did he go?" The threat of the gun incited unrest among the Wanderers, who turned their gazes toward the burly Kilo, the first to encounter Han Xiao. Kilo, feeling like an ostrich hiding in the corner, panicked. "Why are you looking at me? I merely sold him a few items." It was Hu Hongjun who knew his whereabouts. The crowd around Hu Hongjun recoiled as if from a plague. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Hongjun slowly rose, his voice grave. "I am not aware of his location." Kilo, eager to absolve himself, immediately countered, "How could you not know? You stood up for him and even hosted him for a night." Unit 1's demeanor shifted ominously. The Wanderers were gripped with fear, urging Hu Hongjun to speak. "Quickly, tell us what you know. Do you wish to endanger us for the sake of an outsider?" Hu Hongjun cursed Kilo inwardly, took a deep breath. and resolutely pointed in a direction. That man headed that way. Very good. You are perceptive, Unit 1 replied with a sinister smile. Without warning, he discharged his firearm. With a resounding bang, a gaping wound appeared in Hu Hongjuan's forehead, his expression frozen in shock as he collapsed, a pool of blood rapidly expanding beneath him. Hu Fei screamed in horror, staring at Hu Hongjuan's lifeless body. He just died like that. Unit 1 remained unfazed, as though he had merely dispatched a chicken. The Wanderer's deception incensed him, particularly upon learning that Hu Hongjun had hosted Han Xiao, igniting a murderous intent within him. Anyone even remotely connected to Han Xiao would not escape his wrath. Old Hu incensed the unfolding tragedy, her complexion pale as she shakily stood, instinctively moving toward her husband, her steps unsteady. Unit 1 drew his handgun and, from a distance, fired a single shot that struck him in the head. Half of the back of his head was blown apart by a bullet, brain matter and blood splattered across the ground, and lay prostrate on the road. Mere inches from Hu Hongjun, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm between them. His lifeless eyes were stained crimson by the droplets of blood. The first figure cast a sidelong glance at the corpse, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Seeking death, indeed. Hu Fei, utterly devastated, collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. He was consumed by regret, lamenting that a moment of greed had led to the demise of his uncle's family. The Wanderers, seething with rage yet silent, gazed upon the lifeless forms of Hu Hongjun and in, feeling a profound sense of sorrow for the fallen. The terminal in his hand was linked to the surveillance feed of the leader of the burgeoning organization, who questioned sternly, "What are you doing? Who permitted you to take a life?" The first figure immediately expressed his contrition. "These Wanderers remained silent. I merely sought to establish authority. We shall depart at once." The leader shook his head, stating, "Never mind. Since the deed is done, ensure it is tidied up. Let no word of this escape." The figure nodded, his expression turning cold as he signaled. The relentless gunfire startled countless birds from the trees. As dusk painted the sky a deep crimson, Han Xiao hurried back to the settlement, finally arriving before darkness enveloped the land. From a distance, he detected a pungent scent of blood, causing his heart to sink. He had arrived too late. The once bustling settlement lay eerily silent, presenting a horrific tableau of slaughter. Bloodstains marred the ground, the earth beneath his feet soaked, soft, and sticky, each step leaving a bloody footprint. Upon witnessing the brutalized bodies of Hu Hongjun and Un, his pupils constricted, fury igniting within him. At that moment, a figure emerged from the sea of corpses. Han Xiao recognized him as the bearded merchant who had extorted him. Cairo, still trembling from the shock, had fainted at the onset of the massacre but had miraculously escaped with his life. Before he could revel in his fortune, he caught sight of Han Xiao watching him, and his body began to shake uncontrollably. Han Xiao approached swiftly, seizing Cairo by the collar, demanding, "What transpired here?" "It was the burgeoning organization. They are responsible. We did not disclose your whereabouts, yet they slaughtered in their wrath. Our people met a dreadful fate. Considering Hu Hongjun once hosted you, you must avenge us." Cairo wept profusely, performing with such conviction that he seemed sincere. He dared not reveal the truth, only seeking to incite Han Xiao to confront the burgeoning organization, hoping to distance himself from the fallout. A weak cough echoed in the distance, and Han Xiao approached to find Hu Fei, riddled with 5 or 6 gunshot wounds. Still clinging to life, but barely so. His breath was faint, and it was evident he would not survive. Upon spotting the Type 73 Hornet in Hu Fei's hand, understanding dawned upon Han Xiao, and a wave of complex emotions washed over him. "I warned you of the danger. Why did you not heed my words?" Hu Fei, trembling, grasped Han Xiao's pant leg tightly, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed heart-wrenchingly. "I should not have been greedy. I deeply regret it. I was wrong. I truly was wrong." He pointed shakily at Kailuo. "Do not trust him. He betrayed my uncle, Hu Hongjun." With that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You cannot be saved. I can only ease your suffering," Han Xiao whispered, shaking his head. He extended his hand and swiftly broke Hu Fei's neck. "Do not listen to him." Kailuo hastily attempted to defend himself, but Han Xiao suddenly stood, drew his gun, and fired, the bullet piercing through Kailuo's skull. Kailuo fell to his knees, eyes wide in shock, never to close again. "All of them are dead. Now you shall join them," Han Xiao murmured, his gaze lowered. Ever since he discovered the massacre at the settlement, a surging desire for vengeance had been restrained by his icy rationality, akin to a ferocious tiger caged within a prison. The more agitated he felt, the colder he became. Approaching Hu Hongjuan's corpse, Han Xiao followed the direction indicated by Hu Hongjuan's finger, realizing it pointed towards the path taken by the experimental team. Leading deeper into the forest, a path contrary to the one he had taken. Hu Hongjun had not betrayed him. A sharp pang struck Han Zhao's heart. As if a nail had been driven into it, a profound ache. Even in his final moments, Hu Hongjun had not forsaken this outsider. Was it worth it? You have triggered a level mission. Revenge. Mission hint. Eliminate the experimental team. Mission reward. 15,000 experience. Han Xiao turned away from the bodies of Hu Hongjun and Un, entering the tent to retrieve Hu Hongjun's cherished old military knife and rifle. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but a fleeting dark gleam appeared on the surface of the knife. You long to avenge your old comrade, do you not? Han Zhao's expression hardened as he removed all firearms from his backpack, dismantling the knife and rifle into a heap of parts. Using the knife and rifle as the core, he gradually began the process of modification. Both simple repair and simple enhancement modification had reached level 10, though the name seemed somewhat lacking. These were fundamental skills of the mechanical system, and their maximum effects were truly remarkable. Han Xiao was adept at modifying basic firearms. Knife rifle, sniper modified type, quality, white, basic attributes, attack power 66 to 69, rate of fire 1 rounds SEC, magazine capacity 10 rounds, effective range 450 meters, output energy level 37, attribute bonus, agility 2, length 0, 86 meters, weight 8, 3 pounds, additional effect, precision, stable trajectory, minimal wind influence, additional effect, penetration, after special modification, can use sniper caliber bullets, providing enhanced penetration. Remarks, it yearns for vengeance. Counting the ammunition, he found only 25 sniper bullets, all confiscated from the silver knife. The ground bore 4 tire tracks, indicating 2 vehicles with a maximum of 12 pursuers. Han Xiao slung the rifle over his shoulder and set off in the direction the pursuers had taken, his silhouette vanishing into the woods. Traveling by foot could never match the speed of vehicles, and Han Xiao had no intention of catching up. Hu Hongjun had pointed him in the wrong direction. Once the pursuers could no longer find his trail, there was an 80% chance they would retrace their steps. What Han Xiao aimed to do was lay an ambush along this inevitable route. Indeed, if Han Xiao turned back and fled, the enemy would undoubtedly lose track of him. Yet an inner voice urged him that if he did not vent his pent-up fury with the blood of his foes, he would be left with regret. Even without a mission, he would choose this path. A seed of determination took root within him, teeth clenched, a chilling desire for bloodshed. The night enveloped the forest in darkness, with distant wolf howls echoing through the air. Han Xiao lay silently among the trees, his eyes slightly closed, the knife rifle resting beside him. He had maintained this position for 3 hours, resembling a patient hunter awaiting his prey to step into the trap. The sound of engines roared closer, and Han Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, catching sight of 4 rapidly moving headlights within range. Ah, they have arrived, he thought, his tone as calm as if welcoming guests in his own home. He donned the infrared night vision goggles he had seized from the Night Owl team, and the silhouettes of 2 orange vehicles came into view. Han Xiao pulled the bolt of his rifle, aligning the target within the sniper scope and meticulously adjusting the range. Holding his breath, he aimed for a full 8 seconds before squeezing the trigger. The flash and roar of the gunfire erupted as the yellow sniper bullet shot forth, traversing the gaps in the trees, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, striking the tire of the speeding vehicle with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The tire exploded. The leading armored vehicle crashed violently into a tree, and the second vehicle was forced to halt. The first driver, dazed, exited the vehicle, cursing, "Can you even drive? Captain, the tire is flat. How could a low-pressure tire blow?" One team member crouched down, horrified. There's a bullet embedded in it. Enemy attack. The captain's mind buzzed in alarm. At that moment, gunfire erupted again from several hundred meters away, and the team member inspecting the tire had his head blown apart, blood splattering across the captain. "It's a sniper. Quickly, find the enemy's position. Everyone, take cover behind the vehicles." Yet this was the experimental team's first encounter in real combat, and in their flustered attempts to find cover based on battlefield theory, another deadly shot rang out, claiming yet another team member's life. "Get down," the captain shouted. All the team members hurriedly dropped to the ground, and the gunfire ceased, giving way to an oppressive silence. Panic gripped everyone, but the captain managed to maintain some semblance of composure and quickly sought assistance through his handheld terminal. The standoff persisted, with no one daring to expose themselves to the sniper's gaze, as if a demon lurked in the darkness, poised to reap lives at any moment. Who is attacking us? Unclear. It's so dark, the enemy must have night vision. What do we do now? Just stay down and wait for reinforcements. The captain exclaimed. Don't be foolish. The enemy 1T, just wait. There's only one of them. Yet we act like a bunch of frightened ostriches burying our heads in the sand. What will the organization think of us? The faces of the experimental team members paled. It's just one enemy. We have vehicles, guns, and personnel. Can we not overcome this? Yes, we will retaliate. First, we need to locate the sniper's position. One team member, steeling himself, quickly stood and then crouched down, attempting to lure the sniper into revealing their location. But a fatal bullet struck his heart in an instant, and blood erupted forth, propelling him several meters away, landing lifeless on the ground, instantly quelling any thoughts of imitation among the other team members. The captain felt a chill run down his spine. With such precision, who could this enemy be? The sacrifices of the team members were not in vain. The experimental team spotted the fleeting glimmer of gunfire in the darkness. Found it. 300 meters to the south. Get in the vehicles and charge. Through the night vision goggles, Xiao observed the crouching enemies simultaneously rise and dash towards another intact armored off-road vehicle. He immediately comprehended their intentions, to utilize the armored vehicle to charge forward. The thermal imaging revealed that there were still 7 adversaries remaining. Clearly aware of the sniper's slower rate of fire, they prepared to sacrifice 1 or 2 individuals to ensure the entire group could board. Xiao knew he could not eliminate all 7 in an instant. He calmly fired 2 shots, successfully dispatching 2 more enemies. As he helplessly watched the remainder board the vehicle, the engine of the armored off-road vehicle roared to life, barreling forward with alarming speed. The military rifle could not penetrate the heavy armor, rendering him unable to aim at the vehicle's axle from the front. Alone, Xiao found himself in a perilous situation. The strategy was sound, yet regrettably predictable. You know not the vastness of the world. Perish. The first figure sneered as he accelerated the vehicle towards Xiao's position. Unbeknownst to them, a rope was tied between 2 trees, with a cluster of grenades affixed at its center. The armored vehicle collided with the rope, which snapped tight, uprooting the trees and causing the vehicle to jolt violently, tossing its occupants about. Before they could comprehend the situation, the grenades detonated, flames soaring skyward, shattering the bulletproof glass into a constellation of cracks. Given the ambush, Xiao had undoubtedly prepared in advance. He had fashioned a rudimentary blockade using a thick rope and the last few G-type fragmentation grenades. At the moment of the explosion, he removed his night vision goggles. The darkness illuminated by the fiery blast, allowing him to clearly see his target. Without hesitation, he aimed at the armored vehicle's front window and fired. The recoil vibrating through his shoulder, a testament to the formidable power of the military rifle. Bang! Bullets struck the glass repeatedly, the cracks rapidly spreading. Aimed directly at the driver's seat. The first figure gritted his teeth and yanked a team member from the passenger seat to shield himself. In the next instant, the glass shattered, bullets piercing through and obliterating the shielded man's skull, brain matter splattering across the first figure's face, a gruesome sight. Abandon the vehicle. The squad hastily reacted, facing the brink of life and death. The first figure, disregarding range concerns, unleashed a torrent of ammunition from his submachine gun towards Xiao's direction. The remaining members following suit. Xiao paused his assault, taking cover while reloading. Bullets whizzed past his head, and he realized the enemy was in disarray. After a round of fire, all foes would need to reload, and then he would have his moment to strike. Soon, the experimental team faced the consequences of their reckless aggression. As they simultaneously emptied their magazines, the chilling sound of sniper fire echoed, precise and lethal. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythm of the shooting possessed an unexpected elegance, reminiscent of intricate machinery. One by one, the enemy fell, Xiao consciously avoiding the first figure, saving him for last. As his comrades succumbed, the first figure trembled with rage, firing wildly and shouting, "Who are you? Show yourself." He had initially held great confidence in the experimental team, but the devastation of their first battle shattered all his self-assurance. Click, click, click. The first figure's magazine ran dry, and he bellowed, "Come out." Xiao emerged, his expression cold. The first figure's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be you? In his mind, Xiao's escape from the base would have rendered him a frightened animal, never imagining that he would dare to counterattack. Despite his doubts about Xiao's prowess, he now recognized his grave misjudgment. Zero was far superior to him. This realization ignited the flames of jealousy within the first figure. I am the best. You are merely a failure. Worthless. With old grievances resurfacing, the first figure lost his rationality, drawing his pistol to attack. Xiao slightly raised his weapon, and a high-caliber sniper bullet shattered the first figure's right arm, leaving behind mere flesh. Blood splattered. The first figure stared blankly at his severed limb, lost and bewildered. Xiao fired again, shattering one of the first figure's legs, causing him to collapse. At this point, Han Xiao leisurely reloaded before systematically breaking the remaining limbs of the first figure, lying incapacitated on the ground. The first figure's gaze burned with venomous hatred as he stared at Han Xiao. Zero. His voice was a hoarse, eerie wail, akin to a wounded beast. So loud, Han Xiao stepped forward, delivering a kick that shattered the first figure's jaw. Do you know why I kept you for last? Because I wanted you to suffer longer. The first figure could only emit muffled sounds from his throat, writhing on the ground like a snail, blood pooling from his severed limbs. At that moment, a terminal nearby illuminated, projecting the virtual image of the leader, who stated coolly, "Zero, enough." Han Xiao frowned, but remained silent. "I am the leader of the budding organization," the leader declared, his tone imbued with the arrogance of one accustomed to authority. "Defection leads to a dead end. You cannot outmaneuver the organization. No matter where you flee, we possess the means to retrieve and judge you. Every moment of your life will be steeped in unending fear, yet I can offer you a path to survival." Han Xiao's expression remained impassive. "What path?" "Return to the organization willingly, sincerely admit your faults, and accept our judgment. I can grant you the chance to retain your memories and ascend to a higher status. No longer a mere experiment," the leader continued, clearly intrigued by the abilities Han Xiao displayed, seeking to understand the nature of the mutations. If successful, the organization would gain a new cadre of formidable fighters. Upon hearing this, the first figure's eyes flared with extreme fury. Why should Zero receive better treatment than him? He had killed so many for the organization. Why should they seek to recruit him? Han Xiao, reading the first figure's expression, provocatively inquired, "I've killed so many, and you still wish to win me over?" "Some worthless individuals. Their deaths are insignificant," the leader replied decisively, as though the corpses littering the ground were inconsequential. The first figure trembled, despair filling his heart. "On what grounds do you think I would serve you? The organization is ordained by destiny, engaged in a noble cause. It is only natural for you to serve us. What is there to hesitate about?" "Oh, I see. Is it because you feel previous treatment was unjust?" "Do not be petty. Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. It is but a slight insult, trivial compared to our ultimate goal." Han Xiao replied coolly, "I have no interest in your ideals. You have slain my friends. We are enemies. There is no room for dialogue." The leader's tone turned icy. "Should you refuse me? Though the world is vast, there will be no place for you to hide. I will annihilate you," Han Xiao asserted with solemnity. The budding organization would not be swayed by anyone, nor would they feel an ounce of guilt. The only solution to violence lay in greater violence. The leader laughed, as if hearing an absurd joke. "Annihilate the organization? With what? What do you think you are? Compared to us, you are a pitiful insect, easily crushed. Killing a few worthless souls has inflated your ego, leading you to believe you can stand against the organization? You are but a frog in a well, oblivious to your own limitations. Just wait and see. By the way, you have no idea how vast the world truly is." Han Xiao shook his head and fired 3 shots into the chest of the first figure, sending bullets into his heart. The first figure's eyes dimmed rapidly. The experimental team was obliterated. The leader, masked, revealed no expression, yet even through the virtual communication, Han Xiao could sense his fury. "You will regret this," the leader coldly declared before abruptly ending the call. "You have killed Valkyrie Experiment Number 1, gaining 900 experience. Revenge completed, gaining 15,000 experience." The military rifle disassembled automatically, its internal mechanisms long outdated. This battle marked the end of its service. The SWP sniper rifle seized from the Night Owl squad necessitates the mastery of the sniping skill. Thus, Han Xiao disassembled it into components and modified it into a military knife rifle. Eliminating the experimental team yielded him several thousand experience points, and with the task rewards, he amassed a total exceeding 20,000 experience points. Now that he has become an adversary of the budding organization, Han Xiao must not only flee but also devise ways to inflict damage upon them. His current personal strength pales in comparison to that of the budding organization. However, he possesses the capability to significantly undermine their influence. The plethora of advanced intelligence residing in his mind serves as his true trump card. To leverage this intelligence effectively, he must capitalize on a formidable force that can stand toe-to-toe with the budding organization. The choice thus narrows down to the 6 nations: Xinglong, Hongfeng, Tilius, Ruelon, Haixia, and Audifina. Among them, Xinglong is the closest to him, and in contrast to Ruelon's cold-blooded ferocity, Hongfeng's bureaucratic rigidity, Haixiao's profit-centric ethos, Tilius's short-sighted ambition, and Audifina's cunning scheming, Xinglong's internal atmosphere is the most temperate, coupled with a deeply rooted animosity towards the budding organization. Considering all angles, Xinglong emerges as the optimal choice at this juncture. 1 million reward. An A-level mission. As dawn broke, the Black Hawk helicopter arrived tardily, bringing the leader, Hela, and a team of cleanup personnel to the site where the experimental squad had perished. A glance at the twisted corpse of Subject 1 elicited a dissatisfied grunt from the leader beneath his mask. Useless. The researchers gathered the bodies of the experimental squad, stating, "They're all dead." With his hands clasped behind his back, the leader gazed silently at the distant hills for a long moment before declaring, "In the name of the organization, we shall issue a bounty of 1 million on Zero in the dark web. Life or death, the amount is non-negotiable." The crowd was taken aback. The budding organization, a behemoth of the underworld, had not issued a bounty in over 3 years. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a defector? You seem to overestimate him. Zero has fled. What damage can he inflict upon the organization? Humph, since he has audaciously declared war on the organization, let him understand his insignificance and utterly shatter his laughable resolve. The leader's tone was ominous. If Zero is captured, regardless of the methods employed, interrogation or experimentation, I want you to uncover the cause of his mutations. Even in death, his body is to be dissected for research. A researcher pointed at Subject 1's corpse and asked, "What about these individuals?" The leader initially intended to dismiss them, but suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What is the status of the preparations for the Super Soldier project?" "The foundational theories are complete. We are now set to conduct cell and animal testing. We anticipate beginning human trials free of aftereffects in 8 months. The leader interrupted, "Skip the cell and animal tests. Proceed directly to human trials." The risks are substantial. Only the Valkyrie subjects can withstand the modifications. These subjects are hard-won. Hastening the timeline may lead to unnecessary losses. The leader's tone was inscrutable. Experiments can only create cannon fodder and hatred. True demons are forged in suffering. He gestured towards Subject 1. He is the finest raw material. Hatred will compel him to endure the agony of transformation. Hatred is his driving furnace. I understand, the researcher nodded. The leader turned to Hela, summon the spirits. Hela exhaled a cloud of murky breath, her hands glowing with a faint gray light, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. A mournful wailing emanated from the gray light of her palms, resembling the cries of apparitions. Subject 1's corpse seemed to resonate, as wisps of gray mist floated in the air, delicately seeping into the bleeding features of Subject 1 as if being absorbed. The leader swept aside his coat and retrieved a vial of bright red serum from his pocket. Hela's expression shifted, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes, only to be quickly suppressed. "The Aurora Resurrection Serum," he stated, "an ultra-strong healing agent derived from the marrow of her sister." As the vial was poured over Subject 1's corpse, the red liquid dispersed instantly, penetrating the skin through its pores. A miraculous transformation occurred. The once cold corpse of Subject 1 regained warmth. Wounds healed at an astonishing rate, the jaw reattached, and severed limbs began to sprout flesh. The sound of a heartbeat grew louder. Subject 1 suddenly opened his eyes, his expression twisted with malevolence, unleashing a chilling roar filled with boundless hatred that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard. "Zero, you have unlocked the budding organization faction relationship. The budding organization's favorability has decreased by 1,000. Budding organization, hatred, minus 1,000. Defector, system prompt. You have triggered an A-level mission, Seed Slumbers in Dust. Mission prompt. Freedom is invaluable. For it, you willingly risk death, ultimately receiving freedom in return. However, the budding organization cannot tolerate your defection, and they have issued a generous bounty. You will face relentless pursuit, living in constant fear, forever unable to find peace. This is a veiled prison, a sky shrouded in gray. To attain true freedom, there remains but one path. You know what must be done. Mission prompt. This mission is a long-term task. Rewards depend on your destruction progress against the budding organization, both direct and indirect. Current progress, 0. Note, progress is not fixed. Should the budding organization expand, progress will decrease accordingly. This mission can be terminated at any time. If you choose to conclude the mission with progress below 20, it will be deemed a failure. Above 20 signifies completion, with rewards contingent upon final progress. Generally, tasks rated B or above pertain to the shifting powers of the current planet. The primary events of version 1.0 of the Ocean Blue Star revolve around the conflict between the Six Nations and the budding organization, with players divided into various factions. According to Han Zhao's memories, many players chose to join the budding organization, significantly aiding its development. If he seeks high rewards, he will inevitably become an adversary to those who choose the budding organization in the future. This mission requires Han Xiao to directly or indirectly inflict damage upon the budding organization. In the original timeline, although the budding organization neither won nor lost, they did indeed suffer heavy losses. He realized that this mission had potential competitors, other factions opposed to the budding organization. Their efforts against budding would not factor into his mission progress. A destruction rate of 20%? Wouldn't that necessitate his sole output to cripple the budding organization? It's nothing short of a trap. Despite this mission being a considerable pitfall, Han Xiao accepted it without hesitation. His life was entwined with the budding organization's fate. There was no reason to decline. It seemed this was to be his temporary main quest. The budding organization is a central event of the Ocean Blue Star during the 1.0 era. After Han Xiao grows, he will remain on Ocean Blue Star, thus embroiling himself in the factional conflict. In Starry Sea, when creating a character, the system queries players about their preferences, such as the worlds they favor and the professions they aspire to. Based on the questionnaire results, the system assigns new players to various randomly styled novice planets. The Starry Sea universe boasts a myriad of civilizational styles, allowing players to begin their journeys in worlds they cherish: ancient, magical, urban, or sci-fi. Each planet features one or more main storyline events. This is one of the game's attractions, as numerous casual players enjoy exploring the cosmos, experiencing various civilizations and planets. Ocean Blue Star is one such novice planet, reminiscent of Earth, set in a low sci-fi urban environment. Of course, the core worldview of Starry Sea remains the cosmic expanse, gradually unfolding to players as the version evolves. Some players, with a penchant for dark humor, might respond with quirky answers during the system's inquiries, expressing a fondness for horror, the supernatural, or hauntings. For such individuals, the system will whimsically cater to their tastes, for example, placing them on a planet filled with undead inspectors, devoid of any means to learn magic to combat the supernatural. These players typically face two outcomes. Either they switch accounts, or, well, they press on with steely determination. The latter must rely on their own resilience. The gaming pod of Starry Sea is immersive, offering an extraordinarily realistic experience, save for pain. In the fine print of the registration waiver, it clearly states that the company bears no responsibility for any physical or mental ailments arising from gameplay discomfort. In truth, Han Xiao could find a secluded wilderness spot to hide until the budding organization's strength wanes. However, doing so would hinder his growth. While safe, it would be utterly meaningless, inevitably allowing other players to surpass him. Following the main storyline of the planet can trigger numerous quests. The tumultuous era presents a remarkable opportunity for growth. Countless events are vividly etched in his mind. How could he choose to evade them? After 3 days, Han Xiao emerged from the forest, which lay within the territory of the Star Dragon Kingdom. One must admit that the Sprout organization possessed remarkable audacity to establish a base in the heart of the Star Dragon realm. Fully aware of the adage that darkness often conceals itself beneath the light. Upon exiting the forest, Han Xiao discovered the railway and boarded a long-distance train destined for the western capital, Xidu, transporting livestock. Due to the perilous wilderness and the undercurrents of tension among the 6 nations, the region remained perpetually on the brink of warfare. Most highways connecting the cities had fallen into disrepair, compelling the military to utilize the railway for transporting supplies between urban centers. The wilderness teemed with fierce beasts, and each city was fortified with stationed troops and established checkpoints. Towering electrified fences constituted the first line of defense for the cities. The sight of barbed wire indicated that civilization was near. After enjoying a free ride for 2 days, the silhouette of the electrified fence finally appeared in the distance. Han Xiao brushed aside the clucking hens that had alighted upon him and exhaled a deep breath of relief, his gaze fixed into the horizon. Star Dragon, Xidu. The 13th Bureau, here I come. Cluck cluck. In the realm of clandestine passage, the Star Dragon, one of the 6 nations, predominantly inhabited by individuals of East Asian descent, bears the totem of the celestial dragon that coils through the heavens. The enmity between the Star Dragon and the Emergence organization runs deep, tracing back to the era of the Andia War. During this tumultuous period, the Emergence organization forged a covert pact with the adversaries of the Star Dragon, launching a series of large-scale terrorist attacks within its territory at critical junctures of the conflict, resulting in over 100,000 fatalities and forcing the frontline troops into retreat, nearly jeopardizing the Star Dragon's sovereignty among the 6 nations. Each city is encircled by an endless expanse of electrified barbed wire, with checkpoints serving as the sole entry points. Guarded by military personnel who conduct thorough inspections, trains halt at outdoor platforms beyond the barriers, surrounded by extensive military installations, bunkers, watchtowers, and sniper posts. where soldiers vigilantly monitor arriving trains. Thousands of wanderers congregate in the station square, forming long queues, each subjected to scrutiny to confirm their lack of weapons, warrants, or infectious diseases before being permitted to pass through the checkpoints. The 6 nations have instituted a policy of accepting wanderers, aiming to assimilate wayward talents and elites to enhance the domestic population potential. Han Xiao is understandably reluctant to undergo inspection, knowing that the emergence organization has likely issued a bounty on him. Any inquiry would reveal his identity. Although his objective is to make contact with the Star Dragon's intelligence agency, the 13th Bureau, he cannot afford to be ensnared by the military's encirclement. Fortunately, there exists a method to bypass the checkpoints. In a previous life, players with a bounty on their heads could not pass inspections. By locating a hidden NPC responsible for facilitating clandestine crossings and offering a sum of money, they could successfully navigate into the city. In a corner of the square sits an inconspicuous man, neither queuing nor departing, exuding an aura of indifference. This individual is a smuggler running an underground transport operation, typically accepting clientele solely through familiar referrals. At that moment, a thin, gaunt young man approaches him, asking, "Is it safe?" The smuggler lifts his gaze to Han Xiao, recognizing him as a newcomer, and feigns ignorance. "What do you mean by safe? Is this enough to pay?" Han Xiao retorts, tossing a backpack filled with firearms to the smuggler. The smuggler hurriedly unzips it, glances inside, and swiftly closes it again. "My goodness, who dares to carry such an arsenal around? What kind of business are you in?" In the Star City, firearms are strictly regulated. And since Han Xiao has no intention of causing chaos, those weapons are of no use to him. "Yes, it is certainly enough." The smuggler, puzzled, inquires, "How did you know I was in the smuggling business?" "That's not your concern. In this line of work, it is customary to conduct business without prying into backgrounds." The smuggler suppresses his curiosity and rises to lead the way. Outside the station, a cargo truck awaits, already occupied by several passengers who cast scrutinizing glances at Han Xiao as he finds a place to sit. The windows are sealed with opaque black tape, obscuring the outside view. The vehicle will transport the passengers to a concealed entrance beyond the barbed wire, where the officer has been bribed by the smuggler. As long as the number of smugglers remains manageable, he will turn a blind eye. On the truck, a short man, bored, strikes up a conversation with Han Xiao, deeming him an easy mark based on his youthful appearance. "Hey, is this your first time in Star City?" Han Xiao glances at him. "Yes. I'm not sure what to call you. Ma Jie, and you?" Han Xiao. With an air of superiority, Ma Jie continues, "Since it's your first time in Star City, let me enlighten you. The city is divided into 8 districts. The first district is the political core, the domain of those high-ranking officials, and entry is prohibited. The other 7 districts each have their unique characteristics, all under the covert control of powerful figures from the gray market. I must warn you not to provoke these gray figures, or you might find yourself in dire straits." Han Xiao silently shakes his head. The so-called gray market comprises a web of interests involving drugs, illicit trade, and arms smuggling. Each city harbors its share of shady characters, but compared to official powers, they are inconsequential. Yet, the common populace instinctively fears the ruthless gray figures while holding disdain for the authoritative forces, knowing that official entities are less likely to harm them. While the gray figures pose a tangible threat, this is human nature, akin to seeing an armored truck with armed guards elicits little fear, while an ununiformed, menacing individual wielding a firearm sends most scurrying for safety. Ma Jie, attempting to impress Han Xiao, believes he is being clever, and Han Xiao humorously plays along. "Does the military not intervene?" "Huh. What can the military do? Are they going to storm the city?" Ma Jie scoffs, extolling the virtues of the gray market, boasting, "My cousin is a leader's right-hand man, with immense prospects. I'm here to lend him a hand." "Impressive," Han Xiao replies nonchalantly, encouraged by Han Xiao's response. Ma Jie grows animated, gesticulating wildly. "Of course. My cousin is a prominent figure in Star City. Have you heard of the yellow-spotted leopard?" "Oh, right. You haven't been here before. Are you coming to the city to seek out family?" Han Xiao fabricates a response. "No, I intend to find work and settle down." Ma Jie's mind races at the prospect of recruiting a young individual for his cousin, who might regard him more favorably. He exuberantly proposes, "How about joining me? I assure you, your future will be bright." "No, thank you," Han Xiao declines politely. In Ma Jie's eyes, this refusal stems from youthful arrogance, and he retorts mockingly, "You'll regret it later. When you wish to curry favor with me, it may be too late." Han Xiao closes his eyes, signaling his disinterest in further conversation. Ma Jie, feeling snubbed, glares at him before turning away. The vehicle halts at a distance from the train station, near a gate marked with danger signs, seemingly a dedicated passage for arms transport. An officer awaits behind the gate, and the smuggler discreetly passes a stack of currency through the wire. The officer's face brightens with satisfaction as he opens the gate, allowing Xiao and the other smugglers to enter. Follow the officer. He will take you to the outskirts of the city without any inspections, the smuggler instructs. The officer remains silent, leading the way. Xiao and the others navigate past various military structures, eventually emerging from the checkpoint base to behold the towering edifices of Star City glistening under the sun. The smugglers disperse like birds taking flight, each embarking on their individual paths. Ma Jie shoots Xiao a fierce glare before departing. As Xiao strolls through the streets, his tattered clothing draws disdainful glances from passers-by, who steer clear of him. After 10 days of traversing forests and several more aboard a livestock train, he carries an unmistakable odor that could bring a tear to the eye. With no money to sustain himself, he can only quench his thirst at a fountain in the square, his most valuable possession being the scent of his 20-year-old unwashed body after a week without a change of clothes. Yet, these are mere trifles. Half an hour later, Xiao exits a department store. Now clad in a neat white shirt and black trousers, casually smoking a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him. You have unlocked the skill, Pickpocketing LV1. Pickpocketing increases the success rate of theft. In reality, possessing a certain skill significantly increases the likelihood of carrying it into the realm of gaming. For instance, an individual with a military background may instinctively acquire fundamental combat and shooting abilities. As the saying goes, a wealth of skills is never a burden. In the past, in order to outsmart the thieving gangs that roamed the neighborhoods below, I took it upon myself to learn the art of pickpocketing, ostensibly for the purpose of counteracting such thefts. Yes, I even convinced myself of this rationale. A thief? Beware, for without evidence, I might accuse you of defamation. I, the technician, am law-abiding and patriotic. Throughout middle and high school, my scores in political examinations never fell below 80. I have been awarded the title of 3 good student and received scholarships annually. I am but a step away from joining the Communist Party. Having already completed the Young Pioneers and the Communist Youth League, achieving what one might call a trifecta, I pride myself on being as zealous against evil as the legendary Gourd Boy, advocating virtue and earning respect. Let it be known, I have never engaged in theft, let alone peeping. As for the present, one might say that borrowing a passerby's wallet is merely a consequence of life's exigencies. As political textbooks aptly state, each issue must be analyzed in its specific context, and thus can be understood and forgiven. Upon hearing rumors about the chess-playing elder, Xiao resolved not to become a wanderer. After defecting from the budding organization, he no longer had access to free resources. Advancing in the mechanical field required substantial financial investment. Various equipment, materials, and components were quite costly. The lack of funds and resources posed a significant obstacle. Although the wilderness offered freedom, it was fraught with scarcity and instability, hampering growth. Moreover, being weak and vulnerable, he required the protection of a powerful faction until he could grow stronger. If the budding organization pinpointed his location in the wild, they would act without hesitation, possibly launching a barrage of thermal tracking missiles, leaving him with no chance of escape. The budding organization had refrained from using such measures against him previously, as he was located within the borders of the Star Dragon Kingdom, where missiles would be intercepted. Additionally, exposing their other bases in Star Dragon would be unwise. Another reason was that the leader deemed it unnecessary to resort to extreme measures against him. Han Zhao's decision to join the Six Nations was primarily motivated by the fact that, aside from the budding organization, only the Six Nations possessed advanced knowledge. To fulfill his advancement task, aligning himself with the Six Nations was imperative. The most pressing concern was to find a base in the Western capital. And from the moment Han Xiao decided to come to the Western capital, he had a specific target in mind. It was a hidden plot point he had learned about from others' records in his previous life, without personally seizing this opportunity. Now, with no competitors, Han Xiao could seize the initiative. Before him stood a repair shop, its door wide open, resembling an auto repair facility. The shop bore no name, merely displaying a sign with the image of a wrench, indicating its purpose as a mechanical repair shop. However, it was likely that few passers-by would notice it, as it was tucked away in an inconspicuous alley, flanked by walls on either side. The alley entrance was approximately 200 meters from the shop, and without venturing inside, one might assume it was a dead end. This opportunity did not belong to me in my previous life. I cannot afford to miss it this time, Han Xiao thought, his gaze flickering. Although the repair shop appeared unremarkable, it concealed a rare opportunity vital for the early stages of mechanical advancement, and it was unique. In front of the shop, a chess table was set up, where 2 elderly men were engaged in a game. One was short with a scruffy beard and long, disheveled hair, exuding an artistic flair. The other was taller, with neatly combed gray hair and an upright posture, resembling a steadfast pine tree, deeply engrossed in the game. Notably, his left sleeve was empty, indicating he was disabled. They cast a brief glance at Han Xiao before resuming their serious game, as if preparing for battle. Han Xiao took a cursory glance and was momentarily taken aback. They were playing Go, with black and white stones entangled in a fierce struggle. The taller elder was forming a large dragon, while the shorter one attempted to encircle him, their moves resembling a fierce clash, fraught with danger. Upon closer inspection, he realized, to his dismay, that it was merely a game of Gamoku. What a waste of their expressions. What do you need repaired? A melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. A woman hurried out from the repair shop, instantly capturing Han Xiao's attention. With fair skin glowing with health, standing about 165 meters tall. She was not stunning but had an appealing, approachable demeanor, reminiscent of a friendly older sister. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, the prime of a woman's beauty. A towel was draped around her slender neck, and her hair was pinned up with a black hairpin. She wore a simple black elastic tank top and denim shorts, showcasing her long, straight legs. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead under the midday sun as she held a wrench, suggesting she had just been working. When it came to appreciating women, young lechers often focused on looks and curves, while experienced individuals observed legs and waistlines, and seasoned veterans prioritized temperament. Of course, there were also those of various inclinations who were indiscriminate in their appetites. Do you hire apprentice workers here? Han Xiao inquired. The woman's eyes brightened at his question, making Han Xiao feel a sudden chill. To describe her gaze in a more refined manner, it resembled that of a famished person spotting a lavish feast after days of hunger, or a weary traveler discovering an oasis after days in the desert. More plainly, it was akin to a puppy spotting a treat or a baby seeing its grandmother. Come in quickly, don't catch a chill, she urged, grabbing Han Xiao's arm and pulling him inside, as if fearing he would flee. Glancing up at the scorching sun, Han Xiao replied, is catching a chill your local term for heatstroke? The repair shop's architecture featured a palette of white, yellow, and black, spanning 2 floors. The ground floor served as a workshop, with several load-bearing columns dividing the space into 3 working areas. It housed numerous workbenches equipped with mechanical tools, grinders, cutters, drill bits, welding guns, and more, all showing signs of wear. Along the walls stood multiple multi-tiered iron racks piled with various mechanical parts and metals, resembling a hardware store. Further in, a black, metal, hollow staircase led to the 2nd floor, likely serving as a living area. My name is Lu Qian, and I am the owner of this repair shop. You can call me Sister Qian, she introduced herself with poise. Sister Qian, Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. I wish to work as an apprentice here. May I inquire about the requirements? Please tell me about yourself, Lu Qian replied with a warm smile, her initial impression of Han Xiao being quite favorable. She appreciated his gaze, which appeared to reflect a sense of aimlessness, akin to a despondent youth lacking ambition. I am Han Xiao, 21 years old, and I come from outside the area. I possess some rudimentary mechanical skills. You may also refer to me as Technician Han, he stated. Technician Han. Lu Qian found the title somewhat odd. You're not a student from the Western Capital Academy? The universal knowledge acquired from the Celestial Blue Star included basic training for superpowered individuals. The Western Capital Academy was the official institution of the Star Dragon Kingdom, where only the most talented students were selected nationwide. They were systematically taught superpower knowledge in fields such as martial arts, mechanics, and abilities. Outstanding graduates often directly assumed important governmental roles, serving as a reservoir of talent for the nation. However, the chances of becoming a superpowered individual were exceedingly slim. Despite the presence of comprehensive training programs, I have only studied a bit of basic mechanical theory, Han Xiao humbly stated, maintaining a low profile and adhering to principles of integrity. What a pity. Lu Qian expressed a hint of regret, but quickly realized this might come across as disrespectful. She quickly added, I apologize. That was not my intention. It's fine. I need to assess your skills. Although I require assistance, I will not hire anyone lacking proficiency, she stated reasonably, to which Han Xiao naturally had no objections. Lu Qian retrieved a malfunctioning appliance to test Han Xiao's skills. Just then, the short elder at the chess table suddenly spoke up. Young man, why do you seek to apply for an apprenticeship? Lu Qian looked puzzled, thinking her grandfather's question was rather strange. After all, the young man was obviously seeking work. Han Xiao turned to face the elder, saying, I merely wish to find a job. The elder grunted non-committally, then abruptly pushed the chessboard aside and approached. I am the owner of this shop, and it is through my assessment that I will allow you to stay. The taller elder, who was about to connect 5 white stones, sighed in exasperation. Hey, you're being unreasonable. I have important matters to attend to. How shameless, the taller elder retorted. realizing he could no longer continue the game, and reluctantly followed. Bionic Prosthetics, the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau, abbreviated as the 13th Bureau, plays a pivotal role in the unfolding narrative. Han Xiao's thoughts raced as he contemplated his encounter with the enigmatic Old Lu, a central figure shrouded in hidden plots and the primary target of Han Xiao's mission. The unexpected meeting with Old Gao was purely coincidental, a man of considerable stature. Old Gao was acutely aware that while Han Xiao could conceal his identity from most, he could not deceive him. Initially, the plan was to anonymously submit intel to the budding organization, to first showcase goodwill and then reveal himself when the moment was ripe. However, circumstances had shifted unexpectedly, requiring a recalibration of strategy. Engaging directly with the high-ranking officials of the 13th Bureau could render Han Xiao's position precarious, yet he rarely succumbed to discouragement. When faced with changing tides, he simply sought new avenues of approach. As anonymity became impractical, he resolved to openly reveal his identity and showcase his intrinsic value, hoping to entice the 13th Bureau to seek him out. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," resonated with Han Xiao, as he recognized a latent potential for collaboration with the Star Dragon. Fortunately, having already entered the city, Han Xiao surmised that the 13th Bureau would act with caution, wary of causing disruption within the urban landscape. An exposure at the checkpoint could lead to military encirclement, leaving him vulnerable. A shift in plan might not be detrimental. Gaining even a modicum of trust from Old Gao could significantly advance his endeavor. Contemplating the conversation, Han Xiao inquired, "What test do you propose?" Old Lu glanced around, momentarily at a loss for a challenge until his gaze fell upon Old Gao's amputated arm. "You must craft him a prosthetic that satisfies him. Only then will you pass the test." "Why am I involved?" Old Gao blinked, momentarily taken aback, yet upon noticing Old Lu's playful nudges, he grasped that Old Lu was intent on making things difficult for Han Xiao. "Grandfather, this is unreasonable. What if you scare him away?" Lu Qian protested. "You spend your days drinking, playing chess, and strolling about, neglecting the shop. Am I not allowed to find an assistant?" Old Lu dismissed her concerns, fixating on Han Xiao as he awaited a response. Han Xiao, feigning puzzlement, reiterated, "Are you certain you want me to craft a prosthetic that satisfies this elder? If you are unwilling, you may leave at once." "I accept," Han Xiao replied with a cheerful demeanor. The blueprints for the bionic prosthetic he had previously acquired lay dormant on his panel, now serendipitously coming to fruition. It seemed almost fortuitous that Old Lu's demand aligned perfectly with his intentions to establish rapport with Old Gao. "Time is of the essence. You have but 3 hours. I shall not wait for your slow progress," Old Lu scoffed. "Grandfather." Lu Qian was exasperated. Creating a prosthetic requires measuring Old Gao's arm, drafting a design, and ultimately fabricating the product. Merely conceptualizing the design could take hours. Even with a lathe to streamline the process, it would still take no less than 2 hours, leaving Han Xiao practically no time to devise a solution. Furthermore, the final product must meet Old Gao's approval. This is nothing short of deliberate obstruction. Yet, as the head of the household, Old Lu's authority rendered Lu Qian's protests moot. Han Xiao remained unfazed, producing a tape measure and asking, "May I?" Old Gao willingly removed his coat, indicating that Han Xiao could measure his arm freely. As Han Xiao took the measurements, Old Gao observed him closely. Despite Old Lu's overt attempts to hinder him, Han Xiao displayed no signs of displeasure, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he possessed the requisite skills. However, Old Gao pondered why a bounty of 1 million had been placed on Han Xiao by the budding organization. He recognized Han Xiao immediately upon their first encounter, as the bounty had stirred considerable unrest within the underground world, with nearly all intelligence agencies having memorized the visage of Zero. Old Gao, responsible for such matters, understood the implications. Seeing Han Xiao confidently striding into the city indicated corruption among the stationed officers at the checkpoint, necessitating a thorough internal cleansing. What was Han Xiao's purpose in West City? Was he a threat? Such queries occupied Old Gao's mind, but thus far, Han Xiao's demeanor appeared quite ordinary, prompting Old Gao to continue his observation. Unlike Old Gao, Old Lu had navigated the treacherous waters of life and death in his youth, gaining insights that enabled him to detect the aura of death lingering around Han Xiao. This prompted his intentional obstructions. He wished to dissuade Han Xiao from lingering in the repair shop, fearing potential complications. Yet, Old Lu had long since distanced himself from the underground world and was oblivious to Han Xiao being a target of the bounty. Old Lu's demands were indeed stringent, transferring decision-making into Han Xiao's hands. Did he seek assistance? Old Gao and Old Lu exchanged knowing glances. Han Xiao quickly completed the measurements, and Lu Qian, dissatisfied with her grandfather's actions, eagerly approached to assist. Let us discuss your concept so we can draft the design together. This will save time. To her surprise, Han Xiao declined her offer, stating with a smile, "No need for a drawing. I already have a complete design in mind." Lu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "In just 2 minutes, you've conceived a plan? Have you conjured the cowherd star from thin air?" Old Lu scoffed, incredulous. 2 minutes to develop a comprehensive blueprint? Even I, a mechanical expert, cannot achieve such a feat. You must be jesting. Without further elaboration, Han Xiao swiftly jotted down a list of required materials and equipment. As the shop manager, Lu Qian was far more adept at procuring items than he could ever be. Soon, Lu Qian gathered the necessary materials, her dissatisfaction with her grandfather's behavior propelling her to assist Han Xiao, though she harbored little hope that he could fulfill such arduous conditions. Han Xiao selected the materials and commenced his work. Various raw metallic components gradually morphed into the form he envisioned under the operations of the stamping machine and cutting wheel. The primary material he employed was a commonly used aluminum alloy, lightweight, resilient, and easily malleable. Pre-made rivets, screws, and chains further expedited the process. His skill and basic mechanical affinity endowed Han Xiao with an extraordinary perception of metallic components. As he caressed the materials, he sensed an almost palpable eagerness emanating from the metals yearning to be shaped. This sensation was fleeting, akin to an illusion. The mechanical affinity skill is the core ability of the mechanical discipline, influencing every aspect of machinery usage and construction. Each level of basic mechanical affinity enhances mechanical quality and manufacturing speed by 1%. The finest bionic prosthetics can capture myoelectric signals. The wearer merely needs to think, allowing the neural electric signals from the brain to command the arm as if it were a natural limb. The metal arm of the Winter Soldier exemplifies this advanced version but necessitates surgical intervention to establish a neural link with the body, employing the mechanical system's fundamental electromagnetic principles and neural integration. As this technology evolves, it leads to the potential for full mechanical augmentation, enabling the replacement of even non-brain limbs with machinery, transforming the individual into a mechanized warrior. This path effectively leads to mechanical life, wherein the mechanical body cannot generate organic vitality, compelling it to perpetually seek stronger components for self-enhancement. The only significant advantage may be an extended lifespan, free from concerns of hunger or thirst. However, the loss of sensory perception and thought renders one susceptible to the insidious whispers of the cosmos, potentially leading to brainwashing by certain powers or entities, stripping away one's sense of self. One might program their thoughts and establish logical loops to become a mental immune entity. Yet this would entail losing free will, devolving into a mere automaton following prescribed logic. Such methodologies are typically employed by advanced civilizations to create expendable forces, rendering this path unappealing to most individuals. Inferior bionic prosthetics may adopt a voice-controlled mode. However, they similarly require foundational acoustic manipulation. Mechanical technology is a chain of interrelated components. Identical creations, when infused with diverse knowledge, unveil boundless possibilities. Mechanical knowledge resembles a grand tree, branching out more intricately as one ascends. Han Xiao, opting for a more pragmatic approach, adapted the principles of a lightweight power arm to the realm of bionic prosthetics, centering on mechanical power while minimizing its intensity. He employed batteries as an energy source to prevent the emission of noxious smoke that would otherwise pollute the environment, as seen with the lightweight power arm. The transmission of force is facilitated by traction cables within the prosthetics framework, functioning analogously to tendons, synchronizing seamlessly with the movements of the user's amputated limb. Meanwhile, old Lu, seemingly producing a bottle of green glass beer from nowhere, observed with a drink in hand, curious to witness what Han Xiao might create. Should the endeavor falter, old Lu would not hesitate to indulge in mockery. As various components were swiftly polished and assembled into place, everyone recognized the emerging form of a prosthetic limb. What astonished them further was that Han Xiao had not produced any unnecessary parts or wasted a moment, demonstrating that he had indeed conceived his plan within 2 minutes. Goodness, could he really create it? Murmured old Lu, drawing an irate glare from Lu Qian, who thought, Grandpa is certainly up to no good. Noticing the astonishment of those around him, Han Xiao could hardly suppress a laugh. The blueprints were readily available, and any failures would merely be a matter of technical skill. You have created bionic prosthetic, left arm, mechanical powered, earning 2,000 experience points. Bionic prosthetic, left arm, mechanical powered special item, featuring a highly realistic skeletal structure. Utilizing mechanical power in conjunction with traction cables, allowing for customizable fittings that perfectly adapt to the residual limb, soft enough not to harm the skin, and extremely wear resistant. A metallic prosthetic frame glimmering with a lustrous sheen was fashioned by Han Xiao, taking 2 hours and 33 minutes. The experts present recognized at a glance that the shape of the prosthetic frame was anatomically sound, equipped with intricate mechanisms, chains, and a large capacity battery for power. All pristine and radiant. The onlookers were left in awe. He truly accomplished it. Lu Qian exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. A thought bubbling up in her mind. What a treasure we have found. Han Xiao elaborated. Simply cover the frame with a layer of silicone skin, and it will be indistinguishable from a real arm. Enough chatter, let's give it a try, old Lu said, swallowing hard. Although he was genuinely surprised by Han Xiao, he still felt he could regain control from him, given his long-standing friendship. Old Gao, reluctantly, picked up the bionic prosthetic for a closer inspection. To his delight, upon attaching it to his amputated arm, he found the sensation remarkably gentle. Unlike other prosthetics that chafed against the skin, it felt like sinking into a sponge. Yet it fitted snugly. Previously reluctant to wear prosthetics due to their hindrance to movement, Gao discovered that Han Xiao's creation posed no such limitations, even evoking a delightful illusion of still having an arm when in motion. The elasticity of the traction cables allowed him to execute simple arm movements effortlessly. Perfect was the only phrase that could encapsulate Gao's current sentiment. What do you think? Is this contraption satisfactory? Old Lu asked calmly, sipping his drink, fully aware that the situation was under his control, awaiting Gao's assessment. Lu Qian anxiously watched Gao, fearful of a negative response. Gao found himself torn between a friend's request and his own feelings. What mattered more? This was a question that hardly required contemplation. The item is indeed remarkable. I am very pleased, old Lu exclaimed, only to choke on his drink, coughing in frustration as he glared at Gao. What happened to the camaraderie? You're not playing by the rules. Consider it a gift if you like it, Han Xiao replied, entirely unfazed. Gao nodded, mentally noting the favor owed to him. Old Lu was taken aback, realizing the materials used were from his own collection. If anyone owes a favor, it should be mine. Did you consult me before appropriating my resources? He retorted. So, am I permitted to stay? Han Xiao replied with a playful smirk. Old Lu's face shifted between shades of green and red as he begrudgingly conceded, turning to ascend the stairs, muttering under his breath, "Humph, if you stay. Let us see how long that lasts." Lu Qian, elated, celebrated with a small fist pump. With matters settled, old Gao smiled at Han Xiao, waved, and departed. Once outside the alley, he entered a sleek, black armored vehicle that had been waiting. The driver respectfully handed him an encrypted phone, and Gao made a call. His demeanor transforming dramatically, radiating authority. The target, codenamed Sprout, has illegally entered the West Capital. Coordinates are. Instruct the intelligence department to monitor closely. I had a brief encounter with the target. I recommend a gentle approach and avoid any aggressive measures unless absolutely necessary. Defectors from the Sprout organization are highly sought after by the Six Nations for vital intelligence. However, previous defectors had been of little consequence, while Han Xiao was the only one to have a bounty placed upon him, possibly holding crucial information. This prompted Gao to exercise caution in his investigation. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, satisfied that his performance had likely established a foundation of minimal threat in Gao's mind, facilitating future interactions. There were 3 significant advantages to being at the repair shop. First, old Lu possessed a comprehensive collection of mechanical knowledge, saving Han Xiao the time of scouring for vocational training. Secondly, the repair shop could serve as a refuge from the relentless pursuit of Sprout. Although spies from Sprout infiltrated every nation, this particular repair shop remained one of the few locations unknown to them. In the event of an assault, Han Xiao felt reassured knowing old Lu's formidable combat prowess could provide substantial protection, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. Old Lu was one of the few D-level superpowered individuals in the Sea Blue Star, a realm where even the strongest were generally only at the sea level, thus ruling supreme. The mechanical system holds a distinguished place within the realm of superpowers, governed by a renowned theory. If machinery is constrained by the limitations of an ordinary person's capabilities, it restricts over 90% of inventions. Only individuals of exceptional strength can wield more advanced machinery. As one grows, the restrictions on mechanical creations become increasingly stringent, with some formidable devices designated solely for mechanics, rendering them unusable by the other 4 systems. The mechanical discipline is not merely characterized by wielding massive guns and armored suits. Advanced mechanics can employ various machines as tactical cores, enabling a multitude of combat styles: offensive, control, assassination, defense, and long range, among others. The potential is vast. From robotic armies and artillery specialists to melee combatants wielding high-tech cold weapons, virtual illusions, and fortifications, even transforming oneself into a mechanical entity. The official documentation provided by Starry Sea defines mechanics as such, adept in the use of mechanical weaponry in combat, possessing rapid assembly capabilities, and exhibiting exceptional versatility. The most critical term here is rapid assembly. Upon mastering high-density material compression technology and basic spatial technology, mechanics can fold colossal weapons down to the size of a fingertip, allowing them to carry them easily and deploy them instantaneously in battle. Energy serves as the reservoir for the psychic system, the offensive might for the martial arts system, the magical source for the magic system, and the mental energy for the telekinesis system. Likewise, the energy of the mechanical system is far from trivial. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it can replace hands, lathes, and devices, facilitating the ultra-rapid creation of new machinery during combat. As long as raw materials are available, a mechanic's arsenal can be infinite, provided they have learned instantaneous disassembly and reassembly and other essential vocational knowledge. Given that players' inventory is subject to realistic weight limits, only mechanics and magic practitioners, alongside exceedingly rare spatial psychics, enjoy the benefits of spatial bags. The third and most significant advantage concerns a hidden storyline, which could yield several blueprints for divine artifacts in the early stages of the mechanical discipline. Old Lu would eventually depart the repair shop, leaving behind a coded box containing years of research blueprints for Lu Qian to deliver to her father, Lu Cheng, a roving warlord with a notoriously strained relationship with his son. In a previous life, a mechanical engineer undertook a myriad of intricate tasks, ultimately acquiring the password to unlock a chest. After considerable effort in gathering the necessary materials, he successfully crafted a formidable artifact, leading to an immediate surge in combat prowess, thus ascending to the status of a dominant force in the PK arena. He achieved an unparalleled feat of 38 consecutive victories, even against 3 opponents of equal caliber, who were effortlessly vanquished. Those blueprints were the epitome of early-game artifacts for mechanical engineers, and Han Xiao did not need to engage in the convoluted preliminary tasks. He was privy to the password from the outset. The hidden narrative revolved around a competitive quest, while only one player could succeed. Others who completed the preliminary tasks would also uncover the password. Consequently, someone later disseminated this information on the forums, and it was through this medium that Han Xiao gained his insights. The password chest left by the old man L was a development following the public beta, and Han Xiao, being in close proximity, sought to cultivate a favorable relationship first. For the sake of those artifacts, it was worth it. Allow me to elaborate on the apprentice's compensation. A monthly salary of 1,000, inclusive of meals and lodging, with vacant rooms on the second floor. The typical responsibilities involved mechanical repairs and fulfilling client orders. Would that be acceptable? L Qian, observing Han Xiao's skills with a mixture of apprehension and admiration, feared that such remuneration might dissuade him, yet her finances were severely constrained. I can accept it, Han Xiao replied. L Qian was elated, her fondness for him blossoming. The second floor boasted a complete living space, including a living room, restroom, kitchen, and several bedrooms. L Qian led Han Xiao to his room, which contained a wooden bed devoid of a mattress, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workbench. This is your room. She handed him the key with enthusiasm, diligently assisting him in tidying up the space. With a salary of 1,000, hardly sufficient to cover a month's worth of meals, L Qian was thoroughly pleased with Han Xiao. Where else could she find such a cost-effective and quality laborer? This young man seemed somewhat naive, prompting her resolve to treat him well and ensure he did not leave. Han Xiao found himself bemused. He, the applicant, felt no anxiety, while the manager appeared to tread on thin ice. What a peculiar situation. After cleaning the room, Lu Qian left. Han Xiao lay comfortably on the bed, closing his eyes to relax, awaiting the arrival of the 13 Bureau. He understood that his current abilities were insufficient to confront Mingya. Relying on external forces was merely a shortcut. True reliance lay in his own strength. To gain the 13 Bureau's respect, he needed to bolster his capabilities. At present, opportunities for tasks and monster hunting were scarce, leaving only the technical work. Manufacturing machinery required funds, thus seeking side jobs was imperative. Shidu offered numerous opportunities, but transforming them into personal strength was a long journey ahead. A classic song aptly put it, Zhang Guolao, heading west, carrying Sha Monk. Following the Gord brothers on the long road to the west, a journey of tens of thousands of miles. With half a year until the public beta, he needed to prepare himself. Having tidied up, Han Xiao returned to the first floor where Lu Qian was working at the lathe, repairing a household appliance. Her rounded, shapely figure clad in hot pants revealed long, slender, fair legs, prompting him to steal a few glances. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lu Qian remarked. The orders are in the drawer. Business was slow at the repair shop, with most orders piling up. Han Xiao casually picked an easy task and got to work at the lathe. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the repair shop closed for the day. Lu Qian changed into a white long dress for home, letting her long, glossy black hair down from its updo, presenting a warm, gentle demeanor akin to that of an elder sister. The dress bore signs of mending, revealing her modest economic situation. Han Xiao speculated whether Lu Qian wore such light clothing while working to save on fabric costs. As dinner time approached, old Lu finally emerged, having locked himself away in his room all day. Dinner's ready, he announced, his long Mediterranean hair making him appear far from a domestic figure. With Lu Qian handling all the cooking, Han Xiao eagerly stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth, savoring its rich flavor. Delicious, I assent it. Lu Qian smiled. Han Xiao had no time to respond, his mouth busy with food. This is what food should taste like. What have I been eating these past 6 months? There's plenty more. Take your time, Lu Qian encouraged, delighted by her culinary skills being appreciated, and continued to serve him. After a while, old Lu suddenly inquired, "What exactly is your background?" Han Xiao paused. "I'm just an ordinary person." Such a clumsy lie. How could it deceive me? The old man scoffed, stroking his balding head and tousled hair, resembling a furry egg. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What if I don't tell you?" "Don't tell me?" Old Lu elevated his tone, dramatically tossing his hair, exuding the wild spirit of a heavy metal guitarist, radiating a sense of grandeur that enveloped Han Xiao in solitude and melancholy. What a perilous homeland we have, with its vast snowy expanse. Han Xiao's gaze sharpened as he swiftly spun around, leaping 5 meters away, crossing his arms in a defensive stance, bracing himself. Old Lu narrowed his eyes. What skill? Could it be the legendary Four Elders Black Goose Ballet? Quite impressive. Humph, merely a trifle. I possess a move known as White Fluff 3000 Zhang, which can kill upon contact and sever the soul upon touch. Do you dare to face this technique? Old Lu raised 2 fingers, twirling his hair as if wielding a weapon, exuding the demeanor of a master. Such extraordinary prowess exists in this world. Han Xiao's expression shifted. The realm I inhabit is beyond your comprehension, old Lu chuckled. Lu Qian wore a friendly smile. Yet a storm of dark clouds gathered behind her, akin to the manifestation of celestial laws. She lightly tapped the table with her chopsticks, stating calmly, "Sit down and eat." In the blink of an eye, the two returned to their places, their expressions serene as if nothing had transpired. Shidu is vast, divided into 8 districts and 3 satellite cities, interconnected by military railroads. The first district serves as the core of the city, housing all government offices, with entry forbidden to civilians. While the 6 nations subtly vie for dominance, despite the common enemy of the Manya organization, they remain in competition with one another, devoid of absolute allies. Assassinations targeting high-ranking officials have never ceased, with the blame often placed on the Manya organization and certain supercriminals. Yet, intelligence agencies are well aware that at least 70% of these assassinations are orchestrated by rival nations. The underground world of this planet is composed of rogue elements. Intelligence agencies, the Manya organization, marauding warlords, arms dealers, information traffickers, supercriminals, assassin organizations, hackers, and other outlaws. The Longjiao building serves as the core government institution of the Star Dragon, where the highest-ranking officials conduct their affairs. The external walls of the Longjiao building are designed to withstand intercontinental missiles, allowing the leaders to convene without fear of calamity. Beneath the Longjiao lies the headquarters of the secretive departments. In the underground of the Longjiao building, on an unmarked floor of the elevator, is the headquarters of the Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Bureau. Dozens of large black screens hang on the walls, displaying a torrent of matrix data. The sound of keyboards clattering melds into a symphony as countless intelligence operatives bustle about, functioning as the cogs of this intelligence agency known as the 13 Bureau. Here, a multitude of intelligence, both significant and trivial, converges for processing before being dispatched to their respective departments. The 13 Bureau serves as the eyes and ears of Star Dragon, a concealed blade hidden up its sleeve. Report, Minister. The whereabouts of Zero have been located. A bespectacled, demure secretary hurriedly knocked on the door of the intelligence minister's office, where he sat with a serious expression, a glimmer of moisture at the corner of his mouth. Speak, he commanded. Minister, were you napping just now? The secretary teased. Enough. Speak of business, the minister snapped, his eyes narrowing. Zero is currently hiding in a mechanical repair shop in the 7th district. The minister turned his chair away, pondering for a moment before facing her again, gravely stating, the higher-ups wanted gentle approach. You turned away to wipe your mouth, didn't you? I regret promoting you. The secretary adjusted her glasses, a glint reflecting off the lenses. How should we proceed? Since Zero has ventured alone into Shidu, it implies a desire for asylum and an intention to cooperate has already been demonstrated. We must prepare for contingencies. Implement the informant protection protocol, ensuring that Mingya's spies in Shidu remain unaware of his presence. Instruct the hackers to intercept any information regarding Zero's whereabouts, preventing any leaks online. Additionally, send someone to discreetly probe his intentions to ascertain whether he is a deliberate spy sent by Mingya. We cannot act rashly until we have confirmation. With 1 million defectors from Mingya, there are 2 possibilities. Either he possesses critical intelligence, or he wields formidable strength. The danger is incalculable. We must tread lightly. I do not wish to repeat the disaster of the last operation against Black Spider, which resulted in 2 streets being blown up and a failure that earned me a 2-hour reprimand from the director. In the tranquil atmosphere of the repair shop, Han Xiao found himself with ample spare time to pursue his own ventures. He ventured out in search of supplementary income. The Kluo scrapyard, the largest refuse station in the 7th district, was a veritable mountain of waste, with various large machines ceaselessly at work. This territory belonged to the notorious figure known as the Raccoon, the kingpin of the gray area in the 7th district. As long as there was law and order, the presence of such shady characters, who thrived in the shadows, was inevitable, much like the shadows cast by the sun. Although Shidu was the capital of the Xinglong Empire, numerous operatives from other nations, arms dealers, intelligence agents, and dark web assassins clandestinely operated within the city, harboring their illicit dealings. These gray forces were akin to local tyrants. Though they were well known in Shidu, they remained beneath the surface. Wearing a mask, Han Xiao entered the scrapyard, only to be confronted by a group of menacing thugs. "Kid, this isn't a place for you," a bald, muscular man warned, sizing up Han Xiao with ill intent. To them, his slender build made him appear as easy prey. "I wish to see the raccoon," Han Xiao replied calmly. The workers erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. "We don't have time to play house with you. Hurry home to your mommy, or we'll break your legs," the bald man threatened, brandishing a wrench menacingly. "Is the raccoon represented by such a lowly minion as you?" Han Xiao retorted, enraged. The bald man seized Han Xiao by the collar. Han Xiao stared back with an unblinking gaze, placing his palm on the man's wrist and applying a gentle pressure. The bald man winced in pain and instinctively released his grip, only to discover several bruised finger marks on his wrist. "Friend, which path do you walk?" the bald man asked, his expression shifting to one of wariness. At that moment, the bald thug tilted his head, listening to a hidden earpiece, and his hostility vanished as he stepped aside. "The boss wants to see you." Following the muscular man, Han Xiao was led into the inner sanctum of the scrapyard, where a petite man lounged on a sofa, legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine. At first glance, one would hardly associate him with the control of the 7th district's gray area. The raccoon casually remarked, "I hear you wish to meet me. What shall I call you?" "Han, the technician," Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. The raccoon scoffed, "If I find you wasting my time, you should know what comes next." It had been a long time since a stranger had dared to seek him out for collaboration, especially a young man still wet behind the ears. His curiosity piqued. He agreed to meet Han Xiao. Raising an eyebrow, Han Xiao suddenly extended his hand, swiftly snatching a gun from the bald man's waist before the raccoon could react. The bald thug gaped in shock, reaching for his own waist, and discovering his weapon had been taken. The raccoon's subordinates immediately drew their firearms, their expressions tense as they aimed at Han Xiao. "What is the meaning of this?" The raccoon paused, his mind racing. He was well aware of the bald man's capabilities, yet he could not fathom how this young man had outmaneuvered him. With deft fingers, Han Xiao disassembled the gun, its parts scattering across the floor like petals of a wilting flower. "Firearms are highly lucrative commodities for major powers, and I can help you reduce costs, requiring only a modest fee in return." The raccoon was suddenly intrigued. This youth was capable of crafting firearms. In the black market, gun prices soared, making it a lucrative business. Understanding the intricacies of gun manufacturing set a skilled mechanic apart, and the raccoon realized that attracting a knowledgeable mechanic was a rare opportunity. "What terms do you propose for our collaboration?" Han Xiao suggested. "I will prepare a list of materials and components, while I shall handle the manufacturing and assembly. I'll work 2 hours each morning, charging 1,500 for each handgun, and I will take away any mechanical scrap I fancy." Having thoroughly studied the firearms of the Mingya organization, Han Xiao was confident in his ability to produce basic firearms with ease. The raccoon, however, attempted to negotiate. "The materials are mine. I can only offer you 1,000. Without hesitation, Han Xiao turned to leave. Alarmed, the raccoon quickly backtracked. Wait. Let us stick to your price. In the black market, handguns were priced at 3 to 4,000. Han Zhao's fee was within the raccoon's tolerable limits. Prepare the lathe and materials, and I will return tomorrow. I need to collect some mechanical scrap first. Han Xiao understood that a mechanic with technical skills held significant leverage in negotiations, especially as the raccoon remained unaware of his true identity and capabilities. The raccoon's expression hardened, signaling the bald thug to keep watch. He was willing to let Han Xiao taste a bit of success for the time being. After all, the scrapyard was his domain, and he had plenty of means to deal with con artists. As Han Xiao selected several usable parts, he left the scrapyard with a sense of purpose, aware that he was being followed. Understanding the raccoon's intentions to uncover his identity and whereabouts, he deftly navigated through several streets to shake off his tail. This way, the 13th Bureau will also learn of my mechanical prowess. Han Xiao mused, recognizing that with the intelligence capabilities of the 13th Bureau, it would be easy for them to discover his dealings with the raccoon. This also served as an indirect demonstration of his abilities, while he simultaneously sought opportunities to create machinery. Although mechanics were initially at a disadvantage, their advantages in contribution points were highly coveted, making them more desirable than combat professions. As for his choice of the raccoon, it was simple. Proximity saved him precious time on the road. Upon returning to the workshop, Han Xiao was met with inquiries from Lu Qian. He had already prepared his response, gesturing to the large bag of parts he had collected. I went to the scrapyard to scavenge. The scrapyard? That place has poor security. You should avoid it in the future. Lu Qian thought little of it, as long as it did not interfere with orders. She had a natural fondness for those who did not demand high wages, often accommodating their requests. Setting down the parts, Han Xiao immersed himself in the panel, aware that many potential points remained untapped. It was the perfect opportunity to complete the remaining 2 foundational courses in the armed branch. The repair shop was replete with comprehensive mechanical knowledge, making it one of the most suitable environments for early development in mechanics. The knowledge books were private collections of Old Man Lu, and when Han Xiao sought to borrow them, he was met with a closed door. I want to see the mechanical knowledge books. Go away. There are no books for you to see. Don't be so stingy. Consider it an investment in an exceptional youth. Nurturing a potential employee. Your audacity surpasses my imagination, but it's futile. I simply don't wish to show you. What can you do about it? That was indeed a good question. What could Han Xiao do? The following day, when Lu Qian handed over the stolen books to Han Xiao, Old Man Lu was beside himself with frustration. How did I end up with such a rebellious granddaughter? Lu Qian had a key to his room, making it impossible to reclaim the books. Old Man Lu seethed with anger. Just wait. I will have my revenge and make you regret this. The 2 books, Fundamentals of Weaponry and Comprehensive Materials Compendium, represented the final 2 foundational knowledge courses in the armed branch. Han Zhao's level 20 advancement mission entails mastering a form of advanced knowledge, with the prerequisite of having acquired 5 foundational skills from the same branch. The advancement tasks assigned to players are not fixed. His level 20 mission is notably one of the most rigorous. On the novice planet, advanced knowledge is exceedingly rare, and Han Zhao's requirements for advancement would pose a significant challenge even for players at level 40. Ordinary level 20 players may struggle to gather even the foundational skills of a single branch, with the unluckiest among them yet to unlock their primary profession. The repair shop does not offer advanced knowledge, necessitating the acquisition of foundational skills first. However, Han Xiao is quite content, as the pursuit of knowledge books is a daunting task for all players. Some players at levels 40 and 50 have yet to fully acquire all foundational skills, while the repair shop boasts a complete set of mechanical foundational knowledge, placing it far ahead of others, as if standing at the finish line from the very start. The Intergalactic Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revision, among the 3 major cosmic powers states, upon the discovery of intelligent species, no malicious interference in the developmental process of lower civilizations is permitted through warfare, genetic manipulation, pheromones, or any of the other 127 methods. Consequently, the Blue Sea Star has not received advanced technological knowledge from interstellar forces. Advanced knowledge is already at its zenith, strictly controlled by powerful factions and regarded as confidential. Would you like to expend 1 potential point to learn basic weaponry? Would you like to expend 1 potential point to learn comprehensive materials guide? Confirm. 026 Robot. Ranger, fundamental weaponry. Encompasses the knowledge of basic firearms and melee weaponry manufacturing, thereby reducing the number of assembly attempts needed to master fundamental firearm schematics and enhancing weapon production efficiency. Comprehensive Material Guide represents the core knowledge of the armed branch. The fundamental attributes of mechanical equipment depend on the raw materials used. Next-generation materials have the potential to incite technological revolutions, elevating the overall quality of machinery. As many composite materials are prerequisites for advanced machinery, you have acquired 5 foundational skills in the armed branch, and you have comprehended the skills, elementary refinement, and overload. You have grasped the blueprint robot, Ranger. Elementary refinement allows one to refine materials, enhancing their quality. Despite the simplicity implied by the term elementary, this skill is typically the original version of a profession's core abilities. The advanced version, molecular refinement, can directly alter the properties of materials using one's energy. Materials, like equipment, are categorized by quality, with higher quality corresponding to greater value. Even among materials of the same quality, there exist distinctions. For instance, a common raw material, iron ore, costs 13 C blue coins per pound, while refined into ink iron ore, it is valued at 45 C blue coins per pound, both classified as gray quality. Each material possesses unique characteristics. For example, certain metals are suitable for energy transmission but unsuitable for armor construction. Overload, an active skill that consumes energy to temporarily boost a machine's power by 30 to 50, significantly depleting durability. For instance, the lightweight power arm that Han Xiao once used could increase attack and defense by 30 to 50 when overload was activated. But his 120 points of energy would only sustain it for about 10 seconds, classifying it as a burst technique. Finally, he had obtained an active skill. Han Xiao's face radiated excitement. Such skills were scarce in the early stages of the mechanical path. Had he possessed an active skill while fleeing the budding organization, he would not have escaped so helplessly. The robot, Ranger, is one of the most easily obtainable robot blueprints in the early stages, at least for him. Classified as a low-end multifunctional robot capable of being outfitted with various devices and machinery for combat, reconnaissance, defense, assistance, and even self-destruction. Its versatility is high, indicating a lack of specialization but great potential for modification. Han Xiao knew that many guild logistics teams utilized auxiliary rangers for exploration and mining. The blueprints understood by the mechanic varied. Some already existed, while others had yet to appear, depending on the circumstances of each planet. Spending 2 potential points to acquire so many skills was a lucrative deal. Old LV ambled over, curiosity etched upon his face. You've been so animated since earlier. What are you up to? Han Xiao shot a sidelong glance at old LV. Don't you think your leisurely wandering here is rather out of place? Out of place? Why? Old LV looked down at his beach attire, shook the bottle of liquor in his hand, and burped, utterly unaware of any impropriety. LV Qian set down her welding gun with a heavy thud, her face flushed from the heat, and rolled her eyes behind her protective goggles. Her tone stern. During work hours, please keep unnecessary individuals at bay. You little brat, old LV muttered, taking a swig of his drink before strolling out for a leisurely walk, enjoying his life immensely. Boss, do you repair things here? Just as old LV left, a customer entered, a middle-aged man. Han Xiao glanced over and found the man scrutinizing him. Upon their eyes meeting, the man quickly averted his gaze. Han Xiao paused for a moment, then lowered his eyes, noting the man's steady and powerful footsteps, and immediately grasped the situation, maintaining an impassive expression. There was an 80% chance this individual was an intelligence agent from the 13th Bureau, sent to test him. LV Qian approached with a polite smile directed at the customer. Hello, what would you like repaired? My car broke down at the intersection, the middle-aged man said, his gaze drifting past LV Qian to observe Han Xiao. All right, no problem. LV Qian replied, preparing to grab her toolbox and head out. But the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Han Xiao, saying, I want that young man to help me with my car. LV Qian was taken aback, feeling a bit disheartened. Did she appear unskilled? Was this discrimination against women? Let me handle it, Han Xiao stated, taking the toolbox from a dejected LV Qian. The two exited the alley, arriving at an old sedan parked by the roadside. This is the car, the middle-aged man said. Han Xiao opened the hood, took a quick glance, and retrieved his tools from the toolbox to commence repairs. The middle-aged man leaned against the car, feigning casualness as he attempted to strike up a conversation. Young man, you're not that old, are you? I'm 30. 30? Do you take me for a fool? The man almost choked, his mouth twitching. What should I call you, young man? Han Xiao continued his work without looking up, believing that one must first show sincerity before inquiring about another's name. The middle-aged man was left with no choice but to respond. My name is Feng Jun. A fine name, Han Xiao replied with an even tone, devoid of any hint of praise. Feng Jun felt a bit uncomfortable, wondering about the oddity of such a seemingly complimentary tone, and questioned the merits of his own name. But you misunderstood my intention, Han Xiao rolled his eyes. I simply wanted a cigarette. Feng Jun's expression stiffened as he handed Han Xiao a cigarette. Han Xiao squinted, placing the cigarette between his lips, and continued to work on the car. You can call me Han Xiao, he said. Feng Jun silently noted this, continuing his probing. Han Xiao, you're not from Shidu, are you? Where are you from? It's fixed. Feng Jun's prepared words were stifled, his expression akin to one suffering from constipation. What the hell? I've barely begun my probing. Is your skill really that exceptional? Han Xiao, expressionless, extended his hand. The hydraulic pipe is broken, that'll be 60. Please pay up. Of course. I know it's the hydraulic pipe. I caused it myself. Feng Jun chuckled awkwardly, slowly retrieving his wallet, as if it were a bottomless pit. Trying to prolong the moment to ask a few more questions. Your skills are impressive. Where did you learn them? Self-taught. Oh, truly remarkable. Where are you from? A rural area. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow as Feng Jun continued to fumble with his wallet. Are you hinting that I should give you a discount? Feng Jun cleared his throat and finally produced the money to hand over to Han Xiao. What else could he do? He couldn't refuse to pay. Nor did he know if the organization would reimburse him. Han Xiao chuckled. I've never seen a wallet so unfathomable. I thought you'd be digging in there for half an hour. Feng Jun would swear to the heavens that if it weren't for completing the probing task, he would consider any extra second spent as a loss. Han Xiao whistled, swinging the toolbox as he leisurely made his way back. Feng Jun, looking dejected, made a phone call, reporting his initial observations. The target is a mechanic, and the danger level cannot be assessed at this time. The conversation lasted 4 minutes and 38 seconds, only revealing that the target referred to himself as Han Xiao. He recommended further probing and investigation, advising against any conflicts with him. Analysis of the target's character? Extremely unpleasant. Feng Jun gritted his teeth as he spoke. In the days that followed, calmness reigned as Han Xiao maintained a disciplined routine. Each morning, he would venture to the close scrapyard, crafting firearms for the raccoon, receiving daily remuneration that steadily accumulated. Additionally, he scavenged numerous usable mechanical components from the scrapyard, quietly assembling a ranger robot. Han Xiao concealed the completed parts within his room, intending to weld and assemble them all at once when the time was ripe. During the remainder of his days, he primarily occupied himself at the repair shop, managing orders. The intelligence agency persistently conducted probes, with various agents making rounds daily. Lu Qian, believing business had finally begun to flourish, delightedly prepared 5 dishes and a soup to treat Han Xiao. On occasion, as Han Xiao passed her, he would overhear her uttering terms like expansion and chains, which sent chills down his spine, sensing that the proprietress might be harboring some grand delusion. Old Lu would occasionally linger near Han Xiao, attempting to decipher his background through his assembly techniques, but all efforts were in vain as Han Xiao was entirely self-taught, leaving no trace of his methods. Old Gao frequently engaged in chess matches with Old Lu. To be honest, Han Xiao found little merit in the game of 5 in a row, and often conversed with Han Xiao, who relished the interaction, gradually enhancing Old Gao's fondness for him. In the realm of mechanical engineering, manufacturing experience was paramount, followed by enhancement, and then repair, with assembly being the least practiced skill. With no immediate opportunity to acquire advanced knowledge, Han Xiao utilized his experience to elevate his 3 most developed skills: Basic Mechanical Affinity LV3, Basic Combat LV8, and Basic Shooting LV6, to gain additional potential points. Coincidentally, the promotion requirement for Mechanical Initiate entailed mastering Intermediate Mechanical Affinity, necessitating Basic Mechanical Affinity to reach its cap at level 5. Mechanical Affinity stood as the core skill within the mechanical discipline, serving as a prerequisite for numerous blueprints and skills. Despite possessing 15 potential points, which seemed ample, he had come to a profound realization that when the time came to utilize them, they would vanish faster than water through a sieve. Had he not squandered potential points in the past, he wouldn't have had to spend millions of inars, the universal currency, on the magical civilization's Water of Forgetting to reset his points, having been entirely drained by those unscrupulous merchants. At the close scrapyard, Han Xiao operated a lathe, assembling a Type 73 Wasp pistol. The raccoon handed him a stack of bills, which Han Xiao pocketed without counting, signaling that he was done for the day. I appreciate your help during this time, but I currently have no need for more firearms. However, the promise still stands. Feel free to choose from the mechanical scrap here. The raccoon, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, implied a desire to temporarily halt their collaboration. His stockpile of weapons had reached saturation, yet it was not yet time to sever ties. He coveted Han Xiao's firearm manufacturing skills and often envisioned the immense profits that would come if he possessed such expertise. The raccoon was cautious. Han Xiao's initial display of easily seizing firearms during their first encounter left him hesitant to act impulsively. Moreover, Han Xiao's ability to evade pursuers further dissuaded the raccoon from adopting a more forceful approach, all the while harboring curiosity about the true identity concealed beneath Han Xiao's mask. Suit yourself. Han Xiao acknowledged that he had reached the limit of his side earnings. After a semblance of pleasantries, Han Xiao departed the scrapyard, maneuvering through several streets to shake off any potential followers, arriving at a large mechanical market. This marketplace offered a plethora of metals and components. Frequented by students from the Western Capital Academy's mechanical department, Han Xiao amassed a total of 70,000 sea blue coins in additional earnings, purchasing all the materials needed for the Ranger, along with supplementary materials for a lightweight power arm. Money flowed in as quickly as it flowed out. After transporting his acquisitions back to the repair shop, Han Xiao commenced his secluded crafting. Days later, with all components complete, Han Xiao assembled the Ranger robot within his room. Standing at 1.2 meters tall, its exterior was clad in thin armor, safeguarding the intricate gears, precision parts, wires, and energy sources within. The upper body was humanoid, with an oval head nestled within the torso, lacking a neck. A pair of mechanical eyes was equipped with a rudimentary remote control and imaging system, utilizing standard chips with average computational speed. Flanking the torso were mechanical arms, with elbow and shoulder joints designed for torque rotation, enabling movement akin to human arms. The fingers were repurposed into gun barrels, boasting a shooting range spanning a 170-degree arc. The waist could rotate 90 degrees in either direction, while the sides housed ammunition magazines. And the lower half was fitted with track-style wheels, resembling a miniature tank. The system prompted him to name his creation, and in accordance with his past habits, Han Xiao dubbed it the First-Generation Ranger. First-Generation Ranger, tracked, type, robot, quality, gray, base attributes, armor value 800, defense 18, power level 58. Maximum speed 23 kilometers h, energy value 120-120, height 1.18 meters, weight 143 pounds, control method, remote control. Electrical signal transmission, remote control range 50 meters, energy source, battery pack, combat consumption 8 energy minute, core power 3680 onus, right arm module, small caliber Gatling gun. Attack power 35 to 40, rate of fire 4 rounds s, maximum fire rate 7 rounds s, 10 seconds overload. Ammunition capacity 30-60 rounds, linked, output energy level 40. Power consumption 18, left arm module, small caliber Gatling gun, same as above, additional ability, self-destruct, causes 280 to 430 points of flame damage within a 30-meter radius. Destroyed upon use, additional ability, metal, provides an 8 additional reduction to all damage except armor piercing. Note, do not underestimate this little fellow. It can surprise you in critical moments. The term Ranger serves as a model designation, with various types categorized based on their power systems, weapon systems, and control systems. The attributes of the final product are influenced by the quality of the raw materials used. The primary materials for the first-generation Ranger were steel alloys and AS resin plastics, both commonplace materials. Had Han Xiao utilized higher-grade steel and alloys, the defense and armor values of the first-generation Ranger would have been significantly enhanced. The technologies embedded within mechanics interconnect and influence one another. Each component embodies distinct technologies. And if certain parts cannot be manufactured independently, ordinary replacements may be procured. As knowledge accumulates, the processes of mechanical manufacturing become increasingly flexible, allowing even the smallest screws to be crafted by one's own hand. Consequently, each subsequent product will surpass its predecessor in strength. For instance, by mastering advanced control chip technology or superior energy sources, he could alter the robot's remote control mode and power level. This is the allure of the mechanical discipline. Every robot, vehicle, or mech possesses energy power limitations. Attaching new modules increases the power load, and stronger attachments result in higher module loads. Thus, the addition of components cannot be boundless. Only by upgrading energy technology can advancements be made. The energy utilized by the first-generation Ranger is standard batteries, which have relatively low power. Mastery of energy branch knowledge is required to manufacture energy sources independently. Upon completing the first-generation Ranger, Han Xiao instantly gained 24,000 experience points. As manufacturing yields the most substantial experience, contingent upon production cycles, product quality, and technical complexity, Han Xiao then dedicated another day to construct the lightweight power arm. Demonstrating his growing proficiency, you have manufactured a lightweight power arm, left, gaining 2,500 experience points. The new lightweight power arm remains a left-hand attachment, though this time the materials used were more rudimentary, resulting in a decline in quality. Lightweight power arm, left, quality, gray, basic attributes, attack power 28 to 45, defense power 8 to 12. Power level 26, durability 205, 205, equipment requirement. Strength 23, attribute bonus, attack speed -4, length 0, 51 meters, elbow forearm palm, weight 13, 5 pounds. Additional effect, extra strength 6 judgment. His current greatest ability is martial arts, making the lightweight power arm the most suitable weapon. The mechanical faction learns martial arts combat, known as the mechanized martial arts. Han Xiao does not intend to maintain this style indefinitely. After all, the strength of the mechanical faction lies in long-range attacks. However, the mechanized martial arts is one of the highest combat power factions in the early stages of the mechanical system and can serve as a transitional phase. Han Xiao concealed the mechanical arm in his room and returned to the first floor, where a client was conversing with Lu Qian, occasionally glancing at Han Xiao. This individual was also an intelligence agent. During these days, all the intelligence agents masquerading as clients had faced setbacks with Han Xiao, prompting them to alter their strategy and inquire about Han Xiao's information from Lu Qian. After dismissing the client, Lu Qian looked at Han Xiao with a peculiar expression, questioning why so many people were inquiring about him. "I must be quite popular," he replied, "but they are all men." Han Xiao's expression stiffened. "You misunderstand. Do not worry. I will not discriminate against you." Lu Qian burst into laughter, and regardless of the context, Han Xiao found her smile rather unsettling. "You must have misunderstood." Suddenly, Han Xiao's mind stirred as the system provided a new prompt. "You have triggered an E-level mission, assassination, accept decline?" Han Xiao paused momentarily, wondering how this mission had been triggered. "Accept. Mission prompt. Some individuals have set their sights on your substantial bounty. Unseen, they harbor hostility and are poised to act. Meanwhile, certain organizations are also waiting for your performance. What will you choose to do?" Mission requirement. Successfully escape the assassination. Reward, 10,000 experience. Special reward, a skill upgrade card, basic. It was evident that someone was targeting his bounty, and Han Xiao rolled his eyes at the mention of certain organizations, knowing it was the 13th Bureau without needing to guess. Connecting the two, Han Xiao formed a new hypothesis. Perhaps the 13th Bureau had deliberately leaked his information to a pursuing group to test his combat capabilities. If that were the case, this group would likely possess limited destructive power and be easily manageable. The 13th Bureau would not tolerate a large-scale destructive incident in the national capital, nor would they easily divulge his information. E-level mission rewards are generally modest, but the special reward piqued Han Xiao's interest. The skill upgrade card could immediately enhance the level of a corresponding tier skill, proving quite beneficial for him. The special reward corresponds to hidden requirements within the mission, with clues concealed in the mission prompt. Han Xiao believed that the hidden requirement for this mission was to eliminate all pursuers. Enemies could appear at any moment, so it was prudent not to linger in the shop. Han Xiao reasoned that since the pursuers were not strong, he preferred not to rely on the old man Lu's assistance. After a moment's contemplation, a fitting battlefield sprang to mind, the cloth junkyard. Jealousy, the cloth scrapyard, is the territory of the raccoon, and if one could confront the pursuers there, it may also provide an opportunity to eliminate the raccoon as a potential threat. Han Xiao set aside his work and called out to LV Qian. When she turned to him, he said, "I would like to take a day off." "Sure," LV Qian replied, blinking her eyes. Suddenly, she asked, "Is everything all right?" Han Xiao was taken aback by the question. Why would she ask that? LV Qian, perceptive as she was, noticed the stark change in Han Xiao's demeanor. Typically languid and disengaged, with eyes that seemed perpetually vacant, he now exuded an aura that felt somewhat perilous. "If you encounter any difficulties, I will help you find a solution," LV Qian said earnestly. Han Xiao gazed into LV Qian's bright eyes for a long while, making her feel slightly uneasy. She turned her face away, brushing back her hair, and playfully remarked, "Staring at someone for too long is rather impolite." Han Xiao averted his gaze and replied, "I won't be back for dinner tonight." LV Qian felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to treat him to her latest culinary creation, pepper pineapple braised kelp with ribs, garnished with cilantro. Han Xiao shuddered. What in the world is that dark cuisine? Taking leave was a smooth affair. Han Xiao returned to his room, packed a mechanical arm into a backpack, wrapped a first-generation power armor in a dust cover, placed it onto a handcart, and set off for the scrapyard. "Boss, is that the target?" A man wearing sunglasses stealthily trailed Han Xiao. Each time Han Xiao turned or looked back, the man adeptly utilized his surroundings, crowds, public phone booths, newsstands, to conceal himself, clearly displaying professional training. He wore a miniature earpiece, communicating with accomplices in an old car 2 streets away. 5 masked individuals occupied the vehicle. They were the mercenaries pursuing Han Xiao. They were bounty hunters, operating under the codename Stinger Squad, having successfully completed several missions with a commendable reputation on the dark web. They had stumbled upon Han Zhao's whereabouts and recognized this as an opportunity to capitalize on. Is that kid worth $1 million? He looks just like an ordinary person. There's no challenge at all. The second in command, a long-haired man, scoffed, his tone laced with skepticism and disdain. Captain Kelly, inspecting firearms, replied solemnly. This is the capital of Xinglong. We must act swiftly. After eliminating the target, we will retreat immediately. The target has departed. A black jeep, lacking a license plate, trailed Han Xiao from a distance. Inside was a special operations team from the 13th Bureau, led by Captain Li Hui, with Feng Jun as the operational advisor. 8 operatives donned full combat uniforms, equipped with tranquilizer darts. As Han Xiao anticipated, the Stinger Squad, hired by the 13th Bureau, was conducting a final test of him through others. Their mission was to covertly observe Han Zhao's conduct and intervene to eliminate the mercenaries when necessary. Inviting Han Xiao to the Bureau for a discussion, the Stinger Squad was a carefully selected pawn, their destructiveness limited. Once their utility expired, the 13th Bureau would tidy up the loose ends. Feng Jun changed the viewpoint, stating, Han Zhao's route leads to the cloth scrap yard in Sector 7. The Stinger Squad is tracking the target. If a confrontation occurs at the scrap yard, the economic damages will be minimized. The 13th Bureau was acutely aware of the raccoon's influence and connections. Should they choose to, they could easily make the raccoon disappear. The National Intelligence Agency possessed such confidence. To the average person, the raccoon appeared formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the capabilities of a national institution. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the skyline of Shidu, Han Xiao arrived at the cloth scrap yard. The raccoon was taken aback by Han Zhao's visit. He typically arrived in the mornings and left punctually after 2 hours without lingering. What could be the reason for this deviation? I'm here to gather some materials from your territory, Han Xiao casually replied. The raccoon, not suspecting anything, asked if Han Xiao would join him for a meal. He had anticipated that the usually taciturn technician would decline, but to his surprise, Han Xiao readily agreed as if he had been waiting for the invitation. The raccoon was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. As Han Xiao removed his mask, it was the first time the raccoon beheld his true visage. He found it vaguely familiar, but did not dwell on it. Although Han Zhao's bounty was posted on the dark web, it represented a different realm of conflict. Generally, factions had little insight into his background. The raccoon's influence was confined to the small territory of Sector 7 in Shidu, and he seldom ventured into the dark web, thus lacking a deep impression of the budding organization's bounty, akin to a police-wanted notice that most would forget upon a mere glance. Han Xiao donned the mask for anonymity, but it was no longer necessary. The 13th Bureau would ensure his identity remained concealed and would assist in dealing with the raccoon. At the scrap yard's rest station, a banquet was laid out as the two men settled down for casual conversation. Was the firearm you manufactured effective? The 73 style Hornet is renowned for its quality. Even the military utilizes it. Other arms dealers charge 6,000 to 7,000 for a single gun. And you've saved me a considerable sum. The raccoon spoke with satisfaction, pulling out a cigar, cutting the end, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Moreover, the weapons you produce far surpass their second-hand goods. Han Xiao remained non-committal. While the production line guaranteed quality, it could not account for the subtle discrepancies inherent in each firearm, stemming from the materials employed. A skilled craftsman, when handcrafting a gun, could make fine adjustments and enhancements, tailoring each piece to its unique details, endowing it with a vitality that mass-produced items lack. A seasoned marksman could discern these differences. To describe it, it is akin to the meticulousness of a tailored suit. The raccoon noticed Han Zhao's bulging backpack and handcart, curious to inquire, "What do you have in there?" "Some components," Han Xiao replied, unwilling to elaborate further, prompting the raccoon to refrain from pressing. After some idle chatter, dusk settled outside. The golden twilight sky gradually surrendered to the encroaching night, transitioning from vibrant orange and blue hues to a muted gray as the last vestiges of sunlight faded. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, saying, "Boss, someone wishes to see you. Do not let them in. Can't you see I'm entertaining a distinguished guest?" The raccoon furrowed his brow. The subordinate leaned in to whisper a few words, and the raccoon's expression changed as he cast a meaningful glance at Han Xiao before donning a smile. "Excuse me for a moment." With that, the raccoon rose from his seat and departed. Han Xiao squinted, deep in thought. Half an hour earlier. "Cousin, I have made my way to Shidu with great difficulty, and I am counting on you to treat me to some fine dining. You cannot abandon me." Ma Jie followed a young man with bleached hair, chattering incessantly. He had come to Shidu to seek refuge with his cousin, aspiring for a better life. Yet, his cousin seemed disinterested, assigning him the role of a cleaner. Unsatisfied, Ma Jie clung to the young man, attempting to leverage familial ties while being careful not to overstep. Fearing his cousin might cast him aside, the young man, exasperated, snapped, "How many times must I tell you not to call me cousin in public?" Magia, forcing a smile, replied, "It is my fault. I shall slap myself for it." Saying this, he struck himself twice across the face. "Look at your pathetic self." The young man scoffed. "Out of respect for our kinship, I let you stay on my turf as a watchman. Do you have any idea how many drifters feast on moldy food, and you still dare to be picky? I'm off to deliver supplies to someone important. Don't follow me." "Who is the big shot?" Magia asked, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "The leader of the 7th district, my direct superior, Mr. Limao," Huang Mao replied. Noticing Magia's bewilderment and boasting, aside from the 1st district, each of the other 7 districts has a boss overseeing the drug trade and illicit dealings, commanding a shadowy industrial chain. Just imagine the stature they possess. As they approached the entrance of the Kluo scrapyard, Magia stubbornly trailed behind, prompting Huang Mao's irritation to resurface. Sensing the impending wrath, Magia hesitated, preparing to depart when he unexpectedly spotted Han Xiao being welcomed inside by Limao. He froze in disbelief. "Wasn't he the kid I encountered during the smuggling?" A subordinate of Limao approached, frowning as he instructed, "Do not linger here." In an instant, Huang Mao transformed his demeanor, adopting a subservient smile, as if he had shrunk in stature, and pleaded, "I am also a subordinate of Boss Limao, and am here to submit a report." Magia pointed towards Han Xiao's retreating figure, inquiring, "Who is that person?" Huang Mao, seething with frustration, nearly struck Magia, retorting, "What gives you the right to speak here?" Yet, the subordinate restrained Huang Mao and replied, "That is the boss's esteemed guest." A wave of shock washed over Magia at the mention of Limao's guest, swiftly followed by a surge of jealousy and embarrassment. Despite his tireless efforts to ally with relatives, he found himself eclipsed by the likes of Han, who seemed to enjoy a far superior status. How could that ungrateful kid be faring better than him? Memories of his earlier bravado resurfaced, leaving Magia feeling utterly mortified. "Do you know Technician Han?" he asked, awkwardly. "Not really. I only exchanged a few words with him during the smuggling." The subordinate's eyes brightened. "Follow me. The boss wishes to see you." Both Huang Mao and Magia were taken aback. In a dimly lit room, 2 individuals were led in by the minions of a figure known as the Raccoon. Magia, visibly anxious, inquired, "What do you require of me?" "Rest assured, it is not malevolent. The individual in question is a mechanic, well-versed in firearm schematics. Our leader has long contemplated taking action against him, but has refrained due to uncertainty regarding his background. We sought you merely to gather information," came the reply. Magia's mind began to race with a sense of burgeoning excitement. Meeting the Raccoon was a rare opportunity, one that could potentially elevate him from his current state of desolation. He cast a glance at his cousin with the yellow hair, who wore an expression of dazed envy. There was no hesitation in betraying Han Xiao. They were not kin, and he could not care less about his fate. After half an hour of restless waiting, the Raccoon finally entered. Yellow Hair and Magia hurriedly paid their respects. But in his haste, Magia accidentally toppled a chair. "Are you aware of the mechanic's background?" the Raccoon asked, his expression impassive, which only heightened Magia's anxiety, causing perspiration to bead on his forehead. "His name is Han Xiao. He is a drifter who crossed paths with me while smuggling. This is his first visit to Shidu, and he is entirely alone." The Raccoon's gaze flickered momentarily. "Is that all?" Believing the Raccoon to be dissatisfied, Magia quickly added, "When he arrived in Shidu, he possessed nothing but rags and appeared to be utterly destitute." "Very well," the Raccoon replied, turning to leave. Magia, eager to please, respectfully stated, "As long as the boss is satisfied." The Raccoon paused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You have potential. From now on, you shall remain by my side." Magia's eyes widened in elation. "I am on the path to success." Once the Raccoon departed, Yellow Hair rushed forward with a look of ingratiation. "Magia, I will rely on your guidance in the future." The roles of the two had swiftly reversed, and neither felt any shame in the transition. Magia, his vanity now satiated, patted Yellow Hair on the shoulder with a broad smile, then turned to one of the Raccoon's subordinates. "Brother, may I inquire how the boss intends to deal with Han Xiao? Need you even ask? He will be captured and tortured until he divulges the firearm schematics. With those blueprints, we can train our own gunsmiths and subsequently eliminate him," came the reply. "That is reassuring," Magia mused. Less than 3 minutes later, the Raccoon re-entered, casting a glance at the untouched dishes before him. "Han Xiao, that is indeed your name." "It seems you are aware of my identity," Han Xiao replied, sensing the tension in the air. Maintaining a calm facade, he discreetly reached into his backpack. Feeling for the slot of his lightweight power arm, which clicked securely into place, ready for activation. Though he had come to the scrapyard with the intent to ensnare the raccoon, he knew the importance of caution. Having learned from past mistakes in the game Starry Sea, where he had underestimated NPCs and faced dire consequences. How naive of you to assume I would not prepare for this moment, the raccoon sneered, fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. I have long been curious about your origins. To discover that you are merely a drifter new to Shidu is quite surprising. I must commend your caution. It has taken me until now to uncover your true nature. And what of it? Xiao retorted, as the raccoon's demeanor shifted dramatically, his friendly facade crumbling to reveal a predatory smile. Let us dispense with pleasantries, surrender the detailed schematics for firearm production. Do you truly believe that I would part with such valuable knowledge without a fight? Xiao countered, his expression unyielding. I would rather die than comply. The raccoon's expression darkened, and he ordered his men to draw their firearms, pointing them at Xiao. You think I would leave anything to chance? How ironic that the weapons trained on you are of your own making. In the confined space of the room, Xiao assessed his limited options. Even if I were to relinquish the technology, you would still eliminate me, he stated. The raccoon chuckled coldly, relishing the prospect. I expect your cooperation. It could spare you some suffering. And if I refuse? Xiao challenged, his demeanor shifting as he locked eyes with the raccoon. I have ways of extracting information from stubborn individuals like yourself, the raccoon warned. Suddenly, Xiao's relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by a steely gaze that sent a shiver through the raccoon. Do you believe I have no escape plan? Noticing Xiao's left hand persistently reaching into his backpack, the raccoon shook his head. Perhaps you possess something to rely on, but should you make any sudden moves, my men will not hesitate to fire. What if I told you that my backpack contains high explosives? Xiao suggested, leaving the bag slightly ajar, concealing its contents. The raccoon scoffed, unconvinced. You truly think I would be intimidated by such absurd claims? Your earlier appearance here was purely coincidental. You could not have possibly prepared for this. Perhaps you should reconsider, Xiao replied, his tone calm and deliberate. It seems someone has misinformed you about my circumstances. You might want to check the dark web for recent bounties on my head. The raccoon frowned, sensing the uncharacteristic confidence radiating from Xiao. Although he held some sway in Shidu, he was merely a small-time player in the larger underground world, unfamiliar with the nuances of the dark web. Are you attempting to stall for time? I have no interest in games, the raccoon declared, his patience waning. Stand up, or I will instruct my men to open fire. Xiao shrugged, feigning a sigh. Must we not negotiate? I could provide the schematics. At that moment, the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting the room into shadow. Without warning, Xiao surged forward, his left hand clenched into a fist, the mechanical arm springing to life with a ferocity akin to a beast awakening from slumber. The backpack erupted in a flurry of tattered fabric as he overturned the dining table, sending dishes and food hurtling towards the raccoon and his four henchmen. Negotiate? Surely you jest, he exclaimed, having calculated his move perfectly, using the table as a makeshift barrier against the imminent threat. Suddenly, he pivoted and strode purposefully towards the entrance. His mechanical arm raised defiantly before him, exuding an aura of ferocity reminiscent of a charging cavalry. The clattering of the dining table sent four henchmen tumbling. The raccoon, struck on the forehead by a dish, bled profusely, clutching his wound as he roared, "Open fire." At that moment, only two henchmen stationed at the doorway were in a position to fire their weapons. The sound of gunfire erupted. 030 The might of the ranger's bullets rang out, striking the mechanical arm with a clattering sound, causing its durability to plummet. A stray bullet struck Xiao's shoulder, inflicting a loss of 16 health points. He felt a momentary sting but paid it little heed. His endurance was substantial, and his muscles were resilient. The bullet lodged within his flesh, failing to penetrate further. As a trickle of blood spread across his clothing, the mechanical arm delivered a crushing blow to a henchman's chest with a resounding thud, caving in the ribcage and resulting in a death that was beyond revival. Xiao seized another henchman as a human shield, just as four more henchmen behind the raccoon finally stood up to open fire. All their bullets struck the meat shield, instantly transforming him into a sieve. With a surge of strength from his back muscles, Xiao shattered the bolt lock. The door flew open with a crack, scattering screws across the ground like jumping metal sprites. Without hesitation, he dashed outside. Pursue! The raccoon bellowed, as footsteps echoed throughout the scrapyard. Dozens of patrolling henchmen, alerted by the gunfire, rushed to the scene. The scrapyard was the raccoon's stronghold, swarming with enemies, making progress arduous. Xiao encountered a group of supportive henchmen, and at the cost of another 20 durability points from his power arm, he executed a swift assault, seizing a handgun. With this newfound ranged weaponry, Han Xiao swiftly extricated himself from the disadvantage of close combat. Holding the pistol in his right hand, he was ever ready to fire, while his left hand steadied the grip for precise aiming. He crouched low, moving in a tactical manner, capable of rapid responses. Basic shooting, combined with precision shooting, refined his accuracy, allowing him to eliminate foes in a mere 2 shots. Han Xiao's reflexes were astonishing. He consistently outpaced the henchman in drawing his weapon. A shot to the body interrupted an enemy's attack, followed immediately by a headshot, all within a span of 0.5 seconds, each shot striking true. When surrounded by multiple foes, Han Xiao rolled and dodged with fluid grace, retaliating frequently and dispatching enemies. The only constraint he faced was the finite ammunition. With each wave of enemies he defeated, he scavenged their bodies to replenish his magazine, sustaining himself through combat, leaving a trail of corpses and blood that was nothing short of harrowing. The raccoon was dumbfounded. A single individual had effortlessly slain over 20 of his subordinates. Yet, the sheer number of henchmen was overwhelming, converging from all directions, gradually encircling him, suppressing his ability to emerge. Han Xiao took refuge behind the shell of an abandoned car. Dozens of gun muzzles flickering in the darkness, the relentless sound of bullets striking his cover drowned out even his own breaths, leaving him to respond only occasionally. Fortunately, "This is my territory," the raccoon mused grimly. "Even if he fights valiantly, he is but one man, and it is only a matter of time before he is captured." Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unforeseen event transpired. The rapid-fire bursts of submachine guns erupted like a tempest, slicing through the battlefield and mowing down numerous henchmen amidst their screams. The Hornet squad, shrouded in the night, charged into the fray, each member wielding a submachine gun, exhibiting a blend of agility and tactical acumen born from rich battlefield experience. The raccoon's men could not even muster a coherent counterattack before they scattered in panic. Where did this band of mercenaries come from? The raccoon was taken aback, suspecting that these mercenaries had come to eliminate him, perhaps coveting his territory, or even seeking revenge. Just as his mind raced with speculation, the unfolding events left him utterly bewildered. The mercenaries, with a fierce intent, suddenly turned their weapons toward Han Xiao, ignoring him entirely. These merciless mercenaries had set their sights on Han Xiao. The raccoon's eyes widened in shock. Those who dwell in the gray areas of society understand one truth: the enemies a person has can reveal their standing. The fact that these mercenaries were willing to take risks in Shidu indicated that their benefactor's reward was commensurate with the danger involved, leading him to conclude that Han Xiao was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. The raccoon recalled Han Xiao's words: "You might want to try opening a computer, accessing the dark web, and searching for the latest bounties." Could it be that Han Xiao spoke the truth? What exactly was his background? The sound of submachine guns drew Han Xiao's attention. His mission target had finally appeared. Using the muzzle flash as a guide, he pinpointed the Hornet squad's location, 300 meters to the west, 6 men, 6 submachine guns. Han Xiao quickly assessed the situation. The enemy's firepower was formidable, and a direct confrontation would surely be detrimental. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and brought along the first-generation Ranger. Han Xiao felt a surge of relief as he retrieved a remote control device with a screen from his pocket. This was a remote control he had crafted himself for the first-generation Ranger. The chip used in the Ranger was a standard product he had purchased commercially, designed for ease of use. He simply needed to input a straightforward program to create the remote. He powered it on, and after a brief moment of static, the robot's imaging equipment connected to the remote, displaying what it saw on the screen. However, a warning indicated that the control range had been exceeded. The recent battle had pushed Han Xiao beyond the 50-meter operational radius. Resolutely, Han Xiao rose and, taking advantage of the night, retraced his steps. The Hornet squad submachine guns opened fire immediately. He weaved unpredictably, utilizing the abundant obstacles in the scrapyard as cover, maneuvering through the hail of bullets. "Damn it! There are too many cover points here," one of the long-haired men from the Hornet squad exclaimed, swiftly reloading his magazine, running faster than a rabbit. Originally, the Hornet squad intended to assassinate Han Xiao, but upon witnessing his earlier skirmish with the raccoon, they reconsidered, realizing they might utilize the gang conflict as cover for their objective. "He's already fleeing. Let us catch up and finish him off," Kelly shouted. Following the earlier onslaught, the morale of the raccoon's henchmen had shattered, and they fled in a panic, leaving the Hornet squad unimpeded in their pursuit. Seeing Han Xiao in a desperate retreat emboldened the squad, making them increasingly aggressive. As Han Xiao dashed, he instinctively ducked, a strand of hair severed by a stray bullet, fluttering in the wind as he ran. He executed a sliding maneuver, vaulting over 2 car shells for cover. The rest stop was not far ahead, and his remote control finally indicated that he had re-entered the operational range, successfully connecting to the screen. Activate. Amidst the chaos of the rest stop, the dust cover on a handcart suddenly fluttered, revealing two glowing red eyes, the Rangers. Its engine roared to life. Treads beginning to move as Xiao maneuvered the first-generation Ranger out of the rest stop. The Hornet squad was now within close proximity. The Ranger's armor might not withstand the concentrated fire from 6 submachine guns, and a direct confrontation posed too great a risk. His advantage lay in surprise. No one would anticipate his robotic backup, making a stealthy ambush the optimal strategy. Xiao scanned his surroundings, his gaze lighting upon a suitable vantage point. Not far away, 2 car shells formed an angle, creating a visual blind spot that perfectly aligned with the Hornet squad's path. Xiao concealed the Ranger within this angle, holding his breath and waiting for the perfect moment. The scrapyard was filled with noise, the incessant gunfire masking the Ranger's engine sounds, almost evading notice. Only Kelly sensed an ominous feeling, a gut instinct honed from his many brushes with death. He paused, stating, "I feel something is off." "What have you noticed?" The long-haired man inquired. "That's the problem. I haven't noticed anything. There won't be any surprises. The target has been cornered into a dead end." "He is as good as dead," as the long-haired man defiantly declared his intent, the moment his words hung in the air. The Stinger squad stepped into the line of fire of the Generation Ranger. Simultaneously, Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination as he gently pressed the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted, bang, 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 as the barrel of the Generation Ranger unleashed a torrent of fire and smoke, a steel barrage cascading forth. The encroaching shadow of death froze the expressions of every member of the Stinger squad. "Your mechanical creation, Generation Ranger, tracked, has slain a mercenary, granting you 800 experience. X3." In the aftermath of the ambush, Kelly gasped in terror, his breath coming in ragged bursts. A gaping wound marred his cheek, a testament to the bullet that had grazed him, blood mingling with sweat as it dripped down his face. He had narrowly escaped the fate of his fallen comrades, who had succumbed to the sudden barrage of gunfire. What manner of beast was this? The long-haired man screamed in horror, his pallor betraying the gunshot wound oozing blood from his abdomen. In the shadows, 2 glimmers of red light flickered ominously, reminiscent of a predator stalking its prey. Before the astonished eyes of Kelly and the long-haired man, the first-generation Ranger revealed itself, its gun barrels smoking ominously, its headless form oddly endearing, an incongruous sight considering the lethal machine it had just been. A robot? Kelly's eyes widened in disbelief. He lamented his failure to heed his instincts, a grave error that had nearly led to the annihilation of his team. What now? The thought of retreat began to take root in Kelly's mind. Money could be earned again, but a life lost was irretrievable. The long-haired man, recovering from his initial fear, was consumed by a seething rage, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the first-generation Ranger, crying out for its demise. The metallic clang of gunfire rang out as the Ranger's flimsy armor crumpled under the assault. Kelly and another team member, witnessing the unfolding disaster, joined the fray. "Your mechanical creation, first-generation Ranger, tracked, has lost 14 armor points. Your mechanical creation, first-generation Ranger, tracked, has lost 17 armor points." The Ranger's armor, of mediocre quality, was unable to withstand the onslaught, its protective value plummeting like water through a sieve. After a relentless barrage, its ammunition was exhausted, leaving it a mere hunk of scrap metal. Resources were tight. Xiao had not equipped the first-generation Ranger with additional weaponry, having already reached the limit with 2 small-caliber machine guns. How frustrating. Xiao could not fathom why the 13th Bureau had yet to intervene. Just as he thought this, the sound of military boots echoed ominously through the darkness, each step evoking the image of fully armed soldiers moving with precision and steadiness. "Surrender your weapons," a voice commanded from the shadows, laced with a chilling authority. A sense of dread washed over Kelly. The long-haired man, still reeling from his anger, unleashed the last few bullets from his magazine into the nearly destroyed Ranger, declaring, "All right, let's go." At that moment, Xiao commanded the first-generation Ranger to advance rapidly towards the trio of mercenaries' cover. Suddenly, the Ranger's chest exploded in a fiery burst, the blast reverberating with a deafening roar. Flames and shockwaves surged outward, whipping up a storm of smoke and debris, transforming the area into a hellish inferno. Self-detonation. The orange flames illuminated the night. Dozens of meters away, Li Hui and the field team were startled by the explosion. This was a disaster. Feng Jun cursed under his breath. The upper command had ordered minimal commotion, yet the firelight was visible from several kilometers away. He could already envision tomorrow's headlines. From the moment Xiao engaged in combat with the raccoon, the situation had spiraled beyond their control. The gunfire had drawn considerable attention from civilians. And with the Hornet Squad yet to act, Li Hui and his team were compelled to follow orders, anxiously awaiting their turn. Once the Hornet Squad entered the battlefield, the agents were eager to act to mitigate the fallout. However, the self-detonation of the first-generation Ranger obliterated their plans. The long-haired man and another member perished in the blast, leaving Kelly disheveled and terrified, utterly intimidated by Han Xiao's tactics. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Han Xiao shook off the dust clinging to his hair, feeling no remorse. The mechanical combat style inherently involved the expenditure of various machines. Possessing the blueprints allowed him to recreate them given sufficient resources. As long as he gained manufacturing experience, he had profited, not to mention the lives he had taken. Li Hui could only vent his frustration at Kelly, firing indiscriminately from a distance. A palpable menace in his demeanor. You want to claim my kill? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. To fulfill the hidden objective, he needed to eliminate all mercenaries. If Kelly were to be dispatched by another, all his efforts would be in vain. With this in mind, Han Xiao maneuvered around, avoiding Li Hui and the others. Intercepting Kelly up ahead, Kelly halted, astonished, sensing an ominous shift in Han Xiao's presence, which now exuded an overwhelming aura of danger. Die! Kelly snarled, raising his weapon. Just as his finger was about to squeeze the trigger, Han Xiao suddenly bent low, shifting his weight into his legs, moving with the fluidity of a seasoned boxer. Nimble and ghost-like, swiftly closing the distance. Kelly panicked and fired, but every bullet was deftly evaded or blocked by Han Xiao's mechanical arm. Not a single shot hit. Kelly could hardly believe his eyes. He had observed Han Xiao's physical prowess, which was on par with elite mercenaries, but nowhere near the level of a superhuman. It was impossible for him to be faster than a bullet, which indicated Han Xiao could predict every angle of his shots, an ability only seasoned warriors possessed. In his mercenary career, he had only encountered 2 or 3 such elite fighters. Han Xiao chuckled softly. Compared to the days when he maneuvered a mech to avoid a myriad of floating artillery, this level of prediction was childish play. As Kelly's magazine ran dry, he hastily retreated, fumbling to reload, but Han Xiao charged forward, closing the gap in an instant. Terror etched across Kelly's face. With a powerful thrust, Han Xiao's body surged with raw strength, his muscles crackling with energy as he drew back his left hand, executing a devastating swing with his powered arm. The union of force and steel was flawless. Overloaded, the sound of the pneumatic pump and the grinding of gears intensified, releasing a plume of black smoke as the power surged by 30. Han Xiao's iron fist connected squarely with Kelly's face. A critical hit. The overwhelming force crushed Kelly's visage, blood spraying in all directions. A lethal blow. At last, Li Hui and his team arrived, only to witness the grim scene. Kelly's lifeless body crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings severed. Han Xiao stood amidst the chaos, his face splattered with blood, the flames casting distorted shadows upon his impassive countenance. The gruesome remnants of flesh clung to his left mechanical arm, droplets of warm blood trickling down. Even the most battle-hardened field agents felt a chill in their hearts. E-class mission, assassination, completed, earning 10,000 experience points. Hidden condition met. Eliminate 6 pursuers, earning skill upgrade card, basic. Do you wish to claim it? No. Now is not the time to claim rewards. Don't move. Li Hui snapped back to reality, raising his weapon. Han Xiao remained expressionless, removing the powered arm and raising his hands in surrender. 2 agents swiftly approached, placing a black hood over his head. As his vision faded to darkness, Han Xiao felt himself being pushed forward, aware that he was being taken to the 13th Bureau. At last you've arrived. Feng Jun glanced over the battlefield, gasping in disbelief. He had single-handedly eliminated 6 mercenaries. Was he relying on these machines to fight? Li Hui's expression grew grave as he instructed, collect all the parts he left behind and inform the police department to handle the aftermath. With that, the group escorted Han Xiao to a vehicle and departed swiftly, their presence fleeting as if they had merely added a splash of color to the canvas of chaos. Leaving the field agents feeling utterly frustrated, Han Xiao sat in the rear seat, flanked by 2 agents. Although his vision was obscured, he could sense the intense scrutiny of the other agents directed towards him. Behind the black hood, a peculiar smile played on his lips. Despite a slight deviation, the situation remained within his expectations. Silence enveloped the vehicle, a tense atmosphere permeating the air, broken only by the sound of tires on the road. Li Hui and his associates had been instructed not to engage with the target until they reached their destination. Yet Han Xiao's composure drew their glances. As if he had anticipated their arrival, the lynx observed the grim scene of his severely injured subordinates, his expression darkening. Bring me the computer, he commanded. Logging onto the dark web, he immediately accessed the bounty section and was met with a chilling sight. A bounty featuring Han Zhao's likeness. 0. The bounty read, 1 million. Posted by the Sprout organization. The Lynx's face paled, his hands trembling, causing the computer to crash to the floor. It was indeed a bounty criminal. Moreover, a bounty from the underground's leading faction, the Sprout organization. Had he known that Han Xiao was such a dangerous figure, he would never have dared to take action. Ma Jie and Huang Mao rushed in, panting and wide-eyed at the aftermath of the battle, their bodies trembling in fear. The Lynx, incensed at their presence, kicked Ma Jie to the ground, bellowing, "Damn it, this is all your fault. I won't let you off so easily." Ma Jie clutched his stomach in agony, crumpling to the ground like a quail, utterly bewildered about where he had gone wrong. Suddenly, sirens blared as 7 or 8 police cars sealed off the entrance to the scrapyard, heavily armored officers storming in. Humph, the police always arrive late. The Lynx adjusted his attire, approaching them with an air of self-victimization. Having connections in the precinct due to his dealings in the 7th district, he felt no fear. However, before he could utter a word, the heavily armed officers advanced, pinning him down and cuffing him without hesitation. The Lynx stood dumbfounded, struggling and shouting, "What are you doing? I am the victim here. I know your department's secretary. Save your breath." One of the officers replied coolly, "This is an order from the 13th Bureau." The Lynx's eyes widened in disbelief. The 13th Bureau dealt with matters of national security, so why would they target him? It dawned on him that he must have been ensnared in some incident, and Han Xiao's image flashed through his mind, leaving no room for other possibilities. The 13th Bureau was backing him? Suddenly, a clear connection emerged in his mind. Traitors from the Sprout, the 13th Bureau, Star Dragon Intelligence. The Lynx had an epiphany. This was a silencing operation. From the moment Han Xiao deliberately removed his mask before him, the outcome had been sealed. Panic surged within him, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. He trembled uncontrollably, consumed by fear and rage. Han Xiao, damn you! Ma Jie, overwhelmed by the chaos, fainted, frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. The black hood was torn away, and Han Xiao opened his eyes, squinting against the blinding white light until he gradually adjusted to his surroundings. He found himself seated on a cold iron chair, facing a table, with a one-way mirror on the wall beside him. Opposite sat 2 individuals, Li Hui and Feng Jun. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from the Xinglong Defense Bureau," Feng Jun spoke in a calm tone. "We have met before. Do you remember me?" "Yes," Han Xiao replied lazily. The man with a profoundly deep wallet. Feng Jun was left speechless. "Could we perhaps refrain from mentioning that?" "This is the 13th Bureau," Li Hui interjected, his expression stiff and his tone even more so, as if he had just consumed something particularly hard. The Xinglong Defense Bureau comprises 13 departments, collectively known as the 13th Bureau. "Shall we address you as Han Xiao or Zero?" Feng Jun cut to the chase. "Whichever you prefer," Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. Li Hui interrupted the conversation, his manner firm, diving straight to the point. "Enough with the pleasantries. Explain your 1 million bounty. Why does the Mingya organization want to target you? Do you possess any intelligence? Speak." Han Xiao, intrigued, responded, "Why should I divulge anything to you?" Li Hui smirked coldly. "Do you think this is a place where you can refuse us? You will say what we want you to say." Feng Jun quickly attempted to mediate. "All right. Let us remain calm. Han Xiao, you are aware of our identities. Cooperating would be to your benefit." Han Xiao shifted in his seat, adopting a more comfortable position. "One playing the villain, the other the good cop. How long have you two been using this routine?" Looking at you both with your solemn expressions, it's hard to muster the mood to converse. A smile would do wonders. Come on, show me one. Feng Jun's face paled momentarily, and he cleared his throat, discreetly signaling Li Hui. Li Hui, catching on, feigned maximum fury, suddenly standing and pointing at Han Xiao. "This is not a place for your jests. I can easily throw you into prison indefinitely." "Such grandiosity," Han Xiao remarked, suddenly dropping his playful demeanor, his gaze sharp. "You threaten me? Do you think that will be effective? Spare me such childish antics. If you want my cooperation, show some sincerity and send someone of weight to negotiate with me. You are simply not qualified." His tone rose as he concluded, yanking on the handcuffs, causing the chair to lift an inch off the ground and then drop with a resounding thud, echoing in the enclosed space. Feng Jun and Li Hui exchanged glances. Their task was to probe Han Xiao's attitude. Han Xiao was acutely aware of this, intentionally projecting an air of confidence to inform those behind the one-way mirror that he held a trump card. At that moment, a deep male voice emanated from the interrogation room speaker. "As you wish, I shall speak with you." "Who are you?" Han Xiao inquired, glancing at the one-way mirror, knowing it was the person behind it who had spoken. "The 13th Bureau, a high-ranking intelligence official. Do I possess the qualifications?" Han Xiao chuckled, "Barely." Li Hui and Feng Jun's eyelids twitched. This man was remarkably audacious. The high-ranking intelligence officer does not take offense. You just mentioned you were a member of the Mengya organization. Han Xiao interrupted, correcting him. I used to be. Does that imply you defected? Indeed. Han Xiao smirked inwardly. What was your former position? A logistics researcher. What did you research? Mechanical weaponry. You are lying, the high-ranking intelligence officer asserted decisively. That does not justify your 1 million bounty. Just waiting for you to ask that. Han Xiao maintained an unruffled demeanor. Rather than believing I am lying, you are actually hoping I possess intelligence commensurate with the bounty, precisely why you have been investigating me instead of resorting to coercive methods. Intelligence is only valuable in the hands of capable forces. My revealing my whereabouts signifies my willingness to cooperate. I am an enemy of Mengya, not of yours. The high-ranking intelligence officer spoke gravely. Why should we cooperate with you? Look around. This is our territory, and we have many ways to make you talk. Han Xiao remained relaxed, suddenly stating, Communication records, year 687 of the Starry Sea calendar, June 14th, signal origin, ocean blue star, target, dark star fortress number 8. Content highly encrypted. The intelligence officer fell silent, pondering for a full 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun trembled, realizing that this message, which they could not decipher, had captured the high-ranking intelligence officer's utmost attention, to the extent that he would need to consult higher authorities. When the intelligence officer spoke again, his tone was exceedingly solemn. Can you confirm this? If I had not seen it with my own eyes, would I know of the Dark Star? Han Xiao smiled. Now, can we discuss cooperation? All right. The intelligence officer replied gravely. If Han Xiao's claims were true, this intelligence could be of immense significance to Xinglong and the entire planet. Internally, Han Xiao chuckled. This was a line he had long prepared. It all began with the backdrop of the world. Throughout the history of exploration, the three major cosmic powers had clashed for millennia, none able to annihilate the others. The dark forest theory represents the primitive social structure of the universe, akin to the progress of historical development. When chaos and barbarism cease, order inevitably arises. The three major cosmic powers reached a consensus to coexist peacefully, collaboratively exploring the cosmos and establishing a system of order. The universe is never lonely. Countless stars shine brightly, numerous races thrive in every corner of the cosmos, and star fleets traverse this vast, waterless ocean. Countless messages drift through electromagnetic waves or optical communications, waiting to be captured. Innumerable thoughts and intentions intertwine, manifesting as whispers of the soul, like invisible currents lurking in the void. Silence is merely a fade. The universe is abuzz with activity. Every civilization undergoes this phase of gazing at the stars, speculating whether life akin to theirs exists among the constellations. Believing themselves to be the sole intelligent beings in the universe, filled with the pride of chosen ones and ambitions to conquer the galaxies. Only to discover that the starry seas are not theirs to dominate. They are neither lonely nor unique. The explored visible universe has been divided into numerous star domains, such as the shattered star ring, the ancient star desert, the bright silver spiral arm, and the sea of star spirits, etc. Within each star domain lie dozens of star clusters, which are further subdivided into different star systems, then designated star districts, and finally to countless planets, progressing through various levels to create a fantastical world of stars. The grand coordinates of Ocean Blue Star are Shattered Star Ring Kelton Star Cluster Garden Star System 9 Star District Ocean Blue Star. The precise positioning coordinates consist of a multidimensional coordinate system composed of several axes, articulated through a complex algorithm combining letters and numbers. The interstellar force that made contact with Ocean Blue Star is an advanced civilization from the Garden Star System, Ghidorah. The Dark Star mentioned by Han Xiao is a faction of ambitious rebels that is separated from Ghidorah, constantly scheming to overthrow the Ghidorah regime, sworn enemies of one another. The Starry Sea is vast, with myriad forces and civilizations intricately intertwined. The level of civilization largely depends on its mobility within the universe. For instance, the Ghidorah civilization, if not relying on stargates and wormholes established by even higher civilizations, can travel across star districts, thus qualifying it as a system-level civilization, several ranks above Ocean Blue Star, and the same applies to the Dark Star. Should the budding organization establish contact with the Dark Star and receive its resources or even military support, the Six Nations would find themselves in dire straits. An entity as malevolent and ambitious as the Dark Star would hardly adhere to the Intergalactic Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revision, established by the three major cosmic civilizations during their exploratory missions. The details of the contact with interstellar forces are classified within the Six Nations, and he harbors no doubt regarding the veracity of Han Zhao's assertions. which has incited considerable anxiety within the intelligence hierarchy. In truth, the budding organization has never had any dealings with the Dark Star. And since the opposing party cannot verify this, there is little risk in his deception. By disseminating explosive intelligence, he can elevate the significance of the 13th Bureau's interest in him, thereby enhancing the perceived threat of the budding organization in the eyes of the Star Dragon, which would greatly aid his primary mission. Why not seize the opportunity? Aligning with the Star Dragon is merely a temporary strategy. Han Xiao does not intend to remain dependent indefinitely. The 13th Bureau cannot fully place their trust in him. Their collaboration is merely a fade, a means to an end. He has no intention of working wholeheartedly for others, utilizing the power of the Star Dragon to counter the budding organization and gain experience. Han Xiao plans to eventually break free and pursue his own path. He keeps meticulous records of the special treatment he receives, intending to settle accounts in the future. As he rattled his handcuffs, he contemplated this. Every novice planet resembles an independent server, with main storylines differing vastly. Intrigued, Han Xiao has meticulously studied the events experienced by various forces throughout the Starry Sea, now transformed into invaluable intelligence. These novice planets are widely dispersed, and specialized interstellar travel agencies offer travel services. By utilizing interstellar communicators, one can contact these agencies, which will automatically locate the source of the information. Relying on the cosmic powers that have constructed teleportation gateways across different star clusters and galaxies, one can traverse vast distances, provided they can afford the fare. After all, professional leagues cater to players from all planets. If they cannot congregate, how can they compete? Major events for ordinary players typically occur on neutral or uninhabited planets. Provide me with a map of the Star Dragon and a pen, Han Xiao suddenly requested. Feng Jun spread a map of the Star Dragon Kingdom across the table. Han Xiao took the pen, circled 3 locations, and wrote brief descriptions. These are the 3 secret bases of the budding organization within the Star Dragon's territory. Demonstrating my sincerity in collaboration. You only know of 3? Certainly not. There are more, but I will disclose them only after you verify the accuracy of my intelligence. Revealing everything at once would not serve his interests. Han Xiao is not one to easily expose his hand. What are your conditions? The intelligence hierarchy had hit upon the crux of the matter, and both Feng Jun and Li Hui leaned in attentively. Han Xiao smiled enigmatically. I simply wish to collaborate against the budding organization. Is it truly that simple? I will report your situation to my superiors, but for now, you must endure your stay here. The intelligence hierarchy cut off communication. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, rattled his handcuffs, and mused, do not keep me waiting too long. I have only taken a day off. In the 13th Bureau's conference room, the director, deputy director, and 13 senior officials convened to discuss a singular topic, how to engage with Han Xiao. Han Xiao possessed a wealth of confidential intelligence. With his assistance, we could precisely strike at the burgeoning bases. Moreover, he was a skilled mechanic with combat capabilities comparable to elite agents, albeit not yet reaching the level of superhumans. His willingness to cooperate was evident. The intelligence officials presented their investigative report with verve, suggesting, I believe we can tentatively trust Han Xiao and collaborate with him. A silence enveloped the room as the others exchanged glances. The internal security faction was the first to voice dissent, asserting, what if Han Xiao provides false information? Indeed, the challenge was upon them. The atmosphere shifted as the 13th Bureau divided into 2 factions, the hardliners, led by the internal security officials, and the conservatives, led by the intelligence officials. Their positions were starkly defined, reminiscent of 2 armies poised for battle, each side bracing for confrontation. The intelligence officials contended. The likelihood of deceit is minimal. Han Xiao, being a fugitive from the burgeoning organization, must rely on our protection to survive. Thus his sincerity cannot be doubted. In contrast, the internal security faction retorted, he could very well be a spy sent to feign vulnerability. A tense debate ensued, with the internal security official suggesting, we should detain Han Xiao, extracting all intelligence from him. The 13th Bureau should not negotiate with anyone. Such actions are absurd. There is no need for such drastic measures. Employing force may lead to unforeseen consequences. Han Xiao is genuinely earnest. We cannot forsake what could be our valuable ally and unnecessarily create enemies. You are exhibiting cowardly capitulation. Your approach is reckless and ill-conceived. Under the leadership of the 2 senior officials, the factions began to exchange heated words, their faces flushed with indignation. Although both sought Han Xiao's intelligence, their fundamental disagreement lay in the hardliners' desire to imprison him, while the conservatives sought amicable collaboration. The tension escalated, with both sides eager to engage in a physical altercation. Meanwhile, the director and deputy director remained composed, embodying a tranquil authority. The director, a man of imposing presence, pondered aloud. Is it not simple to both cooperate and maintain control? We could simply recruit him into our ranks. Instantly, the raucous debate ceased, leaving the hardliners in a state of bewilderment. Are you suggesting chaos, Director? They exclaimed. What if Xiao is a spy embedded by our enemies? This contravenes our confidentiality protocols. The Director responded firmly. Let us adhere to protocol and put it to a vote. The conservatives stifled their amusement, rallying behind the Director. With one neutral official present, the factions were evenly matched, and with the Director's vote, the proposal passed without contest. The hardliners sank into despondence, their minds racing with indignation at what they perceived as collusion. With Han Zhao's recruitment into the 13th Bureau now a foregone conclusion, the discussion shifted to which department he should join. The internal security officials proposed, I believe the logistics department would be suitable. It would keep him under constant surveillance at headquarters while allowing him to utilize his mechanical skills. The conservatives concurred, recognizing the merit of this suggestion, ensuring Han Xiao would remain within their sight and unable to cause disruption. Then, the director interjected, why not assign him to the covert operations department? Given his combat prowess, he may yield unexpected results. The atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned to the neutral official, the head of the covert operations department, who appeared bewildered, pondering. What does this have to do with me? Let it be settled then. Actions may deceive, words may mislead, but intentions remain clear. Provided we ascertain the accuracy of the intelligence Han Xiao offers regarding the burgeoning organization S-bases, he shall be integrated into the covert operations department. The director decisively concluded. All officials collectively shielded their faces, resigned to the director's authority. The deputy director yawned, inquiring, is it time to leave? What is on the menu in the cafeteria today? Following the meeting, the intelligence officials and logistics personnel proceeded to the logistics department, intent on examining the captured lightweight power arm. They aimed to discern the exceptional qualities of Han Zhao's creations and, if possible, reverse engineer the schematics to acquire further insight into his capabilities. The individual tasked with studying the power arm was Luo Xian, renowned as the logistics department's ace, a top student from the West Capital Academy's mechanical program. He was recruited directly into the 13th Bureau's logistics department, consistently demonstrating exceptional performance. It seemed there were intentions to cultivate his talents for the covert operations department. Luo Xian donned rubber gloves, his expression calm as he began dismantling the machinery, a task he had performed numerous times before. Let us commence, he stated. However, he soon halted, astonished. There are confidentiality measures in place. These measures were designed to prevent the machinery from being disassembled and reverse engineered, intricately linked to its overall structure. Han Zhao's foundational assembly knowledge included methods for implementing such safeguards, coupled with his advanced skills in simple enhancement modifications. Only a mechanic who had officially reached E-level standards could hope to decipher them. Anticipating that the lightweight power arm might fall into the hands of the 13th Bureau, Han Xiao had preemptively established these protections. While the first-generation Rangers had also employed confidentiality measures, they were no longer relevant, having self-destructed. Can you crack it? The intelligence official inquired. Absolutely, Luo Xian replied confidently. The task of dismantling confidentiality measures was akin to an indirect duel between the creator and the decoder. Luo Xian felt assured. How skilled could an obscure mechanic truly be? After all, he was a graduate from West Capital Academy's mechanical program. Yet, 20 minutes later, Luo Xian found himself drenched in sweat, incredulous, for levels of confidentiality. Has the creator of this mechanism lost their mind? The complexity of quadruple confidentiality was immense. A single misstep could trigger the complete disassembly of the internal structure. Luo Xian lacked confidence in his ability to navigate this challenge. The intelligence official frowned. Are you capable or not? Do not waste my time. Luo Xian's composure faltered. Unable to express his frustration towards the superior, he begrudgingly replied. This confidentiality measure is exceedingly intricate. I require more time. Enough. I am not so patient. Share your assessment. Sensing the intelligence official's skepticism, Luo Xian's expression darkened as he vented. Technically, there is nothing remarkable, merely a proficient confidentiality system. It leads me to believe the creator regards refuse as treasure. The intelligence official raised an eyebrow but remained silent, instructing subordinates to remove the mechanical arm from the logistics department. Since Han Xiao had demonstrated the ability to dispatch seasoned mercenaries with a single blow from the mechanical arm, the intelligence official believed that utilizing it in practical operations would serve as the ultimate test of its efficacy. Coincidentally, the Bureau was preparing to dispatch personnel to dismantle the 3 burgeoning bases Han Xiao had revealed, presenting an opportune moment. Regrettably, The robot had already been reduced to a pile of indistinguishable charred fragments, leaving the intelligence official more intrigued by the first-generation Rangers. Although the 13th Bureau wields considerable power, no one would ever disdain the acquisition of new equipment. The group in the research department, a bunch of imbeciles, has squandered the past few years in idleness, basking in the largest allocations while producing nonsensical contraptions, adhesive bombs with dual-sided tape, a curved submachine gun that cannot be aimed, and devices designed to evade metal detectors for concealing drug-laced needles, complete with male and female variants. After 2 agents ended up in the hospital due to their own misfit equipment, the research department was promptly blacklisted by the active operatives. The director held his phone, conversing with the elderly Mr. Xiao. I have recommended Han Xiao for the Special Operations Department. I appreciate your efforts. The director queried, Old man, does he truly merit such esteem from you? Mr. Xiao replied with a chuckle, his worth transcends mere intelligence. I have a premonition that he will be a crucial asset in our confrontation with the budding organization. In a moment of lethargy, I find myself reluctant to conjure a title. The dilapidated skyscrapers are entwined with ivy, and the fractured bridges lie shrouded in green moss. The desolate streets exude an eerie silence, with shattered shop windows and toppled shelves bearing witness to a past looting. A yellowed newspaper, its age indeterminate, is stirred by a gentle breeze, adding to the atmosphere of desolation. Moonlight filters through the dust, casting a dim glow, the sole source of illumination in this forsaken city. Once a vibrant hub of a great nation, this city now languishes in the shadows of time, its citizens long departed, leaving even the drifters unwilling to dwell in its decay. Over decades of societal upheaval across the globe, many cities have been abandoned, reverting to nature's embrace, transforming from cold steel jungles into verdant landscapes, prompting reflection on humanity's significance to the planet. According to intelligence from Han Xiao, 3 sub-bases of the budding organization lie hidden within the borders of the Star Dragon Nation, one of which is concealed in this ghost town, like a thorn embedded in the flesh, inciting great ire among the Star Dragon hierarchy. Within 24 hours, troops were dispatched from the nearest military installation for an efficient assault on this sub-base. The once quiet dead city is awakened by the cacophony of artillery. Armored vehicles of the Star Dragon military storm the sub-base, gunfire and explosions intertwining with cries and roars. Yet, the front line is not the crux of the operation. 3 members of the covert operations unit stealthily approached the budding sub-base from the side, tasked with infiltrating and gathering intelligence amidst the chaos of battle. This clandestine department specializes in infiltration, sabotage, theft, and assassination, known colloquially as the Secret Operations Bureau, comprised of the elite among elites. The trio evades the battlefield, advancing to the side entrance of the sub-base, where the team's hacker deftly bypasses the access control. Lialan, a member of the Covert Operations Unit and a Level 4 agent, is a strikingly youthful woman clad in a black form-fitting jumpsuit that accentuates her stunning physique, topped with a loosely fitted yellow hoodie, exuding a sporty vibe. With fair skin and a lively spirit akin to that of a sprite. She dons silver hoops and subtle eye makeup, her features sharp and defined. Stretching languidly, her graceful form contradicts the tense atmosphere around her as she chews gum, lamenting, finally. While the captain is on leave to recover, the department throws us an urgent mission. It's as if they don't consider us agents at all. Lambert silently polishes his gleaming dagger, his demeanor as stoic as stone. Once a star soldier of a covert unit whose name cannot be disclosed, he joined the 13th Bureau's secret operations after retirement, dressed in military fatigues, a belt adorned with numerous daggers at his waist, and a sleek, black folding sniper rifle slung across his back. This operation appears to be of significant importance to the Bureau. Lin Yao, the team's hacker, speaks hesitantly, standing just over 5'7", his youthfulness evident. He carries a small pack filled with electronic devices, currently working to unlock the side door of the sub-base. Fingers flying over the keyboard as code cascades like a waterfall. Before long, the system is breached, and the metal door swings open automatically. The trio exchanges glances and slips inside. Li Yalan leads the way, followed by Lin Yao, with Lambert bringing up the rear. As they navigate through the facility, Lin Yao unlocks each access point, their objective being the main server room. The budding organization places a high premium on secrecy. Should the sub-base come under attack and show signs of compromise, the guards would immediately initiate a system wipe, erasing all data and triggering an EMP to disable and incinerate the electronic components, demonstrating a decisive resolve akin to a lizard shedding its tail. This steadfastness is why the budding organization has remained shrouded in mystery, akin to a veil of fog. And the 13th Bureau's interest in Han Xiao is due to the rarity of such intelligence. After a tense journey, They reach the second underground level. With the server room within sight, when Lin Yao suddenly gasps, staring at the hacked surveillance feed. There's an enemy squad around the corner. Before he can finish, a group of guards appears in view, a skirmish erupting unexpectedly. Li Yaoan reacts instantly, unleashing a phantom-like speed that propels her forward before the guards can fire. She leaps gracefully, executing a perfect split in midair, delivering a powerful kick to the heads of the first two guards, sending them spiraling away with broken necks. Her physical prowess is remarkable. Not only is her flexibility astonishing, but her strength is equally formidable. Supporting herself with her hands, she flips upside down and spins, her legs radiating bright yellow energy like propellers, sweeping through the crowd. Even firearms shatter upon contact, her kicks capable of bending metal. The last guard pales in terror, about to call for reinforcements when Lambert swiftly draws a knife from his belt, sending it glinting through the air to pierce the guard's throat. A fully armed squad is swiftly dispatched by Li Yaoan and Lambert. Just then, the corridor lights shift to a blood-red hue, and piercing alarms blare. Lin Yao exclaims, "We've been discovered. A large number of guards are rushing toward us, and the base's system is beginning to format." Li Yaoan, now agitated, urges, "Hurry and hack the door to the server room. I'm working on it, but it'll take at least 3 minutes. The enemy will arrive in a minute at most. I can't bypass the firewall in that time. I'm so sorry." Lin Yao is drenched in sweat, frantically tapping on his tablet. His fingers a blur, yet the steel door to the server room remains unyielding. Soon, chaotic footsteps echo from both ends of the corridor. A straight passage devoid of hiding spots. They are confident they can fight their way out, yet the mission seems destined for failure. Suddenly, Li Yaoan recalls the new equipment issued before their deployment. She hastily retrieves a sleek, elongated black package from Lin Yao's backpack. Unzipping it reveals a metallic mechanical arm, lying quietly within. Lightweight power arm. "How do you use this? Does anyone have the manual?" Lin Yao quickly explains. "Just extend your left hand and hook your thumb on the hinge to activate it." "But, is it really safe? You know how the RD department can be." A saying circulates in the 13th Bureau. Anything produced by RD comes with risks. With no other options, Li Yaoan resolves to take a gamble. She dons the mechanical arm, a determined expression hinting at her readiness to lose her limb, reflecting the RD department's unpopularity. To her surprise, the mechanical arm activates with a satisfying hum. "Incredible," she exclaims, clenching her fist and delivering a powerful punch to the metal door of the server room, creating a conspicuous dent. Elated, she unleashes a flurry of strikes, the mechanical fist pounding against the door, echoing with each impact. The metal door warping under the combined force of the machine and her own strength, the frame creaking ominously. As 20 seconds slip away, a wave of guards arrives at the corridor's corner. At that moment, the metal door to the server room finally succumbs to the relentless assault, crashing open. The trio hastily slips inside, narrowly escaping disaster. What a close call. Lin Yao promptly connected the device to the main unit, and the system formatting progressed to 57. He needed to hasten the backup of the remaining content, and, before the disconnection of both the internet and power, infiltrate the information repository of the budding organization to extract intelligence. Utilizing the room as cover, Li Yaoan and Lambert unleashed astonishing combat prowess. Li Yaoan drew a metal baton from her pocket, swiftly incapacitating the guards in the server room with her lightning-fast agility. With the baton in her right hand and a mechanical arm ablaze with a brilliant yellow flame in her left, she struck with tremendous force, shattering bones and rending flesh through the guards' bulletproof vests. Meanwhile, Lambert's flying knives ricocheted off the walls, targeting the enemies outside, eliciting anguished cries from the guards. The duo caused significant casualties, rendering hundreds of guards utterly helpless. Before long, the base's system completed its self-formatting, followed by a total blackout as power and internet were cut. "Charge out," Li Yaoan bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches, kicks, and baton strikes, carving a bloody path through the chaos. Lambert dragged Lin Yao closely behind. The air was filled with screams, and confusion reigned in the darkness. After a fierce battle, the three finally burst forth from the base, exhaling sighs of relief. Lin Yao collapsed to the ground, while the other two appeared unfazed. It had become customary for Lin Yao to appear utterly terrified at the conclusion of every mission. Li Yaoan toyed with the lightweight power arm, utterly captivated, while Lin Yao glanced over, astonished. Who invented this mechanical arm? Could it possibly be Luo Xian from the logistics department? Who knows? I've heard there are intentions from the higher-ups to recruit him into the secret operations division. It's not entirely improbable, Li Yaoan replied, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. 2 hours later, the battle concluded, marking a resounding success for the Star Dragon against the budding organization. The mission dismantled the base and yielded a wealth of intelligence, thanks largely to Han Zhao's invaluable information, which left the higher-ups of the 13th Bureau exceedingly pleased. However, the two most critical pieces of information, the communication records of Dark Star and the significance of Han Zhao's codename Zero within the budding organization, eluded Lin Yao. The former was a mere fabrication, while the latter pertained to the organization's experimental subject program, heavily classified and thus impervious to leaks. The secret operations trio hurried back to headquarters, where Li Yalan reluctantly returned the mechanical arm. Her superior inquired, "Is the lightweight power arm effective?" It turned out that this device was known as the lightweight power arm, a rather forceful apparatus that piqued Li Yalan's interest. She nodded, stating, "The success of this mission was greatly aided by this equipment. Who is its creator?" "That information cannot be disclosed," came the reply. "Will the department continue to supply the lightweight power arm?" Li Yalan asked eagerly. "That depends on the higher-ups' decision," was the answer. Unwilling to relent, Li Yalan's eyes sparkled with determination as she decided to seek out Luo Xian in the logistics department, who was likely the creator. With the emblem of the secret operations department emblazoned on her chest, she navigated through the logistics department with ease, attracting the attention of the staff. Her exquisite beauty captivated the logistics personnel, who were accustomed to the less glamorous aspects of their job. Although the 13 departments were nominally equal in rank, their powers varied significantly, and the secret operations department, filled with formidable talents and elites, was highly regarded. Li Yalan surveyed the area and called out, "I am looking for Luo Xian." All eyes turned towards Luo Xian, who was met with envious glances. "Impressive. The logistics department's ace has managed to attract a beauty from the secret operations department. She came specifically to find you." Perhaps hinting at a future opportunity to join the ranks of the secret operatives, they mused, contemplating whether to congratulate Luo Xian in advance to curry favor. Unfamiliar with Li Yalan, Luo Xian was puzzled. Could it be that the secret operations department seeks to recruit him? His heart raced at the thought, and suppressing his excitement, he feigned nonchalance. "I am Luo Xian. How may I assist you? Were you the inventor of the mechanical power arm?" Li Yalan inquired. "The mechanical arm?" Luo Xian instantly recalled the lightweight power arm that had embarrassed him before the minister. He feared it had malfunctioned, and a smirk of schadenfreude crossed his mind. "Is there an issue?" he asked, feigning seriousness. "No, not at all. I find it incredibly useful and wish to place a personal order," she replied. This left him in a very awkward position, as the logistics personnel exchanged knowing glances, recalling his previous disdain for the mechanical arm. Luo Xian's face darkened. The device he had deemed worthless was now sought after by a special operative, leaving him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Unable to express his discomfort, he managed a strained smile. "That device was not my invention." Li Yalan, bewildered, retorted, "You should have said so earlier. You wasted my time." Luo Xian, feeling humiliated as his colleagues stifled their laughter and departed, was left in a fit of frustration. Feng Jun approached, stating matter-of-factly, "The identity of the manufacturer is classified. Please refrain from speculation." Li Yalan was taken aback. Classified? Yet Luo Xian sensed a looming threat. The Bureau's undue focus on this mysterious mechanic could jeopardize his position, especially if he were to join the logistics department, where he would undoubtedly face competition. He resolved to take action. Meanwhile, at a base belonging to the budding organization, the leader received alarming news. Base 45 has been destroyed. Who did this? The Star Dragon. Where did they obtain their intelligence? Unknown. The leader felt perplexed. The budding organization's bases were dispersed globally, with some hidden within the borders of 6 nations, serving as strategic assets for future warfare, and had remained dormant without any activity that could expose them. How could they have been discovered? Was there an informant among them? The locations of the secret bases were known only to the upper echelon. A betrayal from within would deal a crippling blow to the organization. He silently resolved to conduct a thorough purge within the organization. The leader did not suspect Han Xiao, a lowly experimental subject with no access to confidential information. The very thought of Zero only filled him with irritation. Despite the bounty on the dark web, there had been no leads. The little pest was elusive, boldly declaring war. But he would crush him. One could not hope to shake the foundations of the organization with mere individual strength. A cold smirk crossed his lips. Meanwhile, Han Xiao had been missing for 3 days. Where could he be? Lu Qian paced anxiously, filled with self-reproach. Could he have gotten lost? It's my fault for not buying him a phone. Now I can't reach him. What will he do in this unfamiliar city? Old Lu attempted to console her. Be optimistic. Perhaps he simply perished? Lu Qian was at a loss for words. Grandpa, why do you harbor such bias against him? The old man scratched his nose, offering no reply. Suddenly, Lu Qian's eyes brightened as she leaned closer to him. Grandpa, please hire someone to help find him. Dream on. Old Lu scoffed. You didn't consider that I am your grandfather when you pilfered my books. Those are trivial matters. Just forgive me. Forget it. Are you really not going to help? Not a chance. With a sweet smile, Lu Qian emitted a menacing aura. I could always sell the exquisite wines you've hidden beneath the floorboards. Old Lu jolted. Now. How could your grandfather be so petty? It's just a matter of finding someone. Leave it to me. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Qian beamed. With a sigh, Old Lu stepped aside to call the elder Gao, asking, Old fellow, has Han Xiao been taken by your lot? Did you guess correctly? What did he do? He did nothing wrong. We simply require his collaboration. As long as he hasn't committed any crimes, return him quickly. Otherwise, my granddaughter will ruin my precious wine collection. That's against protocol. I'm in a difficult position. Stop talking nonsense. You set the rules. You still owe me for the last time you tricked me. I don't care. Just bring Han Xiao back. Old Gao relented. Fine, understood. After hanging up, Old Lu fumed. He had been looking forward to Han Xiao's departure, but now had to summon him back. Indeed, every woman seems to favor others, especially that one who bore me a son. She was so easily seduced despite being married to another. Alas, the charm of youth is irretrievable. Old Lu stroked his bald head, lamenting. Chapter subtitle: Living as the protagonist in an OP world, in a luxurious solitary confinement cell. Han Xiao had resided for 3 days, unhurried and at ease. This was a perfect opportunity for him to organize his abilities and claim the skill upgrade cards from task rewards. He perused his panel, noting the 90,000 experience points accumulated, some from tasks and enemy defeats, while others stemmed from his recent endeavors in crafting firearms for the raccoon. His basic combat skill stood at level 8, and he determined that upgrading it to level 9 using a skill upgrade card, basic, would yield the best outcome. Without hesitation, he elevated his basic combat to level 9 and proceeded to claim the skill upgrade card. A card, radiating a warm brass glow, materialized in his palm. With a mere thought, it transformed into a shimmering light and entered his forehead. A tremor coursed through his limbs, invigorating his muscles and bones with newfound strength. Basic combat LV10, max. Increases unarmed attack power by 10, strength 2, endurance 1. Many skills, upon reaching certain levels, confer attribute bonuses. Once a character's level reaches its cap, combat prowess can still be enhanced through skills. In the game Starry Sea, each version has distinct level caps, and a common adage emerges. Reaching the maximum level is merely the beginning. Your basic combat has reached the level cap. You gain 1 potential point. Excellent. Now I possess 16 potential points. Han Xiao spent some experience to elevate his basic shooting to level 8, leaving him with just over 20,000 experience points. He resolved to gamble on 2 blueprints. The utility of a mechanic's blueprints is twofold. One serves as a personal trump card in battle, never to be disclosed. The other is for sale, accepting orders from others to earn experience and currency. Ordinary mechanics can only set up stalls to trade with other players, while major guilds and clubs monopolize transactions with NPCs. However, Han Xiao had no competitors and could seize the opportunity. He urgently needed blueprints to sell and gain crafting experience. As the 13 Bureau represented a promising market with substantial customer potential, far exceeding the opportunities available at the budding organization S-Base. Recalling several blueprints from memory, he anticipated their marketability. Would you like to proceed with knowledge fusion, basic weaponry, basic assembly? This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Confirm. Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have developed the folding combat knife. Would you like to proceed with knowledge fusion, basic weaponry, basic materials compendium? This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have developed high-performance ammunition. Han Xiao's eye sparkled. The high-performance ammunition was his most envisioned invention, versatile and easy to manufacture. It was a highly marketable item in his previous Life-S gaming experience. Ammunition consistently yielded the highest sales, and due to its reliance on chemical knowledge, it was exceedingly difficult to replicate, inherently ensuring its confidentiality. Conversely, the folding combat knife evoked mixed feelings. This metallic blade, featuring a handguard with sharp edges, was a symmetrical rectangle with a segmented blade of 0.5 to 0.8 meters cleverly concealed within the handle, portable and discreet. Its blade could be swiftly deployed during combat via a mechanism on the handle, offering a surprising advantage, ideal for home defense or stealthy endeavors. However, it was primarily designed as standard equipment for novices, rendering it somewhat embarrassing for Han Xiao, as it was inexpensive, technically simplistic, and easily replicated. Even a trained mechanic could discern its structure with a mere glance. If only it were a ranged weapon. Such close-quarters armaments devoid of special effects are not particularly sought after. One good invention and one mediocre. Could I be the fabled hybrid, a convergence of luck and fate? Thankfully, neither of these blueprints existed on the Azure Sea, providing Han Xiao ample opportunities for manipulation. The theoretical knowledge acquired by mechanics is uniform, yet its applications are manifold. Mastery of basic principles does not guarantee the ability to create every conceivable invention derived from that theory. Even in the real world before his transmigration, countless grassroots inventors emerged annually, each with varying degrees of practicality, but the possibilities were endless. These two blueprints would be Han Xiao's primary focus moving forward. He had amassed 600,000 experience points over 6 months at the budding organization's base through assembling firearms. The opportunities at Star Dragon would undoubtedly be more abundant. Once he officially joined the 13 Bureau, the time for harvesting would arrive. At that moment, a new notification appeared on the panel. A-level task, Seeds of Slumber and Dust. Current progress, 1-6. The 13 Bureau was on the move. Han Zhao's gaze sharpened. By divulging intelligence from 3 bases to the 13 Bureau, he had indirectly contributed to his task's progress. 1-6 was neither insignificant nor overwhelming. He knew full well the depths of the budding organization's influence, and a subbase should not logically yield such progress. What he did not anticipate was that the subbase assault had sparked suspicions among the higher-ups of the budding organization. This was the crux of the matter. In his previous life, the conflict between the budding organization and the 6 nations persisted until the end of version 1.0. Excluding version 2.0, which introduced the disaster of mutation, their outcomes were relatively balanced. There was a time when the budding organization appeared to be at a disadvantage, on the brink of destruction, yet the 6 nations hesitated, primarily due to the budding organization's trump card, the dead hand system. This automated missile retaliation protocol was designed to activate upon the organization facing annihilation, releasing all stored missiles to strike predetermined targets globally, resulting in catastrophic ecological damage to the planet, even if the 6 nations could intercept 95 of them. This was the budding organization's final resort, a mutual destruction pact. Thus, achieving a 100 completion rate for his task was nearly impossible, unless he could unravel the dead hand system. The dead hand system was the organization's last resort. And while it averted their destruction, it also shook the resolve of many members. Those aligned with the budding organization sought revenge against the 6 nations and aspired to establish a new regime based on its ideology. When the organization's trump card conflicted with its principles, many members would inevitably drift away, unwilling to witness the world's demise. If only it could be artificially exposed. Han Xiao shook his head. This matter was still far too distant, and he buried it deep within his thoughts. Before long, Feng Jun finally arrived, escorting Han Xiao to the interrogation room, where he once again conversed with the Minister of Intelligence. The intelligence regarding the subbase has been confirmed. We trust in your cooperative intentions. The higher-ups have decided to accept you as a member of the 13 Bureau. Success. Han Xiao discreetly exhaled, realizing that his connection with the old man had indeed borne fruit. He would not naively assume that the higher-ups unanimously agreed to his inclusion. Behind the scenes, there were undoubtedly undisclosed transactions at play. The organization has decided to integrate you into the Secret Operations Department, where you will be assigned to an operational team. Han Zhao's expression grew peculiar. In this new era, countless elites displaced from their nations had scattered, and the intelligence agencies of the 6 nations had relaxed their recruitment standards, beginning to hire non-nationals. However, the Secret Operations Department, being a premier division, maintained certain loyalty requirements among its members, a clear maneuver by the old man. Why does he hold such high regard for me? Joining the Secret Operations Department was advantageous for Han Xiao, as it provided access to powerful individuals and opportunities for field work. Events and opportunities occurring beyond Star Dragon would now be within reach, which was crucial. Initially, Han Xiao had surmised that if the 13 Bureau restricted his freedom, he would immediately defect once public testing began, but it now appeared there was no need for hasty exits. A new notification surfaced on the panel. You have unlocked a new faction reputation. The Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau has seen an increase in favorability towards you by 300 points. The Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau, Division 13 Neutral, 300-1000, Level 1 Authorized Member. The new faction relationship signifies fresh opportunities, missions, events, and interests. Faction relationships are categorized into 8 levels: archenemy, hostile, adverse, indifferent, neutral, friendly, respectful, and revered. Generally, all newly established factions begin with an initial favorability of indifferent. Achieving 300 points elevates the status to neutral, while typically, only at the friendly level can favorability and contribution be exchanged for resources. Feng Jun produced a sleek black mobile phone and handed it to Han Xiao. It contained nothing but his phone number. Clearing his throat, he stated, "From this day forth, I shall be your liaison. Ensure that it remains powered on. Oh, so it's merely a trivial communication device, Han Xiao retorted. Why does your choice of words invariably irk me? Feng Jun felt a sense of resignation. The black phone bore no embellishments, and its interface was remarkably simple, featuring only call and messaging functions. As Han Xiao toyed with the device, he inquired, is it not susceptible to eavesdropping? Rest assured, the lines are specially encrypted. The intelligence minister added, there is another matter. We hope you can submit the mechanical blueprints you possess, including the lightweight power arms and the robot you employed to eliminate the Stinger squad. Submitting the blueprints would enhance faction contribution, however. He required the ability to manufacture machinery for growth and upgrades. If he surrendered the designs, Division 13 could subsequently mass-produce them, leaving him with no role in the process. Han Xiao sought a collaborative approach where others provided materials for his manufacturing. He shook his head in refusal. What if an agent were to privately place an order with me? We do not concern ourselves with that. Upon receiving this reply, Han Xiao smiled. It was acceptable, as all agents from Division 13 represented potential clients for him. Time was on his side. The higher-ups at Division 13 would not jeopardize their favorable collaboration with Han Xiao over a few preliminary blueprints. They were far more invested in the burgeoning intelligence. At least the conservatives were rational. The hardliners, who viewed him unfavorably, might act unpredictably. One of the advantages of joining Division 13 was its abundant resource inventory, which alleviated his need to scavenge for materials. He could procure a plethora of parts and raw materials simply by spending money, including rare items not typically found in the market. Having finalized the collaboration, Han Xiao donned the black hood once more and was escorted through the winding corridors, eventually taking the elevator to exit the headquarters. Engrossed in typing, I nearly forgot to update, sweat. 037 malevolence as Han Xiao felt the vehicle come to a halt. He was pushed out and left standing alone in the wind for a while. Only when he heard the fading roar of the engine did he finally remove his black mask and glance around, realizing he was at an intersection a few streets away from the repair shop. The night sky was adorned with several luminous moons, casting an air of mystery. Han Xiao smirked. His objectives had been largely fulfilled. Humming a tune, he strolled leisurely until he arrived outside the repair shop, where he noticed the lights still on inside. A wave of dread washed over him. He had been missing for 3 days, and undoubtedly, Lu Qian was anxious about his whereabouts. Upon entering, he spotted Lu Qian pacing back and forth, her face etched with concern. Her expression darkened as she rushed over, reprimanding him furiously. Why have you only just returned? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? As someone from out of town, I thought something terrible had happened to you. I was almost ready to report you missing. Feeling guilty, Han Xiao adopted a nonchalant demeanor, akin to a dead fish, unbothered and indifferent. What on earth were you doing? Lu Qian demanded. Just taking a walk, he replied casually. In a fit of rage, Lu Qian shot back. Can't you come up with a more credible excuse? I find it quite credible, he retorted. I saw on the news yesterday that there was a shootout at the junkyard in Kilo. I thought you might assume I had met with an accident. Realizing the source of Lu Qian's concern, Han Xiao listened to her incessant scolding without a hint of impatience, instead feeling a warmth in his heart. It is indeed rare to have someone who cares. However, that warmth was swiftly shattered by old Lu's interjection. I thought you wouldn't make it back alive. What a disappointment, he quipped, chuckling. Old man, Han Xiao retorted. After Lu Qian had vented her frustrations, she bit her lip and grudgingly said, in a few days, I'll buy you a phone, just don't go missing again. The cost will be deducted from your salary. No need. I already have a phone, Han Xiao said, producing a black device. The 13th Bureau said that number must not be shared with anyone? I want to listen to that nonsense, Lu Qian dismissed, her eyes narrowing as she pulled Han Xiao aside, frowning. This is a secure phone from the 13th Bureau. Have you joined them? Ah, you possess great insight. Han Xiao feigned admiration. If you've joined the 13th Bureau, why are you still working in my shop? Hurry up and get out. Only you should leave. I'm not going anywhere. How dare you speak to me like that? Are you plotting something by staying in my shop? Old Lu's expression soured, but then suddenly shifted as he fixed Han Xiao with a penetrating gaze, enunciating deliberately, You wouldn't be interested in my granddaughter, would you? You've misunderstood. Han Xiao felt an ominous chill wash over him. Old Lu's face underwent a rapid transformation, cycling through hostility, contemplation, relief, excitement, appraisal, satisfaction, and finally, warmth. The intensity of his scrutiny left Han Xiao feeling unnerved, akin to being examined as a potential son-in-law. Wait a minute, this isn't how the script goes. Young Han. My dear Qian, isn't getting any younger. How about you consider? Han Xiao's expression stiffened. Old Lu. There's a saying, a forcefully twisted melon is not sweet. If you don't force it, you might end up with no melon at all. My unfortunate son's only contribution was to give me a granddaughter. Our family needs to continue the lineage, so do your best to produce a great-grandson. Who said I'm part of your family? Don't involve me in your schemes. Young people should pursue love passionately. It cannot be a slow affair. I can only assist you this far. Old Lu patted Han Xiao on the shoulder with an inscrutable expression and sauntered away, leaving Han Xiao bewildered in the wind. The prospect of an elderly man eagerly anticipating grandchildren was indeed terrifying. Turning around, Han Xiao was startled to find Lu Qian standing silently behind him. Her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears, fixated on him with a tight-lipped expression. Do you believe me when I say this is a misunderstanding? You bad person, Lu Qian exclaimed, covering her flushed face before hastily retreating upstairs. Well, it seemed she didn't believe him. Han Xiao slapped his forehead in exasperation. Today's events were simply too bizarre. In the days that followed, Luo Xian felt increasingly restless, apprehensive that Han Xiao's future involvement with the logistics department might threaten his standing. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Xian approached the minister to inquire about Han Xiao's background. The specifics are classified. The logistics minister, a rotund man with a perpetually cheerful demeanor, glanced around to ensure privacy before whispering, I can only tell you that he has already joined the 13th Bureau. Luo Xian felt his heart skip a beat. Anxiety mounting as he pressed, will he be joining the logistics department or the RD department? If Han Xiao joined logistics, Luo Xian could undermine him, however. If he entered RD, he would be out of reach. The logistics minister shook his head. Neither. He has been specially recruited into the secret operations department and is due to report in a few days. Luo Xian was taken aback, reeling from the revelation. Han Xiao wasn't even coming to the logistics department to compete with him. How could he hope to suppress someone like that? After years of diligent work, he had yet to qualify for the secret operations department, while this enigmatic newcomer had been specially recruited on his first day. The coveted position he had long sought had been seized without so much as a whisper, leaving Luo Xian seething with indignation. This was profoundly unjust. 1 week after the shootout at the Kilo junkyard, the leaders of 6 other districts in Shidu convened to discuss a significant event, the disappearance of the ruler of District 7. The elusive cat. Through various channels, the other leaders had gleaned fragmented information, discovering that Cat's vanishing act was somehow linked to the formidable 13th Bureau, which sent shockwaves through the assembly. What had Cat done to provoke such a powerful entity? The leader of District 2, who had emerged as the de facto head of the group and the instigator of the meeting, spoke gravely. Cat has vanished. He must have crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have. I doubt we shall see him again. The other leaders exchanged glances, feeling a sense of shared trepidation. Despite their outward bravado, they all understood that the 13th Bureau could erase any one of them from existence at a moment's notice. In the shadowy underbelly of society, they were mere rats scrounging for scraps, even less significant than arms dealers and intelligence brokers operating in the slums, who had the backing of powerful allies. The leaders, on the other hand, were but tools wielded by powerful officials, easily discarded when they became inconvenient. Who will take over District 7? The leaders exchanged uncertain looks. Silence enveloping the room. Ordinarily, seizing control of territory would spark a competitive frenzy, yet none dared to speak. It was not that they lacked ambition for Cat's domain, but rather, the situation was too precarious. To them, District 7 had transformed into a den of danger. Who could say whether they might suffer the same fate as Cat? The leader of District 2 surveyed the assembly, his voice somber. No one is willing to take charge. Silence reigned. Very well, we shall await the rise of a newcomer. The leader's expression remained impassive. With the gray area of District 7 now devoid of leadership, a storm of chaos was inevitable. Some of the astute individuals who had been under Cat's thumb would see an opportunity to advance. However, the leaders were not inclined to grant newcomers a chance. They preferred to observe from the sidelines, waiting for an ambitious fool to probe the waters and ascertain the realities of District 7. By the time that moment arrives, the formidable leaders present will take action, leveraging their intricate networks of power to eliminate the rising newcomers, subsequently redistributing the territories of the 7th District among themselves. The inherent advantage of having one less contender for the shared pie of interests is undeniably beneficial. They shall not permit the emergence of a new leader who stands on equal footing with them. Han Xiao lingered in the repair shop for several days, employing both persuasion and persistence to secure an advance on his first month's wages, which he used to order a batch of materials from the 13th Bureau. A dark red bullet lay quietly in the palm of his hand, its tip adorned with a flame-like pattern. High-temperature ammunition, upon impact, ignites a 3-meter radius, inflicting continuous burn damage. The description was succinct, yet Han Xiao was acutely aware that the actual effects far surpassed the mere words. The principle behind the high-temperature bullet involved filling it with a highly flammable, adhesive gas as the propellant, which ignited under less stringent conditions than armor-piercing incendiary rounds. It could self-ignite without the need for combustible materials, serving as a specialized bullet designed purely for combustion. This volatile gas required careful chemical extraction and proportional mixing with an inert gas to prevent premature ignition, making it more challenging to extract than liquid or granular propellants. Once the bullet's head was compromised, even in a vacuum, the flammable gas could briefly combust, thus naturally ensuring its secrecy. The extraction method for the gas was strictly outlined in the schematics, and though he had yet to master the foundational biochemical principles of energy branches, he understood that he simply needed to follow the instructions. The ammunition could be crafted in various calibers, ranging from handgun rounds to sniper bullets, and its ease of manufacture made it exceptionally practical, with a broad market appeal. Over the past few days, he had managed to produce several dozen high-temperature bullets. In addition, he utilized superior steel to forge a folding combat knife, weighing 3 pounds and measuring 0.65 meters in length, with a handle of 0.12 meters when folded. Its close combat power ranged from 13 to 19, its surface a sleek black, adorned with segmented folding lines, and its tip resembling a right angle, akin to a meticulous artisan's blade. This novice weapon held little value to him, but its creation was better than having none at all. The experience gained from manufacturing high-temperature bullets and the folding knife contributed to the enhancement of his elementary mechanical affinity, elevating it to level 4. The maximum level 4 elementary mechanical affinity was 5, leaving him with a deficit of 15,000 experience points. His basic shooting skill currently stood at level 8, requiring 45,000 experience points to reach its maximum. With an additional expenditure of 60,000 experience points, he could gain 2 more potential points. Each nation possesses distinct advanced knowledge, treated as confidential, one application of which is to attract powerful, solitary superhumans. The aquamarine star encompasses only 3 primary professional knowledge categories: the abnormality system, the martial arts system, and the mechanical system. No novice planet possesses the complete set of 5 primary professional knowledge categories. The occupational inclination questionnaire that players complete at the outset determines which type of novice planet they will be assigned to. For instance, on a planet set in ancient times, the possibility of producing machinery seems implausible. Yet, it is indeed feasible. However, one must engage in manual tasks such as blacksmithing, forging, and smelting. Without the aid of lathes or equipment, every creation must be crafted by hand, and many items cannot be produced due to insufficient raw materials, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency. The 13th Bureau holds the advanced knowledge pertinent to the mechanical armed branch, accessible solely to individuals with high permissions, requiring at least a respected relationship to view, which is a time-consuming endeavor. Han Xiao contemplated that if he wished to acquire advanced knowledge in a short span, he would need to seize opportunities and adopt a cunning approach, placing his advancement tasks in the hands of the 13th Bureau. Currently, there were no opportunities, and he could only wait. Han Xiao had not forgotten the orders from the repair shop. For him, it hardly constituted work, as it was exceedingly relaxed. Over the past few days, Lu Qian had been avoiding him, too bashful to meet his gaze, fleeing with a flushed face after exchanging only a few words, leaving Han Xiao feeling quite helpless. It was all the fault of old Lu. That old bald man continued to chuckle nearby, as if to say, "Come here. Let me show you something magnificent." Lu Qian's feelings towards Han Xiao were complex. She had questioned herself more than once. Do I dislike Han Xiao? The answer was no. But did she like him? Again, the answer was no, certainly not in the romantic sense. A more accurate description would be admiration. Yet, if she were to firmly reject Han Xiao, would he, in a fit of anger, choose to leave? She could not bear to lose such a valuable and affordable assistant. Consequently, Lu Qian remained in a state of deep inner turmoil, evading Han Xiao, anxious that he might demand a direct answer. Her heart racing as she flipped a coin in her mind. What should I do if he confesses? While Lu Qian wrestled with her own thoughts, Han Xiao's phone chimed. A message from Feng Jun arrived, stating, "Your documentation has been approved. Report today." At last, it had arrived. Han Xiao's eyes flickered with anticipation. Secret Operations Team. The Longjia building serves as the government office and is not open to outsiders. The headquarters of the 13th Bureau is located underground within this building, connected by numerous hidden passages. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun through an underground air raid shelter for half an hour before reaching the headquarters. This was his first visit to the 13th Bureau without a blindfold. "This place is truly difficult to find," Han Xiao remarked. "Hard to find means it's secure," Feng Jun replied as he swiped his ID card at the access control, causing the metallic door to swing open. As he entered, he was greeted by a spacious hall bustling with personnel. Han Xiao had anticipated a foreboding atmosphere typical of secret organizations. Yet the 13th Bureau was brightly lit, and the air was surprisingly fresh, despite being underground. Had he seen the architectural plans, he would have understood that the 13th Bureau was situated at a depth that mirrored the height of the Longjia building, forming a formidable subterranean base. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao a mask and a level 1 access card for the Xinglong Strategic Defense Bureau. You should keep your appearance under wraps. It's best not to let too many people recognize you. Put this on. The mask was black, adorned with an embroidered muscular figure that lined up perfectly with the mouth area. Han Xiao feigned a glare at Feng Jun, who was struggling to suppress a laugh. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Han Xiao exclaimed. Don't look at me. Just put it on, Feng Jun insisted, biting his lip to stifle a chuckle. With a playful tug on Feng Jun's sleeve, Han Xiao tore a strip of fabric to cover his face, casually stuffing the revealing mask into Feng Jun's pocket. You can keep this treasure for yourself. Feng Jun looked heartbroken. But this is my new uniform. Suddenly, Han Xiao felt someone's gaze upon him. Turning, he saw a young man in a lab coat glaring intensely, his expression brimming with indignation, as if Han Xiao were the embodiment of his deepest ire. Why is he so angry? Han Xiao wondered, perplexed. Feng Jun recognized the man as Luo Xian and, unsure how to explain, merely smiled ruefully. Just treat him like air. Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's true face but instinctively knew that the masked man beside Feng Jun was the one he had been warned about. He watched them head towards the Secret Operations Department with eyes that seemed to blaze with fury. The Secret Operations Department occupied a separate floor, noticeably less populated than other sectors. The assembly point was the team meeting room, and once they reached the door, Feng Jun took his leave. As Han Xiao entered, he found Li Yalan, Lan Beat, and Lin Yao already waiting. Li Yalan lounged casually with her legs propped up on the conference table, while Lan Beat silently polished his combat knife, and Lin Yao sat upright, hands on his knees in a formal posture. You must be the logistics member specially approved by the director to join our team? Li Yalan inquired, rising to circle Han Xiao with curiosity. Special approval? Logistics member? Han Xiao's eyes flickered as he observed Li Yalan. She was tall and curvaceous, clad in a sporty yellow sweatshirt over a black bodysuit, her features exquisitely delicate. And her lively eyes sparkled with vitality, certainly above a score of 90 in attractiveness. Among the women he had encountered, only Hela could rival her in beauty. I am Han Xiao, a mechanic, he introduced himself. Lin Yao stood awkwardly, too hastily bumping into his chair, and extended his hand, stammering, Hi, I'm Lin Yao, the hacker on the team. Lan Beat remained seated, his demeanor cool. I'm Lan Beat, the sniper. Han Xiao shook Lin Yao's hand, disregarding Lan Beat's aloofness. This burly man clearly preferred to keep his words to a minimum. Why are you wearing a mask? Li Yalan asked, her large eyes fluttering with curiosity as she attempted to unveil Han Xiao's disguise. Han Xiao dodged her probing. Are you implying that you distrust me? Li Yalan pouted in dissatisfaction. You're hiding something from us. After a brief pause, Han Xiao replied, My identity is classified. Given that he had been assigned to Li Yalan's team, it signified that the higher-ups deemed them trustworthy. Revealing his face should not pose a problem. Yet Han Xiao reasoned that maintaining his anonymity could avert unnecessary complications. He envisioned the potential conversations that might ensue. Aren't you the wanted criminal? How did the Bureau allow you to join? Why is the Mingya organization hunting you? What have you done? The thought alone was exhausting. To sidestep a barrage of time-consuming inquiries, he opted to remain masked. He would not be in the 13th Bureau indefinitely. This was merely a stepping stone. And the fewer people who knew his true identity, the better. Your identity is classified? Wait. Li Yalan suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. She rushed closer to Han Xiao, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Did you create the lightweight power arm? Han Xiao was taken aback. How do you know? Oh. So it really is you. Li Yalan cheered, enthusiastically throwing her arm around Han Xiao's shoulders. If you can help me craft a mechanical arm, I'll have your back. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. I will require payment for my services. Li Yalan laughed heartily before whispering, Can I get a discount? Absolutely not. How stingy, she muttered, crossing her arms. I still don't know your name, Han Xiao remarked, somewhat exasperated by her familiarity. Li Yalan, in charge of close combat, she replied, pouting. Han Xiao scanned the trio and asked, So, are the four of us a team now? No, there's also the captain. He's the assault specialist. Where is he? Han Xiao looked around, even peeking into the trash bin, but found no one hiding. There's no need to search. The captain is recovering from an injury. Han Xiao's tone turned serious. If even the captain was injured, it suggested that the operations within the secret department were perilous. The three exchanged glances. Sensing the unease in the air, Lin Yao spoke up sheepishly. The captain was hospitalized due to food poisoning. Han Xiao sighed helplessly, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. Clearing his throat, Lin Yao elaborated on the structure of the Secret Operations Department. The department is responsible for special high-difficulty missions. Our organization is team-based, consisting of 4 to 7 members per team. Each month, we are required to fulfill the mandatory tasks assigned by the department, and during downtime, we can arrange our schedules freely. Such a loose structure? Han Xiao was astonished. He had expected this elite department to be extremely busy. The members of the Secret Operations Department were all elite, and some were specially recruited agents from outside, not directly affiliated with the 13th Bureau. Lon Beat was one such case. He had once been a star operative in a special forces unit before being recruited into the 13th Bureau. Lin Yao felt a bit bashful discussing this, fearing it might come off as boasting, his skin not as thick as Han Xiao's. Your role is logistical support, responsible for providing equipment, coordinating supplies. During actual operations, you will gather, organize, and analyze intelligence, serving as our eyes and ears from the rear. That is your job. That sounds quite easy, but I want to fight monsters. Han Xiao understood the rationale behind this arrangement. He possessed a wealth of intelligence that the higher-ups would not want him to risk. As the saying goes, with rewards come sacrifices. He had gained the protection of the 13th Bureau, a secure development environment, exclusive access to a potential market, and the opportunity to take orders for manufacturing mechanics to gain experience. Overall, it was a profitable arrangement. In the early stages, the mechanical sector was at a disadvantage, lacking combat prowess and leaning towards logistics, with technical work being the primary source of experience. The resources expended in battles, such as firearms and ammunition, required funding, unlike the martial arts or psychic sectors, which inherently possessed formidable lethality. Does our team have a name? Han Xiao suddenly inquired. A team name? Li Yalan scoffed. We don't have any of that fluff. Pragmatism. Han Xiao holds it in high regard. The four engaged in brief conversation, having now met their future teammates. Lin Yao glanced at the computer and suddenly announced, the department has assigned us a task, apprehending the Black Spider, who is hiding in Shidu. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Was he being given a task so soon after joining? It seemed the Bureau intended for them to acclimate as a new team. Li Yalan, with a languid demeanor, remarked, the Black Spider, I am familiar with him, a notorious bounty hunter and a solitary mercenary. During the last operation, the field department's attempt to capture him failed, resulting in him detonating explosives that devastated 2 streets. I can't believe he still dares to remain in Shidu. Lon Beat succinctly inquired, when do we depart? No need to rush. The intelligence department has already confirmed his location, and nighttime operations will be more advantageous. Lin Yao turned to Han Xiao, advising, since this is your first mission, it would be wise for you to acclimate to the logistics work. The other 3 paid little mind to Han Xiao's status. Simply being part of the Secret Operations Department signified the higher-ups' trust in him. You have triggered an E-level mission, Black Spider. Accept decline? Accept. Mission hint. The Black Spider, a notorious assassin and bounty hunter. This marks your inaugural operation with the Secret Operations Department. As support, your duty is to assist the team in completing this mission. Mission requirement. Defeat the Black Spider. Reward. 5,000 experience points. Special reward. 40,000 experience points or a mind stabilizer. Chapter 039. The First Operation, Part 1. The Black Spider? This is a character of minor boss caliber. Ordinarily, such a task should be classified as D-grade difficulty, with a standard reward of no less than 30,000 experience points. The task mechanism in Starry Sea is exceedingly intricate. Even if a team of players undertakes the same mission, the requirements for each individual may slightly vary, depending on their level and role, thus dictating different rewards. Some commercial players, who prefer crafting and logistics over combat, when joining a team for a quest, find their difficulty and rewards diminished. For instance, in monster-slaying missions, the frontline fighters, those with the greatest responsibility, receive the highest rewards, followed by healers and support players, while those merely tagging along for experience earn the least. This system effectively curtails the tendency of wealthy players hiring studios to lead teams for experience farming. Han Xiao, in his previous life, harbored a deep disdain for this mechanism, which resulted in his leveling service being rather lackluster. Ironically, his most lucrative business involved avenging others, honing his exceptional PK skills in the process. The situation he encountered was precisely this. The diminished rewards were evidently due to his role as support in this operation, as he would not engage directly with the Black Spider, thus linking the task's rewards directly to its difficulty. Alas, though the rewards were scant, they were still preferable to gaining no experience at all. Han Xiao consoled himself with this thought. At the very least, it provided another source of experience. Based on his understanding of the Black Spider, this task practically guaranteed 5,000 experience points. Li Yalan's covert team could defeat the Black Spider with their eyes closed. But what intrigued him were the special rewards. Without needing to ponder excessively, Han Xiao was acutely aware of the hidden requirement, capturing the Black Spider. The black spider possessed an exceptionally troublesome ability, making his capture 10 times more challenging than defeating him. As of now, no one was aware that he was an ability user. It was not until the public beta that his powers were revealed. Nonetheless, Han Xiao is well acquainted with the black spider's Achilles heel. The system, being inanimate, could only assess the disparity in strength based on numerical values, making the chances of fulfilling the hidden requirement appear slim. If the team heeded his commands, he had an 80% confidence in successfully capturing the black spider. It seemed worth a try, Han Xiao mused. Li Yalan, still fixated on the lightweight power arm, inquired, how much would it cost to order one? And how long until it arrives? A lightweight power arm costs 20,000, with a deposit of 10,000. You provide the materials, and I will manufacture it. Ready within 2 days. Li Yalan's expression soured, that nearly equated to her monthly salary. However, she resolved to make the purchase as the operation was imminent. Unwilling to give up, she asked, do you have any other machinery available, ready-made? After a moment's contemplation, Han Xiao, not wanting to reveal the high-energy ammunition just yet, produced a folding combat knife. The 10-centimeter black metal handle caught the attention of the three. What use is this? Li Yalan questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. With a faint smile, Han Xiao pressed a miniature mechanism on the handle and flicked it sharply, causing the blade segments to spring forth from the handle, transforming into a nearly 70-centimeter black alloy knife, impressively sharp. This is called a folding combat knife. Li Yalan's eyes lit up. She had chosen a baton as her weapon for its portability, yet the folding combat knife was even more advantageous, more discreet, and with greater striking power. She reached for the folding combat knife, but Han Xiao evaded her grasp. 1,000 each. Han Xiao chuckled. The production cost of the folding combat knife was merely around 300. He felt that asking for 2,000 was quite reasonable. Penny pincher. Always after money. Li Yalan huffed, pulling out her wallet and handing over 1,000. Only then did Han Xiao relinquish the folding combat knife to her, thoroughly explaining its operation. Immediately, Li Yalan was captivated and began to play with it. Suddenly, Lambert interjected, I'd like to order 10 of them. Is it possible to reduce the size to around 30 centimeters? Business was knocking at the door. Han Xiao beamed and nodded, no problem. I hope to have them before the night operation. Certainly, as long as the materials are ready. The initial shaping and polishing of the folding combat knives could be efficiently completed with a stamping lathe, ensuring high productivity. Lin Yao hesitated. I'd like to purchase one for self-defense as well. Han Xiao was somewhat taken aback. The folding combat knife was novice gear, yet it was so favored by agents? He was unaware that due to the Research and Development Department's prolonged inactivity, the agents of the 13th Bureau were desperately in need of new equipment. While the folding combat knife was technically simple, it was precisely the compact and discreet gear that suited the complex tasks faced by agents. Typically, agents wielded daggers. Imagine encountering agents from rival factions, one brandishing a dagger of over 10 centimeters while you unsheathed a knife nearly a meter long. The psychological advantage would be significant. The materials were provided by Lambert and Lin Yao, utilizing the logistics department's private workshop, which was equipped with advanced tools. Han Xiao significantly reduced the manufacturing time for the folding combat knives. Before the night operation, he successfully produced 11 custom folding combat knives, earning 11,000 sea blue coins. He only bore the technical costs, and he also gained considerable manufacturing experience, approximately 8,000 experience points, a tidy profit. This further solidified his belief that the 13th Bureau's private orders represented a potentially vast market. With their equipment in hand, Li Yalan and her companions set off to pursue the Black Spider, while Han Xiao remained in the clandestine operations department, managing logistical commands and organizing the task details sent from the intelligence department. The pinhole cameras and miniature earpieces of the 3 team members were linked to 3 computer screens before Han Xiao, with synchronized visuals and audio. He could observe the experiences of Li Yalan and her team, and his duty was to monitor any changes in the situation, providing prompts and directives akin to a commander. Of course, as a newcomer, despite Li Yalan and her team not explicitly stating it, they naturally did not fully trust his judgment. Given the relatively low difficulty of the task, it was merely a means to foster team cohesion that Han Xiao was allowed to act as the commander. However, expecting them to strictly adhere to his orders was implausible. All 3 were seasoned agents, possessing their own insights. Thus Han Xiao's instructions would serve merely as a reference. Han Xiao, however, remained unfazed. Not to mention his prior experience commanding a 50-person team in dungeons, his advantage lay in intelligence, enabling him to fulfill this role adeptly. The Black Spider, an ability user, proved to be exceedingly troublesome and had been ranked as the most challenging boss to defeat on Sea Blue Star 1-0. As night descended, the stars twinkled above. The slums, situated in Zone 8, starkly contrasted the prosperity of other city districts, appearing dilapidated. The roofs of the buildings were non-existent, replaced by makeshift awnings crafted from scrap metal and canvas, closely packed together, rendering the streets narrow and constricted. Various patched and damp garments hung from balconies, while refuse littered the streets, uncollected. A multitude of drug dealers, addicts, thugs, and vagrants inhabited this area, harboring filth and disorder, with security being notoriously poor. The intelligence department indicated that the Black Spider was hiding here. Li Yalan and her companions, fully armed, traversed the filthy streets silently. Although Lin Yao was a hacker, he had also undergone firearms training, endowing him with a degree of combat prowess. The three advanced stealthily through the alleyways, the flickering streetlights casting an eerie ambience. The streets devoid of life. 040 The first operation, Part 2. The small building ahead serves as the lair of the Black Spider, who resides on the 3rd floor. He is likely very alert. We must tread softly, Li Yalan whispered. Suddenly, the voice of Xiao crackled through the earpiece. No need for caution. The Black Spider has already detected your presence. How do you know? Li Yalan retorted, skepticism etched on her face. No sooner had she spoken than a barrage of gunfire shattered the night's stillness. A hail of bullets rained down from above, and in an instant, Li Yalan and her companions rolled away, seeking refuge behind the corner of a nearby alley, their expressions grave. When had they been discovered? Though the trio possessed the prowess to withstand such rudimentary ambushes without injury, Han Zhao's warning had enabled their swift reaction. This realization caused Li Yalan's demeanor to shift, her gaze sharpening as she adjusted her earpiece. A man loomed above, surveying the three with a sinister grin, exuding an air of arrogance. A black spider tattoo adorned his left cheek, and he was clad in dark combat attire, brandishing an assault rifle. With a mere gesture, 10 masked figures emerged from various alleyways, their weapons drawn, subtly encircling Li Yalan and her companions. The intelligence had been flawed. How could he possibly have reinforcements? Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Yalan felt a sinking sensation within her. The black spider sneered. I dare to remain in West City. Did you think I would be unprepared? The last encounter with the 13th Bureau taught me a harsh lesson. I, the Black Spider, am known for my vengefulness. Since you dared to extend your claws towards me, I shall sever them. The Black Spider, a notorious bounty hunter and assassin within the underworld, was infamous for laying intricate traps before his targets even detected his presence, rendering them helpless, much like a spider's web. Suddenly, Li Yalan pivoted and delivered a powerful kick against the wall, a brilliant yellow light flashing as the wall crumbled, debris forming a barrier that obscured the enemy's line of sight. In the early stages of martial arts training, her strength endowed her with extraordinary might. At an E level with an energy capacity exceeding 300 unis, she was around level 25. The Black Spider, along with his masked team, closed in, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the trio. Li Yalan and Lambert urged Lin Yao to evade continuously, utilizing the alley's layout. Fortunately, their superior abilities allowed them to avoid any hits, yet they found themselves cornered in a dead end. The Black Spider stood at the alley's entrance, eyes closed as he took a deep breath, an expression of ecstasy gracing his face. Little insects caught in my web. Every hair on your bodies emits fear. Do you think you've already won? Li Yalan raised an eyebrow, covertly signaling Lambert. The Black Spider, seemingly incredulous, glanced back at his 10 companions, arms outstretched as he proclaimed. With a single command, you shall be riddled with bullets. What emboldens you to challenge me? Li Yalan replied solemnly, then why do you hesitate to act? Killing you bears no benefit for me. Capturing you as hostages allows me to demand a ransom, the Black Spider replied, waving his finger, fully aware that his words would transmit through the earpiece to the 13th Bureau. He relished this moment of boasting, suddenly grinning maliciously. But I only need to keep one of you alive. With a wave of his hand, he was about to give the order to fire when, unexpectedly, Li Yalan leaped into action. Her feet glowed with brilliant yellow light as she danced along the walls, soaring gracefully like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, rapidly closing the distance from midair. Kill her. The Black Spider's expression tightened as his subordinates opened fire upon Li Yalan, but her speed was nearly ethereal, leaving only a few bullets to graze her, which merely ricocheted off her clothing. Li Yalan's fitted attire was reinforced with ceramic fiber ballistic panels, rendering her impervious to the bullets. Her physical prowess allowed her to absorb the kinetic energy, showing no fear of the marksman. Her earlier retreat had been a ruse, luring the Black Spider's forces into a concentrated formation for a decisive strike. In the brief moment when the enemy's attention wavered, Lambert seized the opportunity, swiftly drawing 4 throwing knives from his waist and dispatching them with precision to the throats of 4 assailants. The others were taken aback, half of them turning their weapons toward Lambert, but Li Yalan, from above, smashed through the wall, sending rubble cascading down like rain, obstructing the Black Spider and his men's advance. Following the debris was Li Yalan, descending with the ferocity of a falcon poised to strike. With a swift motion, she drew her collapsible combat knife, slicing downward just 30 centimeters from her target. The enemy, momentarily tilting their heads to evade, was caught off guard as the blade extended, closing the gap in an instant. The flash of the blade marked the end for the adversary, their throat laid bare. The element of surprise was yet another advantage of the folding combat knife. "Excellent weapon," Li Yalan remarked, her eyes gleaming. The outcome was inevitable when martial artists engaged ordinary gunmen in close quarters. 30 seconds later, the ground was a crimson pool, leaving only the black spider, his hands severed, sprawled on the ground. With a huff, Li Yalan retracted her folding knife, pleased with its versatility. "Well done," Han Xiao commended, having remained silent throughout, showing no concern for the trio's predicament. Thank you, Lin Yao stammered, feeling somewhat out of place. "Not including you," Han Xiao added, causing Lin Yao to hang his head in disappointment, feeling he had contributed nothing. "You can't kill me, little girl," the wounded black spider rasped, a mocking glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, Lambert drew his gun and shot the black spider in the head, splattering red and white across the ground. Li Yalan and Lin Yao exchanged silent glances with Lambert, who remained expressionless, stating flatly, "We'll find out soon enough. If I'm dead, so be it. The higher-ups didn't order us to leave any survivors anyway. I'll need a good bath when I return. I'm covered in blood and it reeks." Li Yalan yawned. At that moment, Han Xiao interjected, "Do not relax. The black spider is still alive." Li Yalan nearly twisted her back, pointing at the mangled corpse, exclaiming, "How can he still be alive?" Han Xiao replied calmly, "He is an anomalous being and his abilities are quite troublesome. You will understand once you remove the mask from the first masked body on the left." Lin Yao hesitated. "But there has never been any information on the dark web indicating that the black spider is a superpowered individual. You must be mistaken." Li Yalan rolled her eyes and admonished, "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Newcomer, I understand your eagerness to prove yourself, but fabricating false intelligence is not the way to go." Han Xiao looked exasperated. "You really ought to use your imagination more. Recently, a sense of unease has plagued me. As if I am under the scrutiny of an unseen observer, perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination." In their inaugural operation, Lambert, a taciturn man of action, complied with Han Xiao's directive to unveil the masked figure, only to reveal a featureless visage, smooth and devoid of any recognizable features, startling the other two. "This cannot possibly be human," Lin Yao exclaimed in horror as he proceeded to unveil the masks of all present, discovering they were all faceless beings. At that moment, the faceless individual pointed out by Han Xiao underwent a transformation. A black spider tattoo emerged, deepening in hue, and features began to manifest, eerily resembling that of a black spider. Astonishingly, the wound on the body began to heal, and the corpse's eyelids fluttered as if awakening. "Destroy its head," Han Xiao commanded ominously. Lambert immediately dispatched the faceless being with a single shot. Han Xiao meticulously repeated this process, each time identifying the transforming faceless beings in advance. Li Yalan and Lin Yao, taken aback, suppressed their curiosity and obediently followed Han Xiao's instructions, beginning to trust his judgment. Though they remained perplexed as to how Han Xiao had uncovered the secret of the black spider, it did not hinder their growing confidence in him. Upon reaching the last faceless being, Han Xiao instructed, "Do not kill him, break his limbs instead." Without dissent, the trio complied. The final faceless being transformed entirely into the black spider, abruptly opening his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "How did you know of my abilities?" Avatar Parasite. The black spider's power. The black spider can periodically separate a faceless avatar, devoid of intelligence, which will obediently follow commands as long as it remains within a certain range of the original, else it falls into a dormant state. Each avatar equates to another life for the black spider. He can continuously resurrect within the nearest avatar. As long as an avatar exists, he cannot die. This ability lacks offensive capability but possesses remarkable survival traits, akin to an indestructible cockroach, making him exceedingly troublesome. His ability has transformed the essence of his being. His corporeal form cannot confine him, as he has become a form of spiritual energy, residing within the avatars he creates. Provided an avatar exists, he cannot be eradicated by physical means. The black spider, incredulous, pondered how his closely guarded secret had been divulged. Had his recent activity drawn suspicion? Han Xiao, observing the black spider's astonishment, chuckled. If it were a lesser-known adversary, he might not recall them, but the black spider was notorious for being difficult to kill, leaving a lasting impression. At this moment, the black spider's mastery of his abilities was still in its infancy, presenting the most opportune moment for Han Xiao. He discerned the vast potential for development within this power, yet the black spider had perished early in his previous life, failing to unlock higher levels of his ability. You inquire how he met his demise. Though the Black Spider's abilities are troublesome, they are far from insurmountable. Should one crush his soul on a spiritual level, the Black Spider would be utterly vanquished. However, as previously mentioned, spiritual practitioners are scarce in Ocean Blue Star, and players are unable to kill the Black Spider. Thus he ranks among the hardest bosses to defeat in version 1.0. The Black Spider himself holds this belief, until he encountered Hela, and then there was no more to tell. Powers within the supernatural realm are diverse and peculiar, unlike the other 4 superpowers. One must awaken through genetic serums to transition into a supernatural class, subsequently learning the relevant profession's knowledge. Each player has but a single opportunity to consume a genetic serum. Failure results in an account forever barred from transitioning to the supernatural class, with the success rate dependent on the serum type. Your instincts are correct. This is a legendary pay-to-win item from the game's marketplace. The least effective genetic serum costs a staggering €398, while the pinnacle, supreme, luxurious, perfect genetic awakening liquid can reach up to €4,999, boasting a maximum success rate of merely 18, with no guarantee regarding the awakened ability's potential. For those who can afford a gaming pod, 60% are willing to stretch their finances to attempt awakening their abilities, enriching the game company immensely. In his previous life, Xiao had also made such a purchase, but given his luck, the outcome was predictable, leading him to conclude that supernatural players were either extraordinarily fortunate or exceptionally social. The Black Spider quickly regained his composure, remarking viciously, "I possess countless avatars. Even if you destroy this body, you cannot kill me. Conversely, you will find no peace, no matter where you hide. I shall eventually snap your necks myself." Lambert raised his weapon, but Xiao swiftly intervened, instructing Li Yalan, "Repeat after me." Thus, Li Yalan, following Xiao's guidance through her earpiece, mimicked with an air of profundity, "Countless avatars? Do not deceive us. You can have no more than 50. Here lie 10 corpses. The remaining avatars are your hidden cards scattered across the world." The Black Spider's eyes widened in disbelief, while the basic manifestation of his powers could be inferred. The intricate details were his deepest secret, impossible for anyone else to know. Someone had unraveled his abilities. Who? Who could it be? Could it possibly be a mind-reading supernatural being? As long as this avatar remains alive, you cannot resurrect. We cannot kill you, but we can imprison you for eternity. The Black Spider's expression shifted to one of horror as he attempted to bite his own tongue, only for Lambert to preemptively dislocate his jaw. The Black Spider, unable to seek death, fixed his gaze on Li Yalan, a mix of fear and fury etched on his face. Finally frightened, "Are you?" Li Yalan, observing the Black Spider's shock, realized that Xiao's every word had been accurate. The three exchanged glances, a singular thought resonating among them. Who is Xiao? Why does the 13th Bureau regard his identity as confidential? How does he possess such secretive information? Reinforcements soon arrived, dressing the Black Spider in a restraining suit and transporting him away. Meanwhile, Xiao, far at headquarters, received a notification of mission completion. E-rank mission Black Spider completed. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Hidden requirement: capture the Black Spider completed. Please select a special reward: 40,000 experience points Mind Stabilizer. The Mind Stabilizer, designed to enhance mental resistance, grants immunity to a degree of telekinesis and mental attacks, serving as a mechanical device against magical civilizations. With a scarcity of telekinesis and magic professions on Ocean Blue Star, and few spiritual practitioners, the Mind Stabilizer has limited utility. Thus, Xiao opted for the more pragmatic choice of 40,000 experience points. Hela? It would likely be quite some time before he faced her again. You have gained 40,000 experience points. The rewards were satisfactory, eliciting joy from Xiao. Upon returning to the Covert Operations Department, the moment they stepped inside, Li Yalan rushed over, her large eyes brimming with curiosity as she asked, "How did you know about the Black Spider's abilities?" Xiao smirked enigmatically. "Give me 1,000,000, and I shall reveal the secret." Li Yalan instantly deflated. "By the way, how do you plan to deal with the Black Spider?" Lin Yao scratched his head. "I heard the higher-ups plan to send him to Beltol Island Prison, clad in a restraining suit 24 hours a day, sustaining his life through nutrient feeds, ensuring he cannot even die if he wished. The island of the Death Bell Prison, a super prison established collaboratively by 6 nations, stands isolated overseas with no escape routes available. It houses the most heinous of criminals, including super offenders, marauding warlords, and the formidable leaders of underground forces. Once one sets foot on this island, it signifies the tolling of their life's bell, marking an irreversible loss of freedom. There exists no means of departure aside from death itself, encapsulating the very essence of the island of the Death Bell. Xiao found this arrangement to be most satisfactory. The abilities of the Black Spider were indeed quite troublesome, Should an indestructible lunatic fixate on him, a myriad of complications would surely ensue. Their first operation had been flawlessly executed, and the team had begun to develop a modicum of rapport. After exchanging farewells, they prepared to return to their respective homes. At that moment, Feng Jun approached, a look of resignation etched upon his face. "The Ministry of Internal Affairs has summoned you for an examination," he relayed. Noticing the unease in his expression, Han Xiao inquired, "Wasn't my joining the Bureau already approved?" "The Ministry of Internal Affairs has requested a second review of your case," Feng Jun replied, his voice lowered. "This is within their reasonable jurisdiction, and the higher-ups have no grounds to contest it. Moreover, as you are aware, your previous identity is rather sensitive." Feng Jun continued. "There are two factions among the higher-ups regarding you. The conservative elements within the intelligence and logistics departments tend to favor a cooperative approach, while the hardliners led by the Ministry of Internal Affairs do not share this sentiment. They might impede your progress." Understanding dawned on Han Xiao. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, after a brief assessment of her height and weight, Han Xiao was escorted to an interrogation room for a solitary investigation by the internal examiner. Name: Han Xiao. Gender: female. The examiner's forehead tensed, veins bulging. Yet he decided to endure. Age: 30. Oh no, 31. The examiner slammed the table and barked, "Cooperate." With a nonchalant demeanor, Han Xiao responded, "There is no need to ask about gender and age. You are not truly concerned with that. Wouldn't it be more efficient to proceed directly to the background check?" The examiner huffed in annoyance. Continue. "Family relations? I am an orphan, with no relatives." "Where were you born?" "Mount Buzhou." "Nonsense. We have no record of your birth." "Indeed." In this otherworldly realm, her quip fell upon deaf ears. Han Xiao smacked her lips and suggested, "Ask your superiors." It was clear that the higher-ups would never divulge sensitive intelligence to ordinary members. This examination was merely a formality, a warning, or perhaps an irritation directed at her. The examiner heeded the instructions through his earpiece, refraining from further inquiries, and commenced a psychological evaluation. The questions posed during the psychological assessment involved describing various scenarios and requiring Han Xiao to make choices. She answered haphazardly, and the examiner subsequently sealed the documents for submission to the higher-ups, concluding the review. Suddenly, the examiner coldly remarked, "The Ministry of Internal Affairs is always vigilant regarding your actions. Do not provide us with any incriminating evidence," which implies that you currently have no leverage over me. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, turning to the examiner and playfully patting her backside before departing with a cheerful demeanor. The examiner's complexion darkened, his hand gripping the documents tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. After the initial operation, the upcoming period should be relatively tranquil. Han Xiao returned to the repair shop, contemplating how to expand his market. The folding combat knife appeared to have significant demand, and he wished to inform more agents of the 13th Bureau about his skills as a mechanic. After some deliberation, he called Li Yaolin, requesting her assistance in disseminating the news within the Bureau. After a series of negotiations, Han Xiao successfully persuaded her to promote his work by offering a discount on future purchases. However, a challenge arose. Although Han Xiao was producing machinery at the repair shop, the limited lathe and equipment, coupled with the watchful presence of LV Qian, hindered his ability to manufacture in bulk. After much thought, he decided to confront LV Qian directly. "Qian Jia, I need to talk to you." LV Qian trembled slightly, inwardly lamenting that this day had finally come. Resigned, she prepared herself mentally. "I want to tell you something. Suddenly, LV Qian turned around with a look of polite determination, deeply bowing and stammering, Yes, I'm sorry. You're a good person." The atmosphere became awkward as they exchanged bewildered glances. Han Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Although he had no intention of pursuing her, her hasty rejection left him feeling quite unsettled. "You misunderstood. I'm planning to renovate the repair shop and build a separate room for my work. The funding for the renovation will come from a friend, essentially expanding the shop. What do you think?" "Oh, so it was a misunderstanding." LV Qian swayed, nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment, and she forced herself to respond, Good, very good, I agree." With that, she covered her face and hurriedly fled. "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Han Xiao sighed, suspecting that LV Qian hadn't fully grasped his proposal. Han Xiao submitted his application to build a workshop to Feng Jun, who related to the higher-ups. The 13th Bureau valued his contributions, and his reasonable request was swiftly approved. A construction crew arrived to expand the repair shop. 2 days later, a new mechanical workshop was completed adjacent to the repair shop. The 13th Bureau generously sponsored the essential equipment, effectively lending it to Han Xiao. At his request, the workshop included a basement for confidential research and storage. Li Yalin's promotional efforts proved fruitful, as numerous agents soon sought to place orders for the folding combat knife. Han Xiao refrained from meeting clients directly, allowing Li Yalin to handle the orders. Despite dealing solely with 13th Bureau agents, Han Xiao remained cautious, aware that one could never truly know another's intentions. Consignments of alloy materials arrived at Han Xiao's workshop, and over several days, he crafted dozens of folding combat knives, all of which sold out. With the experience gained, Han Xiao maxed out his basic mechanical affinity skill and earned additional potential points. The agents, well informed, learned through Li Yalin's promotion that a mechanic named Han Xiao had joined her team, offering personalized mechanical services and repairs. Orders poured in like snowflakes, and Han Xiao found himself overwhelmed, producing dozens of knives daily. The experience accumulated rapidly, and his personal finances began to flourish. In his previous life, selling machinery had been a common growth strategy for mechanical players, marked by fierce market competition. However, Han Xiao now found himself nearly monopolizing the market. His folding combat knife was the only option available, allowing him to reap substantial profits and secure his initial fortune. Han Xiao intended to sell only two types of machinery: high-efficiency ammunition and folding combat knives. Out of courtesy, he sold Li Yalin a lightweight power arm. While the folding combat knife sold well, Han Xiao remained cautious, recognizing that though it was popular for the time being, most buyers were merely indulging in novelty, with limited practical utility and customer potential. Moreover, the technology behind the folding combat knife was rather rudimentary. A knowledgeable mechanic could easily deduce the blueprint, making it likely that counterfeit versions would soon emerge. Han Xiao planned to profit quickly from the folding combat knife, but he placed greater importance on the prospects of high-efficiency ammunition, which was both effective and affordable, serving as a consumable that could cultivate a stable customer base. High-efficiency bullets possessed inherent confidentiality. The core consisted of combustible gas within the projectile. Once the projectile was opened, it would leak and combust, making stable storage impossible. Without the refinement formula, replication would be nearly impossible, at least with the current technological level of Xinglong. Han Xiao aimed to accumulate a sufficient stockpile before launching the high-efficiency ammunition. With the profits from the folding combat knife, he purchased a large quantity of ammunition materials and dedicated time each day to production, gradually filling the underground storage with boxes of high-efficiency bullets. One day, the Elder LV and Elder Gao were engaged in a game of chess outside the repair shop. Han Xiao had just completed a batch of orders and approached Elder Gao with a smile. "How is the prosthetic working for you?" "Quite well," Elder Gao replied with a smile, rolling up his sleeves. He wore the prosthetic, now covered with a layer of artificial silicone skin, making it nearly indistinguishable from real flesh. "I'm glad to hear that. If it malfunctions, don't hesitate to ask for my assistance." Elder Gao nodded, a sly smile on his face. "I heard from old LV that you've joined the 13th Bureau." "Indeed, that is true. Young and promising. Work hard and contribute to the nation," Elder Gao encouraged. Han Xiao chuckled internally, knowing that Elder Gao believed he was unaware of his identity. There was no need to conceal his affiliation with the 13th Bureau. Although the average citizens of Xinglong might not encounter such matters in their daily lives, they were aware of the Bureau's existence and regarded it as a promising career. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Xiao contemplated when Elder Gao would confront him about his true identity, pondering whether he should play along and feign surprise. At that moment, Feng Jun approached quickly, his expression serious. "May I speak with you privately?" As Han Xiao's liaison, Feng Jun always brought a small team to monitor the surroundings of the repair shop, wary of suspicious individuals and concerned about potential threats to Han Xiao. Elder Gao recognized Feng Jun and was curious as to why he had come to see Han Xiao personally. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun to a secluded area, where Feng Jun stated, "The Research and Development Department has set their sights on you." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, elaborate. "The Research and Development Department is tasked with developing various new weapons and possesses the authority to conduct risk assessments on newly utilized weapons. They believe there are risks associated with your folding combat knife and have requested that you submit the blueprints for examination. This is within their jurisdiction, and other departments cannot intervene, so they're after my blueprints." "Risk assessment? It's merely an excuse," Han Xiao scoffed. He knew that once he submitted the blueprints for inspection, the Research and Development Department could mass-produce the folding combat knife, transforming his designs into their achievements. Through Feng Jun, Han Xiao learned about the internal dynamics of the 13th Bureau. The Research and Development Department, much like the Internal Affairs Department, was known for its hardline stance and was unfriendly toward him. They had a bureaucratic mindset, lacking new inventions or equipment for years, leading to diminishing annual budgets. They were desperate for results to solidify their standing, which made them target his existing blueprints for the folding combat knife. Once they obtained the blueprints, The research and development department would only need to draft a report for the higher-ups to claim it as their own invention and performance. What will happen if I refuse to submit? Feng Jun offered a wry smile and remarked, you may find yourself blacklisted by the RD department, with your record tarnished, potentially hindering your prospects for promotion. However, you are not like the ordinary agents. The Bureau greatly values the intelligence you possess, so there should not be any significant issues. The RD department cannot compel you. That is reassuring. I will not relinquish the blueprints, Han Xiao replied, shaking his head. Although the market for folding combat knives may eventually become saturated, it still offers him considerable benefits at present, and Han Xiao is unwilling to relinquish his advantage. Feng Jun was not taken aback by Han Xiao's resolve. After spending time together, he had gained a basic understanding of Han Xiao's character, one that is impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Meanwhile, old Gao placed a phone call. Upon grasping the situation, his expression darkened. These incompetent fools, more hindrance than help. Old Gao held Han Xiao in high regard. Under his influence, the 13th Bureau had established a favorable cooperative relationship with Han Xiao. However, the RD department, driven by its own agenda, acted recklessly, disregarding the larger picture. They sought to exploit Han Xiao's vulnerability to seize his blueprints, a brazen act akin to robbery. Most critically, this could provoke Han Xiao's resentment, rendering Old Gao's efforts futile. Old Gao's anger boiled over. What audacity! 043 Performance Seizure, Part 1. This is too much. Li Yalan's face was filled with indignation. If Han Xiao's business fell through, her discounted would be at risk. Lin Yu sighed in resignation, stating, these decisions are made by the higher-ups. We have no right to interfere. Lan beat, polishing his throwing knife, casually remarked, why not just eliminate the head of RD? Lin Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, Uncle, such words should not be spoken lightly. Li Yalan pondered, well, that might not be out of the question. Lin Yu felt close to tears, pleading, sister, if you all don't want to live, I still want to. Though Han Xiao had only joined a few days prior, after the operation with the Black Spider, Li Yalan and the others recognized him as their teammate and felt compelled to take action. Should we ask Han Xiao what he intends to do? Lin Yu suggested. His address is confidential. I have no idea where he lives, and his phone has been off lately, Li Yalan replied, increasingly agitated. What should we do then? Are we just going to stand by and let the RD department make things difficult for Han Xiao? Lan Beat stated succinctly, we wait. Just as they were at a loss, an incongruous voice rang out. Oh, little Lin Lin. I heard your new teammate seems to be in a bit of trouble. A short-haired beauty leaned against the conference room door, reveling in their misfortune. Her skin was porcelain white, lips painted a deep crimson akin to a wilting rose, adorned with a black studded choker, and dressed in a purple, form-fitting jumpsuit. Her once cute bob hairstyle exuded an alluring aura, and despite her modest height, her presence overshadowed Li Yalan's significantly, garnering more attention on the street than even Li Yalan and Appo's striking looks. Li Yalan and Appo's expression darkened immediately, her teeth gritted as she spat. Di Susu, are you here to provoke us? The short-haired beauty, Di Susu, remained unfazed, chuckling. This is the headquarters. Do you dare to make a move? Di Susu and Li Yalan had a long-standing feud, their enmity tracing back over a decade to their days as apprentices at the same martial arts dojo. In every assessment or competition, Di Susu always secured the top spot, while Li Yalan's performances were rather mediocre, often finding herself on the ground, serving as a mere backdrop to Di Susu's talent. To this day, Li Yalan could vividly recall Di Susu's smug demeanor as she feigned humility, basking in the teacher's encouragement, while her own exchanges with them could be summarized in a few sentences. Hello, teacher. Hello. Typically, the teacher would pause for a moment, then offer an apologetic smile. I have a question. It's all in the book. If you still don't understand, you can ask Di Susu. Goodbye, teacher. Each recollection filled Li Yalan with frustration, feeling like a forsaken puppy caught in a downpour, alone on the streets, yearning for the meat bones displayed in a butcher's window, only to be kicked away by an impatient owner, continuing to wander through the storm, a profound sense of bitterness and jealousy unexplainable to others. I don't care. The show must go on. Eventually, both were specially recruited by the 13th Bureau but assigned to different teams, history repeating itself. Di Susu's team boasted a track record that overshadowed Li Yalan's, becoming one of the elite teams in the Secret Operations Division. What irked her most was how Di Susu would often saunter in front of her, shamelessly calling her little Lin Lin. When did we become so close? In Li Yalan's eyes, this was clearly a calculated display of superiority, which annoyed her greatly. Di Susu chuckled, hee, I heard you recruited a new member. So I came to check. Where is he? Surely he isn't shy and hiding away? Li Yalan's face remained cold. He isn't here, so you should leave. Di Susu feigned disappointment. I suppose my trip was in vain, but I can understand. With the RD department keeping an eye on him, Your new teammate is likely overwhelmed. Li Yalin's face turned ashen, baring her teeth like an agitated dog. Get lost. I don't want to see you. So ruthless. We were childhood friends. Di Susu pouted, flashing a flirtatious smile at Lin Yao as she swayed her hips and sauntered away. Childhood friends, my foot. You should at least acknowledge our rivalry. Li Yalin fumed, only to catch Lin Yao gazing dreamily at Di Susu's retreating figure. Fury surged within her as she yanked Lin Yao and shouted in his ear, with a beauty like me beside you. How can you not look at me but stare at that scheming wench? Lin Yao stammered, but she smiled at me. Answer me properly. Who is more beautiful, me or that scheming wench? Dangerous glints danced in Li Yalin's eyes. After a long hesitation, Lin Yao sheepishly replied, I think. Di Susu is gentler than you. Hee, little Yaozi, it seems your taste needs a violent correction. Prepare for a snow avalanche-style counterattack. Lon Beat steadied the trembling water cup, calmly dialing the medical department for a doctor to attend to Lin Yao. Han Xiao declined to surrender the blueprints, a response anticipated by the head of RD, who subsequently announced a high-priced acquisition of the folding combat knife. For a mechanic, handing over blueprints equated to relinquishing control over their lifeblood, losing their technological edge. Once powerful factions obtained the blueprints, they could mass-produce the designs, leaving the original creator with no stake in the outcome. Han Zhao's orders, being niche, catered only to the personnel of the Secret Operations Division, and his production capacity was limited. Once the RD department acquired the blueprints, they would delegate production to military factories, distributing equipment freely to all divisions, including the secret operations, external operations, police, and military, thus reaping substantial benefits. This was the RD department as confidence. They had vast backing. Although the RD personnel had not produced new works in a long time, they lacked no professional insight. In their view, the folding combat knife had the potential to replace military daggers, knives, and batons, becoming the new standard tactical melee weapon. As for Han Zhao's interests, they were far from the RD department's considerations. Not to mention the department's alignment with national interests, the hardliners viewed him unfavorably, indifferent to Han Zhao's thoughts. Collaborating with an intelligence operative was perceived as too lenient. They believed he should be controlled and interrogated for all his information. The conservatives, however, held an entirely different perspective. Unwilling to jeopardize relations with Han Xiao over a mere melee weapon blueprint, they firmly believed Han Xiao was a valuable ally while scoffing at the hardliners' approach. Control him? What if he refuses to divulge any information as a result? Intimidation? What if he isn't afraid? Severe punishment guarantees results? There is some truth to that, but it varies from person to person. We captured many budding members, yet only 1 in 10 speaks the truth, nearly leading the 13th Bureau into traps several times. After brief interactions, Han Xiao did not seem like someone easy to manipulate. If you offer no hope to others, how can you expect them to cooperate? Such reckless behavior could easily drive away the support that should belong to us. Thus, the conservatives were incensed. Their collaboration with Han Xiao had been promising. Yet the hardliners insisted on imposing their outdated tactics, behaving like a bunch of relics, unaware that times had changed. The era in which subordinates wielded life and death over others has long since passed. Numerous elites, disillusioned by their nation's downfall, now seek refuge elsewhere. The Six Nations, under the guise of offering preferential treatment and relaxed requirements, are recruiting talent in a manner reminiscent of commercial enterprises. Such aggressive tactics are viewed by conservatives as a complete self-sabotage of their future. Furthermore, the department is not devoid of other engineers. This desperate scramble for personnel reflects poorly on their integrity. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these engineers have been nurtured by the state and are eager to submit their designs, with the Bureau promising compensation. However, Han Zhao's refusal to comply has led certain high-ranking officials to perceive him as disloyal, intensifying the animosity from hardliners. Yet, in this current age, emphasizing loyalty only serves to alienate those talented individuals who are already estranged from the nation. They are not inherently patriotic. Discussions of loyalty may provoke hostility rather than allegiance. It is crucial to remember that the Six Nations are the very culprits behind the downfall of others, a stain that cannot be easily washed away. Within the 13th Bureau, delineation of authority has emerged, barring direct intervention from higher-ups. No one can encroach upon the Research and Development Department's jurisdiction, and the higher-up stance remains ambiguous, seemingly observing and waiting. It is evident to astute observers that submitting the folding combat knife would offend Han Xiao, leading many agents who purchase the knife to ponder its worth. The RD department's practice of poaching their own talent has drawn quiet disdain from numerous quarters, perceived as excessively brazen. These agents are unaware of Han Zhao's unique standing and feel that pressuring an ordinary engineer is utterly excessive. Some freelance agents, however, prioritize profit above all else, indifferent to potential grievances. Platt, an agent who acquired the folding combat knife, was the first to sell it to the RD department, demanding 30,000, a 30-fold increase, which the department ultimately accepted. Platt's reasoning was straightforward. Such easy profit would be foolish to pass up, and he scoffed at those who hesitated. After all, he dismissed the significance of a mere engineer, believing that once the RD department began mass production, the engineer would be irrelevant, merely a matter of kicking him aside without concern for any repercussions. In the RD department, the minister's secretary and Luo Xian gazed at the folding combat knife before them. Luo Xian, do you have confidence in deriving the blueprints? In the pursuit of performance. Luo Xian observed for a moment before dismissively stating, the technology is rudimentary, lacking confidentiality, making it easy to deduce the blueprints. I'll leave it to you. If you complete this task, we will transfer you from the logistics department with a higher salary and greater authority. Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction. After experiencing unfair treatment previously, he increasingly felt that the logistics department held no future. Why should Han Xiao receive special recruitment while he languished, merely accumulating seniority? He resolved to align himself with the hardliners and transfer to the research and development department. Once he captured the attention of the higher-ups, his prospects would be bright, and he too could eventually enjoy Han Xiao's privileges. Cracking the folding combat knife was an opportunity to showcase his capabilities, which he valued greatly. The previous failure to decode the lightweight power arm had left him unsettled, and he was eager for the chance to compete with Han Xiao. Since establishing an independent mechanical workshop, Han Xiao had moved out of the repair shop, relishing a long-awaited solitary life. Officially, he remained an employee of the repair shop, assisting LV Qian with the daily orders. Due to past misunderstandings, their arrangement, which required little face-to-face interaction, eased the burden on LV Qian considerably. With a hiss, he opened the smelting furnace, and high-temperature steam billowed forth. Clad in heat-resistant work attire, Han Xiao used tongs to extract strips of glowing steel ingots from the furnace. Under the current conditions, Han Xiao had two methods to forge blades. One involved traditional smelting, heating the steel ingots and hammering them on an iron mat to gradually shape them. The other employed a high-temperature furnace to heat the ingots until they glowed, then using machinery to stamp them into blade shapes directly. Each method had its merits. The former yielded exquisite craftsmanship, while the latter offered greater efficiency and the potential for mass production. Given that the selling points of the folding combat knife were portability and discretion, Han Xiao opted for the more efficient stamping method. The steel ingots were superior quality from the 13th Bureau stock. Han Xiao applied chemical materials to the ingots to remove oxides, then refired them. He placed the glowing steel ingots onto the stamping lathe and activated the machinery. Amidst the thunderous clanging, the steel transformed into sharp blades. Next, he proceeded to the critical folding process, a delicate task requiring chains and magnets, which he navigated with ease. Before long, a batch of 10 new folding combat knives emerged. Repetitive manufacturing of the same type of machinery would gradually reduce experience gained, unlike assembly, which would not vanish but fluctuate within a low range. Utilizing machinery for production would reduce experience proportionately. As one advanced in mechanical engineering, self-assembly of production lines and lathes became inevitable. Although Han Xiao had not yet reached that stage, some components still required manual polishing or purchase. Each folding combat knife crafted earned him 100 to 200 experience points, elevating the blueprint level to LV2, slightly enhancing the attributes of the finished product. After removing his heat-resistant attire and wiping the sweat from his brow, Han Xiao counted the batch of knives and completed several orders, feeling quite pleased. Just then, his phone rang with an old-fashioned jingle. Li Yalan was calling. Bad news, she announced. All the previously ordered agents have requested to cancel their orders. Taken aback, Han Xiao inquired what had transpired. The research and development department had deduced the blueprints for the folding combat knife and submitted a report to higher management, requesting an official stamp and hinting at impending mass production for various departments. Li Yalan's tone was disheartened. The RD department prioritized performance and sought ownership of the blueprints. Supplying equipment was merely a courtesy. Thus, despite their disdain for the RD department's actions, it was entirely reasonable for the agents to rescind their pre-orders for Han Xiao's knives. The freshly forged batch of folding combat knives now faced a market slump. Han Xiao's gaze flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated the RD department would dare encroach upon his business. Given the unique and rudimentary nature of the folding combat knife, confidentiality measures seemed excessive. Han Xiao sensed the emergence of replicas but did not expect it to happen so swiftly. The profits he had anticipated were now significantly diminished. Although the folding combat knife would eventually saturate the market, it still promised substantial benefits in the current stage. However, the RD department and Oppo's interference severed his financial lifeline. Submittal of the blueprints might enhance his contribution to the faction, yet he would also forfeit a crucial source of experience. The RD department's forceful seizure of the blueprints clearly did not count towards his contribution. This myriad of obstacles was hindering his growth. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and dialed Feng Jun's number, speaking in a low voice. Are you aware of the situation? Feng Jun sighed. The RD department is quite audacious. Although the higher-ups have yet to review their report, they have already commenced assembly line production of the folding combat knife. Provide me with the details. Feng Jun recounted the information, prompting Han Xiao to remember the names Karate and Luo Xian. What does the RD department say? They have made no statements. Han Xiao's expression remained calm. True to their hardline nature, they were even too lazy to explain to him, the rightful owner of the blueprints. The implication was clear. He should accept this silent loss. It was unclear how the conservative faction, represented by Gao Laotu, would respond. This time, the RD department acted on its own accord, and the higher-ups were evidently not oblivious to the situation. Their delay in reviewing the report likely aimed to gauge Han Xiao's stance. If he chose to acquiesce, would the 13th Bureau's policies towards him become increasingly rigid? The hardliners sought to squeeze him, while the conservatives leaned towards amicable cooperation. The higher-ups could not unilaterally support the RD department. As long as he escalated the issue without overstepping boundaries, they would likely compromise and compensate him to some extent. There was ample room for maneuvering. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Han Xiao's eyes. Perhaps this was an opportunity to seize advanced knowledge. Advanced knowledge was regarded as confidential by Xinglong, strictly controlled. Han Xiao had long been troubled by how to fulfill the advanced tasks. This was a perfect opportunity to leverage the situation. A simple plan began to take shape in his mind. They dare to take my possessions as if they are not scalding hot. I shall ensure they face repercussions for their underestimation of me. In the RD department, the secretary remarked, Haha, this time we owe you one. You truly are the ace of the logistics department. Luo Xian smiled faintly, concealing his pride. The department values you highly and has requested your resume from the logistics department to enter into the database. You are essentially transferred to our RD department. What about my compensation? The department has specifically instructed that you lead a work group independently, with your authority elevated by one level. As long as you perform well. Higher-ups will certainly take notice. Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction and then inquired, I've heard that Han Xiao is held in high regard. Will that pose a problem? Rest assured, I know a bit of insider information. Han Xiao will have to swallow his pride. The secretary recalled the RD department head's brazen words. Han Xiao must rely on the 13th Bureau's protection if he wishes to survive. He cannot afford to make a fuss. The conflict between the RD department and Han Xiao has become a popular topic of discussion within the 13th Bureau. Members from various departments are unaware of Han Xiao's true background, mistakenly believing he is merely an ordinary mechanic without any powerful connections, thus questioning his audacity to challenge the organization. In the following days, the atmosphere remains calm, and Han Xiao makes no move, leading the 13th Bureau members to assume he has chosen to endure and avoid conflict. Although acknowledging this as a reluctant decision, they cannot help but underestimate Han Xiao. The RD department stance surprises many. Despite their inventions often facing criticism, their internal conduct has historically been quite standard. Why then? Have they adopted such an aggressive approach this time? For the past few days, Li Yalan has been surrounded by the strange gazes of agents, infuriating her to the point of agitation, and with Han Xiao's phone unreachable, she can only stew in her frustration. Rumors swirl incessantly, yet Han Xiao has not been idle. Previously, he had sold folding combat knives, earning nearly 100,000 sea blue coins. After deducting the material costs for the high-energy ammunition, he still has 70,000 remaining. Han Xiao spends 30,000 to procure materials for a batch of folding combat knives, and over the next few days, he tirelessly forges an impressive 100 knives. With a sufficient quantity at hand, Han Xiao packs them into a box, dons a mask to conceal his identity, and heads to Zone 8 to meet with a clandestine arms dealer. The societal climate of the Sea Blue Star is fraught with tension, with the threat of war looming. The 6 nations have implemented strict firearm controls, prohibiting the sale of weapons to civilians. Without a special identity, carrying arms through city checkpoints is impossible, and players face similar restrictions. Each nation operates within its own faction, and players frequently receive missions to disrupt other countries or carry out assassinations, typically purchasing weapons from local arms dealers or commissioning them to transport equipment. The locations of every arms dealer and intelligence broker have been meticulously documented by countless players from previous lives, and in a city as significant as West Capital. Han Xiao is acutely aware of the backgrounds of these dealers. He approaches the seasoned arms dealer, Matthews, whose backing comes from the powerful arms trafficking conglomerate, the Farian Group. This organization conducts extensive business across various nations, engaging in arms trading between warlords and factions, and even has channels to procure missiles, tanks, and fighter jets. In these chaotic times, major arms dealers like the Farian Group thrive, with their primary clientele being roving warlords, and even the Six Nations occasionally place orders with them. Matthews welcomes the visiting supplier warmly. Xiao presents the batch of folding combat knives, elaborating on their operational methods and expressing his intent to sell. Matthews quickly recognizes the advantages of the folding combat knives. Although melee weapons are somewhat out of favor, their concealability makes them appealing to intelligence agencies from various nations. "Can you supply these long-term?" he inquires. Xiao, with a smile, responds, "Would you be interested in acquiring the blueprints?" Matthews, taken aback, realizes the significance of blueprints to a mechanic, as possessing them equates to controlling the supply. It is exceedingly rare for a mechanic to sell their blueprints unless absolutely necessary. And Matthews, overwhelmed with excitement, assumes he has encountered an inexperienced novice. He eagerly urges, "Name your price." "There are 100 folding combat knives at 5,000 each. And the blueprints are an additional 1 million. Matthews gasps in shock. 5,000 per knife? 1 million for the blueprints? Are you out of your mind? Xiao remains steadfast, stating, "Take it or leave it." Matthews quickly suppresses his inclination to bargain, pondering the potential profits involved. Xiao is confident that Matthews will acquiesce. While the blueprints may not be inherently valuable, they offer a unique opportunity for profit by selling them to other factions, thereby bundling a significant quantity of folding combat knives. Just as Xiao is presently doing. This transaction may only occur once, but if he can simultaneously supply multiple clients, he stands to make considerable gains before any of the factions catch wind of it. The Farian Group, with its extensive client network, is perfectly positioned to facilitate this. Upon grasping the implications, Matthews nods in agreement. Deal. The transaction is executed with immediate payment and delivery. Matthews, affluent and generous, arranges for a dark web account to be opened, transferring 150,000 to it, and personally hands Xiao the account details. The banks of the Six Nations do not communicate with one another. Thus, dark web accounts serve as the designated banking system for underground transactions, widely accepted across the globe with high confidentiality. Xiao promptly logs into the account, registering his fingerprint and iris scan before tearing up the account details. "Should you have further business in the future, feel free to contact me." Matthews presents a black and gold VIP card, stating, "This is the Farian Group's card. We have bases in most cities, and should you require weapons, we will provide you with the finest service." Xiao accepts the card, stowing it away. Arms dealers represent a viable avenue for business. He does not intend to confine himself solely to the intelligence agencies of the Star Dragon. Once he has amassed sufficient strength, he will branch out and establish rapport with these arms dealers. While money is one aspect of his needs, he also seeks experience in machinery manufacturing. Had the 13th Bureau opted to purchase his blueprints from the outset, he might have considered agreeing. But the RD department has shown no interest in engaging in business with him, though it may appear that he is being targeted. Xiao understands that he is merely a pawn in the power struggle between two factions. He is indifferent to their chaotic interests and political inclinations. He only cares about the benefits that come to him. While he wishes to coexist amicably, he will not back down if provoked. A subtle smile crosses Xiao's face. Since the RD department has seized the invention rights of the folding combat knife, they must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. There is an adage that goes, "To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." Though perhaps it is not entirely applicable here, the essence remains. The voices at the upper echelons are seldom in harmony, and perhaps the conservatives are stifling their anger. He merely supplies ammunition. If he were an ordinary agent of the 13th Bureau, his current actions would result in mutual destruction. Fortunately, he is not. "Old gal, it's a pity I offered you a bionic prosthetic for free. You better pull your weight." The RD department head, in high spirits, encounters the intelligence minister in the corridor and speaks first, boasting, "Your chosen collaborator is nothing but a softie. With just a bit of pressure, he will relent. If you ask me, we should seize the moment and take control of him, extracting all the intelligence he possesses." The intelligence minister, however, remains unperturbed, his expression strange. A smile devoid of warmth. He pats the RD head's shoulder, saying, "You might want to consider your own fortune." The RD minister is left bewildered, questioning the meaning of self-seeking fortune. Yet he does not have to ponder for long, as he soon learns the reason. The director summons him for a private discussion in the office. The RD minister rushes over eagerly. "Director, you called for me?" "The report from the RD department was approved yesterday. The folding combat knife is now officially your invention," the director states. The RD minister beams with joy, exchanging pleasantries and expressing gratitude for the leadership's trust. The director, with a smirk, responds, "Don't celebrate too early." "What's wrong?" The RD minister, his mind racing, believes he has guessed the director's thoughts, dismissively saying, There's no need to worry about Han Zhao's reaction. He will cling tightly to the 13th Bureau. We can take whatever we want from him. He won't dare to cause trouble. Oh, is that so? The director muses, nodding. Well then, with a sly smile, he pulls out another document and suddenly slaps it onto the RD minister's face, sternly declaring, "You are suspected of abusing your power to traffic arms. You have greatly disappointed me." The RD minister stands there, dumbfounded. What on earth? Trafficking arms? As a distinguished minister, if I were in need of funds, I could simply embezzle public money. It would be foolish of me to resort to arms trafficking. The Minister of Development hastily perused the documents, and suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to lose his balance. The intelligence clearly stated that the blueprints for the folding combat knife had been leaked. As the inventor of this weapon, the development department would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. In a fit of rage, the minister exclaimed, "This is not my doing. It must be that scoundrel Han Xiao. He is clearly framing us out of spite. Everyone in the Bureau knows that the blueprints originally belonged to him. He resents us for deciphering them. And Director, you must clarify this to the higher-ups." The report asserted that the development department held the invention rights to the folding combat knife, thereby placing the responsibility squarely on their shoulders. The director responded resolutely. A chill ran down the minister's spine as he fully comprehended the situation. The simultaneous occurrence of the report's approval and the accusation of arms trafficking was too blatant to ignore. The higher-ups were backing Han Xiao. The conservatives had mobilized. Initially, the higher-ups had refrained from rushing to address the report, as there were factions within their ranks, including hardliners and conservatives, who would not immediately advocate for Han Xiao. This also served as a test to observe Han Zhao's reactions in the face of adversity. Should Han Xiao swallow his pride and retreat, the higher-ups would adjust their future collaboration plans, gradually pressing him to concede further, extracting all possible gains. Conversely, if Han Xiao chose to cause a ruckus, as long as he did not cross certain boundaries, such as attempting to halt cooperation, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye, tolerating his transgressions. Han Zhao's deliberate framing was a clear message to the higher-ups. I am dissatisfied. Are you merely going to watch me be bullied? Or will you help me regain my dignity? Here's the excuse I've provided for you. The higher-ups, bemused, understood that the development department was wronged, but were more than willing to cooperate with Han Xiao, promptly approving the development department's report and forcing them to shoulder the blame. This was intended to soothe Han Zhao's emotions, signaling that they were in a phase of cooperative goodwill and urging him not to let such trivial matters upset him. Most importantly, the higher-ups intended to use this opportunity to reprimand the development department. Originally, Han Zhao's folding combat knife was exclusively supplied to Division 13. Although the production capacity was somewhat limited, it was nonetheless reserved for them alone. However, due to the development department's greed, they interrupted Han Zhao's achievements, which led him to sell the blueprints to arms dealers. Given Han Zhao's unique status, the higher-ups found it challenging to hold him accountable. The reality remained that the blueprints were indeed his, and it was never stated that they were to be freely donated to Division 13. The development department had encroached upon his interests, leaving him with no choice but to seek alternative means to mitigate his losses. If it were an ordinary agent, they could be disregarded and subjected to a military tribunal, expelled from Division 13. However, such measures could not be taken with Han Xiao, who had only recently joined, and Division 13 still needed his intelligence. Moreover, Han Xiao had not crossed any of the higher-ups' critical boundaries, leaving them uncertain whether he had stumbled upon their limits by chance or truly gauged their thresholds. Pursuing responsibility for Han Xiao could yield adverse consequences. How would other agents perceive this? Once the impression of a powerful entity bullying a weaker one took hold, the ramifications would far outweigh the loss of a new equipment blueprint, a scenario the higher-ups wished to avoid. The development department had, in pursuit of its own interests, brazenly disregarded the greater picture, incurring trouble and treading on the higher-ups' bottom line. The minister suddenly realized that the higher-ups were resolute in targeting him, and he felt a chill of despair. Regret coursed through him. Had he known that Han Xiao was a porcupine, he would never have provoked him and would have avoided this significant loss. Although the accusation of arms trafficking was merely a reprimand from the higher-ups and would not result in severe repercussions, it would undoubtedly leave blemishes on his political career, rendering future achievements laborious and less fruitful. Getting mud on my trousers, he thought, is akin to a foul mess. Internally, the minister raged, Han Xiao, you are a bottomless pit. The rumors regarding the minister's alleged arms trafficking swiftly spread, leaving Division 13 in a state of shock. The minister's supposed involvement, with a mere suspension pending investigation, was an exceedingly strange handling of the situation. Typically, one would expect dismissal, confinement, or even execution. Such irregularities hinted at underlying motives. Consequently, Suspicions naturally gravitated towards Han Xiao, leaving everyone astounded. Just days prior, Han Xiao had remained silent, leading them to believe he had cowered. Now, it was evident that he was merely biding his time before the storm. Was this a scheme? Did he truly dare? The higher-ups were evidently supporting him. Their most astonishing revelation was the higher-up stance. They did not pursue Han Xiao's accountability. In their eyes, Han Xiao suddenly became an enigma, perpetually masked at headquarters, revealing his true self to no one. Only the higher-ups seemed privy to his identity. The minister had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The one most elated was undoubtedly Li Yaolan, who felt a sense of vindication, relishing the opportunity to flaunt her triumph in front of Di Susu, leaving with her head held high. However, Di Susu was not at all perturbed. Rather, she found herself intrigued by Han Xiao. Who was this new teammate of Xiao Linlen? The minister, consumed by frustration, received a warning against repeating his previous actions. Unable to confront Han Xiao, he redirected his ire towards his subordinates, particularly Luo Xian, who bore the brunt of his displeasure. The previously promised elevation in privileges was rescinded, and he dismissed Luo Xian, relegating him to the status of an ordinary researcher, neglecting him entirely. Damn it! Luo Xian's expression contorted with anguish. His treatment was even inferior to that in the logistics department, and his colleagues often whispered about him behind his back, undoubtedly discussing unflattering remarks, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He attempted to seek out the minister's secretary, but she coldly rebuffed him, a stark contrast to her prior warmth. His expectations for the breakthrough concerning the folding combat knife had been entirely dashed, and he found himself ensnared, unable to return to the logistics department. Unfair. Why should the higher-ups protect Han Xiao? What makes him better than me? Luo Xian seethed with resentment. The following day, Han Xiao received notification from Feng Jun that the higher-ups wished to mediate on his behalf. The higher-ups had decided to continue their previous gentle cooperation, with Feng Jun stepping in to shift all blame onto the development minister, thus gauging Han Xiao's stance while simultaneously mending their relationship. Han Xiao shook his head. Although the development department had been warned, the folding combat knife had already been appropriated and was being mass-produced. The benefits gained could not be relinquished. This was also the reason the higher-ups sought to compensate him, presenting an opportune moment to negotiate terms. Moreover, this opportunity was likely singular. The hardliners would not easily test him again, and this advancement in his mission hinged upon this moment. Donning a mask, Han Xiao arrived at headquarters, escorted by Feng Jun to the director's office, where 3 individuals awaited: the director, the development minister, and an elderly man facing the window. Gu Hui, the executive director of the National Strategic Defense Bureau, introduced himself. Han Xiao feigned ignorance, the name resonating vaguely. Gu Hui spoke in a low tone. Someone wishes to meet you. The elderly man turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Han Xiao feigned shock, his expression one of astonishment. Old Gu. The elder chuckled. Surprised, are we? Who are you really? Han Xiao forced a stiff nod, recalling the night he was indoctrinated by the budding organization, now feeling as if he were in the presence of an actor. Just know that I can influence the decisions of Division 13. Huh, no need to be nervous. I've been watching you for quite some time, and you have left a favorable impression on me. Mission accomplished. Now it's time to collect. Han Zhao's expression returned to one of impassivity in the blink of an eye. Old Gao couldn't shake the feeling that Han Zhao's emotional composure had settled far too swiftly. Unsure if it was merely an illusion, he scrutinized him further and slowly inquired, "What do you propose as a resolution for this matter?" From the shadows, Han Xiaoping calmly stated, "I merely seek some compensation." The RD minister could not help but retort, "Is selling the blueprints to arms dealers not compensation enough?" Han Xiaoping cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Were it not for your theft of my blueprints, I would have earned that money rightfully. How can you call this compensation? If you had approached me to purchase them, I might have considered selling them to the Bureau. But did you even consult me?" Speechless, the RD minister opened his mouth, but found no words. Gu Hui then spoke in a deep tone, "State your terms." Han Xiaoping feigned contemplation, and after a moment, he stated, "I hope similar incidents do not occur in the future." This was quite reasonable. After all, Han Xiaoping's orders were directed towards the agents of the 13th Bureau, ultimately serving their interests. The distinction lay solely in the issue of production volume, making it unreasonable to refuse. Moreover, should such a situation arise again, the precious blueprints might once more be leaked to foreign nations. The only dissenting voice regarding this decision was the RD minister. But under the watchful gazes of the elder Gao and Gu Hui, he could only reluctantly acquiesce. Then, Han Xiaoping stroked his chin, as if struck by a sudden whim, and said, "I would like to view advanced knowledge of the mechanical department." Elder Gao furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Han Xiaoping, pondering whether this was a spur-of-the-moment request or a premeditated scheme. The advanced knowledge of the mechanical department was classified information within Xinglong, accessible only to those with level 5 clearance or higher. For players, this required a respect relationship. The 6 nations and the budding organization possessed different advanced knowledge, aimed at cultivating reliable loyalists. Should this information be disclosed, the consequences would be dire. Han Xiaoping maintained a calm demeanor, though his heart raced with anxiety as he awaited Elder Gao's response. This was pivotal to his advancement task. The outcome hinged on this moment. Should he fail, his growth would suffer a considerable setback. Why do you wish to see the advanced knowledge? I am simply curious. Very well, that is a compelling reason. Elder Gao conceded without further complaint. The taut silence persisted for 5 minutes before Elder Gao finally made his decision, casting a deep glance at Han Xiaoping and slowly saying, "All right, I agree." Han Xiaoping felt a wave of relief wash over him, suppressing his inner joy as he nodded subtly, projecting an air of stoic indifference. Although he relied on the 13th Bureau, they too depended on his intelligence, creating a fragile balance. As long as this foundation remained intact, minor disputes could be resolved amicably. At that moment, the RD minister abruptly interjected. "Wait, the advanced knowledge can only be accessed by level 5 personnel. This is against protocol." Han Xiaoping felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, witnessing his success nearly thwarted by an unwelcome interruption, akin to being halted just as a dam was about to burst. He glared at the RD minister with ill intent, vowing that if he dared to obstruct this, he would find a knight to stuff him into a sack and give him a sound beating. "And what is your perspective?" Gu Hui's tone was menacing. The RD minister was a hardliner, unable to tolerate the 13th Bureau's concession to an informant he perceived as a mere pawn. Regardless of Han Xiaoping's motives for wanting to view advanced knowledge, he refused to let him succeed. Having been wronged by Han Xiaoping's prior dealings in arms trafficking, he was eager to reclaim his standing and said to Elder Gao, "Rules cannot be disregarded. You have merely agreed to this request in your personal capacity. Without the council's vote, I doubt they would concur with your decision." Elder Gao, with a bemused expression, fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all." The RD minister lowered his head, yet remained unyielding. The upper echelons of the Xinglong Intelligence Agency comprised 2 tiers. The first tier consisted of the 13 ministers and deputy directors of the 13th Bureau, managing daily operations, while a higher echelon was represented by the 7-member committee including Director Gu Hui, composed of high-ranking military and political officials. The committee was accountable directly to the apex of the Dragon Horn hierarchy. Both Elder Gao and Gu Hui were committee members, belonging to a conservative leadership faction, while the RD minister's hardline stance had backing within the committee, emboldening him to challenge Elder Gao. "Since I am here, I can fully represent the committee," Elder Gao stated flatly, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. The RD minister gritted his teeth, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Then I have but one suggestion. Restrict the viewing time of the advanced knowledge. Individuals without sufficient clearance should not have free access. I propose a time limit of half an hour." Elder Gao and Gu Hui exchanged glances. This proposal was indeed plausible. After all, Han Xiaoping had merely expressed a desire to take a look, and satisfying his curiosity would suffice. "Let it be 1 hour then," Gu Hui decreed. Instantly, the RD minister felt invigorated. The advanced knowledge was intricate and profound. Even an hour might not suffice to grasp a third of a single subject. Even if Han Xiaoping wished to learn, time would be insufficient, ensuring any ulterior motives would be thwarted. He reveled in the thought of having successfully vexed Han Xiaoping. Han Xiaoping, however, wore an indifferent expression, secretly amused. 1 hour? With the application of potential points, he could master the material in a minute. The more the RD minister reveled in his triumph, the more Han Xiaoping stifled laughter, pressing his lips together to avoid an involuntary chuckle. Quietly amassing wealth, maintaining a low profile. The advanced knowledge was secured by multiple layers of encryption, employing a random key generation system that produced hundreds of 48-character passwords every second, virtually eliminating the possibility of network hacking. The content was immutable and non-transferable, accessible only from a select few mainframes. Following Gu Hui into the elevator down to the headquarters' lower levels, the doors opened to reveal a bright metallic corridor leading directly to the main control room. Every 10 meters, monitors and metal detectors were strategically placed, ensuring 24-hour surveillance. With infrared networks saturating the corridor, perpetually on alert, there were no guards present. Behind the metallic panels of the walls lay numerous remotely operated machine guns capable of responding to intruders within 0.3 seconds. The defense was formidable, leaving little chance for infiltration. How much did this corridor cost? Several hundred million, I believe, Gu Hui replied evenly. Han Xiaoping scoffed. "I am not envious in the slightest." The main control system represented Xinglong's most advanced computing technology, processing volumes of data in a single second sufficient to crash a home computer. It served as the bastion of Xinglong in cyber warfare, safeguarding countless national secrets, with advanced knowledge being merely one facet. Han Xiaoping speculated that even if he elevated his control branch's fundamental virtual electronic technology to its apex, he would still struggle to breach the mainframe's network firewall. Oh, fundamental virtual electronic technology, a rather whimsical name, was in fact synonymous with network and programming technology. After 5 minutes, the metallic corridor came to an end, revealing a spacious spherical room. A seemingly suspended pathway led to the center of the room, where a rectangular screen, keyboard, and mouse constituted the mainframe's operating system. Surrounding the room, the walls were composed of highly resilient, transparent, blast-resistant glass, behind which lay a chaotic network of cables, hardware modules, chip arrays, and countless flickering lights, transforming the spherical chamber into a colossal data center. This sci-fi scene failed to impress Han Xiaoping, for he had witnessed the grandeur of cosmic battles, having endured countless direct hits from asteroid-class annihilation cannons. At this moment, however, his focus lay elsewhere. Why does the air here smell so foul and stifling? Do you not ventilate? Gu Hui's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Why is your focus so peculiar? Shouldn't we marvel at the robustness of our defensive measures? Gu Hui adjusted his mindset and stated, "That is the mainframe. I have already authorized access to advanced knowledge in the back end. You are not permitted to browse other confidential information. We are monitoring the mainframe status in real time. Although this may seem somewhat superfluous, I must adhere to protocol and remind you, do not attempt any tricks." "Understood. We shall not resort to tricks. We shall employ subtle stratagems," Han Xiao nodded. Stepping before the mainframe, he pressed the enter key, and a search input appeared on the screen. He typed in advanced knowledge, and immediately, several options emerged. Advanced abilities, second-tier gene chain, energy level enhancement, advanced abilities, second-tier gene chain, manipulation enhancement, martial arts advancement, disembodied wave, martial arts advancement. Flash energy P.S. Gratitude to Xiaojin Xiao 123, Dao Minggue, Laugh at My Madness, Burning Dragon, 163419118, Things He Says, Bubbling Senior Brother, and the generous patron from the frigid depths of Pluto, 048 Advancement. Each primary profession possesses a distinct skill tree. The mechanical branch is known as the mechanical knowledge tree. The martial arts branch is referred to as the Qi manipulation techniques tree. The psychic branch is termed the gene tree. The magic branch is called the magical knowledge tree. And the telekinesis branch is recognized as the mental cultivation tree. The martial arts branch centers around physical strength and combat skills, with advanced techniques like out-of-body wave, providing martial artists with mid-range attack capabilities, making the use of Qi waves a reality, while Flash Qi facilitates instantaneous bursts of power for evasion. The Qi manipulation techniques not only grant new skills, but also bestow passive effects that enhance physical strength, improve the potency of Qi, and augment speed and explosive power, among other attributes. Throughout the cosmos, there exist countless martial arts schools representing various races, including swordsmanship, knife techniques, and martial skills. For practitioners of the martial arts branch, the Qi manipulation techniques tree serves as a foundation, while these schools represent secondary innovations by martial artists, each with distinct skills categorized into agility, strength, defense, and other pathways. Psychic warriors rely on their unique abilities in combat. Each individual's powers are singular and often eccentric. The gene chain establishes the foundational potency of these abilities, and by advancing within the gene tree, one can enhance the strength, control, and endurance of their powers, as well as unlock new applications. Quality is valued over quantity. Take Magneto, for instance, who began by manipulating mere coins, yet later wielded control over an entire stadium. And with further advancement, he could potentially manipulate the magnetic fields of planets. If developed further, he might even exert control over the human magnetic field, leading to widespread and precise extermination of living beings. Different abilities exhibit varied potentials for development. For instance, two individuals with electrical manipulation powers may differ drastically. One can attack from a distance, summoning storms, while another can merely become a humanoid battery. Such disparities are assessed using an EDCBA grading system. As these professional insights flashed through his mind, Han Zhao's attention was drawn to the final item: mechanical advancement, synthesis of advanced materials, knowledge of the armed branch. The Star Dragon possesses only one knowledge of mechanical advancement, yet that is more than sufficient. With this advanced knowledge in hand, confronting the Star Dragon would become significantly easier. He could choose to stay or leave at his discretion. Han Xiao opened the advanced materials synthesis, and an array of profound mechanical theories and diagrams unfolded before him, incomprehensible even to an ordinary mechanic. Detected mechanical knowledge, advanced materials synthesis. Would you like to use 2 potential points to learn? Learning. Suddenly, Han Xiao felt his head swell as an influx of knowledge surged within him. Learning in progress. Please do not interrupt. 1. 12. 34. For Han Xiao, each second felt like an eternity until clarity struck and new knowledge was imprinted in his mind. Learning successful. You have mastered advanced materials synthesis. The advanced armed branch has been unlocked. Level 20 advancement task completed. Detected that mechanical initiate transfer conditions have been met. Please choose one of the following 3 paths: gunner, mechanic, or mecha warrior. The mechanic has 3 pathways, and once chosen, cannot be altered. The gunner favors long-range heavy artillery combat, carrying a multitude of compressed heavy weapons. The advanced class, War Fortress, possesses terrifying firepower, focusing on remote fire coverage. A saying circulated in the previous life SPK arena: distance determines the strength of a gunner. If you encounter a gunner within 100 meters, do not hesitate, approach them directly. If within 1,000 meters, proceed with caution. Encountering one at 3,000 meters means victory or defeat hinges on a mere thread. Should a gunner spot you from beyond 3,000 meters, my friend, I shall await you at the resurrection point. The mecha warrior combines martial skills with machinery, centering on specialized close-range mechanical weapons, non-cold weaponry, training corresponding martial techniques, and artificially enhancing physical attributes through mechanical means, such as nanotechnology, exoskeleton enhancements, and neural-controlled mechas. This path may unlock the alternative profession of mecha pilot, allowing one to pilot specialized mechas across the stars, engaging in interstellar warfare dominated by colossal warships and artillery, where mecha warriors serve as elite assault teams or cannon fodder, undertaking missions to board enemy vessels and execute swift strikes. However, both of these paths forsake the essence of the mechanical branch, creation. The mechanic route requires 80% of blueprints as prerequisites, and choosing either the gunner or mecha warrior would mean forfeiting many powerful blueprints. Though short-term combat effectiveness may rise, it is akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Those formidable machines, mechas, warships, spacecraft, and heavy artillery are all products of the mechanic class. The equipment of gunners and mecha warriors originates from the mechanic. These 2 paths serve merely as supplements to the combat prowess of the mechanical branch. For not all players revel in the monotonous crafting duties of a mechanic. Most players pursue exhilaration in their gaming experience, thus, proficient mechanics are exceedingly rare. Players first recognize the formidable strength of mechanics in the 3rd season, version 3.0. Han Xiao's previous main character was indeed a mechanic, and having ventured into the other 2 pathways, he fully comprehended their advantages and disadvantages, making his choice without hesitation. Class transfer successful. You have acquired the new profession, Mechanic Apprentice LV1, Chi Strength 30, Agility 1, Endurance 1, Intelligence 3, received 3 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have completed your first mechanical advancement, Endurance Enhancement achieved, 1 Endurance 15 health points, 1 Endurance 18 stamina points. A surge of newfound strength emerged from the void, as Han Xiao sensed a profound transformation within his being. The chi, previously dormant within his cells, began to ripple, imparting a sensation of swelling akin to a tidal wave. He felt as if he were a balloon on the verge of bursting. However, to Gu Hui, who observed from the sidelines, everything appeared normal. All changes transpired silently within Han Xiao's body. Simultaneously, a plethora of information flooded the interface. Your chi attribute has changed. Current attribute, magnetic. You have gained the proficiency, geometric thinking. You have comprehended the skill, chi refinement method. You have learned the skill, intermediate mechanical affinity. You have acquired the skill, slide shot fire. You have obtained the blueprint, titanium alloy. At that moment, Han Xiao felt a sense of rebirth. As a previously unnoticed phenomena surged into his perception, he could see the intricate patterns of skin on his palm, the minute dust particles hidden within the crevices of the keyboard, and hear the hum of electricity coursing through the hardware behind the explosion-proof glass, as well as the soft whisper of air traversing his trachea. It was done. Han Xiao felt invigorated and proceeded to examine his attribute panel. Name, Han Xiao race, carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, public test countdown, 138 days, 3 hours, 51 minutes, total level, 21 experience, 181,000 secondary profession, civilian, LV1, agent, LV9 primary profession, mechanical initiate, LV10 mechanic apprentice, LV1, 050,000, Health points, 670 stamina points, 854 attributes, strength 31, agility 18, endurance 38, intelligence 32. Mystique 1, charisma 5, luck 1 free attribute points, 3 chi strength, 160 LV3, new. Energy attributes, magnetic, increases mechanical affinity level 1, 10, strength 1. Agility 1, endurance 1, intelligence 1, maximum stamina 20, mechanical power 1, manufacturing speed 1, level 2, 50, strength 3, agility 2, endurance 3, intelligence 1. Maximum stamina 50, mechanical power 2, manufacturing speed 2, level 3, 100, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, intelligence 2, maximum stamina 100, mechanical power 3, manufacturing speed 3. The attribute bonuses of energy may change with job transitions. Energy level, 98 104 rank, E-class Esper. You have begun to transcend the realm of ordinary individuals. Yet the path to becoming a truly extraordinary being remains long and arduous. Specialization, high concentration, low mental resilience. Well-trained new. Geometric thinking, intelligence 5 skills. Mechanical, beginner mechanical affinity LV5, simple repair LV10, basic enhancement modification LV10, beginner refinement LV1, overload LV1. Blueprint, cloud swallow glider LV1, blueprint, bionic prosthesis LV1, blueprint, lightweight power arm LV1, blueprint, cavalry robot LV1, blueprint, high energy ammunition LV3, blueprint, folding combat knife LV2 new. Intermediate mechanical affinity LV1, mechanical quality 2, manufacturing speed 2 new. Sliding fire LV1, while equipped with firearms, allows instantaneous movement within 3 meters and increases firing rate by 15 for 2 seconds, unaffected by magazine capacity, defaults to the next round in the magazine. Thus, it can trigger even with only 1 round left, but cannot activate if the magazine is empty, consumes 3 energy and 15 stamina, with a cooldown of 12 seconds, new. Blueprint, titanium alloy LV1, a new type of advanced material, level, green, good, highly ductile and resilient. Suitable for manufacturing armor and frameworks. Requirements, beginner refinement LV5 general, basic hand-to-hand combat LV10, increases unarmed attack power by 10, strength 2. Endurance, 1 basic shooting LV8, increases shooting accuracy by 8 grappling LV5, increases counterattack rate by 7. Unarmed attack power by 10 precision shooting LV1, increases shooting accuracy by 3. Long-range critical hit rate by 2 specialized combat LV1, increases close combat critical hit rate by 6. Unarmed attack power by 4 pickpocketing LV1. Please disregard this. New. Energy refinement method, a fundamental energy cultivation technique comprehended by the Esper. Total effect, energy 10, current training count, 080. Each training session consumes 800 experience and 500 stamina. Potential points, 16 professional knowledge tree. Armed, basic assembly LV1, 01. Basic mechanical engineering LV2, 01. Basic bionics LV2, 01. Basic weaponry LV1, 01. Comprehensive materials LV1, 01. New. Advanced material synthesis LV1, 02. 14 unlearned items. Energy, 20 unlearned items. Manipulation, 20 unlearned items. Influence, budding organization. Hatred, -1000. Defector, Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau, 13th Bureau Neutral, 300-1000. First rank authorized personnel, legendary degree. 0p.S. Recording data is truly a headache. 049. The captain's discharge. In the previous chapter, there was an error in the camp's affinity data, which has now been rectified. As expected, I am quite poor with numbers. I shall refrain from writing too much data in the future. A total of 180,000 experience points were accumulated, of which 45,000 were awarded from the Black Spider mission. The majority of the remaining experience stemmed from Han Zhao's relentless crafting of folding combat knives and high-energy ammunition over the past few days. These 2 blueprints have respectively reached levels 2 and 3. Such low-cost and easily manufactured blueprints allow for a more rapid increase in proficiency compared to lightweight power arms and the first-generation power armor, owing to the frequent practical opportunities, especially with ammunition being a consumable type. Having been in West City for just over a month, he had garnered more than 200,000 experience points, equivalent to a third of what he had earned in half a year with the budding organization. He also possessed over 1.5 million in funds. alleviating immediate concerns about material costs. The most significant change from his first advancement was the acquisition of attributes associated with qi. Han Xiao gently touched his index finger and thumb together. A thread of qi as fine as a filament connected his fingertips, subtly containing a faint magnetic force. The magnetic attribute is one of the exclusive traits of the mechanical class. In combat, it cannot compare to the destructive power of fire or lightning, but it enhances mechanical affinity. Once the qi level reaches a certain threshold, it can replace the use of hands in the creation of machinery. The attribute of qi is not limited to natural elements. It predominantly reflects a profession's utilization of qi. For instance, the psychic class's qi corresponds to the mental attribute. Moreover, the qi attribute is not immutable. Martial arts practitioners can alter their qi attributes through training in different schools, adapting to the explosive nature of fire, the swiftness of wind, or the resilience of iron, among others. Among the skills acquired after his first advancement, geometric thinking is one of the specializations unlocked for mechanics. While intermediate mechanical affinity surpasses its basic counterpart in effectiveness, sliding shot is a long-awaited active skill. Should he choose the gunsmith path, he would acquire 3 primary skills. Opting for the mechanic route grants him one of these. Sliding shot emphasizes evasion, and while Han Xiao is not particularly fragile, he prefers such a skill that balances offense and defense over high-cost, high-damage abilities. Additionally, continuous fire is not constrained by magazine capacity, potentially yielding extraordinary results in certain situations. Qi refinement method is an essential skill that is invariably unlocked upon the first advancement of the main profession. It belongs to a special category of skills known as growth-type skills, which lack a fixed skill level. Through repeated practice, the skill's effectiveness can be enhanced, consuming experience points with each training session to augment qi. Once the maximum training count is reached, the skill's effects will cease to accumulate, and the training outcome is contingent upon the main profession's primary attributes. Most training methods concerning qi are growth-type skills. Qi serves as the foundation for superpowered individuals, significantly determining their energy levels and ranks. The criteria for the initial levels of qi are as follows: LV1-10, LV2-50, LV3-100, LV4-200, LV5-400, LV6-1000. Upon meeting these standards, one ascends to the next level of qi, gaining new attribute bonuses, and at certain critical levels, qi can exhibit new applications. The first advancement serves as a watershed moment. Hela at level 30 boasts an energy level of 500, which is approximately 5 times higher than Han Xiao's, partly due to the qi refinement method. The titanium alloy is a new blueprint acquired through advanced material synthesis, categorized as a material blueprint of green quality, suitable for manufacturing external armor with high impact resistance. The manufacturing requirement is primary refinement at level 5. With 180,000 experience points, Han Xiao initially expended 25,000 to elevate Agent to level 10, gaining enhanced attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Endurance 3, Charm 1, along with 1 potential point and 1 free attribute point. Detected advancement. Do you wish to cancel the civilian profession? The civilian class represents the initial profession for most humanoid players, akin to a beginner's guidance role, preventing players from being unable to level up without a profession. Upon the first advancement, one may opt to cancel the civilian profession, which reduces the experience return for attributes. However, if civilian reaches max level, it cannot be cancelled after the advancement, leading to unfortunate situations for several compulsive beginners. Cancel it, Han Xiao said, for he derived no benefits from this profession and thus faced no losses. The sub-profession section on his panel saw civilian vanish, leaving only the fully leveled agent, maintaining an overall level of 21. He then spent 45,000 experience points to elevate basic shooting to level 10, resulting in a 10 improvement in shooting accuracy, Agility 2, and earning another potential point. This brought his total expenditure to 70,000, leaving him with 64,000 experience points to invest in qi refinement method. So the experience he could utilize now remained. Let me calculate with my fingers. Oh, there are still 47,000 experience points. I'll save that for now. Han Xiao sighed. Experience points come swiftly but vanish just as quickly. Fortunately, he still had high-energy ammunition, and once he began selling it, a steady source of experience would be secured. As the time arrived, Gu Hui promptly reminded him, and the two ascended to the upper floor. Feng Jun had been waiting for quite some time, and took Han Xiao away. Suddenly, Han Xiao recalled something, and said, by the way, I heard someone named Krat has submitted a folding combat knife. Please spread the word. I will not sell anything to him. Feng Jun, exasperated, replied, You really see me as a mere messenger? Han Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't he that his role? Feng Jun, momentarily speechless, muttered, I will relay your message. He said he wouldn't sell anything to me? Krat scoffed upon hearing the rumor, dismissing it. He was unconcerned with Han Xiao's background. What mattered to him were tangible benefits. In his eyes, Han Xiao might not possess better machinery in the future, and the opportunity for business could vanish. Such a threat was utterly inconsequential. With matters in the research department concluded, Han Xiao returned to the repair shop, and life settled into a tranquil routine for 2 or 3 days. After completing his advancement, he familiarized himself with his newfound powers at home, rapidly integrating his previous experiences, and began practicing the Qi refinement method. Each session not only consumed experience, but also required physical stamina. Given the limited recovery rate of his stamina, he could at most train twice a day while also engaging in machinery manufacturing. You have practiced Qi refinement method once. Perfection level 81, Qi 3. The effectiveness of the training is determined by the main attributes of the profession, and for mechanics, the primary attribute is intelligence. Han Xiao had a total of 4 free attribute points, all allocated to intelligence, raising it to 36 points. Previously, to escape the base, he had invested significantly in strength and endurance, but now he only needed to consider intelligence. The training efficacy of Qi refinement method is divided into 3 tiers. Below 40 perfection yields Qi 1, 40-80 yields Qi 2, and above 80 grants Qi 3. Han Xiao precisely reached the 3rd tier. Due to the lack of market for folding combat knives, he had refrained from opening for business for several days. He felt it was time to release his new product, high-energy ammunition, having accumulated thousands of rounds of various calibers in recent days. Just as he was preparing to commission Li Yalan to disseminate the news, Li Yalan called him in advance. The captain had been discharged and summoned everyone. Upon arriving at the secret operations team's conference room, his teammates had been waiting for a while. Han Xiao immediately noticed an additional man among them, possessing a square face. Exuding an air of righteousness and seriousness, his lips pressed together, appearing trustworthy. Are you Han Xiao? The captain's expression was displeased. His gaze filled with dissatisfaction and wariness as he scrutinized Han Xiao. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Yao tugged at his sleeve and whispered, only with the captain's consent can the secret operations team recruit new members. However, your application for admission was specially approved by the Bureau during the captain's recovery, so he might have some, reservations about you. But rest assured, although the captain is stern, he is a good person. Understanding now? Han Xiao turned a glance and was immediately startled. Lin Yao was entirely wrapped in bandages, resembling a dumpling, with only his eyes and mouth visible, looking quite pitiful. Han Xiao asked in astonishment, who did this to you? Li Yalan coughed lightly. Lin Yao, with a face full of grievance, corrected himself. I fell. Han Xiao's lips twitched. With injuries this severe, did you participate in some sort of real men fall 100 times activity? The captain spoke up, redirecting everyone's attention, and said in a deep voice, let me introduce myself. I am the captain of this team, Zhang Wei. Han Xiao was instantly shocked. How casually did your parents name you? The names Yi Qiu and Yi Fan appear more frequently than yours. Zhang Wei expressed surprise. Do you know Yi Fan from the Haixia Military Intelligence Office? Cough. We collaborated a few times before he was hospitalized. Oh, so there really is someone with that fabled name. That fellow's luck must be yes. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhang Wei's gaze was intense as he stated seriously, with your addition, our team will regain its 5-member structure. Your position will be logistics. But let me be frank. Your resume is completely blank. I do not trust your abilities. I will approach any of your directives with skepticism. If I deem your capabilities insufficient, even though you are a high-level approved member, I will expel you from my team. 050 Rescue Operation, Part 1. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Trust requires time to cultivate. Although Zhang Wei appeared aggressive, he proved to be a serious and responsible captain. So Han Xiao naturally bore no ill will. However, expelling him from the team was out of the question, even at the higher-ups level. Zhang Wei would not pass such a judgment. Zhang Wei understood the futility of contesting the higher-ups' decisions, yet as captain, he bore the responsibility of leading the team. The sudden introduction of a newcomer with no track record and without providing any background information left him with little understanding of Han Xiao, making it impossible to effectively lead. Zhang Wei's anger stemmed not from a challenge to his authority as captain, but from the belief that the higher-ups were indifferent to the safety of their small team. An unseasoned newcomer could easily make poor judgments, potentially placing the team in jeopardy. Even unintentional mistakes could be disastrous. Zhang Wei did not harbor prejudice against newcomers, but he believed that at least 2 to 3 years of training were necessary before one could qualify for the secret operations department. He had no desire to lead a novice into the field. Who were they treating his team as nannies? It was as if the safety of his subordinates was of no concern to the corrupt elite. Zhang Wei silently resolved that if Han Xiao could not integrate with the team, he would, even at the risk of incurring the higher-ups' displeasure, expel Han Xiao from the squad. Or at the very least, pass the responsibility onto another team. Unaware of Zhang Wei's inner turmoil, Han Xiao merely noticed the increasing hostility in Zhang Wei's gaze and felt an unsettling sense that he had somehow wronged others. Just then, Lin Yao's computer lit up, and he strained to turn his neck for a glance, his expression shifting abruptly. "We have an urgent mission. The higher-ups require us to depart immediately." Zhang Wei's expression hardened. "What are the specifics?" Ma Qingyang's team was ambushed while executing a raid on the budding base. "The higher-ups want us to provide immediate support. Details will be discussed on the plane." A raid on the budding base? Han Xiao paused, recalling the intelligence he had previously provided on 3 bases. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised the likely sequence of events. The 3 budding base locations he had identified were all situated within the territory of the Xinglong nation, allowing it to mobilize troops swiftly for an assault. The 13th Bureau had already destroyed 2 budding bases within the borders, and his mission progress stood at a mere 2-0. Even the budding organization, despite its naivety, would recognize the breach in security and prepare for it, setting up an ambush at the 3rd base. Zhang Wei hurriedly exited, pausing briefly beside Han Xiao to frown and say, "Lin Yao, you stay behind to cover logistics." Han Xiao, as the newcomer, "This is a rare opportunity for you to observe and learn, so make the most of it." Lin Yao hesitated, and Han Xiao smiled nonchalantly, responding, "That sounds fine." Zhang Wei had not participated in the Black Spider operation, and based solely on the Yalan's exuberant descriptions, he was not inclined to trust Han Xiao. This was entirely understandable, and Han Xiao silently lamented that he was indeed a man of empathy. After a moment of reflection, Han Xiao intercepted Li Yalan, producing 4 magazines filled with high-energy bullets. "Consider this my token of goodwill." Li Yalan's eyes brightened. "Is this your new invention? Use it sparingly." Han Xiao chuckled, his tone laced with mystery. "It will ignite." You have triggered the E-level mission rescue. Mission content: rescue the pursued secret operations team. Your duty is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Mission requirements: successfully rescue Ma Qingyang's team. Mission reward: 8,000 experience points. Special reward: none. 8,000 experience points, a meager reward, typical for logistics-level tasks. Xiao, the captain isn't intentionally targeting you. Don't take it to heart, Lin Yao said cautiously. "I understand." Hearing Han Zhao's calm tone, Lin Yao felt reassured and opened 3 computers, swiftly typing to synchronize with the micro-cameras and earpieces of Li Yalan and the others. The screens displayed the trio's first-person perspectives, showing that the team had boarded the aircraft. The headquarters possessed a dedicated underground rail system that could rapidly transport personnel to the suburban helipad. The 3 boarded the combat aircraft, accompanied by a fully armed external team of 12. Han Xiao, Li Yalan, and Lin Yao engaged in light conversation, while Zhang Wei and Lan Beat remained aloof, eyes closed in repose. An hour later, the aircraft landed at the target site. The screen revealed a desolate expanse of barren desert, with naked hills stretching like the vertebrae of the earth. The azure sky radiated warm sunlight, and the air shimmered under the heat, while the sand-laden ground felt like a searing iron, emitting faintly acrid odors as it met the soldiers' combat boots. "We have arrived at the location," Zhang Wei reported solemnly. The 3 were fully armed. Li Yalan still donned her yellow hooded sweatshirt and black tactical bodysuit, a folding combat knife secured at her waist, and a black backpack containing lightweight powered arms. Lan Beat carried several folding throwing knives and a long-barreled sniper rifle. However, Han Xiao was taken aback by Zhang Wei's weaponry. It was a suit of powered armor. The entire body was encased in thick gray-black armor, marred with scratches, the headpiece resembling a heavy knight's helmet from ancient Western lore, revealing only the eyes. The armor was equipped with mounting rails, housing 2 modified heavy machine guns, with ammunition concealed beneath the armor, accessible from the outer thigh. A hexagonal steel shield hung from his back, resembling a turtle shell, rendering him a formidable metallic behemoth. Undeniably a MT, Han Zhao's interest was piqued. This was the prototype of the warrior armor, one of the few basic powered armors from the Ocean Blue Star 1.0 version. The 6 nations controlled different advanced knowledge, each developing distinctive weapons, referred to as faction specialties. Tilius prioritized powered armor development, and the warrior armor was a full cover, small-sized powered suit developed after a period of public testing, the first of its kind to appear on Ocean Blue Star. It was likely still under development, and Zhang Wei had somehow acquired Tilius's equipment. There might be more to it than met the eye. Players could only purchase this powered armor after achieving a relationship with the Tilius faction, and it was prohibitively expensive. The maintenance costs after each battle alone could amount to tens of thousands, far beyond the earning capacities of players compared to Han Xiao's rapid income. As the team's logistics officer responsible for equipment supply and maintenance, Han Xiao would be tasked with the upkeep of Zhang Wei's armor in the future. Provided there were no confidentiality measures in place, a mechanic could reverse engineer the blueprints from the physical item, which fell into two categories. The first scenario involved having learned the prerequisite knowledge for the blueprints, significantly accelerating the derivation process, and the experience consumed while comprehending the blueprints would remain within bearable limits. The second scenario, lacking the prerequisite knowledge, would still allow one to derive the blueprints, but the speed would be excruciatingly slow, requiring astronomical amounts of experience, often multiplied many times over. The resulting blueprints would typically bear annotations indicating they were incomplete or flawed, yielding results far inferior to the official schematics. The prerequisite knowledge for the warrior armor resided within another branch of advanced weaponry, firmly in Tilius's hands. Han Xiao bit his nails, contemplating that if he could derive the armor's blueprints, even if they were incomplete, he could acquire a new combat capability. The enhancements provided by the armor to individual combat effectiveness were profoundly significant. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suppressed such thoughts. With his memory, he could create superior mechanical blueprints that catered to various needs, rendering the effort of deriving a flawed armor blueprint from vast experience unworthy. Lin Yao stated, "The rescue team is 13 kilometers away, and the pursuing enemies consist of 15 armored off-road vehicles and 1 Black Hawk helicopter. The rendezvous point is tentatively set on the hill 3 kilometers from your position, which offers a commanding view. Your mission is to ambush the pursuers and assist your comrades. Do not engage in prolonged combat. I have already sent the rendezvous location to them, so prepare yourselves." The orders were articulated with clarity. Indeed, the role of logistical intelligence personnel is to oversee the broader picture and swiftly formulate suitable strategies for combatants' reference. The three, along with the field team, soon arrived at the designated location, taking cover behind the hill and awaiting the enemy's appearance. Soon, the roar of engines echoed from afar across the desolate plains, where several armored vehicles from the burgeoning organization were relentlessly pursuing a single vehicle. The sounds of machine guns and grenade explosions filled the air, as the fiery blasts chased after the fleeing vehicle, creating craters and casting plumes of smoke. The vehicle in flight belonged to Ma Qingyang's team. "Stand by," Zhang Wei commanded with urgency, his gaze fixed on the diminishing distance. Only when they were within range did he decisively order, "Open fire." The field team, concealed behind the hill, unleashed a torrential barrage of steel rain. The gunfire erupted, and a hail of bullets struck the armored plates of the pursuing vehicles, sending forth countless sparks that rang out incessantly. Taken by surprise, the lead pursuers hastily swerved to evade the frontal assault, nearly toppling over at high speed. 051 Rescue Operation, Part 2. Zhang Wei's dual pistols roared with fury, unleashing a barrage of high-caliber bullets that trailed two distinct flames, resembling two fiery dragons. They struck the two armored off-road vehicles ahead, which erupted into fireballs 5 seconds later, obliterated in the blast. At this moment, Lambert showcased his sniper prowess, remaining as silent as stone while methodically firing. Utilizing armor-piercing incendiary rounds, each shot yielded results, puncturing tires or shattering the windshield, significantly hindering the enemy's pursuit. Reinforcements had arrived. Elated, Ma Qingyang, fleeing behind the wheel, felt a surge of hope among his team, nearly all of whom were injured, lying lifeless in the vehicle. Upon reaching the hilltop, Ma Qingyang poked his head out of the driver's seat and shouted, "Old Zhang, there are too many enemies. We must flee quickly." Just then, an eerie whirlwind suddenly surged from the hillside below, swirling dust and debris into a grotesque visage, sending an unsettling shiver through everyone present. "Dodge!" Zhang Wei bellowed, rolling to the ground. His heavy armor limited his evasive maneuvers, but Li Yalan and Lambert reacted swiftly, sidestepping the onslaught. The whirlwind erupted at their former position, tossing several field agents aside. Zhang Wei felt a sudden, piercing pain in his head, blood streaming from his nose. In shock, he noticed the unfortunate agents who had failed to evade. They lay on the ground, blood gushing from their faces, convulsing in unconsciousness. A mental attack. The adversary possesses psychic abilities. Zhang Wei's heart raced as he discerned a black-clad figure emerging from an armored vehicle, a lithe silhouette with flowing red hair, rushing toward them like a streak of crimson lightning. Hela's cold gaze was piercing as she waved her hand, conjuring another ghastly whirlwind aimed at Zhang Wei. The air filled with a shrill whistle that echoed like a silent wail. No, this was not merely the sound of wind. It was the lamentation of souls. Power of the dead, Hela's psychic ability. Zhang Wei felt disoriented, collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for his robust physique, this blow could have cost him his life. Han Xiao frowned, pushing aside the bewildered Lin Yao, seizing command. She is the combat executor of the budding force. Retreat immediately. Changing commanders in the heat of battle is a grave mistake, Zhang Wei thought to protest. Yet he was astonished to see Li Yalan and Lambert unwaveringly trust Han Xiao's judgment, turning to flee without hesitation. How could this newcomer inspire such confidence? Zhang Wei marveled. Swallowing his words, gritting his teeth to rise, he activated the propulsion system in his leg armor, leaping several meters forward, thudding along to keep pace with his teammates as they retreated, occasionally turning to fire back at Hela. Hela swiftly ascended the hill, gesturing as a haze of gray light swept over, causing the unsuspecting field team to collapse, breathless yet unscathed. Han Zhao's expression grew grave. He was well aware of Hela's formidable prowess. Fortunately, he had evaded direct confrontation when fleeing the laboratory. Her abilities had been classified as S-rank potential, exceedingly rare and surpassing natural disasters. Even in her current state, having merely scratched the surface of her powers, she proved formidable. Li Yalan, intercept her. Without hesitation, Li Yalan turned, executing a swift kick that sent Hela staggering back. A martial artist? Hela narrowed her eyes, hands clasping together as a larger specter took form, crashing toward Li Yalan. Remaining composed, Li Yalan slid beneath the visage, sustaining little more than a whisper of its residual force, her physique robust enough to endure. As she closed in on Hela, unsheathing a combat knife for a downward strike, Hela, taken aback, rolled away to evade the blade. Li Yalan unleashed her full arsenal, each blow infused with power. Her long legs kicked, struck, and sliced with fluidity, like a graceful swallow in flight, yet her ferocious assault resembled a tempest, brimming with lethal intent. The Lingyan flow martial technique. Hela was enveloped in a shroud of gray energy, using her arms as shields to deflect every strike, untouched as if she were a rock. The only explanation was that Hela's strength far surpassed Li Yalan's, even within the latter's specialty in close combat. The exchange transpired in mere seconds, yet it was fraught with peril. Utilize the power arm. The enemy will reveal a fleeting vulnerability. Lambert, take the shot. Li Yalan bit her lip, reaching into her backpack. When she emerged, the lightweight power arm was fitted onto her, and with a mighty punch, she struck, the mechanical force amplifying her strength. Hela's defenses crumbled, exposing her chest and abdomen. The mechanical fist connected solidly. A fleeting flush appeared on Hela's face, followed by a grunt as she swirled gray energy in her palms, creating sparks before pressing down, unleashing a tempest that swept outward, stirring dust and debris. Li Yalan hastily retreated, despite her efforts. Her mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, her soul seemingly torn apart, causing severe pain and a trickle of blood from her nose, her vision tilting as if losing balance. Hela's gaze fixed on the familiar lightweight power arm, a mix of rage and shock in her voice. What is your connection to Zero? Zero? Who? Li Yalan was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Lambert seized the fleeting opportunity, firing a shot. Hela's expression shifted as she swiftly dodged, gray energy morphing into a misty shield. The bullet struck her shoulder, sending her spiraling like a train colliding head-on. Zhang Wei, take Li Yalan and run. Called by name, Zhang Wei offered no dissent. Under Han Zhao's command, Li Yalan and Lambert coordinated to inflict damage on the troublesome foe. Trusting Han Zhao's orders, he promptly scooped up the dazed Li Yalan and fled toward Ma Qingyang's vehicle. The budding armored convoy surged up the hill, firing their weapons. Zhang Wei's backshield absorbed the onslaught, sparking and warping under the barrage. He dared not look back. Feeling immense relief for the cumbersome iron armor he had previously lamented as overly heavy, now it provided a sense of security. Get in the car. Ma Qingyang anxiously glanced back, hastily decelerating. The three quickly scrambled into the vehicle, which halted for barely 2 seconds before nearly being riddled with bullets. Zhang Wei finally had a moment to assess the situation. The pursuing armored convoy was slower, and the formidable psychic was tending to her injuries, unable to pursue. If they could just reach the aircraft, they would be able to escape unscathed. It's going to be fine. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiao doused his optimism, watched the skies. The skies? Indeed, the enemy still had a helicopter. Zhang Wei's heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. The Black Hawk helicopter finally appeared, its mounted machine guns raining fire upon their vehicle. We must take that down. Zhang Wei swiftly assessed the situation. Otherwise, their aircraft would be in jeopardy. Only Lambert's sniper rifle possessed the necessary range. Lambert, expressionless, shook his head. I have exhausted my armor-piercing rounds. Only standard ammunition remains. The Black Hawk's armor is too thick. It would take more than 7 shots to penetrate it. Were they to perish here? Ma Qingyang's face fell in despair. Only a kilometer separated them from the evacuation fighter jet, a chasm that felt insurmountable. Han Xiao suddenly interjected. Have you forgotten the gift I bestowed upon you? Li Yalan was taken aback, retrieving 4 magazines, one of which contained sniper ammunition, and inquired, what purpose does this serve? You shall find out, came the reply. Without further ado, Lambert affixed the magazine and fired a shot at the helicopter. All eyes were fixated on the scene, a single bullet embodying their last glimmer of hope. Time seemed to decelerate. The bolt slid back, ejecting an empty brass casing. The muzzle exhaled fire and smoke, as the crimson sniper round, adorned with fiery patterns, was propelled by the primer's kinetic energy, accelerating, spinning, and dancing through the air until it met the helicopter's bulletproof glass. The red projectile swiftly fractured, resembling a blooming lotus, as a highly viscous and flammable gas rapidly escaped. With a thunderous roar, a blinding fireball erupted, the helicopter transforming into a massive inferno, flames engulfing its armor. As if it had ignited, the helicopter, akin to a drunken reveler, spiraled chaotically, reflecting the pilot's panic as flames consumed his vision, retreating from the battlefield. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes glued to the incendiary magazine. Even armor could be ignited. What sort of ammunition is this? Ma Qingyang exclaimed in astonishment. Where did you procure such a remarkable item? What a treasure! Li Yalan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily switched to other calibers of incendiary pistol rounds. Raising her weapon to fire, each shot transformed numerous off-road vehicles into fireballs, even strikes to the ground ignited a sea of flames. As the armor heated up, the temperature inside the enemy vehicles surged, flames fueled by gas crept through the seams, scorching critical components like the engine and cylinders. The pursuing vehicles swerved frantically, unable to retaliate. Seizing the opportunity, Lambert fired 2 more shots at the helicopter's rotor, causing it to spin wildly, completely distancing itself from the battlefield. Ma Qingyang pressed the accelerator, racing into the aircraft's rear cabin. The already tense pilot immediately took off, the plane swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Hella's complexion paled as the sniper bullet grazed her shoulder, leaving only a shallow wound, tendrils of gray mist entwining around the injury, staunching the bleeding. She glared resentfully at the direction in which the aircraft vanished, connecting to the leader's communication, gritting her teeth as she declared, I have discovered the whereabouts of 052 Harvest, Rescue, completed. You have gained 8,000 experience. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau favorability 100. Brother Xiao, you are incredible. Lin Yao's eyes shone with admiration. Did you just realize that today? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Wei, feeling generous, apologized for doubting Han Xiao's abilities, saying, I sincerely apologize for my previous skepticism. Without your command and the new equipment, we would have been doomed. As the team leader, I wholeheartedly welcome you to our squad. Though the welcome from the captain was belated, Zhang Wei mused that it was better late than never. Han Xiao smirked slightly. There's no need for such apologies over trivial matters. After all, I am quite magnanimous. A chill ran down Zhang Wei's spine. He sensed a hint of sarcasm. Han Xiao suddenly recalled something. By the way, who manufactured your armor? This is the unfinished prototype of the warrior armor, a trophy we captured from Tilius years ago. Currently, we only have this single prototype, and the progress on the schematics is slow. Maintenance is quite troublesome. It's my equipment for now. The foundational knowledge of the warrior armor stems from the advanced weapon branch, heavy mechanical modification, which is a prerequisite for various individual mechs, exoskeleton armors, and large military vehicles. Tilius had only developed a prototype, and Star Dragon's research and development would undoubtedly be even slower. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. From now on, I'll take care of maintaining your armor. Great. Zhang Wei was delighted. After this operation, he had come to trust Han Zhao's capabilities. Li Yalan interjected excitedly over the earpiece. Is this bullet your new invention? Han Xiao explained the functions of the high-energy ammunition, and the experienced agents immediately grasped that it was a new type of special incendiary round, akin to armor-piercing incendiary rounds, but with significantly enhanced burning properties. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds can penetrate armor, igniting combustible materials upon impact. In contrast, the high-energy bullet employs an unknown new incendiary agent that ignites the air directly without the need for impact, adhering to any surface and igniting everything with a high temperature, comparable to a highly concentrated incendiary bottle. Moreover, it can be fired from firearms, vastly outperforming hand-thrown alternatives in speed and range, making it an extremely lethal weapon in jungle environments and offering greater tactical options. Zhang Wei and the others witnessed the Black Hawk helicopter withstand armor-piercing rounds being set ablaze by Lambert's 3 shots, forcing it to withdraw from the battlefield. Unless made from special heat-resistant materials, metal can easily be heated to unbearable levels for the human body, potentially damaging sensitive equipment. Ma Qingyang squeezed into the channel, excitedly asking, "Are you selling this type of bullet?" "Of course, each bullet is 50, Han Zhao's gaze shifted. This was the perfect opportunity to launch the high-energy rounds and enhance his reputation through tangible results. Ma Qingyang eagerly responded, "I'd like to pre-order 200 rounds, 20 small-caliber rounds for handguns, 150 for submachine guns, and 30 sniper caliber." "All right. You can pick them up in a day," Han Xiao replied to Li Yalan. "Please continue processing the orders for me. As usual, I'll give you a 20 discount." Li Yalan's eyes curved into crescent shapes. "Sure." The story of Ma Qingyang's team being rescued spread like wildfire through headquarters, and the fame of the high-energy ammunition followed suit. Han Zhao's new product? It was said that old Ma's team survived thanks to the high-energy rounds. The incident with the folding combat knife had piqued the curiosity of many agents in the 13th Bureau. Upon learning that Ma Qingyang had ordered a batch of high-energy bullets, they flocked to investigate. Ma Qingyang, having been saved by Han Zhao's team, publicly tested the functionality of the high-energy ammunition on the training field. The raging flames captivated the onlookers, who were immediately drawn to the power of the high-energy bullets. What a marvelous item. Upon leaving the training ground, the agents hurried to place orders with Li Yalan. The demand was enormous. Compared to close combat weapons, this multifunctional ammunition was, as Han Xiao had predicted, exceedingly popular. The emergence of a new type of bullet caught the attention of the higher-ups in the 13th Bureau, who were determined not to repeat past mistakes and leak any schematics. Consequently, the beleaguered head of research and development was once again pulled aside for a warning, much to his dismay, as he had no intention of provoking Han Xiao again. The 13th Bureau offered to purchase an unlimited quantity to equip field divisions and special forces, albeit at a slightly reduced price, 20,000 for 500 rounds. Han Xiao accepted the offer, recognizing that a stable supply chain for agent orders was preferable. Within a day, his inventory of thousands of bullets was completely sold out, yielding 200,000 sea blue coins, supplemented by 1.5 million from the dark web, alleviating any immediate financial concerns. After advancing, Han Zhao's production speed surged once more. Dedicating himself to manufacturing high-energy ammunition, the 13th Bureau supported him by providing specialized equipment for crafting shells and primers, significantly enhancing efficiency. Each batch produced at least 300 rounds, with daily manufacturing exceeding 10 batches. Each high-energy bullet earned him a stable experience gain of 5 to 10 points, resulting in a daily accumulation of 20 to 30,000 experience points. Experience accumulated rapidly. Han Xiao was confident that no other mechanical system player could match his pace in gaining experience. Aside from his unwavering commitment to the strength refinement exercise, Han Xiao devoted all other time to producing high-energy bullets. Finally, the season of harvest had arrived. High-energy ammunition not for sale to me? Krat's face twisted in anger and disbelief. Upon hearing about the high-energy rounds, he intended to purchase them, prepared to apologize if Li Yalan made it difficult. Believing Han Xiao would likely let it slide, after all, why not earn money? However, just as he expressed his intentions, Li Yalan firmly turned him down. Han Xiao stated you are on his blacklist and will not engage in any form of trade with you, nor will he accept any apologies. The agents surrounding him, waiting to place orders, eyed Krat with amusement. Many who had hesitated over the decision to sell the folding combat knife were now relieved, grateful that Krat had acted first, narrowly avoiding offending Han Xiao. It was clear that Han Xiao was serious. Krat, feeling humiliated, scoffed in anger and turned to leave, convinced that if he offered more money, the colleagues who had purchased high-energy rounds would sell to him. However, after inquiring around, he found no one willing to sell, even when he raised his offer to 200 per round. Even those with whom he usually maintained friendly relations politely declined. Why? Krat was utterly shocked, feeling the sting of exclusion. Finally, an old friend revealed the reason. Selling to him would mean offending Han Xiao, and no one wanted to risk being placed on the blacklist. Moreover, who knew what other valuable items Han Xiao might have in the future? It was simply not worth it to offend him for the sake of helping Krat. Krat suddenly recalled his earlier thoughts, believing it unwise to let fear of offending Han Xiao prevent him from profiting from the research department. Now, however, he completely reversed his perspective. To end up on Han Zhao's blacklist over a trivial sum was truly not worth it. He realized he had been short-sighted. Krat was filled with regret. In the research department, a studio, Luo Xian's expression was icy as he produced a small box containing 20 high-energy bullets, which he had procured through intermediaries. On Han Zhao's blacklist, only the Krat team was noted, with no mention of the hacker Luo Xian. Han Xiao regarded Luo Xian as merely a member of the R&D department, who, through his skills, deduced the blueprints as part of his duties, a position that warranted no reproach. Unlike the Krat team, whose actions were truly reprehensible, Han Xiao believed there was no need to target Luo Xian, especially since the RD department, under directives from above, would no longer trouble him. Moreover, he felt that as a logistics personnel, Luo Xian had no need to purchase his equipment. However, Luo Xian held a different view. He felt belittled. Han Xiao, do you truly disdain me to such an extent that you cannot even be bothered to confront me? Anger surged within him, a tumultuous wave of resentment. Yet, he was mistaken. Han Xiao did not look down on him. He simply had never acknowledged his existence. The head of RD had issued a strict order prohibiting any research into high-energy ammunition, but Luo Xian discerned the High Command's significant interest in it. Their reluctance to pursue the blueprints stemmed from a fear of offending Han Xiao. Therefore, Luo Xian resolved to secretly devise the blueprints for the high-energy ammunition and discreetly present them to the higher-ups. The 13th Bureau housed numerous military factories capable of producing the ammunition without Han Xiao's knowledge. He could not possibly be aware of everything. After successfully cracking the folding combat knife, Luo Xian had gained confidence, believing that Han Xiao's technical prowess was merely mediocre, and he too could effortlessly decipher the high-energy ammunition. If successful, the higher-ups would surely regard him with newfound respect. This was his only chance for redemption. Failure was not an option. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of the viability of his plan. As for the RD chief's command, he dismissed it entirely. That scoundrel had betrayed him, and seeking to curry favor would only demean himself. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Luo Xian prepared himself for the task at hand, manipulating the tweezers with precision as he readied to detach the projectile. The core of the incendiary round lay within its propellant. Uncovering its composition was of utmost importance. Clang! The projectile was successfully separated, marking the first step as a triumph. The next phase involved disassembling the projectile to extract the propellant, a process that demanded the utmost caution to avoid any friction or collision. A buffer conduit had been meticulously prepared, ensuring that neither powdered nor liquid propellant could ignite. Luo Xian felt his performance was flawless as he carefully opened the projectile. Success. Now, to analyze the components. A wave of elation washed over him. However, the moment he opened the shell, a violent blaze erupted, expanding in his line of sight. 053 undercurrent in the previous chapter. A friend mentioned sending out 500 bullets at 20,000, and if each bullet costs 400, I wonder who your math teacher is. I might want to pay my respects. Suddenly, a piercing fire alarm blared, and thick black smoke billowed from the research department, igniting a fierce blaze. The members of the research team hastily evacuated. The automatic sprinklers on the ceiling whirled to life, dousing the flames and leaving a chaotic scene in their wake. Documents and schematics lay soaked and turned into mush at the slightest touch, while some water-sensitive computers malfunctioned, emitting sparks. The walls and floor were charred black. What could have caused such a sudden fire? The head of research gazed at the wreckage with lingering dread and sorrow. Security personnel quickly arrived to assess the situation. The fire originated from the workshop. Luo Xian, drenched and wrapped in a blanket, was escorted out by the guards, his face covered in soot, hair singed clean off, even his eyebrows gone, resembling a bald preserved egg. He was profoundly shaken. Had he not hidden quickly and had a fire extinguisher nearby, he could have been disfigured. He never anticipated that the propellant for high-energy ammunition was gas, which leaked upon opening the shell and ignited upon contact with the external environment, effectively rendering it unusable once manufactured, even capable of igniting briefly in a vacuum. With his skills, he could never replicate it. Defeated, Luo Xian wore an expression of frustration. What have you done? The head of research exclaimed angrily. The guards retrieved several charged shell casings, faintly revealing a crimson base. These are shells from high-energy ammunition. Your team was researching it, one guard stated solemnly. The head of research widened his eyes, pointing at Luo Xian, rendered speechless. Did you treat my orders with such disdain? If the higher-ups pursue this, I will bear the brunt of it. All of you are a disaster. Gu Hui arrived swiftly, his demeanor serious. Explain yourselves. The head of research gritted his teeth, pulling Luo Xian forward. It's all his fault for acting independently. Gu Hui's expression remained impassive. Do you have anything to say? Luo Xian lowered his head. Had his secret research succeeded, it would have been a significant achievement, but now he had exposed himself, defying orders and causing a fire at headquarters. As an ordinary member without connections, he was sure to face dire consequences. I remember you were part of the logistics department. You're reassigned there now, Gu Hui stated coldly before turning to leave. Luo Xian staggered. After leaving the logistics department, he was now being sent back. This was clearly a form of suppression. Returning to the logistics department with a heavy heart, his former colleagues turned away. Pretending not to see him, a stark contrast to the camaraderie they once shared. Even the logistics head, who had once supported him, refused to meet him and merely sent a secretary to inform Luo Xian that he would be working under a different team from now on. A wave of disappointment washed over him, leading him to doubt whether his choices had been misguided. Had he not been so proud and narrow-minded, perhaps he wouldn't have lost his composure, resulting in such misfortunes. I am still too young, Luo Xian lamented. Han Xiao learned of Luo Xian's predicament from Feng Jun and was taken aback. Even the creator himself dared not open the completed high-energy bullets. What an impressive feat. He quickly pushed the matter from his mind, as Luo Xian remained merely a name to him. Zhang Wei's prototype of the warrior armor arrived at his studio, revealing rudimentary technology. Warrior armor, prototype, type, full body small soldier armor, quality, white, base attributes, armor value 682-1400, defense 35, power level 86. Energy value 250-250, equipment requirements, strength 42, endurance 48, attribute penalty, agility -10, height 1, 95 meters, weight 370 pounds, control method, human control, no chip, energy source, electric power, combat consumption, 5 energy minute, core power, 125-130 ohms, frame module, spring piston shock absorption system, reducing weight by 65, slightly improving shock resistance, occupying 20 power, right arm module, large caliber triple machine gun, 3 bullets per shot, attack power 105-124, fire rate 5 rounds S, maximum fire rate 8 rounds S, 5 seconds overload, capacity 30-120, belt, output level 75, occupying 35 power, left arm module, large caliber triple machine gun, same as above, right wrist module, pop-out alloy blade, attack power 12-15, output level 9, occupying 5 power, legs module, spring-powered running device, movement speed 15, start consumption 1 energy minute, occupying 30 power, accessory module, basic thermal imaging device. No power consumption, accessory module, hexagonal steel heavy shield, no power consumption, special ability, thick armor, reduces physical damage by 12. Remarks, a disgrace in the world of armor. How crude. Han Xiao could hardly bear to look. First and foremost, the power was woefully inadequate, and there wasn't even a chip installed, the core of a mech, which loads various combat programs to assist the user in battle. Without a chip, rapid collection and processing of battlefield information were impossible, and without broad reconnaissance capabilities, relying solely on human sight to locate enemies limited by the helmet's field of vision was futile. No wonder Zhang Wei opted for suppression fire instead of aimed shots. Accuracy was utterly unattainable. Furthermore, only the legs had basic mechanical drive. The rest depended entirely on the user's own strength to maneuver. Han Xiao finally understood why Zhang Wei had eschewed the steel shield on his back. He simply couldn't wield it. Moreover, the external armor was shockingly crude, merely slapped together with a few large iron plates, displaying a blatant disregard for craftsmanship. Even if this were a prototype, it deserved more respect, for heaven's sake. Han Xiao grimaced, surveying the warrior armor, arms crossed, and tapping rhythmically on his arm, various ideas beginning to surface in his mind. However, he was in no rush to modify it. Some concepts required further knowledge and understanding. After hastily repairing it, he instructed Feng Jun to return it to Zhang Wei. Now he needed to consider another matter. 3 budding bases had been dismantled, and it was time to determine what intelligence to provide to Xinglong. The 3 sub-bases were merely the tip of the iceberg for the budding organization. Within the borders of Xinglong, no other bases existed. The locations Han Xiao would subsequently provide meant the Xinglong troops would have to operate outside their borders. Entering another nation's territory without permission was a blatant provocation of war. Although the 6 nations covertly competed, none wished to ignite conflict at this juncture. The wars of the past era had significantly drained their national strength, and all 6 nations were in a phase of recuperation, healing from the wounds of war. Whether hostilities would reignite in the future remained uncertain. Thus, cross-border operations necessitated collaboration with other nations, introducing numerous variables. His intelligence alone was insufficient. He needed to accompany the troops to address any unforeseen circumstances. The question remained, would the upper echelons of Xinglong approve his request to leave Shidu? Suddenly, Feng Jun called, his tone grave. Han Xiao, the budding spies lurking in Shidu have begun their operations. They are searching for your whereabouts and seem to be aware that you are working for us. I know. Han Xiao remained composed. Having anticipated this situation when Li Yalan employed the lightweight powered arm. Rest assured, we have deployed a substantial number of personnel in the vicinity, monitoring the area around the clock. The west was the territory of the 13th Bureau, even if they discovered his location. Attempting to confront him would come at a significant cost. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. For Xiao was aware that possessed certain formidable superhuman assassins who were exceedingly difficult to deal with. He should prepare some weapons for self-defense. Please procure 2 Desert Eagle pistols from your bureau's armory. The Desert Eagle, renowned for its high-caliber power in close combat, was comparable to a sniper rifle within a 30-meter range, though its potency diminished rapidly beyond that distance. A powerful handgun, when combined with the skill of strafe shooting, would ensure a balance of offense and defense. In addition to the pistols, he needed to forge melee weapons. Over the past 3 days, he had amassed nearly 100,000 experience points from crafting high-octane ammunition. Without hesitation, Xiao spent 40,000 experience points to elevate basic refinement to level 5, thereby meeting the manufacturing requirements for titanium alloy. He sought to upgrade his equipment. A few days prior, the leader learned that the lightweight powered arm of Zero had appeared on the Star Dragon agents, linking it to 3 prior military assaults on the Star Dragon subbases. Despite the incredulity of the situation, he could only conclude that Zero had defected to Star Dragon and leaked information about. Was this a supernatural event? The leader struggled to comprehend. Zero had never had access to such intelligence, so how could he be aware of the organization's secret base locations? Previously, he had never suspected Zero, believing there to be a traitor among them, nearly resulting in the wrongful execution of a high-ranking official, causing immense loss. The boastful words of Zero echoed in his mind. "I will annihilate you." Was this your reliance? The leader clenched his fists, his gaze fierce. "I underestimated you, but to think you could contend with us is laughable. I do not believe you truly possess any significant confidential information. Convey my orders. Recruit some fresh faces and wanderers. Task them with investigating Zero's whereabouts at Star Dragon. Should they yield results, the organization will reward them generously." The leader's tone was frigid, his intent to kill resolute. If clues were uncovered, he would send Nozar to deal with him. Nozar, on par with Hela, was an executioner of a skilled assassin. Each executioner had their own strengths, and the number of executioners within the had always remained a closely guarded secret, even among their own. The leader's gaze was profound. Did they think that by allying with Star Dragon, they could act without consequence? Naive. In the realm of the beta test, Xiao procured an assortment of rare and expensive ores to synthesize the coveted Ti-Platinum alloy. With considerable expenditure, he crafted a folding combat knife and a lightweight power arm, both exhibiting superior attributes compared to their predecessors, the knife even achieving a green quality rating. Folding Ti-Platinum combat knife, quality, green, base attributes, attack power 24 to 28, durability 355, 355, attribute bonus, agility 3, length, 0, 77 meters, weight, 8, 7 pounds. Additional effect, folding, blade retracts into the handle. Additional effect, shock resistance, infused with a small amount of Ti-Platinum alloy, enhancing durability and resistance to wear. Note, this blade can also serve as a shield. The characteristics of Ti-Platinum alloy lie in its resilience and impact resistance, making it exceptionally suitable for armor. On the following day, Feng Jun delivered 2 Eagle handguns, which featured longer barrels than standard pistols. Xiao fired a few rounds, and within a 30-meter range, the bullets possessed kinetic energy comparable to that of a sniper rifle, leaving a substantial hole in the head of a human-shaped target. The recoil was formidable, requiring careful aim to maintain accuracy. However, with his strength, he could adeptly wield these formidable weapons. To prepare for potential assassinations, Xiao carried both Eagle handguns and the folding Ti-Platinum combat knife at all times. He modified the lining of his clothing to include convenient pockets, ensuring he was always equipped with 6 magazines, 2 high energy and 4 standard. Recognizing that the Eagle's magazine capacity was limited to 8 rounds, he opted for steel core bullets in the standard magazines, as they provided superior penetration at close range, perfectly suited for the Eagles. Upon reviewing his status panel, he noted approximately 100,000 experience points remaining after his recent endeavors in crafting high-energy ammunition, even after deducting the experience required for basic refinement and the consumption from energy refinement method. Thus, he retained nearly 200,000 experience points. A common adage from his previous life suggested that enhancing one's main profession level after the first advancement was an unwise pursuit. During the interval from level 20 to 30, many players opted to suppress their character levels, channeling experience into skills to enhance their combat efficacy. This particular range of levels was notorious for wild PK encounters, as players sought to test their mettle, diligently learning skills and improving their combat prowess, leading to the widespread belief that suppressing levels was more advantageous. It was not until the system broadcasted the ID of the first player to reach the level 60 cap of version 1 0 that everyone realized this individual was the very one who originally propagated the notion of level suppression. Han Xiao, however, had no intention of suppressing levels. He was unbound by the constraints of version levels, a significant advantage. Regardless of the experience amassed, if it did not translate into combat prowess, it would be in vain. Thus, he decisively expended 180,000 experience points to elevate himself 3 levels. Mechanic Apprentice, upgraded, Energy 30, Agility 1, Stamina 1, Intelligence 3. Earned 3 free attribute points and 1 potential point. X3 The energy refinement method had been exercised 10 times over the past few days, yielding an additional 30 energy points. Han Zhao's energy reached 280 points, meeting the standards for level 4, thus granting him a new tier of attribute bonuses. Energy LV 4, 200, Strength 3, Agility 4, Stamina 5, Intelligence 4, Maximum Health 150, Mechanical Power 4. Manufacturing Speed 4. The total bonuses from energy amounted to Strength 10, Agility 10, Stamina 14, Intelligence 8, Maximum Health 320. And a 10 boost to Mechanical Quality and Manufacturing Speed, which significantly enhanced nearly a third of his foundational attributes, given that the mechanic class relies heavily on mechanical combat. Augmenting intelligence was undoubtedly prudent. Initially, in his bid to escape the laboratory, he had invested heavily in strength and stamina to bolster his health. Now, devoid of such necessity, he allocated all 9 free attribute points to intelligence, culminating in a remarkable total of 58 points, thereby enhancing both the speed and quality of his mechanical creations and the efficacy of their use. As a mechanic apprentice at level 4, he achieved an overall level of 24 with a combat power rating of 160. At this rate of advancement, by the time of the open beta launch, his strength could surpass that of the initial wave of players by several tiers. It seemed plausible that for a considerable duration, players would not encounter his caliber. Contemplating this, Han Xiao recognized that players required time to level up, and thus, in the immediate future, their interactions with him would likely be limited. Suddenly, a notification resonated within his mind. Upon glancing at the content, he was momentarily taken aback. Detected the commencement of the beta test, retrieving data. Data retrieval complete. Beta test duration, 12 days, beta test. Han Xiao was filled with uncertainty. He had completely overlooked this detail. He vaguely recalled that in his past life, there had been a 2-day beta event, with a time ratio of 6, one between game time and real time, equating to 12 days in game. Constructed and managed by the latest generation of quantum computing, Starry Sea entirely eliminated the need for human intervention. The beta test served merely to assess operational viability, hence its brevity and limited availability. A mere 30,000 slots were allocated, predominantly claimed by large guilds and professional clubs, with the remaining spots drawn from millions of applicants. Han Xiao, having exhausted his luck in the past, failed to secure a position. According to his recollection, the beta test occurred a week prior to the open beta, which, when converted to game time, should have been just over a month ago. Yet, he still had over 130 days until the countdown for open beta. A previously unnoticed hypothesis began to form in Han Xiao's mind. Could it be that when players were absent, there was no correlation between real and game time? Indeed, that must be the case. Each version update transpired in merely 2 or 3 days of real time, while the temporal span within the Starry Sea universe was measured in years. This was undoubtedly fortuitous news, for with each version update, he gained additional time for development relative to the players. However, he found himself increasingly concerned about the passage of time. Stroking his chin, he noted the prickliness of burgeoning stubble. He had now spent over half a year in the Starry Sea. Suddenly, a memory surfaced regarding one of the most controversial versions, the Chosen Clan. This version was universally deemed the most aimless by players, lacking the thematic calamities and significant events present in other versions. Instead, it offered a harmonious experience devoid of direction, leaving players in a state of confusion. NPC template function unlocked. Player forum unlocked. 2 new notifications appeared, startling Han Xiao. NPC functionality. Was there no introductory information? After a prolonged examination, only a solitary panel notification hovered before him, indicating he would need to explore this on his own. Presumably, he possessed the ability to perform NPC-like functions for players, such as issuing quests, selling goods, and teaching skills. The 30,000 beta players would be distributed across a dozen or so novice planets, each accommodating roughly 1 to 2,000 individuals, which would not significantly impact the broader landscape. The beta test was merely a prelude. The impending influx of players during the open beta would herald the true onset of chaos. For Han Xiao, however, the beta test represented an excellent opportunity to validate his hypotheses. Engaging with players would enable him to assess the practical applications of the NPC functionality. The other notification, Player Forum, was a feature with which Han Xiao was quite familiar. This built-in official forum served as a diversion for players awaiting resurrection after death, and he was no exception. To his surprise, the forum had also become accessible to him. It seemed that only when players arrived, aligning real-time with game time, would he be able to access the forum, hence its current unlocking. The entrance to the forum is nestled in the corner of the panel. Upon entering, one is greeted by the familiar forum interface, which, at this moment, is devoid of any posts, utterly vacant. He glanced at the account indicator in the upper right corner, which currently displayed visitor, while the registration option remained grayed out. Han Xiao, intrigued, clicked on register, only to be met with an unexpected notification, detecting neural link to the game pod. No player detected, registration not possible. Taken aback for a moment, Han Xiao soon comprehended the implications. The official forum stipulates that only players who have entered the game pod are permitted to register and post, while visitors are granted mere browsing privileges to prevent the contamination of the forum by spammers. To post or respond, one must purchase a game pod. As the adage goes, the market dictates all. When costs become exorbitant, spammers are eradicated, resulting in a relatively harmonious atmosphere on the official forum, where clarity and tranquility prevail. It appears that I shall never be able to register for a forum account. Yet, Han Xiao was not disheartened. The mere activation of the forum was an unexpected delight, allowing him at least to peruse the players' posts and glean insights into their activities. Moreover, he harbored a persistent curiosity about the existence of his real-world self. To unravel this mystery, he must consistently monitor the forum, remaining vigilant for any appearance of his former ID, while also acknowledging the possibility of a name change. With the emergence of players, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to engage with them. A flicker of determination ignited within Han Xiao. Nickname, Mad Blade. Furious Sword. Standard starting scenario selected. Character establishment complete. Race, carbon-based human, yellow. Based on your inclinations, a novice planet has been assigned, Aquamarine. Randomly determining novice birthplace. Randomization complete. Initial point, Great Horn Mountain Settlement, coordinates 24, 152, 182, 644. Descending into existence, please be patient. P.S. Gratitude to Xiao Reling Tian. T-Phone, Book Friend 20170304075708622. Tang Chao Huangzi, Bu Xian, and the half-dead patrons for their generous contributions. On the first day of a novice, at the Dajao Mountain Settlement, one of the starting points on the Azure Star, the player known as Crazy Blade and Furious Sword found himself suddenly transported to a bustling square. The ground beneath his feet was parched earth, and the air, laden with a coarse texture, filled his nostrils with an astonishing realism. He could even feel the warmth of the sun. Lowering his gaze, he pinched his arm, marveling at the muscle sensation, which felt indistinguishable from reality. The square was teeming with hundreds of players, all curiously scrutinizing one another, their usernames hovering above their heads. Surrounding the area were numerous wooden and stone structures, with NPCs clad in rudimentary animal hides wandering in small groups, pointing and whispering to one another in hushed tones. Following the novice guidance provided upon character creation, Crazy Blade and Furious Sword accessed his panel to review his level 1 character attributes. As per the official documentation, he received the standard novice starter kit, a set of clothing, trousers, and boots, none of which possessed any attributes beyond mere modesty. He noticed a fellow player nearby struggling to remove his trousers, expending considerable effort to no avail, only to wear an expression of disappointment. You can't do that? 0 stars. What did you just say? What do you intend to do? Crazy Blade and Furious Sword recoiled in shock, discreetly distancing himself from the individual. A modestly known professional player, he had only recently entered the competitive gaming scene, still a tender novice. He had heard that even before the launch of Starry Sea, the International Gaming League was already preparing for professional competitions, which piqued his interest. When the highly anticipated closed beta was announced, he beseeched the club's higher-ups for a coveted spot in the testing phase. Eager to gain an advantage during the early stages of exploration, Crazy Blade and Furious Sword was filled with ambition. Players around the square buzzed with conversation. How incredibly real. What should we do now? Are there any hints? At that moment, an elderly man with a mane of white hair, emanating an aura of authority akin to that of a white-maned lion, approached the crowd and boomed. You outsiders, if you wish to eat well, find yourselves a job. Our settlement does not welcome idlers. The crops in the fields need harvesting, and the tailor shop and blacksmith shop to the south require skilled workers. A shipment has just arrived at the settlement's entrance, and laborers are needed for unloading. In short, as long as you work hard, you shall not starve. Players began to notice 2 additional bars next to their health points, representing hunger and thirst levels. Should either fall to 0, they would incur the debuffs of hunger and thirst, leading to diminished attributes and a gradual decline in health until death. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword cast a detection spell on the old man. Based on your level, you have acquired the following information: Sandriel, village chief of Dajio Mountain Settlement. Level. Attributes. You may regard him as the chief of the novice village. Danger level. Medium. Players possess the ability to detect NPC names and details. But if the level disparity is too great, information may be incomplete. The color of an NPC's name indicates their allegiance: green for friendly, yellow for neutral, and red for hostile. The danger level signifies the strength gap between the player and the target. As all current players were level 1 novices, they could not discern Sandriel's precise attributes. The weapon shop offered firearms and melee weapons, while the marketplace bustled with vendors selling food and water. To the west, a beast arena allowed for the rental of pack animals. Should players wish to depart, a public transit train station lay several kilometers to the north. For those looking to acquire various life skills, the blacksmith and tailor shops presented excellent opportunities. Based on Sandriel's description, the players gleaned an understanding of their situation. The settlement allowed for the selection of several life-related professions and 1 combat profession, junior hunter, all requiring payment for training. The players' maps were shrouded in war fog, obscured and dark, filled with many celestial backgrounds and additional information waiting to be uncovered to illuminate the panel map. The potential for exploration felt reminiscent of scrolls of the Maiden 21. Ultimately, all initial actions required currency. So, we must undertake life tasks to earn money from the start? Is it possible to engage in monster hunting tasks directly? One guild leader inquired. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword recognized him as the leader of the Killing Heaven Guild. Known as Slaughtered into 18 Pieces, a name suggestive of his temperament, likely a native of Guangdong, China. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the question, Sandriel mumbled a few phrases regarding monster hunting before bursting into laughter. You think you can hunt beasts with your frail frames? You must be out of your minds. Do you see those mountains? If you're not afraid of dying, venture forth into the hills and hunt. Based on your catches, I will provide suitable rewards. But from what I can see, you wouldn't even be able to defeat the weakest of gray-backed hyenas. The crowd gazed into the distance, where lush forests stretched out. The mountains towering majestically, seemingly piercing the heavens, enveloped in clouds resembling colossal serpents winding around the peaks. The breathtaking scenery left many players in awe. The level of detail was strikingly realistic, a stark contrast to the flat graphics of other virtual games. Unconvinced, Slaughtered into 18 Pieces, accompanied by several guild veterans, purchased crude melee weapons with the 100 Azure coins provided to novices and rushed towards the mountains. Not long after, this group returned, dejected. Slaughtered into 18 Pieces wore a dismal expression. He had encountered a gorilla larger than a man. Just as he raised his weapon, the gorilla flung excrement, striking him squarely in the head, leading to his abrupt reappearance nearby, his mind swirling with incredulity. Why does the monkey attack with feces? Must it be so close to reality? The faint scent lingered in his nostrils, churning his stomach in revulsion. I have no objection to realism, but adding scent to excrement is surely the developer's twisted humor. Goodness, the wild monsters are too strong. I didn't even see what killed me. I only took 1 hit, and it took away 1 health point. Oh no, my newly purchased, rough stone knife, is gone. Death incurred penalties, experience points would be deducted based on total level, and revival time would increase with each subsequent death. 10 seconds for the first, 1 minute for the second, 5 minutes for the third, and 30 minutes for the fourth. The penalties grew increasingly severe, with a maximum of 10 deaths permitted within 6 in-game days before mandatory disconnection, forcing players to wait until the next real-world day to log back in. This was reportedly a new anti-addiction measure, more effective than the fatigue system of Sky Island and Maidens. Students, upon reaching their death limit, would have no choice but to log off and return to their studies. Following the introduction of this system in Starry Sea, the long-established Yang family addiction treatment technology received its first negative review, likely due to its impact on business. Players promptly abandoned thoughts of monster hunting, opting instead to engage in labor for earnings. Hundreds of players scurried about, fervently completing tasks, contributing to the socialist construction of Daju Mountain. Sandriel stroked his beard with satisfaction, pleased to see the diligence of these outsiders, recognizing their potential for development. The rewards are paltry, only 50 coins. Leveling up is painfully slow. After half an hour of tasks, I've barely accumulated enough experience to advance. So realistic in terms of controls. Even when I hit myself, I lose health. It's fantastic. Are you foolish? The game begins with challenges, but isn't overly punishing. It offers immense freedom while providing optional goals for novices. The delightful blend of pain and joy evokes an irresistible urge to express the developer's creativity in a myriad of ways. Today, we are all Old Wang. Are you also a professional player? Upon hearing someone call him, the formidable player, Guangdao Nujian, turned to see three players approaching in unison. He recognized them as renowned figures within the professional gaming community. The prodigious talent, Shanguang Xiaofan, the seasoned expert, Mingwei Changzhong, who had battled through a decade of competitive virtual gaming leagues, and the esports beauty, Zhang Yulua, who boasted millions of fans. At that moment, it was Mingwei Changzhong who spoke. Standing before these industry luminaries, Guangdao Nujian felt diminutive and awkwardly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Mingwei Changzhong smiled and remarked, "I wonder if you've noticed that the maps sold in the marketplace are priced at 3,000 high blue coins, while the rewards for novice tasks are rather meager, resulting in almost no one purchasing the maps." In the realm of the third type of contact, players in the closed beta are categorized into three distinct groups: casual players who acquire slots through lotteries, diligent members of large guilds or clubs, and professional players who obtain their slots via various channels. The latter two groups are driven by the ambition to pioneer and outpace their competitors. With only 12 days allotted for gameplay in the closed beta, engaging in novice tasks seems rather futile. It is evident that players enjoy a high degree of freedom. To establish an advantage, one must explore uncharted territories, which represents the essence of pioneering. This is a golden age devoid of competitors, where areas beyond the novice village remain untouched, brimming with countless opportunities. Guangdao Nujian quickly realizes that the limited time of the closed beta renders staying in one place to complete tasks a tremendous waste. Although he might achieve a few levels above the players in the open beta, such a gap will eventually become negligible as everyone's levels rise. The vast world resembles an untouched gold mine, with myriad locations and factions. Being the first to arrive signifies an endless stream of subsequent quests and resources. As a player, being confined to one location to grind tasks is far less intriguing than exploring new frontiers. Guangdao Nujian, filled with curiosity, questions, "Why are you sharing this with me? We are all competitors, and by alerting me, you simply create another rival." Mingwei Changzhong smiles knowingly, explaining that the large guilds will inevitably come to this realization. Their numbers allow them to easily gather funds to purchase maps, so forming alliances is essential. He invites Guangdao Nujian to join their small team, which already includes Xiaofan and Yulua. Without hesitation, Guangdao Nujian agrees to this fortuitous proposition. Xiaofan inquires, "How do we split the 3,000 yuan among 4 people?" Mingwei Changzhong responds, "As the initiator, I will contribute the largest share. I dislike being in debt to others, so I will put in 1,000, and that's settled." Zhang Yulua, maintaining a cool demeanor, turns to complete her tasks, unwilling to squander even a moment of time. Mingwei Changzhong, with a wry smile, scratches his nose, pondering why they need to be so formal after knowing each other for years. A day later, the 4 reconvene, having pooled their money to purchase a map. Upon reviewing it, they discover that many regions have been illuminated, the fog of war has receded significantly, and the map includes basic societal information about the Sea Blue Star. They learn about the 6 nations, the Sprout, and the Wandering Warlords, each representing a faction. Analyzing the information, Mingwei Changzhong frowns and deduces, based on this data, the largest factions appear to be the 6 nations and the Sprout organization. The 6 nations seem to have official academies and various dojo, and they are currently recruiting, making it easier to attain primary professions. Therefore, we should select a faction. I think the Star Dragon is a good choice. The others agree, as it is the closest. The Dajiao Mountain settlement lies within the Star Dragon's territory, and a public train transfer station is nearby. Such stations, scattered throughout the wilderness, serve as transportation hubs established by the state or other factions. They offer swift and safe travel for a fee, if one is unafraid of encountering beasts. They can also drive or ride over mountains on beast mounts. Mingwei Changzhong nods, recognizing the precious opportunity. They should head to the capital, which will take approximately 3 days. Guangdao Nujian feels a pang of regret. 3 days seem like a waste, yet he hesitates to withdraw now that money has been spent. The train is crowded, and passengers can trigger minor tasks, though they cannot shorten travel time, making the journey arduous for the 4 professional players. Fortunately, they can pass the time by browsing forums. Otherwise, boredom would be unbearable. On the forums, players from various novice planets share their experiences, and the group finds it quite enjoyable, except for Guangdao Nujian, who is anxious, counting down the seconds and feeling distressed, as he perceives this as a waste of valuable closed beta time. 3 days later, the train arrives at the West capital. Through a wire barrier, They gaze at the bustling city, and a new notification appears on their panels, rewarding them with a small amount of experience for discovering the Star Dragon capital. It turns out that exploring maps also yields experience. Xiao looks around, astonished by the vivid realism of the passers-by. Even their disdainful glances appear so lifelike. The four proceed with the flow of people, undergoing checks at a checkpoint where soldiers use various instruments to assess them, all indicators glowing green. Everything is proceeding smoothly. After passing the checkpoint, the guards grant them a new item, a temporary identification card for the Star Dragon. Suddenly, Xiao pauses in surprise, exclaiming, "The faction prompt has appeared." Without needing him to point it out, Kongdao Nujian notices the panel notification indicating the opening of a new faction, Star Dragon, with a favorability level of 0 and a current relationship status of cold. His identity is marked as temporary citizen. Mingyue Changzhong surveys the group, asking, "Shall we continue to team up or act individually?" Xiao chuckles, eager to team up with Mingyue Changzhong, as they are from the same club. Jiang Yulua also opts to form a team with Mingyue Changzhong, as they are familiar with each other, adding seriously, "You must not bully me." Mingyue Changzhong, amused, knows that Jiang Yulua has a knack for charmingly playful seriousness, often unintentionally. After exchanging banter, he turns to Kongdao Nujian, casually inquiring, "What about you?" Observing the camaraderie among the three seasoned players, Kongdao Nujian feels a twinge of inferiority, realizing he is merely a newcomer. He has scarcely been able to engage in their conversations throughout the journey, feeling somewhat peripheral, as if his presence was inconsequential. This sensation is uncomfortable, prompting him to shyly wave his hand, stammering, "No, it's all right. I prefer to act alone." "Very well. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to play together in the future." Mingyue Changzhong responds nonchalantly as the trio departs. Kongdao Nujian watches their retreating figures, a sense of indignation swelling within him as he mutters to himself, "I will soon find my place among you." The closed beta represents a chance for ascension. And now that he has arrived in the West Capital, an evidently advanced area with numerous quests awaiting activation, he stands on equal footing with Mingyue, Xiao and Jiang Yulua. With his own abilities, he is determined to make a name for himself. Kongdao Nujian steels himself, preparing to step forward when he suddenly notices a young man wearing a mask, staring at him intently from beside the checkpoint exit, his gaze profound and unsettling. Kongdao Nujian feels a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted, prompting him to instinctively cast a detection spell. Based on your level, you can only obtain the following information. Han Xiao yellow name, level, attributes, danger level, extremely fatal. P.S. Grateful thanks to the esteemed Qingzhu for the generous rewards. I have recorded all rewards in my notebook and will add updates upon release. P.S. Thank you to Juri Lingtian, Feisha, for their support in seeking a partner, as well as Yingyue for their contributions. Task reward limit, extremely deadly. The furious swordmaster swallowed hard. Previously, when he assessed the armed guards on the train, the danger level was merely high. Yet the individual before him was the most perilous he had ever encountered. Aside from the name, all other data were mere question marks. What level of individual could this be? The city was supposed to be secure. Was today destined to be his demise? At that moment, Han Xiao spoke, his first words nearly causing the furious swordmaster to stumble. It and Oppos, quite impolite to assess others upon first meeting. The furious swordmaster jolted. The official guidelines stated that if the level difference exceeded 30, players would be detected while assessing NPCs. How could he encounter such a formidable figure upon entering the city? Han Xiao chuckled inwardly. "Oh, I see through you all. Assessing upon first encounter, I was once like that." Since receiving news of the internal test's commencement, Han Xiao had contemplated engaging with players, identifying all the novice starting points on the map. The nearest was the Dajiao Mountain settlement, merely a 3-day journey away. However, with the budding interest in his whereabouts, Han Xiao was reluctant to leave Shidu easily. Currently, only internal test players could post on the forums, and Han Xiao keenly observed the discussions. He soon discovered a thread analyzing the advantages of the internal test, prominently authored by Mingyue Changzhou, a legendary professional player. Known for crafting guides and strategies, he was a well-liked figure with an extensive fanbase and had achieved numerous accolades. In his previous life, he consistently ranked within the top 30 on the Huaxiao region's leaderboard, while Han Zhao's best performance was 47th, having even fallen out of the top 100 during his years of misfortune. Thus, he concluded, avoid women, and success will follow. He shared this conclusion with the owner of the local convenience store, a lifelong bachelor of 28 years, who merely smirked and replied, "Well said, but I choose women." Yet women do not choose you. Consequently, Han Xiao lost his privilege of a 9.5 discount at the store. The Huaxiao region's leaderboard did not solely evaluate skill. It encompassed various competition types, including individual duels, arena tournaments, team battles, task races, time-limited explorations, survival hunts, siege defense, racing, mixed slaughter, and secret realm contests. Direct confrontations accounted for only a fraction of the overall strength. Han Xiao excelled in assisting others with vengeance, showcasing remarkable operational skills, yet lacked in other aspects, particularly in the art of banter, an essential weapon against foes. Nevertheless, he consistently practiced diligently. After perusing the thread, Han Xiao speculated that internal test players might be arriving in Shidu. Days prior, he had observed 4 professional players near the checkpoint. It wasn't that his eyesight was exceptional. Rather, he realized he could see the players' names hovering above their heads. A dazzling array of professional IDs, all renowned figures from his past life, difficult to ignore. Was it due to his possessing a panel? Han Xiao pondered. This was indeed promising news. Players had detection capabilities, allowing them to identify all NPC names, while he could also recognize players amidst the throngs. Was he an NPC endowed with player capabilities, or a player with NPC traits? Han Xiao couldn't help but muse. His interaction with players aimed to test the robustness of his NPC functions. Warrior, I require assistance. Are you available? A quintessential task-triggering greeting, adorably phrased. The furious swordmaster paused. Though unsure why Han Xiao sought him, it did not impede his excitement. Triggering a high-level NPC immediately upon entering Shidu was undoubtedly fortuitous. The furious swordmaster was overwhelmingly thrilled and strove to maintain a calm demeanor. I am willing to assist. I need a loaf of bread. Can you procure one for me? No sooner had he finished speaking than Han Xiao received a prompt. Do you wish to issue a task to furious swordmaster? Here it comes. The fact that his panel could prompt NPC functions suggested the potential to quantify his every action. Perhaps this was not an ordinary player panel. It may have mutated during his transmigration, appearing rather impressive. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, ready to test the specific effects. Yes, please set the task requirements and rewards. The reward has a limit based on experience, which is influenced by your level, rank, faction influence, and legendary status. P.S. You have the authority to grant additional material rewards, which can be anything you possess: money, items, experience, skills. A translucent box materialized before him, divided into 2 sides. The left side allowed the selection of task types, ranging from ordinary tasks, prize pool tasks, competitive tasks, challenge tasks, series tasks, circuit tasks, faction tasks, and more, encompassing a wide variety. The right side displayed the limits, categorized into maximum reward limits and daily total caps. Currently, the experience limit stood at 11,600, a system-provided quota, requiring no expenditure of his own experience. Beneath the 2 options were explanatory notes. Maximum reward limit, 11,600 experience. Total level 24, 7,200. After advancement, each level gained increases the experience limit, with the first advancement adding 300, rank E, 3,000, faction, budding, hostile, 1,000. 13 bureau, neutral, 400, legendary status, 0. The maximum reward limit represented the cap for a single task's reward, indicating Han Xiao could set a maximum reward of 11,600 experience for one task. The daily total limit, as the name suggests, represented the total rewards he could issue in a day, currently 5 times the maximum reward limit, equating to 58,000, refreshing every 24 hours. Upon experimentation, Han Xiao discovered limitations. If his maximum reward limit did not meet the basic reward standards for the task's difficulty, the task would fail to issue. For instance, if he attempted to assign a task to obliterate the budding organization, classified as an A-level task, the minimum reward requirement far exceeded his limit. Thus, the task would not be valid. The 11,600 limit permitted issuing only E-level ordinary tasks, while the minimum for D-level tasks was 30,000 experience. Different task types possessed varying limits, and the panel did not specify this. Han Xiao could only attempt each one, receiving prompts for any invalid tasks. If only I could convert the limit into my own experience, Han Xiao mused whimsically, but to no avail. The limit was not his experience. Nor could he assign tasks to himself, as the targets were exclusively players. This further confirmed his hypothesis. His essence was not that of a player, merely possessing a panel. Han Xiao scoffed. He currently earned only 20 to 30,000 experience daily, yet held nearly 60,000 in reward limits. If he fully nurtured a player, their progress would soar rapidly, though he had no intention of doing so. This function seemed to allow him to command players. A sudden realization illuminated Han Xiao's mind, and he quickly recognized various applications. The most straightforward was to entice players to undertake tasks, transforming them into his allies, potentially yielding extraordinary results in numerous scenarios. Players prioritized their own interests, akin to a band of mercenaries devoid of boundaries, as long as the rewards were generous. They would serve his purposes. Players would not squander time on low-reward tasks. To motivate them, one must provide ample incentives. Thus, enhancing the limits became imperative. The higher the limit, the greater the assistance to himself. In addition to the experience limits, Han Xiao could utilize his possessions as additional rewards. Han Xiao suddenly attained a moment of clarity. In any game, it is predominantly the formidable or significantly influential high-level NPCs who issue tasks with substantial rewards and considerable difficulty. The principle is akin to his own limitations, merely manifested through data on a panel. He casually designated a mundane task and released it into the world. Simultaneously, the player Furious Blade received the task, instantly rendered perplexed. What is this? A high-level NPC's task, is this simplistic? All it requires is a loaf of bread, with a reward of merely 1 coin. Are you truly that destitute? Wait a moment. Furious Blade realized something, based on his experience in virtual gaming. This must be a precursor task, a test. One must satisfy the NPC to unlock subsequent tasks, and should he fail, he would lose the opportunity to engage with this NPC. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He promptly produced 7 loaves of bread, his entire stock, and handed them to Han Xiao with earnestness, saying, "This is all the bread I possess." Han Xiao was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Are players now accustomed to exceeding task requirements? This was not in line with his previous impressions. Upon receiving the bread, the task notification indicated completion, and everything proceeded smoothly, prompting Han Xiao to nod discreetly in acknowledgement. There were numerous task varieties. Yet Han Xiao did not intend to test them all immediately. He prioritized examining the functionalities of other NPCs. Han Xiao noticed that beside Furious Blade's ID, a small humanoid symbol appeared. Focusing on the symbol, a new prompt emerged on the panel, revealing a phantom-like gauge akin to a health bar, visible only to him. A small pointer rested in the center, with red on the left and green on the right. Would you like to adjust Furious Blade's affinity? This can be adjusted? Han Xiao was taken aback. Could this possibly alter his perceptions? If he maximized it, would he suddenly change his stance? No, he could not take that risk. Han Xiao attempted to nudge the pointer to the right. No, he adjusted it to the left instead, decreasing the affinity by 5 points and discovering that his thoughts remained unchanged, leading him to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the affinity was merely a numerical value and did not influence his true sentiments. This function appeared somewhat superfluous. Han Xiao mused. Han Xiao's affinity for you has decreased by 5 points. Relationship status, cold. Wow, why would completing a task lower affinity? Furious Blade was left in utter bewilderment. What on earth? P.S. Special thanks to Tang Xiao Wangzi, Twilight Leaf, Light Begins, Campfire One, Lanthinks, Sofa Cushion, Let Me Sway with the Wind, Fei Sha, and Autumn Zero Demon for their generous contributions. In the primordial abyss, Han Xiao comprehended the functionality of the affinity system, contemplating the prospect of selling items to players. He emitted a peculiar, sinister chuckle. Young one, you possess potential. I shall only sell my wares to those fated to encounter them. The player, Crazy Blade Fury, found himself in a state of bewilderment, his expression one of utter shock. Wait, has my affinity decreased yet you still see promise in me? Does this game's affinity system operate inversely? Why does this NPC's laughter send chills down my spine? It is truly unsettling. Do you wish to open a personal shop for Crazy Blade Fury? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. The answer was affirmative. Before him appeared an ethereal interface akin to a quest prompt, bifurcated into 2 sections. The left showcased the item shop, indicating that he could display his goods even if they were not physically on him, while the right displayed the skill shop, allowing him to offer the skills he possessed. Han Xiao experimented by placing a few items within. Please set a price for the items. Note, the price can be in currency, experience, or bartering. You may also establish purchasing conditions, including but not limited to affinity, level, skills, or profession. In the vast cosmos, with its myriad currencies, the sea blue coin merely represented the currency of the sea blue star. The sole universal currency was the Anar. The types of currency could be freely set, provided one had encountered them. This feature was indeed comprehensive. Han Xiao marveled, suddenly realizing that if he imposed affinity restrictions on the items, the affinity system would transform from a mere trinket into a tantalizing bait. This was a clever ploy by the developers to retain players, enticing them to enhance their affinity with NPCs, thereby extending their gameplay duration. He reminisced about the countless challenging quests he undertook just to raise the reputation of the Radiant Federation to respect, allowing him to purchase a glorious flagship. Was he not akin to a former serf now singing his praises, having evolved from a valiant proletariat freedom fighter to a nefarious capitalist? His interface was indeed impressive. Han Xiao set the items and confirmed their publication. Before Crazy Blade Fury appeared a shop interface, and upon glancing at it, his attention was instantly captivated. He could not suppress his astonishment as his countenance flushed, finally managing to utter, divine artifacts. A folding combat knife, incendiary bullets, a Type 73 Wasp pistol, adjacent submachine gun, a military rifle. The attributes of these items ignited a fervor in Crazy Blade Fury's eyes. To him, they were indeed divine artifacts. With such equipment, he would surely outpace all other players. However, upon inspecting the prices, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. The cheapest incendiary bullet cost 100. Were they meant to be stolen? And that lightweight power arm required an affinity of over 10 points. Given this NPC's penchant for reducing affinity through quests, was this equipment eternally beyond his grasp? No wonder the danger level was deemed extremely lethal. This NPC was clearly not someone of his caliber. The item shop left Crazy Blade Fury seething with rage, yet upon inspecting the skill shop, he was rejuvenated. Basic combat, basic shooting, grappling. Merely these common skills left him drooling. As he scrolled down, he was struck dumb with astonishment. Knowledge of mechanical professions essential for job advancement, and a plethora of miscellaneous mechanical skills. Most astonishing of all was the Chi refinement technique. Divine skill. Crazy Blade Fury's heart roared in excitement. Han Xiao suddenly shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, you are not a mechanic and cannot learn my skills." Crazy Blade Fury was momentarily taken aback, caught in a moral quandary. He had begun to perceive Han Xiao as a mysterious mentor, an elusive NPC of sorts, an opportunity that was rare and invaluable. If only he could learn from him, his growth would surpass that of all other players. Yet, his true passion lay in the martial arts, as indicated by his ID. Counting his available currency and experience, he discovered he had just enough to learn a basic mechanical skill. Crazy Blade Fury finally resolved to seize this equivalent of winning the lottery. Should he let this chance slip, he would surely regret it for a lifetime. He gambled, confident that he would not incur losses this time. Do you wish to transition to the mechanical profession? Confirm. Your basic weaponry has been learned. You have gained 500 experience and 100 sea blue coins. The cost of Crazy Blade Fury's skill acquisition would be transferred to Han Xiao, effectively serving as tuition fees. Teaching skills equated to mentorship. His own skills would remain unchanged. The skills Han Xiao chose to showcase were meticulously considered. He certainly would not sell advanced knowledge or blueprints. Nor would he display active combat skills like the sliding shot. Most of what he offered were skills easily obtainable by players, though currently, most players remained oblivious to this fact. For instance, the Chi refinement technique was guaranteed to awaken after a player's first advancement at level 20, yet Crazy Blade Fury, panting with excitement, was clearly unaware of this. Selling players skills they would inevitably learn was akin to empty-handedly ensnaring a wolf. However, Han Xiao understood the principles of scarcity marketing. He priced the Chi refinement technique at 10,000 experience and 3,000 sea blue coins, a substantial sum for novices. And he set the requirement that the affinity must exceed 10 points for purchase. With this in mind, Han Xiao promptly reverted Crazy Blade Fury and Appos. As affinity back to 0, he needed to provide his client with some semblance of confidence and hope. Instantly, Crazy Blade Fury misconstrued the situation. Believing Han Xiao delighted in commerce, he concluded that purchasing items was the only means to enhance affinity, silently resolving to frequent Han Xiao's business in the future. Having conducted a preliminary test of the basic NPC functionalities, Han Xiao achieved his objective and prepared to depart. "Wait, don't leave. I want to stick with you, Great One." Crazy Blade Fury exclaimed in desperation. "Where will I find you in the future?" Han Xiao paused, scribbling the address of the repair shop on a note, which he left for Crazy Blade Fury before gracefully exiting, leaving an enigmatic silhouette behind. Crazy Blade Fury treasured the note, carefully tucking it away, his heart racing with exhilaration. This was his chance. Those formidable mechanical devices and skills were enough to propel him ahead of all other players. With such an advantage, he could undoubtedly rise to prominence. However, the prerequisite was that this opportunity remained solely his. Crazy Blade Fury pondered, "I must not let others discover this hidden NPC." To the few internal testers, the grand city of West Capital was but a minor ripple in the vast ocean, inconspicuous and devoid of wealth. Han Xiao, for the moment, held no interest in them. His visit was solely for testing NPC functionalities, and he was thoroughly satisfied, envisioning various ways to ensnare players. Han Xiao's gaze narrowed, his thoughts drifting far away as memories resurfaced, tinged with a hazy hue, reminiscent of a mirage. In a previous life, Crazy Blade Fury had been among the first professional players to battle in Starry Sea, a master of the martial arts system. He had made a significant splash in the first season, securing a spot among the top 24 in the Xiao region, a distinction that vaulted Crazy Blade Fury into prominence, solidifying his reputation. Yet now, this future legendary martial arts player had been duped into a mechanical profession by Xiao. What lay ahead was uncertain. Xiao dared to choose the mechanical path because he understood its immense potential in the later stages, overwhelming the majority of players. Yet, the players at present were clearly unaware of this. In the early game, the mechanical profession appeared dull and relatively weak. Countless mechanical players, many of whom were professional, had once deemed their future bleak and resorted to starting anew. I can't shake the feeling that I may have wronged him. Xiao shook his head. What does it mean to wrong someone? Strictly speaking, this is a choice made by Guangdao Nujian himself. As long as he can persevere, a few versions down the line, he will surely express his gratitude towards me. Perhaps. In the vibrant city of Shidu, numerous employment opportunities abound. The recruitment office at the Sentry Post offers enlistment into the Star Dragon Army, while the slums of District 8 harbor some nefarious forces seeking male employees, starkly highlighting the issue of gender discrimination in the workplace. Along the streets, various shops present countless daily tasks. One might even engage a passerby, triggering mundane quests such as locating a lost wallet or rescuing a kitten stranded in a tree. Additionally, numerous shops seek part-time workers, providing an avenue for income, thereby affirming Mingwei Changjong's conjecture that the new map is laden with opportunities. However, being a high-level map, many areas in Shidu remain inaccessible to novice players. Even Mingwei Changjong and his companions faced obstacles. Jiang Yulua inquired about Shidu Academy, but was turned away, leaving him disheartened. Meanwhile, Shining Fried Rice attempted to enter District 1, but was expelled by a sentry and Oppo's firearm, narrowly avoiding a disastrous fate. On the following day, Mingwei Changjong, Jiang Yulua, and Shining Fried Rice opted to enlist, officially joining the Star Dragon Army and becoming soldiers, thus unlocking the combat class of recruit. They enthusiastically engaged in various training tasks, aligning their faction affiliation from the Star Dragon Nation to the Star Dragon Army, with their identity now designated as Private. Mingwei Changjong did not forget about the solitary figure, Crazy Blade Fury Sword. The group exchanged friend requests in their vehicle, and Mingwei Changjong kindly informed Crazy Blade Fury Sword about the option to enlist. However, Crazy Blade Fury Sword dismissively ended the conversation, leaving Mingwei Changjong momentarily vexed, mistakenly believing his friend lacked interest. Unbeknownst to him, Crazy Blade Fury Sword was rather indifferent to the opportunity presented, instead eagerly clinging to Xiao, reveling in the experience. In pursuit of thoroughly testing the constraints associated with quest issuance, Xiao continuously assigned Crazy Blade Fury Sword a series of peculiar tasks, including kicking the rear of 10 passers-by, disrobing a patrolling officer, performing a 5-minute swan-like spin, and shouting playful commands. Through these tests, Xiao confirmed that as long as the reward quota met the difficulty standards, he could issue quests without limitation. Crazy Blade Fury Sword, however, found himself both exhilarated and horrified by the absurdity of these tasks, developing a growing unease around Xiao, whose gaze seemed to chill him to the core. Yet, the experience offered by Xiao was significantly greater than that of novice tasks, compelling Crazy Blade Fury Sword to sacrifice his pure intentions for rapid advancement. All in the name of experience. The tears in his eyes were a testament to his despair in this bizarre world. The rewards for abandoning his principles allowed him to level up swiftly, learning various foundational skills from Xiao while contributing to his experience pool. Although the internal testing phase was unexpected for Xiao, it bore little impact on the broader picture. The internal testers scattered across the ocean blue star, though few in number compared to the planet's population, were still a drop in the ocean. To influence the dynamics of the novice planet, players needed ample time to grow, and with only 12 days of internal testing, little could be accomplished. A small, inconspicuous vortex over the ocean, through persistent accumulation, could evolve into a world-spanning tempest. The internal testers were typically financially constrained, but in the long run, players represented the largest consumer demographic. Xiao manipulated task experience to provide more than novice tasks, albeit within limits, facilitating Crazy Blade Fury Sword's growth. With the tasks and equipment purchased from Xiao, Crazy Blade Fury Sword was poised for a standout performance before others could advance. Even if he wished to remain low-key, his club would not permit it, as they would undoubtedly promote him, kindling curiosity among other players about his opportunities and expanding his potential client base. When the time came for a call to action, a torrent of experience and currency would inevitably engulf him. While Crazy Blade Fury Sword desired to keep his thoughts to himself, Han Xiao was fully aware, yet remained unconcerned. It was a natural inclination. As time flowed on, public test countdown, 126 days, 11 hours, and 32 minutes, aside from generating exhilarating ammunition and amassing experience. Han Xiao spent his leisure time browsing player forums. The player forums served as the authoritative platform for player interaction, typically utilized for trading or while awaiting resurrection. Presently, only internal testers posted there. The women of the Ocean Blue Star, Ruolin, are exceptionally beautiful, urgently seeking players to form a team to challenge the Yellow Sand Bandits. Location, Longsong Star, Falling Dragon Valley, coordinates. Captured scenes of the floating magical city of Paleton, randomly transformed into a tentacle monster. Seeking advice on how to change races, waiting online. Damn, I want to trade with you. I wish to become a tentacle monster. Posts primarily consisted of requests for assistance, information sharing, and guilds showcasing their progress to enhance their reputations. Among the numerous novice planets, there existed magical, ancient, sci-fi, martial arts, and religious civilizations, each with diverse races and societal structures. The most popular was Frost Winterstar, the domain of the Void Demon race and one of the strongholds of the Extinguishing Legion, where players were predominantly non-human. Despite their rationale of extinguishing the flames of civilization being self-justifying, Han Xiao still felt an odd discomfort at the mere mention of the Extinguishing Legion. Suddenly, a new post appeared, instantly pinned to the top, capturing his attention. The first B-level task. Han Xiao exclaimed softly. He recalled that the first B-level task emerged after the public test, and it was improbable that anyone in the internal test would encounter such a high-level task. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to delve deeper, finding a flurry of players fervently discussing the post. Is this a joke? I haven't even seen a D-level task. Upstairs, you fool. The post has images for proof. It must be fake. Otherwise, why would they only show the task name without the content? Ridiculous. Would they release it for you to undertake? The difficulty must be exceedingly high. We haven't even passed the novice phase. The poster is from the Divine Race Guild. They are elite and might have a way. Anyone bold enough to disclose which planet this is on? You lot are hilarious. Apologies, my pet Wonkai has escaped. Han Xiao chuckled knowingly, a hint of nostalgia washing over him as he meticulously perused the several pages of replies before focusing on the content. The post contained merely a screenshot of the task name, and that image caused Han Xiao's eyes to narrow. B-level task, investigate 0. Instantly, Han Xiao recalled the budding organization and, upon checking the poster SID, realized it was officially certified by the Divine Race Guild. The Guild of the Temple Club? The Temple Club, a prestigious entity in the realm of professions, birthed numerous deities and boasted its own industrial chain. Han Xiao had once had a contentious history with them, having previously accepted a revenge quest that resulted in him repeatedly eliminating the guild leader, arranging his corpse in various humiliating poses for screenshots shared on the forum for a fee, with sensational titles in the style of the WC Shock Department. What a nostalgic feeling it was to slay players. Han Xiao mused, glancing towards Crazy Blade Fury Sword. Crazy Blade Fury Sword froze, sensing the malice in Han Xiao's gaze, paralyzing him in place like a wooden statue, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Han Xiao shook his head, lost in contemplation. In his previous life, the Divine Race Guild had joined the budding faction, becoming one of its largest player guilds, and it appeared that little had changed. A group of internal testing players can receive tasks to investigate him, indicating that the budding organization is resolute in its intentions. Han Xiao's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of coldness. For the current players, attempting to evade the watchful eyes of the 13th Bureau and locate Han Xiao, who could easily overpower them, is an insurmountable challenge. It is no wonder that this has been classified as a B-level task. Only through the advantage of numbers can they hope for a slim chance of success. However, the Divine Clan Guild does not seem to be lacking in personnel. Suddenly, Han Xiao realized which budding base would be his next target. The Divine Clan Guild boasts 15 internal testing slots, exemplifying what it means to be a privileged class. The president and vice president personally led a select group of elite members into the internal testing phase. After deliberation, they expressed their inclination towards technology in the system survey. Their reasoning is straightforward. Since the backdrop of Starry Sea is the cosmos, technology must be the prevailing theme. Consequently, the Divine Clan Guild was assigned to Azure Star and quickly raised funds to purchase the map. After careful consideration, President Jupiter chose the budding organization as their initial faction, conveniently located near the Crow Forest town where they spawned, which also houses a budding base. Jupiter believed that the budding organization would be the strongest faction, opposing all nations on the planet while still managing to exist stably, indicating a profoundly inscrutable power. As for the ideological correctness of NPC factions, that was of no concern to them. Only a terminally addicted player would care about the fate of a bunch of NPCs, all of whom require treatment from Yang's technology. The reality did not disappoint the Divine Clan Guild. Upon joining the budding faction, they were introduced to a new scene called Dark Crow Valley Base. Officially becoming low-level members of the budding organization and receiving a plethora of training tasks. The greatest surprise was the B-level task, Investigate Zero, which even the Divine Clan Guild had not anticipated would yield such substantial rewards. The task prompt was succinct, merely indicating that the target, Zero, was located within the Star Dragon realm, with no further clues provided. At this moment, the Divine Clan Guild was engaged in an intense meeting, deliberating on how to accomplish this task. Jupiter spoke gravely. This is our first B-level task, seemingly devoid of combat. Given our current levels, it is achievable, with rewards so bountiful that they could propel us ahead of all players. Whether we can suppress other guilds in the future hinges on our ability to seize this opportunity. We only know that Zero is in the Star Dragon realm, an expansive area, making it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The odds of locating an NPC are slim. Moreover, time is running out for the internal testing phase. Therefore, to complete this task, we can only hope for the public testing phase. Before that, we should commence preliminary investigations, suggested core member Poseidon. Everyone nodded in agreement, and various ideas were proposed. Jupiter, who relished uncovering hidden elements, contemplated. The task prompt subtly indicates a hostile relationship between the budding organization and Zero. If we were to capture or even eliminate Zero, would there be additional rewards? That sounds plausible. No wonder you are known as Old Pig, Poseidon replied. However, that might be of a level difficulty. There are no impossible tasks. Merely shortcuts yet to be discovered, Jupiter asserted, tapping the conference table. With 1 week remaining until public testing, they must devise a strategy during this time. Continuing this task in public testing could serve as a breakthrough for their endeavors. Vice President Shiva spoke with pride. Once public testing begins, we will have the resources of the guild at our disposal. If we cannot accomplish this task, then no one can. Indeed, Jupiter nodded in agreement. Poseidon proposed leveraging the strength of other players, suggesting it would expedite the search. Jupiter's eyes brightened. That was a sound idea. Let us post and reveal Zero's appearance. Offering a bounty. Those who provide valuable leads will receive compensation. The Divine Clan Guild is affluent, replete with resources. In a moment of urgency, the assassin's task was set in motion. The Divine faction appeared to be quite affluent, and if only I could locate Zero, how fortunate that would be. Upon noticing the bounty posted by the Divine Guild, the player known as Madblade Fury glanced at the reward amount with a look of regret. Yet, he felt no envy towards the opportunities presented by the large guild. Instead, he cast a fervent glance at Xiao beside him. Clinging tightly to this formidable ally would undoubtedly expedite his advancement more than anyone else. Initially, he had been resistant to Xiao's commands, but gradually, he found the tasks to be rather amusing. Shedding his moral qualms proved far simpler and more enjoyable than battling monsters or completing mundane errands. And he became increasingly enamored with this newfound thrill. Madblade Fury sensed a profound enlightenment. Perhaps shame was merely a genetic lock hindering human progress. Was he a pervert? No. He was simply a great pioneer beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, a martyr transcending the mundane. Xian, with an odd expression, pointed at Madblade Fury, who sat by the door, staring longingly at Xiao. Is he pursuing you? Xiao responded with a nonchalant. I see sincerity in his gaze. Perhaps you should consider him. Xian giggled mischievously, relieved to have escaped the awkwardness from their previous misunderstanding, and resumed her playful banter with Xiao. He feigned a casual demeanor, reaching out to tickle her, prompting Xian to dodge away, squealing in surprise, her hands crossing over her waist, anxiously eyeing Xiao, ready to flee at any moment. Given her grandfather's intentions to pair her with Xiao, Xian felt a lingering tension. However, she gradually realized that Xiao's affectionate gestures were not indicative of romantic interest. He simply did not regard her as a woman in the traditional sense. This revelation eased her anxiety, but left her questioning her own allure. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. If one attempts to please her, she becomes wary, but if ignored, she feels slighted. Of course, this is contingent upon one's appearance. If one is handsome enough, flattery may lead to success, while indifference could still yield favorable outcomes. Thus, it is not mere pessimism. Most individuals are destined from birth to either feast on love or face heartbreak. Xian, clad in revealing attire, displayed a perilous curve of soft flesh. Yet, Xiao remained unaffected, entirely immune to beauty. He had grown indifferent to such charms. dedicating himself to 15-hour workdays, seemingly veering towards asexuality. Last night, he even dreamt of modifying his anatomy into a machine gun and, upon waking, contemplated its practicality, frighteningly recalling the numerous ex-girlfriends, Mei Mei, Mei Mei, Mei Mei, and so forth, until he reset his understanding of masculinity. Life may fade, but the spirit of avian life persists. Casting a glance at Mad Blade Fury, Han Xiao silently calculated the time remaining. Only one day was left in the internal test, and finally, this fellow would take his leave. He had only tested NPC functions on Mad Blade Fury, having no need to engage with the other professional players who had arrived in West City. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on his interface. You have triggered an urgent task. Assassination. Task hint. The assassin is about to reach the battlefield. Task requirement. Survive. Task reward. Unknown. Han Xiao's expression turned grave. An urgent task. An attack could happen at any moment. How unfortunate that old L was not home at this critical juncture. Feng Jun and the others were keeping a vigilant watch around them, yet he had still managed to trigger a task, indicating that the enemy must have approached with extraordinary stealth, likely a superhuman. With no time to spare for explanations, Han Xiao dashed back to his room, armed himself with all his weapons, and swiftly exited the repair shop, determined to protect old L's hidden narrative and prevent any entanglement with El Qian. Mad Blade Fury hurriedly followed suit. Han Xiao cast a glance at him, remaining silent as he quickened his pace, a sense of alertness creeping in, as if someone lurked in the shadows, watching him. If the adversary remained concealed, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb. It was better to provoke an explosion. The temperature dropped, and Mad Blade Fury rubbed his arms, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear. An invisible aura of murderous intent coalesced around them. Han Xiao chose to venture into a dark alley. After traversing part of the passage, his alertness peaked. His vision was abruptly engulfed in darkness, as if plunging into an abyss devoid of sound and reference, reminiscent of the womb, serene and tranquil, invoking an overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber. An illusion. Han Xiao widened his eyes, adrenaline surging through his brain. You have fallen into an illusion. Determining. Your intelligence exceeds 50 points. Determination successful. You are immune to this illusion. The darkness shattered, and the illusion dissipated. In the instant his senses returned, Han Xiao discovered an unfamiliar male assassin standing 5 meters away, aiming a pistol at his forehead, a confident smirk adorning his face. Click. The assassin pulled the trigger. Han Xiao's expression shifted. At such close range, how could he dodge the bullet? It is often said that in the face of imminent danger, time elongates infinitely. Han Xiao felt the flow of time slow, and in the next moment, he suppressed all negative emotions with extreme rationality, his gaze turning as cold as ice. I'm not dead yet. Time resumed its normal pace. As the bullet left the chamber, Han Xiao activated slide shooting, his body gliding sideways as if teleporting a short distance. The technique allowed him to execute a slide of up to 3 meters instantaneously, by reducing the distance. The time required was proportionately diminished. Han Xiao limited his movement to a mere 5 centimeters, completing the evasion in the blink of an eye, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. The bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a searing wound that ignited his nerves with pain. A lethal shot had been miraculously dodged, barely missing him. The assassin's expression changed. As a top assassin of the budding organization, Norsa had eliminated over 100 targets using his illusionary abilities, never failing even against other superhumans. According to his organization's intelligence, Zero's strength was merely on par with elite operatives, relying solely on mechanical combat, with little inherent capability. How could Zero escape from his illusion so swiftly? The intel was flawed. While dodging rapidly, Han Xiao drew 2 pistols from his lower back, enhancing them for rapid fire. Infusing his energy into both guns, he activated Overload. The powerful bullets erupted forth, the recoil causing his wrists to tremble as he fired relentlessly at the unyielding Norsa, each bullet striking true into Norsa's chest. The evasion and counterattack executed in perfect synchrony showcased Han Xiao's masterful application of slide shooting. What appeared simple was, in fact, a testament to his extensive combat experience. Norsa's body shook violently. Had it not been for his energy shield, he might have been obliterated, and he coughed up blood as he unleashed his power, retreating quickly in an attempt to escape. One misstep led to another, and he adhered to the assassin's creed of retreating immediately upon failure. Han Xiao's expression turned frigid, energy coalescing in his legs as he pursued Norsa. He swiftly replaced his magazine with a high-caliber one and aimed at Norsa, firing boldly. A torrent of flames erupted, blocking Norsa's path. Norsa halted, gritting his teeth as he turned to face the approaching Han Xiao, his eyes alight with swirling, colorful mist, deep and eerie. Detection of illusion invasion. Determining. Your intelligence exceeds 50 points. Determination successful. You are immune to this illusion. Bang. Han Xiao's movement paused, and without hesitation, he fired a precise shot at Norse's neck, creating a gaping wound. Norse's eyes widened in terror, his hands clutching his neck. But the flow of blood could not be stemmed. He attempted to speak, yet his trachea had been severed, resulting in only a rasping sound escaping his lips. Why was it that his infallible illusion ability could not affect Zero? Han Xiao strode forward, his dual pistols resembling spears, and forcefully toppled Nosa, pinning him to the ground with the weapons pressed against his chest, ruthlessly pulling the triggers. Bang! The sound of the gun was muffled. The bullet penetrated flesh, and the ground beneath Nosa erupted into a spray of crimson, resembling a blooming rose. Flames burst forth from his features, and his internal organs were instantaneously reduced to charred remnants by the incendiary bullet, his flailing hands falling limply at his sides. You have slain the Ember Organization's executor Nosa Kono, LV-25 ability user. You have gained 7,500 experience. You have completed the urgent mission, Assassination. You have obtained a character summoning card. Han Xiao breathed heavily, blood staining his mask, trickling down his cheek to his jaw, each drop splattering on the ground like scattered red plum blossoms. The surroundings finally fell silent, with only the crackling of flames remaining. With Nosa's demise, the frenzy of the blade and fury of the sword broke free from the illusion. In his perception, only a fleeting moment had passed. Confronted with the scene of battle before him, he was left utterly bewildered. What had transpired here just moments ago? This gift, I accept. Feng Jun, fully armed and breathless, rushed in, immediately pulling Han Xiao up and down, checking for injuries. You're not hurt, are you? Han Xiao pointed to the scrape on his cheek. Irritated, are you blind? As long as you're fine, Feng Jun sighed in relief, his face flushed with embarrassment. He felt a sting of shame for allowing his protected target to be injured. It's not your fault. Han Xiao bore no grudge against him. Instead, pointing at the corpse of Nosa, frowning, this man was an executor of the budding organization, a super assassin who has never missed. Nosa Kono? Feng Jun recognized him instantly, unable to forget. A high-ranking official from Xinglong had once been killed before the eyes of many by Nosa's gun. Nosa had always been a formidable asset for budding, a venomous snake that instilled fear in the Six Nations. Suddenly realizing, Feng Jun looked at Han Xiao incredulously, his voice faltering. Wait, you were ambushed by Nosa and managed to turn the tables on him. You're that strong. Is this your first day knowing me? Han Xiao retorted. His mind delved into the interface, rewards materializing before him. Character Arrival Card. Release the abilities of this character once. Character, Nosa Kono. Ability, Illusion Manipulation, E. Target's intelligence above 50 points can exempt. Usage count 0-1. The character Arrival Card was a rare consumable, dropping only from special missions. It allowed limited use of NPC abilities. Previously, dedicated studios farmed such cards for those willing to spend extravagantly. Although Han Xiao did not rely on such trinkets for combat, who would dislike having an additional trump card? He felt fortunate for having early allocated his free attribute points to intelligence, inadvertently exempting himself from Nosa's powers. Had he only thought to allocate points after being affected, it would have been dire. The budding organization, this gift, I accept. Han Xiao's gaze flickered. Since they were enemies, it was only natural for the adversary to act against him. He would not voice complaints or rage, but only respond with violence. Do you wish to claim the reward? No. Such ephemeral consumables could remain in the interface, to be claimed when needed. The Blade of Fury lay aside, observing the group of black-clad agents with astonishment, constantly scanning them, and as soon as he recognized their affiliation with the Strategic Defense Bureau of Xinglong, he felt Han Xiao's depth was unfathomable. Feng Jun pointed at the Blade of Fury, asking in confusion, do you know this person well? Don't mind him. Han Xiao accepted the handkerchief Feng Jun offered. Wiping the wound on his cheek, frowning, Nosa has found my location, which means Budding is aware as well. Not necessarily. The intelligence department's hackers have blocked the network while simultaneously conducting program screenings and manual identifications. Any mention of you is not permitted to leave Shidu. Han Zhao's expression grew serious. Are you certain? Feng Jun nodded, hesitating. Nosa wouldn't act recklessly. He must have already passed the information to the spies lurking in Shidu. It is only a matter of time before it gets relayed. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao turned and left without a word. Hey, where are you going? I still need to take you to the headquarters to report. Feng Jun called urgently. There's no time to explain. Apply to the higher-ups to seal off the city. Nosa had never missed. He likely wouldn't be overly cautious and could act as soon as he found him. His intelligence came from the budding spies hidden in Shidu. Since network information was compromised, the spies could only leave the city, and the information might not have reached the upper echelons of budding yet. Han Xiao understood the identity of the liaison for budding in Shidu. He had always refrained from dealing with the liaison because it was unnecessary. Killing one would only lead to another unfamiliar face being sent by budding. Keeping a familiar mole was far more effective, to be removed at a critical moment. Killing Nosa would confirm Han Xiao's presence in Shidu for budding, but if he could intercept the information, it would prolong budding's confirmation of his specific location. Though this was merely his speculation, the information might have already left the city, but even a sliver of possibility warranted action. This had always been his guiding principle. Li Yalan, notify everyone to find me in District 8 immediately. This is my location. Remember to drive over. Li Yalan was puzzled. Are you treating? Going to the slums is rather insincere. Don't ask so much. Just hurry. Han Xiao hung up, smashing the glass of a car parked by the street with his elbow, and jumped inside. Time was of the essence. The moment for disregard for details had arrived. The car owner, on the phone beside the vehicle, was startled by the sound of shattering glass and rushed over, grabbing Han Xiao by the collar, shouting, "Get out of my car." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He swiftly yanked the car owner halfway into the vehicle, forcefully pressing his head against the steering wheel, triggering the blaring horn. Perfect, saves me from hot wiring it. Han Xiao restrained the struggling car owner, rummaging for the keys, successfully starting the engine, then shoving the owner aside, flooring the accelerator, and speeding away. The car owner sat on the ground, his face imprinted with the steering wheel's pattern, bewildered. What the are car thieves this brazen now? Driving recklessly through the city. Vehicles scrambled to avoid him as he swiftly navigated several blocks. At that moment, sirens blared. A traffic police motorcycle pursued him. The officer shouted, "The vehicle ahead. Pull over immediately for inspection." Han Xiao tossed the car owner's license out the window. "Take it for points. Do as you please." Ignoring the police tailing him, Han Xiao arrived at District 8, leaping out of the car and striding purposefully toward his destination. The traffic officer, relentless, blocked his path. "Stop right there." Frustrated, Han Xiao wondered why everyone felt the need to engage in conversation when he was in a hurry. With a swift chop of his hand, the officer, caught off guard, collapsed unconscious. Han Xiao pressed on, weaving through the labyrinth and narrow alleys, overcoming 3 groups of young robbers, and arriving at an abandoned chapel, a refuge occupied by the impoverished, where many homeless individuals laid down makeshift beds, enduring nights filled with fleas, mud, and sweat. In the Azure Star, religion existed as well. During the tumultuous times of the old wars, suffering led many displaced individuals to seek spiritual solace. This sect seized the opportunity, embedding the most coveted ideologies of peace within their doctrines, resulting in a following that swelled into the millions. Tragically, the shrine of their faith was ultimately obliterated. Their true deity, the heavenly monarch, did not intervene to alleviate their suffering, leading to the gradual demise of this religion. Bursting into the chapel, the drowsy homeless individuals glanced over. Han Xiao scanned the area, finding no sign of his target. Narrowing his eyes, he grabbed a nearby homeless man, demanding, "Tell me, where is the man who resides here, with a scruffy beard, a red wolf tattoo on the back of his hand, around 6 feet tall, approximately 40 years old?" The homeless man, taken aback by Han Xiao's bloodied appearance, shrank back slightly, cautiously responding, "Are you referring to Rugaon? We all call him tongueless. He almost never speaks. He hasn't been seen since noon today." Noon? Ordinary citizens must pass through checkpoints to leave Shidu, undergoing a series of inspections. It was now past 2 in the afternoon, and there might still be a chance to intercept him. There were 3 checkpoints in Shidu. Which one would Rugaon choose? Han Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. He did not place his hopes on the 13th Bureau to promptly seal off the western capital, setting aside whether the higher-ups would agree to such drastic measures. Even if a decision to lock down were made, it remained uncertain how long it would take. Lu Gaoan might have already escaped by then. As Han Xiao gradually delineated the process of the meeting between Nua Sa and Lu Gaoan, it became evident that Lu Gaoan had departed just over an hour ago, indicating he had only recently acquired the information. The two had acted separately, with Nua Sa intent on assassinating him while Lu Gaoan opted to relay intelligence, only to discover that all data regarding Zero had been sealed, prompting his decision to exit the city. Unbeknownst to Lu Gaoan, Han Xiao was fully aware of his identity, which meant he was likely not in a hurry to leave. In such circumstances, he would naturally choose the most accessible exit route. The northwest checkpoint was closest to the slums, making it the most probable option. However, it was also conceivable that Lu Gaoan might deliberately choose a more circuitous route, opting for one of the 2 more distant checkpoints. With insufficient clues, Han Xiao found himself at a standstill. "Ah, Han Xiao, we have arrived. What do you require of us?" Li Yalan, Zhang Wei, and Lambert approached, a yellow convertible sports car parked outside. Li Yalan's vehicle, known for its swift speed, allowing for timely arrival. Han Xiao had already donned a mask after slaying Nuasa, having disposed of the bloodied one. An urgent mission had arisen. An emerging contact had learned vital intelligence and might escape through one of 3 checkpoints, potentially still within the city limits. Li Yalan immediately wiped the smile from her face and stated seriously, "Do you have a description of him?" Han Xiao's eyes brightened as he hastily rummaged through a few discarded newspapers. Relying on distant memories to sketch out Lu Gaoan's approximate features, characteristics rather than an exact likeness, as he could not recall specifics, he then seized a hapless homeless man and barked, "Look at this and tell me, does he resemble Lu Gaoan?" The homeless man trembled, replying, "His eye sockets should be a bit deeper, his nose is slightly crooked, and his hair is cut short." Based on the man's description, Han Xiao swiftly revised the sketch, achieving a resemblance of around 70 to 80%. He marked key features and distributed the sketches among the trio, instructing, "We shall split up, find the officers at the checkpoints to check the surveillance for this individual. Li Yalan and I will proceed to the furthest checkpoint in her sports car. You two can choose one." Zhang Wei's face twitched. "Your orders come too naturally. Do you not see me as your captain?" Despite his internal grievances, Zhang Wei prioritized the greater good, taking the sketch and setting off with Lambert, both nonchalantly commandeering a vehicle in public. Han Xiao leaped into the driver's seat of the yellow convertible, prompting Li Yalan's discontent. "Hey, that is my car. Let me drive. You drive too slowly. Are you really questioning an agent's driving skills?" Li Yalan's brows furrowed in anger, but realizing time was of the essence, she begrudgingly took the passenger's seat, sulking. "Fasten your seatbelt," Han Xiao reminded. Li Yalan shot him a disdainful glance. "Are you joking? I am a martial artist. No speed will harm me. Just don't regret it," he replied, nodding as he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. Half an hour later, the yellow sports car executed a sharp drift, overheated tires leaving 4 black marks on the ground as it came to a steady stop at the southernmost checkpoint. "Ugh, hey, aren't you a martial artist?" Li Yalan exclaimed, her face pale as she leaned against the car door, retching uncontrollably. After traversing the city in half an hour, they had caused 27, or was it 28, car accidents? Her head spun, making it impossible to count. "Who taught you to drive?" Han Xiao asked, astonished. "Does one need to be taught?" "No, is that not so? The first person to learn to drive was not taught by anyone." "How reasonable." I am left speechless. Li Yalan gaped, attempting to articulate her thoughts, but nausea surged again, causing her to turn and vomit violently. "Is it really that bad?" "It was merely a bit fast." "A bit fast?" "There is only one phrase to encapsulate your driving. Brake failure." Li Yalan resembled an enraged lion, claws bared. Yet her blue-tinged lips and pallid complexion rendered her utterly unthreatening. "Enough of this. We must hasten." Feeling lightheaded, Li Yalan nearly stumbled into her own vomit, prompting Han Xiao to support her, shaking his head in exasperation as he dragged her along like a lifeless pig. Upon reaching the checkpoint, a soldier barked, "Halt. Present your identification." Han Xiao rummaged through his pockets, pausing in shock. He had forgotten his Bureau 13 credentials. He turned to Li Yalan, reaching into her pockets. "Not in my jacket. Not in my pants. Where are your credentials?" he inquired. Li Yalan appeared dazed, allowing him to search her voluptuous form. "Am I being molested?" "Aha, found it," Han Xiao exclaimed, triumphantly extracting a credential from Li Yalan's back pocket and displaying it to the soldier, who swallowed hard. "Ah, an agent. You may proceed." As Han Xiao took a few steps forward, he noticed Li Yalan remained rooted in place, biting her lip as she glared at him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Li Yalan inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising fury. "Return my credentials." "Why must you be so troublesome?" Han Xiao replied, impatiently sliding the credential back into her back pocket. Li Yalan's eyes widened. "Am I being molested again?" Han Xiao strode into the checkpoint, locating the officer responsible for monitoring. He presented Lu Gaoan's sketch directly. "Please wait. The system is processing the image." Li Yalan bit her lip, following him inside. She felt as if Han Xiao's touch had been akin to that of handling a slab of meat, which struck her as exceedingly odd. She could not even muster her anger, only feeling an inexplicable annoyance as she glared at him. In the throng of people, Lu Gaoan discreetly advanced, approaching the exit of the checkpoint. He belonged to an intelligence organization known as Wind Eye, serving as an informant embedded within the city. The Wind Eye organization was affiliated with Mingya, with many such factions existing without overtly declaring allegiance to Mingya, thus facilitating their operations. The structure of Wind Eye was hierarchical, with a single head responsible for the intelligence network across different cities, referred to as the contact person, who engaged with the organization periodically, while the subordinates collected intelligence, communicating only in writing with the contact. By chance, Lu Gaoan had learned from an informant about an individual resembling Zero who was spotted in the 7th district, though the specific location remained unclear. After careful observation, he deduced that a certain area appeared to be secretly guarded, inaccessible to outsiders, leading him to conclude that it was Han Zhao's hiding place, protected by Bureau 13. This area was in proximity to the repair shop, where Feng Jun provided covert surveillance. Upon discovering that information regarding Zero could not be transmitted online, Lu Gaoen realized the city's networks had been compromised by hackers. Exercising caution, he immediately severed his internet connection, destroyed his computer to prevent being traced by the hackers, and promptly headed to the checkpoint to prepare for his exit. Given Nuasa's capabilities, he should have succeeded by now. Just then, the iron gate ahead slammed shut, blocking all those wishing to exit the city within the checkpoint. What is going on? Why are we not allowed to leave? A soldier shouted. Orders from above have sealed the city for the time being. Discontent arose among the crowd, but Lu Gaoen sensed an ominous turn of events. How could the city be sealed? Could it be that Nuasa failed? Lu Jian was taken aback, his expression grave. This was crucial intelligence that must be conveyed to the organization to elevate the threat level of Zero. Soldiers were scrutinizing the identities of the crowd, and Lu Jian was confident in his ability to remain hidden. Having spent 2 to 3 years in West City without revealing a trace, he believed it was impossible for them to find him. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted, and Lu Jian turned to see a menacing squad of soldiers advancing towards him. Their target unmistakably himself. Impossible. A wave of panic washed over him as he attempted to retreat, but he found himself surrounded by people on all sides. Glancing at the omnipresent military facilities and soldiers, despair surged within him as he was forcibly brought to the ground, offering no resistance. You caught up to me, Han Xiao remarked, exhaling in relief. You really did manage to track me down, Li Yalan expressed in astonishment. Lu Jian looked up, his face fallen, asking, How did you know it was me? Han Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, explaining that Lu Jian was a contact for the Sprout faction in West City. His presence too memorable to forget. Confounded and engulfed in despair, Lu Jian resolved to bite down on his poison pouch, unwavering in his loyalty to the Sprout. He chose to end his own life to prevent any information from being disclosed. Without warning, Han Xiao drew his pistol and shot Lu Jian in the head, the bullet piercing through the back of his skull, splattering blood and brain matter. You have killed Lu Jian, Cyberin, LV-12, and gained 3,500 experience. Han Xiao blew on the muzzle of his gun, remarking that even in death, Lu Jian could still contribute a bit of experience. Why did you kill him? Li Yalan questioned, her expression one of disbelief, as she had thought he could have been handed over for interrogation. He had poison pouches in his teeth, toxins under his nails, and concealed needles in his underwear. If he wished to die, no one could stop him, Han Xiao replied, shaking his head. Whether Lu Jian lived or died was inconsequential to him. He already possessed all the knowledge he needed. It seemed the plan needed to be hastened. A somber expression crossed Han Xiao's face, a sense of pressure rising within him. P.S. I slept all day today. A single update is unlikely, and a triple update is non-existent. The internal testing has concluded, and objectives are set. Members of the Divine Clan gather at the Dark Crow Valley base. Jupiter, furrowing his brow, appears troubled. The beta testers are preoccupied with leveling up and immersing themselves in the game, neglecting their bounty, which is quite disheartening. President, the mission prompt has changed. The team members exclaim in unison. Jupiter, taken aback, hastily checks the details and discovers that the mission location has shifted, indicating that Zero's precise whereabouts are in the western capital. The task has been unexpectedly updated? Jupiter is astonished and perplexed. Nevertheless, the scope has shrunk from a nation to a city, which is more favorable for them. With 12 days of beta testing completed, today marks the final day. Now that the location has been confirmed, post-launch, the guild members must head to the western capital. They are determined to locate the target. Once the public beta commences, leveraging the guild's numerical superiority, completing the task will be inevitable. They await the public launch with confidence. Jupiter views this B-level task as already within his grasp. A mere reach away. This time, he is certain he will surpass his old rivals, and his teammates are filled with excitement. The leader stands with his hands clasped behind his back, listening to his assistant's report. Executor Nosa has gone missing in the western capital, along with Legeo and Saiban. Gino, the head of the Wind Eye, assures that he will promptly assign a new liaison to replace Legeoan's position, responsible for the intelligence network in the western capital. It is Zero. The leader suddenly speaks. He has killed Nosa and Legeoan to avoid revealing his exact location. So he has been hiding in the western capital, surely under the protection of the 13th Bureau. Nosa was a super assassin for the organization, and to lose him at the hands of Zero is a significant blow. The leader recalls Legeoan as a talented operative skilled in intelligence management. Again, it is Zero. The leader is furious. Does he think that finding a protector makes him invulnerable? A mere rat from a defected organization, he had initially dismissed him, but after recent events, the leader recognizes Zero's threat to the organization. According to laboratory surveillance, Zero has not engaged in any misconduct during his 6 months with the organization. The source of his intelligence remains a mystery. The leader is uncertain how many secrets Zero possesses and must prepare for the worst. A single ant-hole can collapse a 1,000-mile dam. It is time to eliminate this threat with decisive action. He instructs the Wind Eye personnel to ascertain Zero's exact location. Even if he is hidden within the 13th Bureau's headquarters, they must find him, regardless of the cost. 200 night owls and 5 executors stand ready. Once his precise location is discovered, they are to eliminate him. I permit the deployment of short-range missiles. The leader issues a series of commands, his tone laced with a chilling, murderous intent. As long as you dare to show yourself, I will slay you. The beta testing period has concluded. Madblade, gazing at the 30-second countdown on his screen, feels a pang of regret. He wishes the time could be extended for just a little longer to continue leveling up. Nevertheless, he is quite satisfied with his current progress. Although Han Zhao's tasks are quite demanding, the experience gained is substantial. Furthermore, he has purchased numerous pieces of Han Zhao's gear, significantly boosting his combat power. While most mechanical skills revolve around crafting, which does not particularly suit Madblade's tastes, the thought of Han Zhao's strength rekindles his confidence. As long as he levels up, he too can become formidable. There must be a place for me in the professional circle. As the beta testing period ends, the excited Madblade vanishes from sight. Beta testing has ended. Public testing countdown. 122 days, 1 hour, and 23 minutes. Han Xiao raises an eyebrow, glancing at the forum entrance, which has indeed turned gray and inaccessible. His suspicions were correct. The real-time version update does not align with the time here. Han Xiao shakes his head. What are you shaking your head about? Just how much information are you still concealing? Gu Hui says in a deep voice. At this moment, Han Xiao is in the headquarters conference room, facing 3 powerful figures. Director Gu Hui, the Intelligence Minister, and the Covert Operations Minister, resembling a scene of intense interrogation. The 13th Bureau is aware of Han Zhao's combat capabilities, but did not anticipate that he could kill a genuine ability user, let alone a notorious assassin. However, this is not their primary concern. The 13th Bureau is more worried about how easily Han Xiao was able to uncover Legaoan, an emerging intelligence operative. Legaoan had been undercover in the Western capital for over 2 years without revealing his true identity, and despite numerous failed attempts to track him down, Han Xiao effortlessly pinpointed the target, indicating that he possesses far more information than they had imagined. Thus, today's meeting is crucial, as Gu Hui seeks to glean more intelligence. Han Xiao snaps back to reality, stroking his chin, evading the pointed question, and slowly states, I have exposed my location. Although the organization does not know where I reside, they can confirm I am in the Western capital, and they will undoubtedly send more assassins to infiltrate. Gu Hui frowns, displeased with Han Zhao's evasiveness, but follows up on his words. What do you plan to do? No longer wishing to conceal his intentions, he boldly declares enmity against the organization. In the next operation, I wish to participate personally. Gu Hui's brow furrows, almost distorting the space around him. This is far too dangerous. If you reveal yourself, it will provide the organization ample opportunities to strike. Han Xiao coughs. Can we speak privately for a moment? Gu Hui hesitates, but ultimately rises and steps aside with Han Xiao. The Intelligence Minister and Covert Operations Minister exchange exasperated glances, wondering why there is such a lack of trust in them. Questioning the loyalty of others is a dangerous game. Han Xiao surveys the surroundings and whispers, I can alter my appearance. Gu Hui is taken aback. You possess abilities? Han Xiao shakes his head. I can create a small device that can change my appearance, ensuring I do not reveal my true identity. They will never find me. A human skin mask? That could work, Gu Hui muses. The 13th Bureau can indeed manufacture such items, but Han Zhao's tone suggests he intends to create something far more advanced. Gu Hui contemplates, even with a human skin mask, you will eventually need to remove it. It remains too perilous. Han Zhao's eyes gleam. The mask I create will be very convenient to wear. All right. Once you have it ready, I will permit you to participate in the operation. Han Xiao is determined to engage personally in the action, firstly, for the sake of gaining experience, as the public beta is approaching and the pressure is mounting. Secondly, he does not wish to remain perpetually in the Western capital, as venturing out presents opportunities to partake in external events. Following the recent assassination, Han Xiao has identified his target, the Dark Crow Valley base, a significant stronghold of the organization known as Emergence, situated near the Haixiao border. This base far surpasses the scale of the previous 3 sub-bases fortified with armed guards, abundant vehicles, weaponry, and defensive installations. The base is overseen by the formidable Dao Sol Pan Quang, a martial artist on the cusp of achieving D-rank status. Nearby lies a large settlement of roving individuals, the Crow Forest Town, one of the novice starting points. The Dark Crow Valley base is poised to be a crucial entry point for players joining the Emergence faction and is also the site of the Divine Clan's investigative mission. If they can dismantle the Dark Crow Valley base, it would substantially reduce the influx of players joining the Emergence faction in the future. This notion arose after Han Xiao encountered a post from the Divine Clan on the forum, and upon reflection, he deemed the feasibility quite high. Severing a significant support network for the Emergence organization while the leader remains oblivious to the magnitude of the loss presents the perfect opportunity for retribution. The thrill of such clandestine scheming is undeniably exhilarating. 064. A frenzied pursuit of knowledge. The Xiao border? Gu Hui rapped his fingers on the table and intoned gravely. We must first establish contact with the Xiao Military Intelligence Bureau before we can determine whether to dispatch troops for an expedition. I shall await your good news. Han Xiao replied with a nod as he exited the conference room. Feng Jun had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Han Xiao, he lamented. You've put me in a terrible predicament this time. Why didn't you inform me about the assassin? I've been reprimanded by superiors because of you. You wouldn't have been of any assistance, so why bother notifying you? Han Xiao responded, his expression one of bewilderment. Feng Jun felt as if he had swallowed a bucket of cockroaches, retorting angrily, though we are familiar, if you insult me, I will certainly take offense. Han Xiao smirked slightly. Perhaps I should discuss with the director how my position was compromised. Oh, come now. Feng Jun chuckled. Why would I be angry with you? Han Xiao rolled his eyes. With Feng Jun bowing and scraping in farewell, Han Xiao departed from headquarters and returned to the repair shop. The concept of creating a disguise mask had long been on his mind. With his understanding of the burgeoning forces, he recognized that he could not conceal his identity indefinitely. Should his position be exposed, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The disguise mask was one of the contingencies he had prepared for himself. Xinglong would likely consent to this operation, thus he needed to upgrade his combat equipment. The lightweight power arm and folding combat knife were insufficient against the imminent threat. And given that this mission would occur beyond national borders, Han Xiao felt the necessity for a dedicated vehicle, ideally one that could accommodate the entire squad. Speaking of the squad, Zhang Wei's war armor was in dire need of enhancement. A significant undertaking indeed. Han Xiao rubbed his temples. Swiftly locating a collection of blueprints from his vast memory that suited the current circumstances, inwardly lamenting, it seems I must absorb a substantial amount of knowledge. He knocked on old Lu's door, finding him indulging in spicy chicken feet, thoroughly enjoying his meal. With greasy hands, old Lu glanced at Han Xiao and quipped, What brings you here, you rascal? I wish to borrow some mechanical knowledge books, Han Xiao said, eyeing the wall of bookshelves. He had expected old Lu to refuse as he had previously, but to his surprise, old Lu agreed outright, gesturing to the bookshelf. The key is in the drawer. Take what you need, but remember to return it. Han Xiao was taken aback. You actually agreed? I didn't think our friendship was that deep. Old Lu set down his chicken feet and replied with a grunt, Consider it my gratitude. Gratitude? Han Xiao frowned, uncertain. This isn't another ploy to promote your granddaughter. Is it? Old Lu's expression stiffened, visibly annoyed. What exactly is wrong with my granddaughter that you find her unappealing? However, old Lu was not thanking Han Xiao for that reason. Gao had informed him of Han Zhao's previous assassination attempt, noting that he had specifically left the repair shop to confront the enemy without implicating Lu Qian. This was the true reason for old Lu's gratitude, and as a result, he viewed Han Xiao more favorably. Kid, you're not too shabby. Old Lu patted Han Zhao's shoulder, a satisfied smile on his face as he stepped outside, leaving Han Xiao to peruse the books, clearly demonstrating his trust. Han Xiao glanced at the grease stains on his shoulder, smirking inwardly at the old man. He retrieved the key, unlocked the bookshelf, and rows of foundational knowledge books came into view. Han Xiao selected the 7 volumes he required and took them back to his room. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he prepared for an intensive study session. Would you like to expend 1 potential point to learn the Energy Branch Basic Energy Theory? Energy Branch Basic Biochemistry? Energy Branch Basic Optics? Yes. An overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into his mind, feeling as if his brain might explode. And it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. Gritting his teeth, Han Xiao proceeded to pick up the remaining books. Control Branch Basic Electromagnetic Principles? Control Branch Basic Mechanics? Control Branch Basic Virtual Electronics Technology? Control Branch Basic Wide Area Sensing? 7 foundational subjects. But that was not all. Basic Energy Theory has leveled up to LV3. Basic Electromagnetic Principles has leveled up to LV2. Basic Virtual Electronics Technology has leveled up to LV2. Basic Mechanics has leveled up to LV2. The already known Basic Mechanical Engineering has risen from LV2 to LV4. Basic Weaponry has leveled up to LV3. Comprehensive Materials has leveled up to LV3. Basic Assembly has leveled up to LV2. Advanced Material Synthesis has leveled up to LV2. The potential points were expended at a rapid pace. Han Xiao originally had 21 potential points, and this frenzied learning session consumed a full 20 points. Han Xiao was confident that the knowledge he acquired would seamlessly integrate into formidable blueprints, leaving no room for waste. Yet even so, it required a substantial expenditure of potential points. You have comprehended the skill, Basic Programming. You have comprehended the skill, Chi Power, Electromagnetic Enhancement. Basic Programming, derived from Basic Virtual Electronics Technology, is a prerequisite skill for creating various chips and programs, akin to simple assembly and basic enhancement modifications, all of which are core competencies of a mechanic. Chi Power, Electromagnetic Enhancement, is a capability unlocked after awakening the magnetic attribute in the mechanical system and studying the energy branch. Enhancing the effects of the magnetic property of Chi Power, increasing the speed of mechanical creation and the potency of mechanical use by 3 per level, making it yet another passive skill. Chi Power Refinement Method has been practiced a total of 34 times, adding 72 points of Chi Power beyond the previous 10 attempts. Although Chi Power has yet to reach the LV5 standard, the panel displayed 380,000 experience points, a result of mass-producing high-energy bullets, with a consistent daily influx of 20 to 30,000 experience points. Financially, there was no cause for concern, as he had accumulated 360,000 high blue coins, providing ample operational funds. First, let us integrate the disguise blueprint. Han Xiao invested several thousand experience points to elevate Basic Programming to level 3. Would you like to proceed with Knowledge Integration, Basic Biochemistry LV1, Basic Optics LV1, Comprehensive Materials LV3, Basic Virtual Electronics Technology LV2? This integration will consume 20,000 experience points. Knowledge integration is not limited to 2 subjects. The cost increases by 5,000 experience points for each additional foundational subject combined. Multiple integrations based on this foundation double the costs. Generally, early mechanical system players only perform integrations of 2 subjects, as the likelihood of successfully merging more than 2 subjects to produce a blueprint is low. Han Xiao, however, had no such concerns. He understood the distribution of these combinations and could accurately merge to produce the desired blueprint. Integration successful. Congratulations on developing the Intelligent Simulated Optical Mask. Han Xiao exhaled deeply. This item is undoubtedly a treasure. It first appeared in version 3.0, at which point a player inadvertently merged to create this blueprint. The stringent combination of 4 subjects made it difficult to rely on luck, spanning 3 branches. Furthermore, the levels of the 4 knowledge subjects needed to meet his current standards, as well as the prerequisites of skills and attributes, required intermediate mechanical affinity, an intelligence of 55 points, and basic programming to reach LV3, with a must-follow path as a mechanic. Of course, the value of such a blueprint is relative. The effectiveness of this design is well worth the stringent requirements. 065 Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask. Han Xiao compiled a materials list and sent it to Feng Jun. Good heavens. You require BOK composite colloid, Farl for solvent, and 12 sets of microelectronic components. Do you have any idea of their costs? I have the funds, replied Han Xiao. Feng Jun was momentarily speechless, recalling that Han Xiao, unlike himself, a mere civil servant living on a fixed salary, had amassed an astonishing fortune from mechanical orders, a veritable tycoon. An hour later, Feng Jun delivered 3 briefcases to Han Xiao's studio. Inside the briefcases were black linings. The first contained 3 10-centimeter-long transparent tubes filled with a milky, viscous solution. This was the BK composite colloid. The second suitcase held small bottles of a light blue solution, the Farl 4 solvent. Both of these materials were innovative substances that could only be synthesized in a laboratory, and their scarcity rendered them exceedingly valuable. The few small bottles had cost a staggering 120,000. The third case contained 12 sets of microelectronic components, each no larger than a fingernail, remarkably thin, and showcasing intricate electronic patterns at a microscopic level, typically employed in precision instruments, totaling 60,000. Upon acquiring the materials, Han Xiao commenced his secluded creation. He first fashioned a human face mold from plastic sheets, meticulously carving out eye, nose, and mouth openings. He then used a steel needle to puncture 12 points on the mold, distributed at various positions. Han Xiao connected a specialized reading device to the microelectronic components, resetting and synchronizing them to share a common program. Utilizing a scanner, He recorded his facial features and compiled a database of thousands of different appearances, cataloging the distinctions in human likenesses before embarking on programming, a task that took 2 to 3 hours, resulting in a simple simulation program. He retrieved the BK colloid and Farrell 4 solvent, and from the storeroom, he brought forth unopened chemical apparatus, test tubes, conduits, and various instruments. After a considerable effort, he meticulously mixed the two immiscible materials using a complex chemical procedure, subsequently employing a primarily ionization reaction to create a new composite material, not milky white nor light blue, but flesh-toned. This novel substance possessed the characteristics of both the BK colloid and Farrell 4 solvent, alongside excellent conductivity, forming the foundational material for the intelligent simulation optical mask. Drawing upon knowledge of foundational biochemistry, Han Xiao carefully positioned the microelectronic components at the 12 marked points on the mold, gently pouring the new material solution, and after several procedures, sealed the mold, awaiting the solidification reaction. Timing himself, as soon as the moment arrived, he promptly opened the mold to reveal a mask as thin as a cicada's wing, resting quietly within. At this stage, the manufacturing process was nearing completion, and Han Xiao executed the final steps with swift efficiency. He pressed on the positions of the electronic components. While there was a slight firmness, the overall texture was remarkably smooth. The mask's surface was coated with a liquid crystal layer, and as he pressed his finger against it, colorful halos appeared around the pressure points, reminiscent of changes on a liquid crystal screen. You have created the Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask. You have earned 5,000 experience points. Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask. Facial equipment capable of altering appearance at will, disguising identity, with minimal energy consumption. A 5-minute charge sustains operation for 10 hours. This mask had cost nearly 200,000. Han Xiao donned the mask, experiencing its cool, breathable sensation, and approached the mirror. He pressed his finger against the electronic component located at his jaw, witnessing his reflection morph into that of an unfamiliar man. With a few more presses, his features transformed again, revealing entirely different visages. This was not an ordinary human skin mask. It was a versatile mask capable of changing appearance at any moment, an artifact for stealth. The electronic components housed a simulated human likeness program positioned at crucial points determining facial features, randomly generating images from an internal database. The mask's coding functioned like a screen, conforming to the contours of his face, achieving an astonishingly realistic effect. With a mere switch, his appearance could metamorphose at will. The Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask, abbreviated as the Simulation Mask, possessed 4 primary functionalities. First, simulation, randomly altering facial features in accordance with Han Xiao's programmed settings, ensuring that appearances remained within the realm of human likeness, thus avoiding any grotesque transformations. Second, memory, capable of retaining 3 distinct appearances for alternation. Third, reset, allowing restoration to any of the 3 memorized appearances without the risk of losing the original disguise. Fourth, scanning simulation, enabling rapid scanning of a target's face through hidden detectors within the mask, achieving a resemblance of 70 to 80, a technique for infiltration. After experimenting with the mask, Han Xiao removed it and proceeded to the headquarters to visit Gu Hui. You have created a disguised mask? Gu Hui inquired. Han Xiao chuckled, donning the mask once more. He had been prudent, memorizing a mundane youthful appearance prior to his visit, concealing the mask's ability to alter features at will, a trump card he intended to keep secret. Gu Hui observed him closely, mistaking the mask for a mere human skin disguise, which the 13th Bureau could also produce, albeit not with the same realism. And this mask appeared lightweight and more convenient to carry. Would you be interested in submitting the blueprints to the Bureau? Han Xiao replied with a wry smile. It's merely a human skin mask. There are no blueprints to speak of, and you are capable of crafting them yourselves, are you not? Gu Hui conceded this point, relinquishing his insistence. Han Xiao, sensing a wave of relief, thought to himself, I've successfully kept my secret. Hastily shifting the topic, he asked, May I participate in the operation personally? Gu Hui pondered for a moment and nodded, stating that discussions with Xiao had concluded, and the Military Intelligence Department had decided to collaborate with them. Han Xiao would accompany his squad on this mission. The Dark Crow Valley base was situated on the Xiao border. Han Xiao surmised that Xiao would not refuse. Confirming his participation in the operation, Han Xiao suppressed his excitement and inquired, When do we depart? There's no rush. Mobilizing the troops requires time, and the general staff must first devise a specific strategy with Xiao. I estimate we will not depart for at least half a month. Half a month was ample time for Han Xiao to complete all necessary modifications. Upon returning to his studio, he drafted a list outlining his focal points for the upcoming fortnight. First, to enhance his own trump card blueprints. Second, to procure a vehicle for the squad's operations, as he would serve in a logistical capacity, necessitating a supply truck. Third, to reinforce Zhang Wei's warrior armor. A grand undertaking indeed, one step at a time. Han Xiao mused, shaking his head. Primarily, he required enhanced combat capabilities, which could be approached from several angles. Firstly, defense, which he prioritized above all. Survival was paramount. Secondly, ranged attack power, necessitating more formidable firearms. 2 Desert Eagles would suffice with reinforcement. Thirdly, melee weapons. Although he favored long-range combat, he must also guard against close encounters, requiring modifications to his lightweight power arm. Mobility in adverse terrain was crucial. His Cloud Swallow glider had accumulated dust for far too long and was finally ripe for use. Lastly, he considered his breaching capabilities, preparing for scenarios where he might find himself encircled or need to disrupt a team engagement. Substantial firepower would be essential. Explosions are an art form. Han Xiao soon conceived a plan, swiftly drafting a materials list, instructing Feng Jun to retrieve supplies from the warehouse. This batch of materials was valued at 300,000, quite an investment. Feng Jun found himself increasingly exasperated with Han Xiao, sensing a troubling shift towards a caretaker role. The directive from above mandated his comprehensive protection of Han Xiao, and engaging with him was nothing short of arduous. The higher-ups seemed acutely aware of this predicament, offering him a raise as a form of consolation. What else could Feng Jun say? For the sake of a monthly salary of 25,000 and the benefits of social insurance and housing fund, he had no choice but to comply. Perhaps this was the essence of the adage: the greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility. Feng Jun gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting his fate. In the midst of comprehensive renovations, with all materials and components in place, Han Xiao, as usual, encouraged Feng Jun with platitudes, praising his exemplary work ethic and suggesting that the party should present him with a commemorative banner. After enduring a dozen eye rolls, Han Xiao, satisfied, retreated to his workshop to create. He began enhancing 2 models of the Fierce Eagle, elevating his skills in both basic weaponry and basic mechanical engineering several levels. The enhancement results surpassed previous efforts, as he replaced components with superior materials. With newfound wealth, the days of financial struggle were behind him. Nostalgia for hardship seemed frivolous now. Han Xiao had become quite adept at modifying firearms, completing the task in no time. Fierce Eagle, enhanced. Quality, green. Base attributes, attack power 74 to 87, fire rate 1. 5 rounds S, magazine capacity 8 rounds, effective range 50 meters, beyond which shooting accuracy diminishes. Output energy level 45, equipment requirements, precision shooting LV3, attribute bonus, agility 2, length 0, 21 meters, weight 4, 2 pounds, additional ability, recoil, high recoil. Precision is lost if strength falls below 30 points. Additional ability, strong kinetic energy. Within range, there is a 10 chance to deal an additional 15 damage. Additional ability, double shot. This firearm has been modified to fire 2 rounds simultaneously. When using this effect, attack power is reduced by 20. Note, did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your name? With his current capabilities, Han Xiao had a 30 to 40 chance of enhancing ordinary equipment to green quality. By sheer luck, both firearms turned out to be green quality. However, this came with equipment requirements. Han Xiao realized that his precision shooting was only at level 1. While it did not prevent him from wielding both guns, their effectiveness would be significantly diminished, depriving him of the benefits of various skill enhancements. With a resigned shake of his head, Han Xiao invested experience points to elevate precision shooting to LV3, resulting in a 3 shooting correction and a 4 increase in long-range critical hit rate. With basic shooting exceeding level 8 and precision shooting reaching level 3, please select one of the following advanced skills: sniping, close quarters gunplay, or suppressive fire. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, caught in a dilemma. This was the first time he had hesitated over skill selection. Shooting skills were crucial for a gunsmith and equally important for a mechanic. The 3 paths distinctly indicated different combat styles: sniper, close quarters shooter, and firepower specialist. The Fierce Eagle was designed for close combat, which would seemingly make close quarters gunplay the most cost-effective choice. Yet, Han Xiao contemplated future potential. Long-range combat would be the mechanic's forte. Conversely, the flamboyant gunplay seemed the least useful, while the firepower specialist role required teammates for support, making sniping more suitable for solo operations. Ruffling his hair, Han Xiao mused, "I will inevitably act alone. The greater the distance, the safer I am." While players may revel in the exhilarating gunplay and spray-and-pray tactics, sniping is the most appropriate choice for me. In his previous life, gunplay was exceedingly popular, characterized by flair and dazzle. Players in earlier seasons would often choose gunplay to showcase their skills, which looked impressive in combat. Han Xiao, however, was not interested in ostentation. He was a pragmatist. Regardless of the cat's color, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. What good is looking cool in a fight? He didn't need fans cheering for him. What suited him best was indeed the finest. With this thought, the master technician resolved his indecision and chose sniping, investing in his future. Acquired advanced skill, sniping LV1. For critical hit accuracy improvement, 5 range increase. Done. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction and moved on to the next task. The Cloud Swallow glider was fabricated, granting him 1,500 manufacturing experience. He integrated folding technology from a folding combat knife into it, showcasing the advantage of his understanding, applying principles from various blueprints to suitable machinery. Typically, the Cloud Swallow glider could be worn like a parachute on his back. Once activated, 2-meter wings would unfold, allowing for gliding in the air, outperforming bat suits. Next, he needed to enhance his close combat capabilities, focusing on the power arm and power leg. These two components were part of a set derived from the same knowledge combination, potentially leading to the creation of basic exoskeleton power armor in the future. However, Han Xiao decided against constructing the power leg due to his current technical limitations. Even if he managed to create it, its utility would be restricted to long-distance travel, lacking the agility needed for close-range evasive maneuvers, precisely what he required. Thus, he opted not to waste experience. Instead, Han Xiao resolved to modify the power arm, allowing for a slight reduction in weight and size. A smaller volume would imply diminished power, so he planned to enhance the power arm's effectiveness with additional small devices. Would you like to proceed with Knowledge Fusion, Basic Weaponry LV3 Basic Assembly LV2 Basic Mechanics LV2? This fusion will consume 15,000 experience. Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have developed the pneumatic oscillator. Success on the first attempt. Han Xiao felt a surge of joy. The combination yielded precisely what he needed, saving him considerable experience points. The pneumatic oscillator operates on principles similar to an air gun but converts compressed air into shock power, delivering direct impact to the interior of objects, capable of bypassing ordinary armor defenses, though its effectiveness against specialized shock-resistant materials was significantly diminished. After spending most of the day modifying the lightweight power arm, he reduced its bulky profile and increased its length, enveloping the entire arm. He also added a titanium alloy exterior armor to conceal the internal components, significantly enhancing durability. The new power arm now presented a more aesthetically pleasing appearance, resembling a gleaming silver metal limb. With the pneumatic oscillator installed in the palm of the mechanical hand, Han Xiao conducted a brief test, and it functioned flawlessly. Lightweight power arm, left. Oscillator modification, quality, white. Base attributes, attack power 30 to 48, defense power 10 to 13, power energy level 33. Durability 470. Equipment requirements, strength 24, attribute bonus, attack speed -2, length 0, 87 meters, from left palm to shoulder, weight 11. 4 pounds. Additional effect, increases strength 7, additional ability, shockwave. The pneumatic oscillator installed in the palm can release shockwave attacks upon contact, dealing 23 to 45 shock damage, ignoring armor except for shock resistance, automatically collecting air for recharging, usable once every 15 seconds. Additional ability, impact resistance. The exterior armor made of titanium alloy increases durability and is resistant to wear. Note, a normal-looking modification. Although the quality was white, Han Xiao's addition of components provided 3 extra effects. The modifications to these pieces of equipment were quite standard. However, the next item Han Xiao planned to create would truly belong to the domain of mechanics. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao silently prayed, "May the gods bless this fusion. I wish to achieve it in one attempt, as I cannot afford to waste experience." Would you like to proceed with Knowledge Fusion, Advanced Material Synthesis LV2 Basic Electromagnetic Principles LV2 Basic Assembly LV2? This fusion will consume 70,000 experience. P.S. A heartfelt thank you to the adorable creator of Empire Cat. Additional updates will be provided upon release. Thank you, dear friend. 067 Comprehensive Modification, Part 2. Integrating higher-level knowledge will significantly escalate the experience costs. For instance, when merging foundational knowledge, the addition of an advanced discipline necessitates an additional 50,000 experience points, while the consumption of foundational knowledge doubles, increasing from 5,000 to 10,000, and so forth. The incorporation of advanced knowledge into high-level knowledge will similarly lead to a doubling of costs. Determined to merge, Han Xiao fixated on the panel, hoping to maintain his previous fortune. Fusion successful. Congratulations on the development of magnetic control metal extensible armor. Han Xiao was overjoyed. What did I say? My lineage has truly been fortunate recently. However, upon glancing at his luck attribute, his smile gradually faded. How long will it take to replenish this streak of good fortune? This blueprint is his aspiration. It is not an item befitting his current level, representing a defensive equipment that transcends levels, capable of elevating his safety level by 1. No, 2 tiers. Of the 300,000 materials required, 250,000 were prepared solely for this blueprint. Advanced blueprints are significantly more complex than their foundational counterparts. Even with a grasp of the designs and knowledge, Han Xiao took an hour to thoroughly comprehend the content of the blueprint. Calculating the manufacturing time, he wore a bitter smile. It would require at least 3 days of relentless work. Without further ado, Han Xiao plunged into the arduous manufacturing process. 3 days later, the door of the workshop creaked open as a weary Han Xiao emerged, his eyes vacant, bearing dark circles reminiscent of a tribulation phase. A look of bewilderment on his face as he wondered who he was, where he was, and who had struck him. As he unlocked his phone, a call from Li Yalan came through, laden with complaints. Han Xiao, why have I been unable to reach you these past few days? The agent orders have piled up into dozens, all clamoring for your delivery. You can't just accept the deposit and neglect your duties. I've put my reputation on the line for you. Also, don't forget you promised to custom make an item for me. By the way, we received an assignment from above yesterday. We are to depart for Xiao in 10 days. The captain was furious at the meeting you missed. So be cautious when you see him next. Han Xiao struggled to keep his eyes open, overwhelmed by fatigue. All he desired was sleep. He rolled into bed, his head barely touching the pillow before he fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to Li Yalan's unceasing chatter on the phone. Hey. Why aren't you responding? Ugh, last time you shortchanged me. I haven't forgotten that. What is the first thing to do upon waking? Opening one's eyes? No, it's to use the restroom. The following morning, Han Xiao, in a daze, floated to the bathroom, groggily relieved himself before fully awakening. Shaking off the remnants of slumber, feeling entirely refreshed. After yawning, he mechanically brushed his teeth and washed his face, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. He wearily opened the door to the repair shop and headed straight to the kitchen, where he squeezed past El Qian, calmly finishing her breakfast despite her tiny fists pounding away at him in frustration. Under the weight of El Qian's glare, Han Xiao nonchalantly returned to his workshop. Old Man El stroked his bald head, sighing. He reminds me of my youth, so carefree. I need to change the key. Old Man El pondered. Perhaps this is what young love is like. Not at all. El Qian roared. Back in his workshop, Han Xiao unveiled the fruits of his 3-day seclusion. A small box containing delicate metallic sheets resembling fish scales, dark with hints of deep blue. These metallic sheets bore no resemblance to armor, yet they indeed constituted the magnetic control metal extensible armor, albeit in incomplete form. Han Xiao took a deep breath, placing his hand just 3 centimeters above the box of metallic sheets. Channeling his internal energy, he enveloped his palm with a tingling magnetic force. A miraculous transformation occurred. The dormant metallic sheets began to tremble, spontaneously converging and adhering to Han Xiao's palm, moving like lively fish along his arm. Forming, Han Xiao commanded, directing his energy through his arm as the metallic sheets swiftly unfolded, transforming into a lightweight armor akin to fish scales, fitting perfectly without overlapping. The sheets appeared to adhere to his arm, yet were suspended mere millimeters above his skin, manipulated by magnetic repulsion, allowing for unimpeded movement. Han Xiao drew forth his folding Taibwa combat knife and struck it fiercely against the fish scale armor. A crisp sound echoed, devoid of sparks, and the armor remained unscathed. Exceptional defensive capabilities. Han Xiao's expression brightened. Magnetic control metal extensible armor, incomplete. Type, extensible full-body bulletproof suit. Quality, green basic attributes. Defense 75, total expanded area 0. 2 square meters, approximately equivalent to the entire back. Durability 1600. Equipment requirements. Magnetic attribute energy, intermediate mechanical affinity, effect. Through energy, magnetic, sensing. The magnetic field allows the metallic sheets to move and traverse the body, forming armor at any location. Maintaining the armor shape requires a consumption of 10 energy per minute. Additional ability, super toughness, provides high resistance to heat, radiation, and penetration, efficiently protecting the body and resisting wear. Additional ability, repulsive adhesion, damage received by the user is further reduced, decreasing 20 to 30 points of damage. Additional ability, special magnetic field, while in use, a layer of highly conductive magnetic field forms around the user. Note, a friendly reminder. Please refrain from using this equipment during thunderstorms. Equipment that requires energy for operation is classified as super ability armament. This magnetic control extensible armor is exclusive to mechanics. Super ability armament encompasses a broad category characterized by energy-driven functionality, typically exhibiting effects that far surpass those of ordinary machinery of equivalent level. The raw material for these metallic sheets is an extremely rare metal or with high conductivity and magnetism, not an alloy, making it quite expensive. Even the 13th Bureau has limited stock. Han Xiao expended 250,000 to create enough metallic sheets to cover his entire back. The core of this equipment lies in advanced material synthesis, which simplifies the utilization of electromagnetism, thus requiring only 2 levels of basic electromagnetic principles. The principle involves merging the magnetic fields of these magnetic control metal sheets into a magnetic chain, while they may appear separate in substance. Their magnetic fields can merge at any moment, which is one of the reasons they transform into armor rather than other chaotic shapes. The most arduous aspect is the synthesis of these metallic sheets, a laborious and monotonous task that consumed 3 days of his time, leaving him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, this blueprint represents one of the lower technical difficulties among advanced blueprints. At his current level, Han Xiao's knowledge and skills are insufficient, allowing him only to produce advanced equipment in an incomplete form. Completing this piece of equipment grants him 40,000 experience points, exceeding the experience gained from initially crafting the first-generation Ranger. As Han Xiao maneuvered the magnetic control metal armor across his body, it felt slightly awkward at first, but he soon grew accustomed to it, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Many high-level equipment necessitate practice for proper use, reflecting operational proficiency. Han Xiao's extensive experience allowed him to grasp it with the expertise of a seasoned professional. With the magnetic control metal armor, his safety is greatly assured, and it remains remarkably inconspicuous, easily stored in a specially designed box with holes, concealed at his lower back, shielded by his clothing, rendering it undetectable. Concealed, efficient, and portable, Han Xiao would not easily reveal his trump card, even to his own allies, for who could predict when a friend might turn foe? He has long held the belief that a mild case of paranoia and suspicion equate to prudence. Having mastered the realms of long range and close combat, mobility, and defense, only the aspect of artistry remains. Han Xiao already possesses a vision. The explosives from the 13th round are sufficient, requiring no integration of new blueprints, merely some straightforward modifications. 068 Comprehensive Transformation, Part 3, 60 Black, smooth, ball-shaped explosive devices, each the size of a fist, were meticulously arranged in 2 weapon cases. These were the delayed fragmentation high-explosive grenades that Han Xiao had procured from the 13th Bureau, colloquially known as delayed explosion. The very nature of this rather dubious abbreviation hinted at a devastating explosive power. Each grenade cost 800 high blue coins, totaling 48,000 for the 60. Calculations seemed accurate. The explosives were ready-made. Han Xiao merely modified them by employing basic mechanical engineering principles, attaching miniature propellers powered by a No. 5 battery. This enhancement granted them a brief propulsion, allowing for automatic flight without manual throwing, significantly extending their attack range. Admittedly, the aesthetic was rather peculiar. As each time Han Xiao conducted tests, he couldn't help but envision a blue raccoon with a round head and a big brain. With a simulated mask, reinforced Fury Eagle dual pistols, lightweight powered arms, shock modification type, a folding Titan battle knife, Cloud Swallow gliding wings, and magnetically controlled expandable armor, his arsenal was comprehensively upgraded. Furthermore, he had access to various odds and ends provided by the 13th Bureau. At his current level, he wielded a set of semi-divine equipment, ready to charge headlong into any challenge that arose. These tools were more than sufficient. Han Xiao marked off the personal equipment update from his to-do list, turning his attention to the next item, a vehicle. Constructing a vehicle from scratch would consume too much time. It was far more efficient to purchase one and modify it. After much deliberation, Han Xiao decided on a detachable cargo truck, which would serve as a mobile warehouse and workshop for his team's logistical needs. He directly approached the 13th Bureau to procure the vehicle, confident that military-grade manufacturing would guarantee quality. He had 2 options: purchase it outright or exchange it for goodwill, essentially requesting the 13th Bureau to allocate the vehicle to him. Calculating his finances, he discovered he had approximately 2,800,000 coins remaining. It had only been a few days, and the mechanics industry's notorious penchant for expenditure was becoming increasingly evident. Were it not for his knack for generating income, he would find it difficult to continue. One must adapt to the challenges of financial management. How could one become an exceptional mechanic otherwise? Opting for the goodwill exchange, Han Xiao spent 150 points of his 13th bureau contribution. Had he chosen to pay, it would have cost over 800,000 Hydloot coins, making the goodwill option far more cost-effective. Han Xiao requested Feng Jun's assistance in processing the paperwork. Please have the vehicle delivered. How long will it take? 2 hours. If it's from the military factory. Feng Jun proved to be punctual, arriving precisely with the truck, timing it with a stopwatch. However, a new issue arose. Rest assured, there's no way a blue poop excavator could appear in my possession. Coughwell. Here's the dilemma. The truck is too large to fit into the repair shop. Despite all calculations, he had overlooked this detail, creating an awkward situation as the two stared at one another, dumbfounded at the repair shop entrance. What now? Perhaps you could help me expand the facility? Don't be absurd. The engineering department has no spare time. Han Xiao scratched his chin, a glimmer of inspiration igniting within him. Didn't you bring a team to surveil this area? Where's your base? Be rational. Do you want to attract even more attention? Han Xiao assessed the military truck, which stood 4 meters tall and 3.5 meters wide, with a specialized extended cargo area trailing behind it, measuring 11 meters in length, wider than the front cab. Where's the attention? I see none. Han Xiao maintained his composure. Feng Jun shot Han Xiao a scornful glare. Only a blind person could miss such a massive vehicle. Why resort to spitting while conversing? Han Xiao wiped his face with Feng Jun's sleeve, feigning disdain. I must say, your saliva production is rather excessive. At that moment, Old Lu emerged, exclaiming, what a colossal truck. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Why not just flatten the repair shop? Get lost. Old Lu retorted, stroking his balding head, pondering for a moment before pulling a key from his pocket and tossing it to Han Xiao. I have a garage a few streets away. You can borrow it. Han Xiao was taken aback. How generous, Old Lu. Did you take your medicine today? Go play elsewhere. Old Lu cursed as he pushed past the two, ambling away. Han Xiao drove to the garage 10 minutes later. Ugh, really? Feng Jun, looking pale, clutched the car window, simultaneously retching and gesticulating wildly. Han Xiao was unsure whether Feng Jun was expressing his desire never to ride in his vehicle again, or merely suggesting he ignore Feng Jun's discomfort. Shaking his head, he dismissed the irrelevant concern and escorted the unsteady Feng Jun away before commencing the modifications on the military truck. A thorough inspection revealed no listening devices or cameras. The quality of military factory products was trustworthy. The internal structure boasted 10 cylinders, a turbocharger, and other performance-enhancing equipment capable of reaching speeds up to 135 km/h. With 5 anti-slip, wear-resistant large tires on each side. The cargo area was spacious enough to accommodate considerable equipment, and Han Xiao intended to convert it into a small workshop, necessitating the transfer of equipment from his existing workspace. The chassis had been specially configured for off-road capabilities, featuring spring suspension and air suspension shock absorption, ensuring stable travel even on rough terrain. It was also equipped with protective measures against small vehicles attempting to breach the undercarriage, thus preventing the cinematic trope of protagonists outsmarting antagonists by maneuvering sports cars beneath trucks. Wait, why did he automatically envision himself as the villain in this scenario? The driver's cabin was spacious, comfortably seating 6 individuals, equipped with a multi-speed transmission boasting 10 gears, ensuring smooth shifting and effective braking. Han Xiao inspected the airbags, 8 in total, ensuring that as long as passengers remained inside during a collision, they would be safe, even relishing the claustrophobic thrill of being enveloped in jest. Speaking of collisions, the truck lacked a reinforced front bumper and required manual installation. Han Xiao also examined the windshield, confirming it was of ballistic grade, devoid of any cost-cutting measures. Overall, the truck was standard, with no significant modifications needed. Han Xiao resolved to install several nitrogen canisters for acceleration boosts. Equipping the truck with nitrogen acceleration promised exhilarating potential, as long as there were no leaks. It would outperform even the most robust competitors. Han Xiao proceeded with the modifications. The cargo area was transformed into a small workshop, the chassis and front bumper were reinforced, and robust armor indicated strength. For nitrogen acceleration canisters were installed within, allowing for bursts of speed when necessary. Han Xiao also acquired additional spare tires and affixed a small radar antenna atop the vehicle for radio reception and Wi-Fi transmission. The total expenses amounted to over 100,000 coins, prompting Han Xiao to shake his head in resignation. Modifying vehicles was indeed a costly venture. Gazing at the imposing black truck before him, Han Xiao scratched his chin, suddenly struck by the idea of giving the vehicle a name. The massive body and dark exterior inspired a fitting moniker. Big Black, he declared. Yes, that feels quite appropriate. Before departure, my goodness, Xiao, have you really purchased a heavy-duty truck? The 4 teammates were invited to the garage, and Li Yalan and Lin Yao were filled with astonishment and excitement as they clambered up and down the truck. Lambert was keenly interested in the engine structure, silently admiring it as he lifted the hood. Zhang Wei approached Han Xiao and solemnly expressed his gratitude. The logistics vehicle was an extravagant provision for a small team, and Han Xiao had personally footed the bill, leaving Zhang Wei feeling rather embarrassed. Han Xiao chuckled and remarked that he was merely alleviating the plight of his impoverished teammate. Zhang Wei's lips twitched, rendered speechless. Although it was indeed the truth, Han Xiao's brutal honesty made him feel uncomfortable. I racked my brain to come up with a name for this vehicle. Zhang Wei perked up, his face alight with anticipation. Han Xiao cleared his throat and declared with seriousness, "Dehei." Zhang Wei slipped slightly, managing a forced smile. Good name. You think so too? It's catchy and concise. I must say, I admire my own ingenuity, Han Xiao replied with a smirk. As long as you're happy, he added. The driver's cabin is enormous, Li Yalan exclaimed, playing around with delight, before suddenly recalling something and asking, "Who will drive?" Han Xiao replied, "This is my vehicle, so naturally, I will be the one to drive it." Li Yalan's face turned pale, and memories of being at Han Xiao's mercy flooded back, trembling as she stammered, "See, can I not sit?" Zhang Wei frowned and admonished. Han Xiao spent money for our convenience. What are you refusing? Li Yalan looked despondent, muttering, "You will regret this." Regret? Zhang Wei was puzzled by Li Yalan's words. Could it be that Han Xiao was a poor driver? What was there to fear? Even if his driving skills were lacking, they were all well-trained agents, physically robust, and could handle a roller coaster without feeling ill. Zhang Wei dismissed her concerns. By the way, we received notice from above that we will be departing in 4 days. Lin Yao suddenly interjected. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. His comprehensive modifications had taken about 10 days, and he had initially wanted to install a turret on the truck, having even studied the necessary knowledge. Unfortunately, time was insufficient. He pondered for a moment before saying to Zhang Wei, "Send over the Warbringer armor. I will make some modifications for you." Zhang Wei's eyes brightened, fully trusting Han Xiao's mechanical aptitude. Upon hearing this, Li Yalan immediately rushed over, grabbing Han Xiao's shoulder and shaking him repeatedly, inquiring, "What about me? You promised to custom-make equipment for me." "I'll discuss it once inspiration strikes," Han Xiao replied, pushing the chattering Li Yalan aside. "As a martial artist, focus on using your fists. Why are you always meddling with my mechanics?" Soon, the prototype of the Warbringer armor was delivered, resembling an exhibit in a museum, supported by a plastic frame and housed in a metal box that stood a person's height. The logistics personnel were the sluggards from the logistics department. Han Xiao stated, "Time is limited. I plan to make the most essential modifications. First, enhance the energy efficiency limit. Then adjust the power mode, reduce weight, and fill the mechanical power exoskeleton to provide assistance for your movements." "This is fantastic." Zhang Wei's expression brightened. The armor was excessively heavy, leaving him sore and cramping after every use, more exhausting than running 10 kilometers. Next is the detection system. I will equip your armor with a simple chip for external condition detection, and I can personally provide you with a fire control system to allow your ranged weapons to auto-target. If time permits, I will also furnish you with a basic melee weapon. Great. Zhang Wei was overjoyed, thoroughly becoming a giddy enthusiast. Suddenly, Han Xiao switched gears, of course. This will all come at a cost. A total of 360,000. What? Zhang Wei's heart sank. His savings were barely $1 million. Do you find it expensive? Han Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Zhang Wei hurriedly nodded. Are your parents still alive? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Why was he asking this? They had passed away. Do you have siblings? I am the only child. Do you have a wife or girlfriend? No, I'm all alone. Han Xiao tilted his head, perplexed. Then what are you saving for? Heart-wrenching, Zhang Wei exclaimed, clutching his chest, feeling as if a stampede of rhinoceroses had struck him. Han Xiao wouldn't budge without assurance. Once Zhang Wei shakily handed over the advance payment, he began the modifications on the Warbringer armor prototype. With a foundational energy theory at level 3, Han Xiao possessed the technology to enhance energy propulsion. He had no intention of providing Zhang Wei's armor with overwhelming modifications, so he refrained from creating new energy blueprints, reserving the best innovations for himself. The power load-bearing exoskeleton and detection chip could, however, be utilized from existing blueprints, as these were relatively common. Do you wish to merge knowledge, basic wide area sensing LV1 basic virtual electronics technology LV2? This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Do you wish to merge knowledge, basic mechanics principles LV2 basic mechanical engineering LV4? This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Merge successful. Congratulations on the development of low-level intelligent chip. Merge successful. Congratulations on the development of K600 Power Exoskeleton. These were two commonplace mechanical blueprints, fundamental to any mechanical engineer's repertoire, and Han Xiao was not surprised to produce them in one go. The low-level intelligent chip was commercially available, but now that he had unlocked the blueprint, Han Xiao could DIY and program it at will. The term low-level indicated that a higher version was forthcoming. Advanced AI for large robots or systems to control vehicles or warships would be the elevated iterations of this foundational blueprint. The K600 Power Exoskeleton was one of the basic models in the internal exoskeleton series. The Power Exoskeleton is directly worn on the body, while the internal exoskeleton serves as the internal power framework for full coverage armor, hidden within the armor, functioning similarly to the exoskeleton by providing additional power. The internal exoskeleton is essential for manufacturing power armor, and the advanced applications are self-explanatory: small mechs, medium mechs, large mechs, and so forth. Han Xiao disassembled the external armor of the Warbringer, exposing its intricate internal components. After a careful examination, he rolled up his sleeves to get to work. He began by increasing the energy output, constructing the exoskeleton, creating the processing chip, and purchasing some cameras, detectors, and infrared sensors as detection equipment. By the early hours of the fourth day, the modifications to the Warbringer armor were finally completed. Externally, it retained its dark, heavy armored appearance, but internally, it had undergone a significant transformation, finally resembling a prototype of powered armor. However, he was unable to produce melee weapons in time, so he decided to let it go. Collecting payment without delivering service was quite standard, after all, especially since orders for high explosive ammunition had been on hold for half a month. Han Xiao yawned and glanced at the panel. Warbringer armor, deduction progress. 2. Reverse engineering blueprints is one of the methods for mechanics to acquire blueprints, and it comes with stringent requirements. Typically, progress will stall at certain points, prompting prerequisites, such as needing to reach 30 progress before suddenly revealing an intelligence requirement. Only upon meeting this condition can progress continue. Even if the progress bar is full, substantial experience is still required to officially learn the blueprint. At the heart of the warrior armor lies the advanced mechanical knowledge of heavy mechanical modification. It is anticipated that this prerequisite will emerge once progress reaches 50%. For Han Xiao, the blueprint for the warrior armor is not a necessity and thus remains disregarded. Today marks their departure. The four-member team gathers in the garage. Lin Yao glances at the computer and suddenly announces, "The Bureau has assembled. The location is at the eastern outpost." "All right, let us get in the vehicle." Zhang Wei replies in a low voice. No sooner had he spoken than Li Yalan, with remarkable speed, dashed to the driver's seat, nervously gazing at Han Xiao. Can I drive?" Han Xiao rubbed his eyes, weary from several sleepless nights, and feeling nearly transcendent with fatigue. He decided not to insist. He simply advised her to drive steadily before stepping into the cargo area, grabbing a few backpacks to use as blankets, and lying down to sleep. Li Yalan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity, even suppressing the urge to comment on Han Xiao's audacity and asking her to drive cautiously. Noticing that Han Xiao intended to sleep, the other members settled into the driver's cabin without disturbing him. In the eastern outpost of West City, at the military train station, the higher-ups are placing significant emphasis on the operation targeting the Dark Crow Valley base. The 13th Bureau has dispatched 3 secret task forces to partake in this large-scale joint operation. One is Zhang Wei's team. Another is Ma Qingyang's squad, comprised of those whom Zhang Wei had previously rescued. The final team is the elite unit from the Secret Operations Department, led by the ace operative, Di Susu. At this moment, the 2 secret task forces await at the station, accompanied by an officer from the General Staff, serving as an aide and supervisor to regulate the covert operatives' actions. Historically, each secret task force has been comprised of independent and skilled agents, often leading to differing opinions during missions, which could result in unexpected complications. In light of this, the 13th Bureau has revised its personnel strategy. When multiple teams collaborate, a member from the General Staff is dispatched to oversee the operation. The officer from the General Staff has extensively studied various battlefield command strategies and is well acquainted with the profiles of the team members prior to departure, providing insights for the mission. Although operatives unanimously consider the aide to be of little use beyond drafting reports and taking responsibility for failures, the regulations remain steadfast. As long as the aide refrains from micromanaging, all parties can coexist harmoniously. Where is Zhang Wei? What time is it now? Ma Qingyang lifts his gaze to the sun, taking a discontented drag from his cigarette. He shares a good rapport with Zhang Wei, and the members of the 2 teams maintain amicable relations. Di Susu waits on the other side, idly flipping a coin in her dexterous fingers, the coin reflecting the glaring sunlight. She eagerly anticipates her upcoming encounter with the Yalan, thrilled at the prospect of teasing her once more. Furthermore, she is quite curious about Li Yalan's new teammate, the mechanic named Han Xiao. The officer, Qi Baijia, adjusted his appealing brow, momentarily blinded by the coin's reflection, and turned his face away in mild exasperation. A distant, thunderous roar of an engine approached, its sheer power palpable. Even through his boots, Qi Baijia felt the ground tremble slightly. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where a formidable and imposing modified military truck slowly emerged on the horizon. Ma Qingyang tossed aside his cigarette butt, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Di Susu clasped her fingers together, trapping the coin in her palm. Qi Baijia raised his hand, straightening his collar. They have arrived. The large black vehicle came to a slow halt, and Zhang Wei and his companions stepped down from the front. I am the commanding officer for this mission, Qi Baijia, he declared with a serious demeanor, executing a military salute with remarkable poise. Hello, I look forward to our collaboration. Zhang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Ma Qingyang, laughing heartily as they embraced. Beside them, Lin Yao's eyes brightened at the sight of Di Susu, his gaze lingering on her as he shyly waved and greeted, Susu Jie. Shaolin Lin Di Susu ignored Lin Yao completely, bypassing him with a smile to approach Li Yalan, playfully pinching her cheek and exclaiming, "It's been a while since we last met. You've become even more beautiful." "Get away, we're not close," Li Yalan retorted, her brows furrowing in disdain as she swatted Di Susu's teasing hand away. Unperturbed, Di Susu glanced around curiously and asked, "Where's your mechanic? Where has he hidden himself?" Li Yalan crossed her arms, maintaining a frosty silence. Zhang Wei interjected, "He is a bit tired and is sleeping in the vehicle." "This vehicle is our logistics truck," he added, straightening his posture with pride. Ma Qingyang and Di Susu's team members gazed at him with envy, casting resentful glances at their respective leaders. "We want a logistics truck too." Qi Baijia clapped his hands, prompting, "All right, it's getting late, let us set off." A military train awaited at the station, and instead of flying, they would travel by land, accompanied by 40 field personnel, all trained soldiers busy loading crates of ammunition and weaponry onto the train. With many roads abandoned, the six nations had vigorously developed railways, resulting in an extensive network. The military train utilized special military lines, enabling it to travel faster than civilian trains, and would reach its destination in 3 days. The first 5 carriages comprised the driver's cabin, 2 living quarters, a dining area, and an armory, while the last few were open carriages designated for transporting vehicles. Li Yalan drove the large black vehicle onto the train, where field personnel secured it with wheel locks before draping a dust cover over it to shield it from the wind. Once everyone boarded, the military train rumbled to life, departing from the eastern checkpoint and plunging into the sun-drenched, perilous wilderness. Han Xiao felt a vibration in his dream and awoke. The overhead lights in the cargo compartment emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the space around him. He was surrounded by cold, mechanical forms that paradoxically offered him a sense of security. Han Xiao rubbed his thumb and forefinger against his temples a few times to regain his composure, then opened the cargo door, discovering he was on a speeding train. The wind rushed at him, tousling his hair, while the swaying deck quaked beneath his feet. The thunderous roar of the train filling his ears as it surged along the tracks. The stars twinkled in the sky, shrouded in moonlight, while distant hills loomed, covered in wild grasses. Have I slept the entire day? Han Xiao pondered for a moment, following the light into the front carriage. Before entering, he donned a simulation mask, adjusting it to resemble an ordinary young man from his first memory slot. After a moment's consideration, he added a mask for good measure. Stepping into the carriage, the wind ceased, replaced by the cacophony of animated conversations that hit him like a wave, evoking a sensation akin to transitioning from a primitive era to one of civilization. As Han Xiao entered, all chatter abruptly halted, and curious, scrutinizing gazes turned towards him. Di Susu was the first to rise, swaying her slender waist as she approached Han Xiao, her breath fragrant like orchids, and asked, "Are you Han Xiao?" "You've mistaken me for someone else," Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. "If I answer every question you pose, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me?" The expressions of the group stiffened, thinking, what a ridiculous lie. "We're all in the carriage, who else could you be?" Di Susu's face faltered. She merely intended to initiate a conversation and had not anticipated such a response, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yalan, reveling in Di Susu's discomfiture, waved her hand vigorously. "Xiao Gu, come sit over here." Han Xiao nodded and took a seat beside Zhang Wei and the others. Li Yalan leaned in to whisper to him, "Well done. You've embarrassed that scheming Susu." "Sex hormones?" Han Xiao was taken aback. It was peculiar for a girl to use such a term. That would be her, Di Susu, a despicable, unruly troublemaker. Li Yalan hissed through gritted teeth. Han Xiao feigned innocence, thinking, why do I feel as though you are describing yourself? Lin Yu wholeheartedly agreed, yet he dared not speak up for fear of retaliation. Secretly admiring Han Xiao for his fearless candor, appreciating his audacity to speak his mind. Seeing the apparent closeness between Li Yalan and Han Xiao, Di Susu's expression shifted, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ma Qingyang extended his hand, smiling, brother, it's our first meeting. I'm Ma Qingyang. Han Xiao, navigating Li Yalan's furious turmoil with ease, shook Ma Qingyang's hand naturally and replied, strictly speaking, we haven't met before. Ma Qingyang paused, his gaze sweeping over Han Xiao's mask, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. That's true. Qi Baijia clapped his hands again. All right, everyone is here. I'll brief you on the details of this operation. Field personnel, please step out for a moment. The field personnel, aware of the protocol, exited the carriage, leaving behind a quiet atmosphere with only the 3 secret operation teams and Qi Baijia remaining. Clearing his throat, Qi Baijia spread out some documents and a map on the table. This mission is a joint operation with the Xiao Military Intelligence Bureau. The Xiao Army is stationed at the border, ready to mobilize at any moment. Our task is to infiltrate and gather intelligence on the enemy's defensive layout to provide support for the military. He pointed to the map. The terrain of Dark Crow Valley is easily defendable, yet difficult to assault, with dense forests obscuring the base's location from aerial reconnaissance. The enemy's military strength remains unknown, and we can only approach through ground invasion. As the discussion of the mission commenced, everyone's demeanor grew serious. Di Susu tapped her fingers against her brow, frowning as she inquired, it sounds like a heavily fortified stronghold. Can't the Xiao army launch a ground assault? Qi Baijia shook his head. They're unwilling to do so. Everyone nodded in understanding. The Xiao's approach prioritized benefits, exerting minimal effort unless absolutely necessary. Until the situation clarified, they would not allow their forces to venture into uncharted territories to prevent unexpected losses. The Secret Operations Department specialized in high-risk missions, penetrating deep into enemy lines with courage. Li Yalan scoffed, unwilling to appear weak, quickly asking, what about our point of entry? Qi Baijia pointed at the map. To the west of Dark Crow Valley lies a large settlement of wanderers known as Crow Forest. The fact that Crow Forest is established near the budding base suggests a clandestine collusion between the two, possibly harboring spies for the Dark Crow Valley base. Thus, this is our point of entry, where we may have a chance to gather intelligence. According to the intel received, 3 individuals within the Dark Crow Valley base warranted attention. Qi Baijia distributed the documents, observing as everyone lowered their heads to review the information. He succinctly stated, the chief supervisor, Pan Kuang, is a 35-year-old man of East Asian descent, an E-level martial artist, and an executive of the budding base. His weapon of choice is a knife, earning him the moniker Blade Soul. His most recent achievement was 3 years ago when he single-handedly eliminated 12 Tilius agents at the Tilius border, 4 of whom were also superpowered individuals. The image presented depicted an expressionless man of ordinary appearance, yet emanating an aura of menace. A formidable adversary indeed. A shared thought surged through the minds of the assembly. The deputy supervisor, Seasons, a 29-year-old male of mixed heritage, remains an enigma with scant information available. It is only known that he seems to have familial ties to the leader of the Wendai organization, Jino. The chief of the guard, Doman, aged 43 and of Shanu descent, is adept in the use of various firearms and possesses the skills of an elite agent, having once commanded a night owl team. Ma Qingyang, with a perplexed expression, inquired, was it not stated that the internal circumstances of the Dark Crow Valley base were unclear? Where did this detailed intelligence originate? The others mirrored his confusion. Qi Baijia shook his head, stating, I do not know. It has been classified as confidential by higher authorities. The group responded with an understanding murmur, refraining from further questions. Han Xiao, scratching his ear, remarked, the source of the confidentiality sits right beside you, comrades. Qi Baijia proceeded to outline several precautions, then shifted the conversation, stating, for this joint operation, the Xiao region has also dispatched a special operations team from the Military Intelligence Department, which will collaborate with us upon arrival at the designated location. Zhang Wei's face twitched as he exclaimed, 2 agencies operating together? Qi Baijia cleared his throat awkwardly, affirming, indeed. Isn't this tantamount to creating chaos? Xiao, unsatisfied with merely acquiring intelligence from Xinglong, clearly intended to avoid exerting effort on their part, thus insisting that the 13th Bureau also contribute personnel to the mission. The group exchanged glances, acutely aware that the relations between the 2 nations were far from amicable, with mutual animosity prevailing among the agents. An unsettling premonition loomed over the undertaking. The intelligence held little value for Han Xiao, who stifled a yawn and gazed out the window, when suddenly his eyes narrowed, interrupting the discussion with a grave exclamation, "Beast attack!" The assembly froze, still reeling from the unexpected warning when the train jolted violently, nearly toppling them, accompanied by the piercing screams of field personnel from the rear car. The train trembled violently, the source of the disturbance emanating from the rear car. Secret agents struggled to maintain their footing, hastily peering out of the windows, only to be met with a shocking sight. Beneath the night sky, a colossal black worm coiled around the last carriage, its length spanning several dozen meters. Its surface, a slick, jet-black chitinous shell, glimmered under the moonlight, exuding a sinister aura. The worm's gaping maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, was actively gnawing at the iron shell of the carriage, creating gaping holes. One of the field agents was swallowed whole, his screams barely escaping his lips before being reduced to mere flesh and bone. Han Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, his bold thoughts dissipating instantly. Qi Baijia's expression changed dramatically. The black earthworm. Han Xiao drew his firearm, the wild eagle, and fired a shot at the massive creature. A glance at the combat information displayed on the panel tightened his nerves. Black earthworm level, 48 class. Juvenile LV10 young, LV10 adult, LV10 mating, LV10, LV8 age, 71 years attributes, strength 80, agility, stamina, intelligence, mystery, charisma 1, luck 2 energy, 0 energy level. Health points. Special traits, thick chitinous shell, defense 20, dark attraction, dark environment attribute bonus 15. Massive physique, health points 1000, critical hit rate reduced by 20. Thin dragon bloodline, health points 2000, abnormal resistance 10. Skills, constriction LV7, earth walk LV10, rotational bite LV6, acid spit LV5. With even a beast's luck surpassing his own, who could he turn to for justice? He fired again. The secret agents hastily drew their handguns in retaliation. The gunfire was deafening. Bullets ricocheted off the black earthworm's formidable shell, barely inflicting any damage. The wilderness of Ocean Blue Star was perilous, rife with savage beasts, and history was replete with tragic tales of beast tides laying waste to cities. It was only through the collective wisdom of humanity that they had managed to ascend to the top of the food chain. The black earthworm, with its prolonged lifespan, grew longer with age. Originally a docile creature dwelling underground, it seldom stirred unless awakened by significant vibrations from above. The agents quickly realized that the train's passage had roused this massive beast to stave off encounters with wild creatures. Each railway was equipped with maintenance personnel who periodically employed various devices to inspect the tracks, including subterranean life detectors capable of sensing black earthworms. If this creature had arrived after the last inspection, it indicated the maintenance crew had grown complacent. The field agents, treated as prey, scrambled to retaliate. However, their handguns, with their limited caliber, were ineffective against a creature boasting over 100 points of defense. All explosives and heavy weaponry were stored in a freight car, conveniently situated between the affected carriage and the agents, leaving them defenseless against the worm. The situation was dire. Chaos ensued as gusts of wind swept through the carriage, hurling debris out through the gaping holes, while the train tilted at a precarious 15-degree angle, its undercarriage screeching against the tracks, sending sparks flying as if ready to topple under the creature's immense weight. "Move aside," Li Yalan shouted, leaping into action. She unsheathed her folding combat knife, enveloped in a brilliant yellow flame, and struck fiercely against the worm's shell, leaving a visible crack. It was effective. Martial artists could unleash tremendous destructive power, and their strikes proved impactful in this dire scenario. Di Susu's eyes glinted as she followed suit, drawing her own folding knife, its blade shimmering with a blue aura. With the speed of lightning, she delivered a powerful slash that severed a small piece of the creature's shell, leaving a faint blue afterimage in the agent's vision. Yet, the black earthworm remained unfazed, its thick skin rendering it indifferent to their attacks, tightening its massive body and gradually deforming the carriage. The beasts of Ocean Blue Star were formidable, with overlapping templates of expertise, making them extremely resilient. The black earthworm was evidently a wild boss-level monster. Without the firepower of a modern armed force, slaying it would be a formidable challenge. Even for players, it would require a group of 5 to 10 of the same level to confront this creature, though certain exceptionally skilled professionals might achieve a solo victory. With a crunch, 2 unfortunate agents were devoured by the black earthworm, a delicacy far superior to the underground sandworms. The creature's teeth ground against each other, as if relishing the rare and fresh treat. The field agents were gripped by dread, The oppressive weight of the food chain left them nearly unable to stand, stripping humanity of its complacent pride and intelligence, rendering them as terrified lambs awaiting slaughter. Fire. The black earthworm fears fire. Susu exclaimed. The creature's vision had deteriorated, making it sensitive to bright light and high temperatures, akin to the effects of a flashbang on humans. If the standoff continued, the train would meet its doom. Realizing this, the agents understood that their only option was to use fire to drive the beast away. Zhang Wei hastily replaced his standard ammunition with high-explosive rounds, a specialized type of bullet. In an instant, flames erupted upon the worm's impervious shell, igniting with the might of the FFF regiment. The previously composed black earthworm writhed in frenzied agitation, the flames and heat causing it immense discomfort, transforming it into a creature akin to a frustrated baboon. Han Xiao stood firm amidst the growing tremors, increasingly concerned that the train might topple. Most of the secret agents had procured his high-explosive rounds, and he felt that the 13th Bureau could handle the situation. He contentedly observed from the sidelines. Flames surged across the black earthworm, and soon, the creature, unable to endure the blinding light, screeched in agony, releasing its grip on the train and burrowing into the ground. Within seconds, its lengthy body vanished beneath the earth, leaving only a thin layer of dust to conceal the hole it had created. The relieved field agents collapsed onto the ground, their legs trembling with residual fear. We survived. I'm still alive. Oh, how I miss you, Mom. The black earthworm had wrought significant havoc in mere minutes, leaving the carriage in tatters, with wind howling through the openings. Had they failed to repel it in time, the consequences could have been dire. Though not necessarily fatal, they would certainly have been delayed. Thank goodness for the high-explosive rounds. The agents turned their gratitude towards Han Xiao, a flicker of appreciation in their hearts. Zhang Wei clapped Han Xiao on the shoulder, the unspoken bond between them palpable and uplifting. If you wish to express your gratitude, just speak up. I cannot read minds. The agents exchanged bemused glances. Your ability to disrupt the atmosphere is truly expert level, they muttered, gathering their bearings and preparing to tidy the chaos around them. The attack by the Black Earth insects was merely a minor incident. It turned out that the route of the military railway was relatively secure, with this being the sole mishap. The scenery along the way predominantly comprised distant mountains and dense forests, as well as plains of yellow earth, which, after prolonged observation, became aesthetically tiresome. Throughout the journey, Han Xiao remained in the large black freight car, diligently honing his strength, refining his techniques, and gaining experience in machinery manufacturing. 3 days later, the train arrived at the Haixia border station. 072 camp mission in the land where Haixia and Xinglong coexist. Perhaps due to Haixia's more humid and warm climate, the cultural customs are notably more liberal. Beyond the beaches, one can often see numerous individuals, both men and women, adorned in bikinis strolling about. The train halted at a military station, and through the window, only a single figure caught sight. A middle-aged man in a brightly colored, loose-fitting shirt, wearing sunglasses, who seemed to be there to greet them. Han Xiao disembarked alongside the group, with Qi Baijia leading the way, addressing the flamboyantly dressed man. Xinglong 13th Bureau. Qi Baijia. The man chuckled, removed his sunglasses, revealing a haggard face adorned with stubble, exuding a remarkably ordinary aura, akin to a languid uncle waiting for customers at a roadside shop. Yi Fan, from Haixia's military intelligence, he introduced himself. Han Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Fan? Which Yi Fan are you? What has happened to you? Where is your swagger? Your handsome aloofness? This is nothing like the Yi Fan I remember. Yi Fan glanced at the battered train and inquired, Did you encounter any beasts? A mere little black earthworm. Nothing to worry about, Qi Baijia replied, clearing his throat. Although the situation had been perilous, it was essential to maintain an air of nonchalance in front of Haixiao's people. It was politically correct and entirely proper. How fortunate you are to arrive safely. Yi Fan laughed heartily, not probing into the truth of Qi Baijia's words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Fan donned his sunglasses once more, stating, We mustn't delay. Let us report to the commander and file the necessary documentation before setting out. Do not find it troublesome. Compared to Hongfeng, we have at least eliminated 90% of the formalities. Some field personnel chuckled, as the rigid structure of Hongfeng had become a running joke. It was said that the last collaboration between the Shannu people and Hongfeng to eliminate a wandering warlord nearly ended in chaos due to Hongfeng's convoluted reporting procedures, almost leading to a brawl between the Shannu representatives and officials at Hongfeng's intelligence headquarters in Coloma. For this mission, the Haixiao army was tasked with a direct assault, while the agents were to infiltrate and gather intelligence prior to the engagement. scouting the precise location of the Dark Crow Valley base and its armed distribution. As they proceeded, they observed a fleet of brand-new military armored vehicles, small tanks parked in garages, and missile vehicles loaded with hive launchers, while squads of soldiers transported ammunition supplies. Agents Zhang Wei, Di Susu, and Ma Qingyang grew taciturn, their demeanor starkly contrasting with their earlier chattiness on the train, likely driven by a sense of national pride. Han Xiao, noticing the shift, opted to blend in with the group. Colonel Celtic, a serious-looking Caucasian officer in his prime, was scrutinizing a strategic map on the wall, and upon hearing the door open, initially assumed it was his aide. Without turning around, he barked, "Did I not say, do not disturb me while I am contemplating?" Yi Fan cleared his throat. "Colonel, the people from Xinglong have come to file their report." Upon recognizing Yi Fan, Celtic's expression softened slightly. He narrowed his eyes, surveying the Xinglong agents with a mixture of scrutiny and indifference, then grunted, opened a drawer, pulled out a document, and with a firm thud, stamped it with an official seal. "Allow them to rest for a while. They will depart with our men in an hour." Celtic's attitude towards the 13th Bureau was dismissive. Yi Fan then led the group to a modest resting room, advising them, "Do not wander, we will be departing shortly." Once Yi Fan left, only their own remained in the resting room. Lin Yao finally dared to speak, whispering, "Why do I feel like those soldiers outside are looking at us strangely, as if they are excluding us? And that commander seems quite hostile." Ma Qingyang scoffed, "Are you unaware? Xinglong has fought against Xiao before. They are not fond of us. Agents from other countries face this disdain during joint operations. That Celtic does not seem like a moderate." The factional rivalry within the 13th Bureau was not an isolated case. This phenomenon was common in nearly every country. Hongfeng and Odefin leaned towards conservatism, while Ruolin and Tilius were more hardline. Xinglong and Xiao maintained a more balanced relationship. Lin Yao was incredulous. Then why is our bureau collaborating with Xiao? What if they see us as cannon fodder? Who can predict the decisions of the higher-ups? Just be cautious, Ma Qingyang shrugged, unfazed. As a seasoned operative in the Secret Operations Department, he had long grown accustomed to such matters. Qi Baijia coughed, reassuring, "Rest assured. Any deployment concerning you will require my consent." After some conversation, the group fell silent, closing their eyes to rest and mentally prepare for the impending mission. "I'm stepping out for a smoke," Han Xiao announced, moving to the doorway of the resting room. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, allowing the smoke to swirl through his lungs before exhaling two thick streams through his nostrils, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He disregarded the indifferent glares from nearby soldiers transporting supplies, focusing instead on the recently revealed panel messages. "You have triggered the camp mission, Dark Crow Valley Operation. Mission Overview. This is a military operation on a small-scale warfare level. As a member of the 13th Bureau, as a participant in this operation, see what you can accomplish. Note, this mission is part of the camp series. You may complete the following objectives during this mission. Recon I, Team Mission. Scout the situation in Crow Forest Town. Reward, 3,000 experience. Recon 2, Team Mission. Gather specific intelligence on the Dark Crow Valley base. Reward, 8,000 experience. Logistics Member. Individual Mission. Complete 20 tool repairs for teammates. Reward, 5,000 experience. Dark Forest Assassin. Individual Mission. Assassinate 8 Dark Scouts. Reward, 18,000 experience. Direct Conflict. Individual Mission. Eliminate 50 soldiers. Reward, 35,000 experience. Decapitation I. Eliminate Doman. Reward based on contribution. Decapitation 2. Eliminate Season. Reward based on contribution. Decapitation 3. Eliminate Pan Quang. Reward based on contribution. Destroy Dark Crow Valley. Achieve the operational objective. Rewards based on mission completion and contribution. Upon mission completion, you will be rated based on the number of objectives achieved and your performance, granting additional rewards. Han Xiao had initially assumed this operation would be a standard task, only to discover it was, in fact, a camp mission. This was even better, allowing for greater flexibility in execution. The mission encompassed numerous types, including competitive tasks, prize pool tasks, series tasks, and as long as the majority of camp mission objectives were fulfilled, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial, with additional bonuses based on task evaluations. As Han Xiao savored his cigarette, a woman with short red hair approached, stopping before him and inquiring uncertainly, "Are you with Xinglong?" Glimpsing her, Han Xiao nodded. "I suppose so." However, before he could finish his sentence, the woman suddenly drew a dagger from her waist, without warning, lunging toward his neck. Regarded the crimson-haired woman with unwavering resolve. The dagger, poised a mere 3 centimeters from a major artery, suddenly halted, the abrupt stillness showcasing formidable physical control. The woman's eyes glinted with ferocity. Why did he not flinch? Did he doubt her resolve to strike? She invited him to test that theory, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Han Xiao concealed beneath his clothing a magnetic control-enhanced armor that had already ascended to the vicinity of his collar, ready to defend his neck at any moment, granting him an air of confidence. Furthermore, her brazen presence within the military camp indicated she was likely an agent of Xiao, thus her intent to act violently was improbable. This was probably a mere test or a display of power. Han Xiao felt a slight sense of displeasure at being chosen as the target, his gaze morphing into one that exuded pressure. Suddenly, the woman shivered as an unexplainable sensation crept down her spine. Steadying herself, she coldly declared, "Winna, agent of the Military Intelligence Department." Barely had she spoken when she felt something pressing against her abdomen. Glancing down, she discovered a large-caliber handgun aimed squarely at her midsection. At that moment, Han Xiao smiled and introduced himself, Han Xiao. The speed at which he had drawn his weapon astounded her. She had not even seen the motion. Wenna's pupils constricted as she sheathed her dagger, and Han Xiao holstered his firearm. "I'll remember this," Wenna stated before turning to depart. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the Haitians were unfriendly, and he hoped they would not hinder his progress. After a short distance, Wenna exhaled a sigh of relief, only then noticing the cold sweat trickling at her temples, her expression turning grave. That Star Dragon agent had exuded an aura of extreme danger. Upon returning to the Xiao agent's lounge, Yifan greeted her with a smile, inquiring, "Any discoveries?" Taking a sip of water to soothe her dry throat, Wenna replied gravely, "The one called Han Xiao may prove quite formidable." Han Xiao? Yifan pondered as he recalled the description of his appearance. That individual had remained notably discreet since his arrival, revealing an odd expression only upon hearing his name. A peculiar fellow, Yifan concluded. After finishing his cigarette and extinguishing the butt, Han Xiao retraced his steps to the lounge. Qi Baijia glanced over and suddenly asked, "Did anything happen?" "Indeed. I just witnessed a Xiao tumble into a ditch." Qi Baijia's face flushed with embarrassment. Could he not speak more seriously? "Well, that has settled then." Han Xiao casually cleared his ears. Since it was merely a harmless probe, he preferred to keep it under wraps, both for the sake of the mission and out of a sense of prudence. In his mind, he categorized enemies into three types. The first being those who engaged in rivalry or encroached upon his interests, the second being those who sought to end his life, and the third being archenemies, characterized by both animosity and conflicting interests. Mengya was of this latter category. In confronting Mengya, the highest priority adversary, personal grievances would have to wait in line. Qi Baijia scrutinized Han Xiao, who sat by the window with a view of the entrance. Having witnessed the earlier exchange in its entirety, having been on numerous missions, he understood that foreign agents were prone to testing and displaying their might, a tacit rule among operatives, who, driven by pride, felt compelled to demonstrate their prowess. Qi Baijia's eyes glinted with approval. He was pleased with Han Xiao's composure and glad for his discretion, silently acknowledging, "This fellow possesses both strength and a keen sense of the bigger picture." Did they not engage in conflict? Celtic nodded in satisfaction at his subordinate's report. "Excellent. It appears that those Star Dragon individuals are well aware of whose territory this is." As the departure time approached, the group gathered at the border exit, where Yifan prepared a contingent of over a dozen agents, including Wenna, for the mission. Their first destination was the remote Crow Forest town, home to a dormant secret outpost belonging to Xiao, serving as a temporary refuge. The 13th Bureau's vehicles had been transported by train, all standard off-road models, except for Han Xiao's distinctive black vehicle, which rumbled forth, carrying his comrades. Driving smoothly, Han Xiao's steadiness moved Li Yalan to the brink of tears, while the three teammates crammed into the passenger seat were left bewildered, unable to fathom why Li Yalan appeared so relieved. The journey was approximately half a day, with Xiao's convoy leading the way and the 13th Bureau following closely behind. Suddenly, Xiao's convoy accelerated, widening the gap between them. Di Susu and Ma Qingyang, witnessing this, hastened to keep pace. Only Han Xiao, piloting the black vehicle, remained unhurried at the rear. "Brother Xiao, we should hurry and catch up," Lin Yao urged. One hand on the steering wheel and the other resting casually outside the window, Han Xiao replied nonchalantly, "What's the rush? No matter how fast they go, they'll have to slow down and wait for me eventually." His words rang true suddenly. The radio crackled with Di Susu's laughter. "Little Lin Lin, why have you all vanished? Hurry up and catch up. Is Han Xiao's driving not up to par?" "Fuel consumption," Han Xiao retorted succinctly. Di Susu paused, taken aback by the refreshing excuse. Did agents truly need to worry about fuel costs? Ma Qingyang interjected, "Old Zhang, this is Xiao's display of power. We cannot show weakness." Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, then clapped Han Xiao on the shoulder, saying, Let us catch up. Li Yalan's face turned pale as she urgently grasped Zhang Wei's sleeve. No, Captain, maintaining this speed is just fine. What are you so afraid of? Zhang Wei questioned, bewildered. Captain, isn't living a good thing? Li Yalan's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Zhang Wei was utterly confused, unable to grasp her distress. Are we really going to pursue? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Zhang Wei affirmed. With a resigned sigh, Han Xiao skillfully shifted gears. Then hold on tight. Li Yalan's face filled with dread as she clutched the door handle, her teeth chattering incessantly. You will all regret this. In the afternoon, the group arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, they collectively cast incredulous, fearful glances at the imposing black truck ahead, shuddering at the memory of what they had just witnessed. As seasoned operatives, they had encountered various driving maneuvers. But this was the first time they had witnessed a maneuver resembling in shape, and it had been executed with unparalleled speed. This was not drifting. It was as if the vehicle were taking flight. Had the truck driver been intoxicated? Zhang Wei, Lin Yao, and Li Yalan stumbled out of the vehicle, clutching a nearby tree as they heaved, feeling as though the world had spun into chaos. Ugh, I'm going to die? Ugh, I told you that you would regret it. Han Xiao remarked casually as he stepped out, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. You wanted me to chase after you. Were you previously a bumper car driver? Han Xiao scoffed. Bumper cars? He was far too skilled for that. He had once piloted a mech. Lambert disembarked with a calm demeanor, appearing unfazed. And Han Xiao's spirits lifted. At least there was someone normal among them. As Lambert turned to Han Xiao, he intended to speak, but as soon as his lips parted, a torrent of vomit cascaded forth like a waterfall. Once he had emptied himself, Lambert, with a stoic expression, finally uttered, If you touch the steering wheel again, I will leap from the vehicle. 074 separate operations. The vehicle halted outside, and the team began transporting equipment into the clandestine stronghold, initiating a pre-mission conference. We have two objectives. First, to disguise ourselves as drifters and infiltrate Crow's Forest town to gather intelligence. Second, to search the nearby area for isolated budding sentinels and interrogate them about the details of the Dark Raven Valley base. Winna promptly stated, We will handle the sentinels. Your team will go to Crow's Forest. Discontent flickered across Disu's face as she frowned. It was highly probable that Crow's Forest town harbored budding spies, and the risk of exposure in such an infiltration was substantial, akin to walking into a trap with minimal prospects for success. Conversely, seeking out sentinels for intelligence gathering appeared to be a more straightforward and safer endeavor. The Xiao agents seemed eager to offload the perilous and challenging task onto the 13th Bureau, a sentiment that bred dissatisfaction among its members. However, tasks must be undertaken, and whether it fell to them or others, no one voiced dissent. Chi Baijia remarked, To blend into Crow's Forest town, we must first disguise ourselves as drifters. Then find an opportunity to stealthily gather information. We must avoid arousing suspicion. After thorough discussion, it was ultimately decided that a portion of the team would remain at the stronghold for support, consisting of 4 individuals: Lin Yao, Chi Baijia, Ma Qingyang, and Han Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiao retained several members at their base, with Han Xiao only familiar with one of them, Yi Fan. As the afternoon wore on, the Xiao agents opted to rest before embarking on their mission at midnight, the moment when the enemy would likely be most complacent. Equipped with thermal imaging devices, the cover of darkness was advantageous for them, with the intention of allowing the 13th Bureau to probe ahead cautiously. Once the plan was finalized, the infiltrating agents of the 13th Bureau formed a mixed team, led by Disu. One by one, they donned the attire of weary drifters, hunched and burdened by heavy packs, setting forth on foot toward Crow's Forest. The secret stronghold was equipped with numerous computer screens, connecting the agents' visuals and earpieces monitored by Han Xiao, Lin Yao, and Chi Baijia in shifts. Before long, Disu and her team arrived at Crow's Forest town, revealing a quaint settlement with an array of buildings. Despite their modest size, the town was bustling with life, resembling a marketplace, sprawling across a significant area and even boasting and welcoming guests. Let us first secure accommodations, Disu suggested. The locals questioned them, to which she responded seamlessly, masquerading as a migrating drifter seeking respite. After navigating the inquiries, they settled into a local inn. Upon entering their room, the team immediately exhibited their professional acumen, inspecting for surveillance devices or listening equipment. After confirming their safety, they began deliberating their next steps. What shall we do next? Li Yalan remarked, her expression sour as she cast a glance at Disu. Disu, preoccupied and frowning, replied earnestly, Given our dubious identities, it is wise to remain inactive for the time being. Suddenly, Han Xiao interjected through the earpiece, You should act tonight. Why? Disu arched an eyebrow. You are currently outsiders posing as drifters, inquiring about local conditions is a natural behavior. If you deliberately conceal your intentions, it may appear suspicious and expose your ulterior motives. His reasoning seemed sound as the team exchanged glances. Let us proceed as Xiao suggests. The town featured various entertainment facilities, including a small casino, a psychotropic drug shop, and restaurants catering to physical needs. As night descended, the team ventured out in small groups, feigning normalcy while gathering information. Yet, they found little of substance. Most residents appeared to be ordinary drifters, with no suspicious targets in sight. Qi Baijia's expression grew grave. The opposition was well concealed, making it challenging to glean any valuable intelligence. Not necessarily, Xiao countered with a smile. He was aware that Crow's forest town housed dedicated budding spies. Players could gain favor by completing tasks and subsequently choose to join the budding faction. Capturing one of these NPCs could yield substantial intelligence. Xiao knew the precise location of the Dark Raven Valley base, but lacked details about its military capabilities, a nuance lost over a decade. And the current context was uncertain. Therefore, probing for information remained crucial. Head south in the town. There is a casino where a bald man is likely to possess information about the Dark Raven Valley base, Xiao instructed. This individual was indeed a budding spy within Crow's forest, serving as a gateway for players to join the faction. The team paused, and Disu frowned, asking, "How do you know this information?" "I have my channels," he replied nonchalantly. "What if the information is incorrect?" Disu persisted. "Trust him," Qi Baijia interjected, recalling his supervisor's instructions to place faith in Xiao, indicating the higher-ups' regard for him. Disu suppressed her doubts and acquiesced, directing her team to covertly approach the southern casino to investigate. They soon spotted the bald man, the dealer at the casino. "What now?" Disu inquired. "If we act recklessly, we may alarm his associates." Xiao sighed. "You found the target. Can you not utilize your professional instincts?" Frustrated, Disu momentarily fell silent, realizing the folly of her question. With a huff, she signaled her team to surround the dealer discreetly. Xiao checked the time, preparing to switch shifts with Lin Yao, deeming it unnecessary to monitor the operation closely. If an incident were to occur under such circumstances, agents of the secret bureau might as well walk into a wall. Meanwhile, Wenna and the Haixia agents set out, casting a fierce glare at Xiao before departing. Xiao, not inclined to remain idle at the stronghold, exited and returned to the cargo area of the truck, deep in contemplation. These reconnaissance tasks were team assignments, expected to be completed smoothly. Therefore, he should focus on his personal mission, requiring specific tools for assassinating the Dark Sentinels in the dense forest. Xiao retrieved components and immersed himself in the panel. "Would you like to proceed with knowledge integration, basic wide area perception, basic biomimicry, basic mechanical engineering? This integration will consume 15,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have developed the miniature arthropod detector, Spider." Wenna's team, equipped with night vision goggles and camouflaged in adaptive suits, stealthily traversed the forest, moving silently like hunters in the dark woods, seeking their prey. Approaching the Dark Raven Valley base would lead them to the Sentinels. Within their ranks was a master tracker who could discern the conditions from a day prior through the faintest signs in the underbrush. This tracker, Magnus, was a robust sinew man, resembling a small mountain, defying expectations of delicacy. He knelt, examining the soil, bringing it to his nose, and after a moment's reflection, declared, 7 hours ago, a male, approximately 180 pounds, headed southwest. Wenna had no doubt about Magnus' assessment and cautiously led her team forward. Suddenly, she halted. The thermal imaging device indicated a life form crouching in a tree 300 meters away. "Check the surroundings," Wenna commanded coolly, refraining from rash actions, instructing her teammates to ensure there were no sentinels or surveillance devices nearby. After 20 minutes of meticulous inspection, they confirmed the area was secure. "Take him down," Yi Fan ordered through the communications. Wenna suddenly sprang into action, a fleeting dark crimson aura flashing beneath her feet. With an incredibly swift yet silent gait, she closed in within 100 meters of the sentinel, skillfully concealing her form behind the trees, always lurking in the enemy's blind spots. Akin to a master assassin of the highest caliber. Like a nimble feline, she ascended a tree, her palm emanating a dark red glow. Akin to an octopus's suction cup adhering to the trunk, allowing her to leap effortlessly while muffling the sound of the wind, drawing nearer to her target. The budding sentinel suddenly sensed a gust of wind sweeping over his head. He looked up, and a shadow rapidly loomed larger in his retina. 075 Hacker 10 minutes later. Crack. Magno snapped the sentry's neck. They had acquired the information they sought. Wenna communicated, "Initial intelligence has been obtained. The base's alert perimeter is divided into 6 zones. with defensive strength increasing progressively from the outermost area. This is indeed the outermost perimeter. Each alert zone has a sentinel outpost, overseen by an officer who manages all sentries in the area. According to the interrogation just conducted, this officer can access the base's intranet. Therefore, if we reach the sentry outpost, we can browse the base's network through the officer's computer and gather specific intelligence on the enemy. The sentry has divulged the location of the outpost. Time is of the essence, and I request immediate action. Yifan pondered. Delay could invite change. The shift rotation for sentries follows a strict protocol, and within a few hours, the enemy would discover that this sentry had met an untimely demise. However, as long as they could secure the intelligence, exposure would be inconsequential, for the Sea Summer Army was mounting a large-scale invasion, making it impossible to conceal their movements from the enemy. Their objective was to ascertain the defense measures and military strength of the Dark Crow Valley base. Yet, if Wenna succeeded in her operation, the team hidden in Crow Forest Town would face exposure risks. As the sentry's death coinciding with outsiders entering Crow Forest Town could arouse suspicion, even if the team had no time to act. In such a moment, Yifan made a rational decision. He approved the operation and ordered an immediate advance to the enemy outpost. Wenna nodded, disposed of the body, and led her team into action. Yifan exhaled, shifting his gaze from the screen to the office of the 13th Bureau, shaking his head slightly. His decision was devoid of personal bias, as it was all for the mission. He would notify the 13th Bureau shortly. In the world of intrigue, who could escape risk? Before dawn, Wenna and her team located the sentry outpost. It was a discreet cabin hidden among the trees, resembling a hunter's refuge. The team approached stealthily, and Magno retrieved a sonic detector from his backpack, placing it against the cabin's exterior wall. Upon activation, the detector scanned and produced a black and white pixelated image, revealing 3 human targets inside. One reclined on a couch, while 2 others sat at a table, seemingly enjoying a late-night snack. Wenna raised her finger, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. Wenna lunged, crashing through the window, followed closely by her teammates. The 3 adversaries, caught unawares, leapt in shock, unable to scream or draw their firearms before being incapacitated by the Sea Summer agents' expertly fired tranquilizer darts. The agents swiftly searched the room and the assailant's clothing, discovering a concealed compartment in the wall housing a safe. Another agent found an access identity card on one of the unconscious enemies, clearly indicating that he was an officer. This was their target. When his expression brightened, this individual was the officer responsible for the outpost. Glancing at the identity card, she noted the name, Roman, a man of African descent. The agents bound Roman securely and administered a stimulant, waiting for him to regain consciousness. As he groggily awoke, Magno swiftly slapped him to accelerate his alertness, whispering fiercely, "If you wish to live, reveal the safe's password." Roman, terrified by the sight of the fully armed agents, quickly capitulated, showing no signs of loyalty that would keep him silent. After inputting the password, the safe opened smoothly, revealing a specially designed laptop, one not found among any commercial brands. Upon opening the laptop, a login screen appeared, requiring identity card recognition and a password. Roman complied, logging in through his account. Accompanied by a cheerful chime, a welcome message materialized on the screen. Ding ding ding. The Moya foolproof assistant is at your service. Yifan, sipping coffee, nearly choked. The expressions of all the Sea Summer agents contorted in disbelief. The tone was utterly incongruous, so very whimsical. Yifan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or retch. The interface revealed multiple menus, but Roman's permissions were limited, allowing access to only a small portion. Wenna and her team felt a rush of excitement upon glimpsing the logs that contained all the base's intelligence concealed within. "Allow me." Yifan instructed Magno to insert a chip into the laptop. Instantly, the screen before Yifan synchronized with the laptop. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. His fingers danced across the keyboard with the grace of a butterfly, rapidly executing commands as lines of code cascaded forth. First firewall, breached. Second firewall, breached. Third firewall, breached. Internal dynamic password, breached. Permission restrictions, breached. Yifan smiled slightly. He was a seasoned hacker of Sea Summer, wielding countless virus attack programs. Aside from certain cryptic entities on the dark web and the infamous disconnection techniques, no one could thwart his intrusion. In under 3 minutes, all locked documents had been accessed. At that moment, the enemy's hacker finally realized the breach and began frantically deleting files, while Yifan hurriedly backed up the data, both sides racing against time. Soon, all data was deleted, but Yifan's laptop, despite its speed, could only back up 28 of the information. The base prioritized deleting classified documents first. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Among the data Yi Fan secured were the base's defensive layouts, internal structures, military geography, and extensive logs. Mission accomplished, come back. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This intelligence theft would undoubtedly alert the Dark Crow Valley base, but with the information in hand, exposure mattered little. Yet, Yi Fan felt an odd sensation, as if everything had been too easy. Report, sir, the outer network has been breached. In the Dark Crow Valley base, the intelligence control room filled with computer screens, a staff member announced. The base and Oppo's deputy supervisor, a tall and gaunt man with a sullen demeanor, approached the screen unhurriedly and inquired, what data has been taken? Base experimental logs, internal structure diagrams, base coordinates, and sentry shift records. The staff member enumerated a dozen critical pieces of information. Despite the breach, no one in the room displayed any signs of panic. Could the intruders be from Sea Summer? The bait had been set, just waiting for the fish to bite. A slight smirk crept onto the deputy supervisor's lips, reminiscent of a hunter witnessing prey ensnared in a trap. The deputy supervisor proceeded to the supervisor's office to report to Pan Kwang. A hacker has infiltrated the outer disguise network. It's likely Sea Summer operatives. We may soon face a military invasion. Pan Kwang meticulously polished a dark, long knife. Its blade cold as autumn waters, thick and straight. The hilt was wrapped in cloth, and the stains of dried blood revealed that it had not only been in use for years, but had also claimed numerous lives. Pan Kwang focused intently on the blade, seemingly oblivious to all else, and casually replied, "What do you think we should do?" The deputy supervisor cleared his throat and said, "Although the enemy has only acquired bait intelligence, it still exposes the base's existence. I suggest requesting the leader to initiate an evacuation, taking all resources and materials, and, before leaving, inflicting as much damage as possible to the enemy." Pan Kwang replied indifferently. "Just say the word if you need me to fight. Thank you for your attentive listening." The dream of dominating the world, 18 centimeters, the celestial being of the ninth day, the springtime of the CEO, contemplating and reflecting. Reading is beneficial for both body and mind. The realm of drifters, strikingly handsome with no friends, the void of the starry sky, the enchanting dusk. The wandering monk seeks alms. Please bestow your generosity. 076 Anomalies and Assassinations. As the dawn broke, Han Xiao was roused by the notification on his panel, which informed him that Reconnaissance I had been completed, granting him 3,000 experience points. He glanced outside the vehicle. The sky was beginning to brighten, a hazy blend of blue and gray. Having spent the previous night tirelessly crafting new machinery, he had only managed 2 hours of sleep. He splashed water on his face from his canteen, the cool sensation invigorating him as he descended from the cargo hold and entered the base. Lin Yao had been working through the night, appearing utterly exhausted. The next shift was Qi Baijia, who was napping on a nearby sofa but had already awakened. "How did last night go?" Han Xiao inquired. Lin Yao replied wearily that Bald Brute revealed the identities of his accomplices hiding in Crow Forest Town. "We captured a number of criminals overnight and learned the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base. However, they are merely peripheral members, lacking access to highly confidential information. So the results are rather meager." Han Xiao nodded, as this was within his expectations. Otherwise, Reconnaissance 2 would have been completed immediately. "Are they still in hiding?" he asked. "Yes, they're waiting in Crow Forest Town," Lin Yao confirmed. "That place holds no value anymore. We can withdraw," Han Xiao stated. Qi Baijia, munching on military rations for breakfast, rolled his eyes and interjected, "Have you forgotten that I am the commander here?" Surprised, Han Xiao retorted, "Aren't you the one who takes the fall for us during critical moments?" Choking on his dry food, Qi Baijia looked exasperated, just as Yi Fan approached. "Everyone from the 13th Bureau, our team has secured the specific intelligence regarding the Dark Crow Valley base. The mission is complete." Qi Baijia was astonished. It had barely been a day, and the Haixia agents had already succeeded, showcasing remarkable efficiency. "Did you truly obtain all the intelligence on the Dark Crow Valley base?" Yi Fan nodded, adding, "Wenna and the others even captured a witness. Our mission is concluded. You should withdraw your people, and together we will sift through and organize the intelligence before relaying it to the military." Han Xiao frowned. There was no notification indicating that Reconnaissance 2 had been completed, prompting him to ask, "Can you be certain the intelligence is authentic? Could you elaborate on the operational details?" "Of course," Yi Fan replied, summarizing Wenna and the others' actions. Han Xiao contemplated. "Don't you find this all too convenient?" "Indeed, but there were no suspicious circumstances. This merely indicates that the enemy's vigilance is alarmingly low. Remember, we executed a surprise attack, and they were unprepared." "I find that hard to trust," Han Xiao countered. "Being suspicious is wise, yet unwarranted doubts without evidence are excessive," Yi Fan insisted firmly. In any case, we plan to withdraw tomorrow morning and act together then. Watching Yi Fan's departing figure, Han Zhao's expression darkened. He was utterly convinced that the intelligence Yi Fan had acquired was tainted. Reflecting on Yi Fan's earlier description, it seemed that Wenna and her team had been somewhat aggressive but had not made significant errors. Thus, there remained only one possibility. The Dark Crow Valley base harbored deeper secrets. Without evidence, voicing his suspicions would only lead others to dismiss him. Just as they had with Yi Fan, speculation held no weight. It appeared he would have to investigate personally. In the morning, Di Susu and Wenna returned to the base with their respective teams, both bringing back captive witnesses. Roman, an officer, was of greater value than the group of peripheral members captured by Di Susu. Wenna wore a victorious smile, viewing this operation as a competition between the two agencies, with Xiao's success overshadowing the 13th Bureau's efforts, allowing her to bask in glory. The members of the 13th Bureau were greatly vexed by the triumphant demeanor of the Xiao agents. Li Yalan remarked indignantly, had the roles been reversed, you would have been the ones to lose. Wenna scoffed, the outcome is settled, a loss is a loss, and a win is a win. Han Xiao approached, stating, your intelligence may be fraudulent. Regardless of whether they believed him, he felt compelled to issue a warning. Wenna's expression shifted as she questioned Han Xiao. What evidence do you possess? Intuition, he replied. Ah, the ever-reliable rationale. The others looked as if they had swallowed something distasteful. Wenna laughed in disbelief, then remained silent. What weight does your speculation hold? Han Xiao remained unfazed, countering, do you possess any evidence? Wenna gestured towards the quaking Roman. This is my evidence. Han Xiao squatted to scrutinize Roman closely, suddenly nodding and standing to walk away. Wenna assumed he had conceded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed there was a formidable individual within the Dark Crow Valley base. Han Zhao's expression grew serious. Roman's terror and will to survive appeared genuine, indicating that he was not a mere pawn providing false intelligence. Thus, a reasonable deduction emerged. The Dark Crow Valley base had never divulged the true intelligence to these low-ranking officers. The patrolling sentries were not only guards, but also bait. The intelligence Yi Fan had received was likely manipulated. To uncover the truth, he would have to infiltrate the Dark Crow Valley base himself. A plan began to take shape in Han Zhao's mind, but it would have to wait until nightfall. As the others interrogated the captives and organized the intelligence, they would not withdraw until the following morning. He had an entire night ahead of him. That night, under a starry sky, Han Xiao addressed his colleagues. I will be in the vehicle for a while. No one responded. The Xiao team disregarded him, while the 13th Bureau members were too apathetic to reply. Only Zhang Wei, with a hint of resignation, said, if you want to go, then go. No one is stopping you. Han Xiao nodded and exited the base, returning to the cargo hold. He hefted the Lambert heavy sniper rifle, gathered the necessary mechanical equipment, then locked the cargo door. Glancing around to ensure no one was outside the base, he turned and ventured into the woods, his figure vanishing into the darkness. He chose not to inform his teammates. Qi Baijiao would certainly object, only complicating his mission. After traversing through the night, Han Xiao finally reached his target location. He donned thermal imaging night vision goggles and environmental camouflage gear, confirming that no enemies were nearby. He quietly excavated a small pit large enough to accommodate a person. Once the pit was completed, Han Xiao retrieved 4 palm-sized mechanical spiders from his toolkit, placing them on the ground and activating their switches. The mechanical spiders rose, standing before Han Xiao like a squad of vigilant scouts awaiting deployment. Miniature arthropod detector, spider, a small insect-like detection device. This was a newly integrated design by Han Xiao, a practical tool intended to serve as an extension of his senses. Compact and discreet, it could be remotely controlled and was equipped with heat sensors, automatically evading heat sources and living beings when not in operation, making it an effective surveillance mechanism. With the spider detectors, he could avoid approaching the dark sentries, thus diminishing the chances of being discovered. Han Xiao utilized a tablet to remotely control the devices, cross-referencing the images from the 4 spider detectors. Soon, he confirmed the positions of several sentries, most of whom were concealed beside trees. He quickly sketched a map of their distribution in his mind, formulating the optimal assassination route. In the shadowy forest, Han Xiao crawled forward with the heavy sniper rifle, bringing his target within range. The Lambert heavy sniper rifle had been sound suppressed, producing a forceful discharge while only emitting a sound akin to a finger tapping wood. In this serene darkness, an elite agent could easily detect such a minor disturbance within 100 meters, yet the Lambert's effective range was 800 meters. This was precisely why Han Xiao had chosen to wield this weapon. A long-range shot was far more convenient and secure than eliminating sentries up close. Justifying his investment in the sniping branch, Han Xiaoping held his breath, focusing intently as he aligned the target within the crosshairs of his scope. The hundreds of meters separating him from his objective seemed to vanish, a sense of mastery swelling within him. The reticle settled on the head. The wind was at 8 o'clock, with a velocity of 1.3, and a deviation of 43 millimeters was noted. Elevation and lead adjustments were meticulously calibrated. Without hesitation, Han Xiaoping decisively squeezed the trigger. The recoil of the rifle jolted his body slightly, yet his hands maintained an iron grip on the heavy sniper, exhibiting no trace of deviation. Through the thermal imaging scope, the human target, positioned hundreds of meters away, abruptly lost its head. The splatter of warm blood manifested in vibrant shades of orange-red. In the shadowy depths of the forest, the assassin's precision was akin to a hammer striking a watermelon, shattering it into fragments and splattering juice everywhere. Han Xiao, utilizing a spider drone for reconnaissance, continuously adjusted his position, delivering steady shots that felled one sentry after another. The kill notifications flooding his display like a cascading river. Stealth attack critical bonus 200, fatal critical hit. This attack is lethal. You inflicted 190 damage. You have killed a budding reconnaissance sentry. You gain 500 experience. Stealth attack critical bonus 200, fatal critical hit. This attack is lethal. You inflicted 201 damage. You have killed a budding reconnaissance sentry. You gain 500 experience. These sentries, of approximately level 10, were mere ordinary soldiers, comparable in strength to the guards Han Xiao had evaded when he escaped the laboratory. Back then, he had easily dispatched those guards, and now it was even simpler. As each sentry fell to his precise shots, Han Xiao accumulated thousands of kill experience points. The mission Dark Forest Assassin has been completed. You gain 18,000 experience. The task had progressed smoothly. Having eliminated so many sentries, it was only a matter of time before reinforcements arrived. And indeed they were coming. The spider drone revealed 3 fully armed rapid response teams driving in from the distance, disembarking their vehicles and spreading out to conduct a thorough search. The sentries, equipped with earpieces connected to a communication network, could remain undetected for a while if one were assassinated quietly. However, if a significant silence engulfed the area, it would immediately alert the Dark Raven Valley base, prompting a search team to be dispatched. Han Xiao anticipated this scenario. Once the search teams discovered the fallen sentries, they would likely scour the vicinity like frenzied wild dogs. From his hidden vantage point in a tree, observing with the spider drone, he noted the armed teams were equipped with Jason submachine guns, high-explosive grenades, and RPG launchers, which extinguished his hopes of harvesting more kill experience. After all, he had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation. Discretion was the better part of valor. Han Xiao slung his heavy sniper rifle onto his back, donned camouflage attire adorned with twigs and leaves, and stealthily returned to the pit he had previously dug. There he stowed away excess gear into his toolbox, including the sniper rifle, though he left the pit unfilled for the moment. As he completed this task, the search teams discovered the slain sentries. Armed guards swiftly raised their submachine guns equipped with flashlights, cautiously fanning out to investigate. Beside the pit stood a large tree, and Han Xiao concealed himself behind it. Using the spider drone to pinpoint the enemy's location, he retrieved a slender, resilient wire from his pocket, wrapping it around his gloved hand. Pressing against the tree in silence, and holding his breath in anticipation, the sound of footsteps approached, only one individual, gradually nearing his hiding place. Han Xiao had meticulously chosen his position. Located just at the edge of the sentry's perimeter, the greater the distance, the more scattered the enemies, thereby increasing the likelihood of only one searcher approaching. The beam of the flashlight swept past the tree. Han Xiao crouched low, tautening the fine wire, channeling his energy into his legs, poised like a praying mantis ready to spring. At the moment the armed guard's foot passed the tree trunk, Han Xiao moved like a specter, swiftly maneuvering around to the guard's rear. The guard, hearing the rustle, turned in alarm to fire, his mouth opening to call for backup. Yet Han Xiao was quicker, ensnaring the wire around the guard's throat from behind, tightening it instantly, and choking back the call for help. With a swift kick, he sent the guard's submachine gun flying, then retreated a couple of steps, pulling the guard down to the ground. The guard's upper body resting against Han Xiao's knee. The pressure of asphyxiation turned the guard's face a deep shade of purple as he struggled to pry the wire loose, but it had already embedded into his flesh. Facing away from Han Xiao, the guard flailed desperately, unable to reach him, his eyes rolling back in his head. Han Xiao maintained his grip until the kill notification flashed on his display, then released his hold. Throughout the encounter, he had not allowed the guard to utter a sound. He quickly stripped the guard of his uniform and donned it himself. The guard was Caucasian and of similar height. With deft precision, Han Xiao used a knife to adjust his hairstyle, raised the collar, and tightened the sleeves to conceal any exposed skin, preventing detection of his different complexion. He then pressed a finger to his forehead, activating the simulation mask. A triangular scanning beam emitted from his brow, swiftly enveloping the guard's visage. Simulation scan. In an instant, Han Xiao's features transformed to mirror those of the armed guard perfectly. This was his ace in the hole. He discarded the naked body of the guard along with the swapped gear into the pit, quickly covering it with loose soil and marking it discreetly. Now clad in the budding guard's attire, Han Xiao strode confidently into the open, listening to the chatter of his fellow operatives over the communication network. H103 reporting. No anomalies in the northwest. H141 reporting. No anomalies in the southeast. The unfortunate soul he was impersonating was designated H223. Han Xiao lowered his voice and mimicked the tone. Repeating, H223, what's wrong with your voice? It seemed the officer's men had taken notice. Throat sore, he replied, feigning a search for a while before being summoned back. Over 20 armed guards gathered by the vehicle, and he raised no suspicions. The apparent leader inquired, Didn't we find anything? No, came the unified response. The leader frowned, ordered everyone to board, and returned to base. Han Xiao squinted, realizing this aligned with his plan. Mingling with this squad would allow him direct access to the Dark Raven Valley base. The vehicle entered an inconspicuous cave, traveling for about 3 minutes before emerging into a spacious area. Inside the cave lay a hidden gem, a small parking lot. As the vehicle halted, everyone disembarked, and Han Xiao followed the group forward to a seemingly ordinary stone wall. The leader reached out and pried open a stone, revealing a concealed metal box housing a card reader. After swiping his identification card, the wall rumbled open. Han Xiao realized the stone facade was, in fact, a metal door, artistically coated in a realistic rock-colored paint, nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Strangely, this matched the intelligence the High Xiao operatives had received. Han Xiao was perplexed. All these scenes were documented in Yi Fan's intelligence report, all accurate information, and consistent with the screenshots and informational posts sent by players. Why hadn't the panel registered the completion of Recon 2? What could possibly be amiss? Did the Dark Raven Valley base hold some secret at this juncture? Han Xiao continued with the group, encountering 2 security checkpoints along the way, both of which they passed using their identification cards, finally stepping into the Dark Raven Valley base. This hidden underground facility was primarily constructed of steel, exuding an icy gray ambience that heightened the somber atmosphere. The corridors twisted and turned. Numerous rooms bustling with budding members seemingly engaged in transporting supplies. Han Xiao glanced upward, noting the surveillance cameras in the corners of the ceiling, instinctively retracting his neck. He was, after all, deep behind enemy lines, and he hoped for divine protection. Having succeeded in infiltration, he pondered his next move. Should he roam aimlessly or seek someone to inquire? No, that would be unwise. Questioning could reveal his true identity, and he had no clue which intelligence was the target. Was he merely to rely on luck? It is incorrect, given that the requirement of Recon 2 is to investigate specific intelligence regarding the Shadow Crow Valley base. There must certainly be something unusual here. If the information provided by the junior officers is a ruse, then the members here are likely unaware. Thus, one must be wary of those whose behavior deviates from the norm. A fleeting thought crossed Han Xiao's mind as he began to move, quietly observing everything around him. 13 sentinels assassinated? Jie frowned. In his speculation, the enemy had infiltrated the external network to obtain false intelligence, which they had presumably taken for granted. Why then would they target the sentinels again? Were they testing the veracity of the information? It appeared these intruders were more cautious than he had anticipated. Jie shook his head dismissively, deeming their approach too naive. The dual-layered network was a trap laid during Jie's tenure as the deputy commander of the base, designed precisely to counter potential intruders. Now, it was finally bearing fruit. Purely fabricated intelligence would be easily exposed to enhance the authenticity. Jie had no qualms about using the lives of his own men as bait. The deceptive intelligence in the external network contained elements of truth, including the precise location of the base, along with the distribution maps of sentinels and defensive structures from the 3rd to the 6th alert zones. This mixture of truth and falsehood would ensure the enemy unwittingly stepped into the trap, where the firepower of the last 2 defensive circles was exponentially more ferocious. Not to mention the existence of a hidden trump card. The leader had already promised to arrange an evacuation route, with the support troops arriving in 5 days, at which point they could withdraw. Until then, a splendid surprise awaited High Xiao. The burgeoning main force was located on the Andia continent, while the hundreds of branches and bases on other continents served as the extended tentacles of their power, secretly developing and expanding, accumulating capital for the organization. and becoming hidden stakes within enemy territory. It was not yet the time to reveal themselves. Once discovered, they would have no choice but to retreat and cut their losses. For a solitary base could not withstand the relentless military might of the Six Nations. Jia had confidence in the trap he had set. He dared to use a portion of true intelligence as bait, even indifferent to the exposure of the base's location, relying on a hidden card. All peripheral members, and even this base, could serve as pawns when necessary, inevitably inflicting significant damage upon Xiao. As he infiltrated the base, Xiao remained composed, his experience in stealth allowing him to navigate without drawing attention. He wandered through the facility, gradually familiarizing himself with its layout. Hidden within the mountains, the base was substantial, significantly larger than any laboratory he had previously occupied, boasting 2 exits, the main entrance he had used to enter and a side door that facilitated the discreet passage of personnel. However, an unsettling feeling nagged at Xiao. Something about the base felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Most of the personnel exhibited a serious demeanor, hastily transporting essential supplies. Whispers of evacuation reached his ears. It seemed the Xiao forces had discovered their location, and reports indicated that a scout from Crow Forest Town had gone missing, signaling an impending conflict. As he rounded a corner, Xiao overheard a conversation among several armed guards, their voices tinged with anxiety. Upon noticing him, one guard called out, "Hey, Talamand, did you find anything during your search?" Talamand was Xiao's alias, a name he had assumed to blend in. He had wrapped himself in his uniform tightly, obscuring his features. The guards appeared to recognize Talamand, and Xiao seized the moment to reply. "The sentries outside were taken out by sniper fire. I suspect it was the Xiao forces." The guards exchanged worried glances. As armed personnel, they were expected to engage if the enemy attacked. One guard expressed envy for the civilian staff, who were able to evacuate first. Xiao's mind raced. The evacuation of the Dark Crow Valley base was anticipated, especially considering they were up against Xiao and Appo's regular troops. This was merely a sub-base. It was unreasonable to expect everyone to remain and fight. Yet, evacuating such a large number of people would leave a trail in the jungle, making them vulnerable to pursuit. Thus, a contingent of armed personnel would need to remain behind to delay the enemy, allowing officials and civilians to escape with vital supplies. Some materials were deemed more critical than lives. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao. If the base was aware of Xiao's incursion, why had they not evacuated sooner? It had been over 24 hours since Yufan's infiltration, ample time for a strategic withdrawal. Something was indeed amiss. At that moment, a burly man approached, barking orders for the guards to get back to work. Xiao's eyes brightened. This man was Doman, the head of the base's security. Such a key figure